It's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, Trilluminati, click, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification. Reload. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? This your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, Trilluminati, click, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat. You know what that. Yeah, man. I'm gonna assist you through your day today, man. Yeah? I'm gonna keep you company through your day today. What you doing? Make sure you got your spare charger. Make sure you got your power pack. Put the family inside, man. If you love Trilluminati Live, put the number of your like in the chat. More people watching, they can't believe we're live already. I would have started an hour ago. Even get at 9 o'clock in the morning one tomorrow. Real. That's the like button, man.
I didn't mean it when I said I didn't love you so.
I didn't mean it.
I should have held on tight. I never should have let you go.
You gonna let go.
I didn't know nothing. I was stupid. I was foolish.
I was lying to myself. Hey.
I couldn't have fathomed I would ever be without your love.
Nope.
Never imagined I'd be sitting here beside me.
Hey. I didn't know me. I didn't know everything.
I never
Hey.
the feeling that I'm feeling now that I don't get you.
What? Yeah. In the PayPal family. In the PayPal. Oh, baby.
When you left, I lost the part of me. It's still so hard to believe. Come back, baby.
Hey.
Who's gonna take your place?
There's nobody better. We belong together.
It's leaving night. On my mind.
On the radio. Wait a minute, this is all right. Hey.
Turn the dial, trying to catch a break, and then I hear baby face. I only think of you. As breaking apart, trying to keep it together, but I'm falling apart. Feeling all out of my element, going things, crying, trying to figure out where the hell I went wrong. Being reflected in the song, ain't even half of what I'm feeling inside. Need you back in my life, baby. When you left, I lost the part of me. It's so hard to believe. Come back, baby, please come.
We belong together.
Who else am I gonna leave? me on the phone till the sun
Comes
comes up.
up.
Who's gonna take your place? There
There
ain't
ain't
nobody
nobody
better.
better.
Oh, baby, baby, we belong together, baby.
baby.
When you love,
I
I
love
love
the
the
part
part
of
of me.
me
It's still so hard
to
to believe.
believe.
Come back, baby,
Baby,
please.
please.
'Cause we
We belong
belong
together.
together. Oh
Who
my
am I
God,
gonna
I
love?
know we're
The
stuck
guy said,
together.
who am I gonna?
Till the sun comes up. Don't take your place. There ain't nobody better. Oh, baby, baby,
We
we
belong
belong
together. This
This
is
is too
too
deep,
deep,
too
too
deep.
deep. This
This is
is
too
too deep.
deep,
Yeah, I've been holding it up this week on
too
my
deep.
own. No key
This
holders,
is
no
too
none.
deep, too
Ah,
deep, too deep,
what?
too deep, too
I think
deep,
got all the
too
panelists, man.
deep, too deep, too deep,
We got everyone in the chat, everyone participating.
too deep,
We got my patrons, man.
deep, too deep,
Got the whole Trill squad, man.
too deep,
All the donators,
too deep,
all the supporters,
deep,
contributors,
too deep,
everyone that comes through to the shows.
too deep,
Appreciate you lot, man. We're building, we're building.
too deep, too
Stick with me, man. We got big things to go on.
deep, too deep, too deep.
Hey. Nobody does it like the Trill, man. Nobody, man. And shout yourselves out in the chat. Big ups, man. All the 12 people in the building. One love, man. Happy Thursday, 19th of October. Hey. Come on. The number you like in the chat. Hey. Bum, 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 bum. What we going with? What we going with? Let me go with my classics, man. Let me go with my classics. I'm not even deviating. Hey. Not that paper. Whoop, 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 whoop. You want to contribute? Hey, hey. There I've been. Where I've been.
I searched to find the love within. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. But I'm in the days from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. You know I'm all for love. You may never mind, but making me love. My only one confess is true. Can't believe the days I do for you. What you won't do for love. You tried everything, but you don't need love. In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do. You know I'm all for love. You may never mind, but making me love. My only one confess is true. Can't believe the days I do for you. What you want to do for love. You tried everything, but you won't
Yeah, man. It's been an alright week of streaming, right? Yeah, man. We on Thursday already, man.
You tried everything. What you want to?
Try and make sure you get yourself your tickets for Speakonomics, November the 5th. I want to see you lot there.
What you want to? You tried everything.
You ever seen a samurai at a podcast? Make sure you get your tickets for Speakonomics Live, November the 5th. Eventbrite is the place to go. Link is in the description.
What you want to?
Big up Dupes, big up Khan, big up Zulu, big up I. Who else was on? Someone else was on. Evening, man. That was alright still. That was an alright little convo we was having. Big up Mag. Tony Brown. Emzalini.
My only one best issue can give me the things I do for you.
What you want to? 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 What you want to?
Do for love.
You tried everything.
But you won't give up.
What you want to?
Do for love.
You tried everything.
But you won't give up.
What you want to?
Do for love.
You tried everything.
But you won't give up.
What you want to?
Do for love.
Make me do for love
What I would not do. What I would not do. What I would not do. What I
Make
would
me
not
do for love
What I would not do. What I would not do. What I would not do. What I
Make
would
me
not
do for love
What I would not do. What I would not do. What I would not do. What I
Make
would
me do for love
What I would not do. What I would not do. What I would not do. What I
Make
would
me do for love
What I would not do. What I would not do.
Yeah, man. It's the warm up. The warm up, man.
To make it in a life, I gave tears, sweat, blood. In the city youth, we was always in the shit, blood. But never did we give a shit, blood. In the poverty, it's hard to keep your innocence, blood. That's bro, if you ain't blood. If you disrespect the fam, they need you to draw blood. Don't talk crud if you ain't in it, blood. The win was always due, it was imminent, blood. Hey, yo, I screamed and I shouted. Said I was gonna win, but still they doubted. Hate must have these niggas vision clouded, but I bought my own road. I can't be rerouted, can't see my path clearer than a bunda that's too big for the trousers.
Staring at the bunda.
Yeah, she's got bunda.
Blood, sweat, tears and man hours just to get what was ours. Cause weren't no one gonna give me shit. Said weren't no one gonna give me shit. The work I had to put in for the win was ridiculous. I was up the latest, couldn't give a fuck about the latest fashion. With all this work I gotta mash it, gotta make shit happen. Cause I'm really trying to do it well. They just chatting, hey yo, the man them gotta eat. Took a hell of losses, but I don't know the feet. I just know the street. I air on my feet. Buy, flip, repeat. On this road to riches, don't get lucky if you see. To make it in a life, I gave tears, sweat, blood. In the city youth, we was always in the shit, blood. But never did we give a shit, blood. In the poverty, it's hard to keep your innocence, blood. That's bro, if you blood. If you disrespect the fam, they need you to draw blood. Don't talk crud if you ain't in it, blood. The win was always due, it was imminent, blood. Yo, they came for a bag, I got mine. I'm just feeling it, blood. I got a plan, they're just winging it, blood. If I'm in it, then I'm killing it, blood. The water's deep and dark, gotta be a shark if you wanna swim in it, blood. Call my come up off of robberies and grub. Push these streets, show me love. I gave them tears, sweat, blood. You gotta know who to spud and who to hug. Cause you're done out here if you can't spot a trill from a dud. I've been real from a cup. Real shit that I've seen stressed me out, dog. That's why we burn heavy on blood. And while I'm about peace and love, my bro keep a big piece just to keep up, bruh. This broom don't sweep up dust. Clean heart killies that I stay around. And you can guarantee they don't play around. No way. I always knew that I would get it. The plan and execution was bloody poetic. To make it in a life, I gave tears, sweat, blood. In the city youth, we was always in the shit, blood. But never did we give the shit, blood. In the poverty, it's hard to keep your innocence, blood. That's bro, if you ain't blood. If you disrespect the fam, they need you to draw blood. Don't talk crud if you ain't in it, blood. The win was always due, it was imminent, blood.
This one's for the stolen voices, my people that ain't got much traces. Trapped in the belly of the beast, everywhere is beef and there's never ever peace. Every day is peak and I never get to speak. Living in the Elmos, never get to see. Sitting in a cell, feeling like you're never gonna leave, but you can't sleep cause you got beef with the bread underneath and the bunk. The truth of my speech is abundant. I don't need a reason to keep it 100. The government declared the war on the man. So this ain't a song, it's a glorious anthem to rep for the group that is normally abandoned. The poor is ignored and stranded. From Lagos to Kingston, Norway to Camden, against all odds, of course we are champions. I'm the voice of Trayvon, I'm the voice of Stephen Lawrence, I'm the voice of Tupac, with no fuck life engraved on my stomach. I'm the voice of a runaway slave, holding a blade and facing a musket. Been a victim of the system too long, we get tired and waiting for justice. The voice of Fred Hampton Sr., killed for defending the people and the right to exercise freedom of speech. We just want to be treated as equal. I'm the voice of the mums and the ones that pray for unity in the community. I'm the voice of the young trying to escape the slum, but they can't find the opportunity.
So much to say, but not enough. You hear the cries calling from the skies above, saying it's okay. Speak your mind, open your heart. Don't let no one add you to all the We're out of lies when things are rough. Cause the truth will exalt you to highs when things are tough. Yeah, you'll be okay. Speak your mind, open your heart. Don't let no one add you to all the
Wanna know why he's trying to flip half of his head and risking it up like his father in pen? For private school costs an arm and a leg, and a new laptop is like half of the rent. He chose crime cause no one's surviving on dreams. Through the sirens and the violent scenes, it seems like no one's hearing his silent screams. He wants to eject like a pilot seat. Hear the screams of a mutant majority, oppressed by a ruthless minority, horribly abusing authority. The tail wags a dog to the dog wags a tail. We stay confused with the poverty, shooting a robbery, scraping the barrel, fighting for the same food that your brother needs. Hype bit smooth for the goose cause you gotta eat. So you do what you gotta do, it's a lottery. Is the whole world wearing earplugs? Cause it feels like no one hears us. My little G got stabbed 5 times. I was on the wall with empty teardrops. I saw him laying in a hospital. Asked myself his prayers are rhetorical. Cause I prayed till I got laryngitis. Did anything change? Not at all. I'm the sound of the kids in foster care. To live a life so cold they were not prepared. I could tell you about my foster years. So many stories I got to share. I'm the voice of the voiceless, making noise for the traceless. Someone's playing games with our lives. Our number one mission is destroy and address it.
So much to say, but not enough. You hear the cries calling from the skies above, saying it's okay. Speak your mind, open your heart. Don't let no one add you to all the don't write a lie when things are rough. Cause the truth will exalt you to heights when things are tough. Yeah, you'll be okay. Speak your mind, open your heart. Don't let no one add you to all the
Metos amis balés, metos amis balés, metos amis balés, metos amis balés. Tikaye azali madama danger, makanti nangai moko metos amis balés. Tikaye azali fama danger, shwananga imoko metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza
one, two, smile, make a man drop style. When I walk out the door, them tie. But I'm simple, I don't know why them just pray that they think I'm fine. If you treat me right, I'll stay, and I'll give you all of me. So don't you stay away from me, cause you won't ever be lonely. But don't violate, cause I won't be pretty. If you play with me, I come true sticky, and I make the links and I join the war. If you can angle it, me I take the imp, but don't violate, cause I won't be pretty. If you play with me I come true sticky, and I make the links and I join the war. If you can angle it, me I take the air.
Tikaye azali madama danger, makanti nangai moko metoza mibale. Tikaye azali fama danger, shwananga imoko metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale.
You see the girl, yeah, she have the bright stuff. Yeah, she have the nigga aim, I swear I'm fall in love. Back shot, that's what the girl love. But me, I'm a queen, yeah, and me have a little curve. Didn't know, say my body tough. Bad girl, I dance when she mask up. Crop see me with my girl and I talk much. I Jenna ting dog, so the thing go. Hey, roll up in a polo. Yeah, girl, give me no dog in a no bro. No vibes in a this dog, just go up. Clocks with a t-shirt, but my wife, you know, do. But I'll give me in a this dog, just go up. Roll in a polo. Yeah, girl, give me enough dog in a no bro. No vibes in a this dog, just go up.
Tikaye azali madama danger, makanti nangai moko metoza mibale. Tikaye azali fama danger, shwananga imoko metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale, pona vina, metoza mibale. Metoza mibale, metoza mibale, metoza mibale, Metos amis balé.
I ain't done a freestyle in a minute, it's been a while. I did again, got me moving like Charles. Raising my eyes, the sun's off the charts. Can't leave the house without wearing a mask. No exception, don't care about class. That's what they say and expect us to pay. Pay for a vaccine, one for straight. Melanated people, they want separate. Car we come first, I'ma try violate. Black lives taken, they can't stop the hate. Taking us out, cameras all in the face. Rest in peace to the ones that are gone. Never forgotten, cause we not stop the I ain't done a freestyle in a minute, it's been a while. I did again, got me moving like Charles. Raising my eyes, the sun's off the charts. Can't leave the house without wearing a mask. No exception, don't care about class. That's what they say and expect us to pay. Pay for a vaccine, one for straight. Melanated people, they want separate. Car we come first, I'ma try violate. Black lives taken, they can't stop the hate. Taking us out, cameras all in the face. Rest in peace to the ones that are gone. Never forgotten, cause we not stop the run. Racists coming out the woodworks, coming like set them the one for shy. Cause some of them are even a nuns. Teachers, leaders, all of them are. Whoa, let me not say much, cause I need a piece. I got to scrape up, lost my friend. Yeah, it's outrageous, had us on lockdown, smoking my brains out. Karens and Kevins, all in a space now, saying what they want, cause it's rage when they call up. I don't have the time to think about the small stuff, creating the time for the mind that's before us. Being on a grind, been mashing the time. See, I ain't on a long thing no more, it's all up in the mind. I need to get mine, gotta put that work in and waste my time. Cause you don't really wanna play if you don't wanna do the time. If it ain't on the schedule, then nigga don't bell me. Cause I got shit to do, trying to get that money, trying to get that Grammy. What have you done? Where have you been? Ain't on agenda when my life ends. Ain't on a lay ting. It's about the strength is what I possess. Finding the flows and the rhymes that'll shine. Making the sounds of what's called grime. Setting the trends can make a man slip. Man says he's got bars, so where are they then? It's all about the talk, yet there ain't no sense making bars. It's about commitment. We don't slap with this cause we built for this set relationship. Music penmanship, I got bars, so I don't need Mars. Galaxy floor, was made for the stars. Bout your man, can't spend them move to sneakers. That'll be all for today. That's the end of the class. Gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. Ain't on a long thing. Gotta get that work. Gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. Gotta get that work. Ain't on a long thing. Gotta get that work.
Yo, I done now. Section J080. Shutdown season. All the ladies with the tattoos and the piercings, kindly step to the left. The rest of you lot sit this one up. Yo, your shoes match your bag, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your bag, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear, let me see your piercings. She got a picture of an angel on her neck, looking fatal in her dress. Hope she's available for gents so I can lay her on my bed and study your life story illustrated on her flesh. From the navel to her breast, fascinated by the images engraved on her legs, pierced in all the right places. It's playing with my head. I'm constantly thinking of linking an ink ting with a oop in her nose like that pink ting. Looking like a rock star with a lip ring. All this bodyguards got Jediah thinking sick things. I get excited quick by the sight of thick bodied women rocking mad tats like the biker chicks. I got a Harley Davy, baby, we can ride on it. To the bar that's at JEDI on it. Believe me, when I'm sleepy, I ain't trying to dream a genie. I dream a freaky never see is covered in graffiti. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear, let me see your piercings. We was only meant to talk, but now we're on the bed humping. I tried to behave, she kept playing with her tongue ring. Recruiting for a blowjob, head hunting, you've been hired by Jediah, put your flyer, then a love's wing. Looking triple fierce, bottom lip and nipple pierce. The lettering on your collarbone is crystal clear. Girl, you get it in them other whole shits is smeared. All my ladies go crazy if your clips big spared. Or your pussy's blinking, girl, your pussy's winning. He does all the shit my ex-girl's pussy didn't. Sharing is caring, why keep the goodies hidden? Tattoos and piercings, that's my new religion. It don't matter if it's songs or Arabic scriptures from Quran. Your baby's name or lucky charm. A bar through your lip or your nose. Tats on your hips or your arms. Lift up your arms. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear, let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear, let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear, let me see your piercings.
Come on, family. We say one more. Let's do one more, man.
My wings are like a shield.
Two more.
Shout out to my boy Southside. Kept banging that Stars P and Ransom in my head. So much I had to jump on it myself. Yo, RB, I see you. Yo, it's the Vivas. Fuck the law, fuck the judge and probation. Giving gunshots now, ain't got no patience. Free my nigga slugs, all my guns that I caged in. Sentenced by your racist, be the foul mason. They call me a pagan, call me a pagan. Cause I don't live in fear of man, religion or Satan. So many brothers converting cause they're faking. And priests are trying to fuck the kids in the congregation. Call me a pagan, call me a pagan. The truth in the Bible's lost in translation. Don't fear hellfire or eternal damnation. Adam and Eve's story is a man-made creation. I drink alcohol and I eat bacon. Look like I'm on MDMA when I'm raving with two bad bitches. You can call me Craven, Bill Road Runner. I ain't playing on these favorites. Call me a pagan, call me a pagan. So cool bad boys sitting in a station, snitching on a man, them making all these statements to the boys in blue. Hell no, I'm not mistaken. Call me a pagan, aka Andy. I'm all tibia, that's why they can't stand me. You can ask Blem, ask South, ask Randy. I'm harder than rum, vodka, brandy. Them other man are soft, ginger beer, shandy. This one gun made my mum disappear. Bambi, I've been on a stampede with a bag of bad weed, but they mad weed, fake niggas don't understand me. Trilluminati, what used to shoot the party? The man will chop and kick, but they don't do karate. You bag of fruits, every you, in my tooth is balmy. Move to your loser army, show me your juicy mommy. With a new Ferrari, your show what Junior Ali will do to the Kuganani. If you love real niggas, you should salute me, doggy. Half these band guys are sprinkling their juice with Charlie. I stick it all through the Ayahorus. Man, that wifey for singing the Jediah chorus. The real team UK, they can't try ignore us. The game Jurassic Park, and I'm Tyrannosaurus. The the opposite of Rizzle kicks. These little bricks like fugitives can get pistol whipped. Call me your Pharaoh, call me your Pharaoh. A 9E for fiend, check the way that my hair grows. Moving and warrior, blessed with a rare flow. Raising the insert and done for the dare go. Call me your pagan, trail from the other side. Every day is homicide, they don't let nothing slide. Shoot a smiley face into the side of your brother's ride. This ain't God to a gully blood up on my other side. We just wanna touch bread, that's what I ain't gotta lie. This is life in these troubled times. So cool, bad boy sitting in
last one.
This is your captain, 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 this is your captain.
Giving niggas guidance, alliance to defiance. I'm on freedom or violence, speaking my truth, no one's keeping me silent. Sling shots like I'm David, when he was beefing Goliath. Catapulted into my life, I'm colliding with giants. With a mind deeper than a trident, held in the palm of Poseidon. I'm like a tsunami to pirates, get drowned in my way, but I fly like a pilot. Haters can't cope, my aura's too vibrant. Girls wanna show me their private. More time, I wanna live alone on the island. I zone when I close off my eyelids. Look close, you might see a ghost in my iris. Please don't approach when I'm like this. Anarchist, I mix DMT with some cannabis. I'm sure if I'm woke, cause I write this. Would I ride for my G's?
Yeah.
Is my phone on silent?
Yeah.
Do I despise the police?
Yeah.
Is Kobe's last name bragging? I know some activists, I know some lifers, man, I know some savage shit, man, living righteous. I know some duns only rough in the cyber. I know some thugs that are actually riders, don't know my destiny. But my past says I'm a survivor. My probation officer says I should be in an asylum. Cause I said the queen does witchcraft. There's no curve when I watch the horizon. If life is a game, at the end you face the last boss like bison. Pipping a grabber, clip like a ladder, riding through a block full of pythons. Dodging a slammer is hot in the manor. We are not stopping for sirens. My son's friend got stabbed in the heart. I could not stop him from crying. Hope he knows he's a king with bulletproof wings. No weapon could stop him from flagging. The air is so toxic, it's frightening. AI and robots are rising. They're studying Madame Blavatsky and Alistair Cardi. We're shotting for diamonds, shopping for items, besotted with icons. It's true talk whenever my mic's on. Bloodbath in the streets, keep a tool in my waist and my heart on my sleeve. Wise like the magi, following the star of the east. Where the rich get fat, man is starving to eat. I think cryptocurrency's the mark of the beast. I can smell blood like a shark in the sea. Michelle is a man in the bar, it's a dream, let it spark in the park after dark. Look what the shotgun done to the bark of the tree. Sometimes I wanna ask my seed, inherited negative karma from me. It's getting harder to sleep.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We in the building, family. Be it yourself. What's good? Each and every one of you. You done know. Thought I'd try to start early. I could have started earlier. Glad you're here. Big up the 30,
my wings are like a
36 people in the building. Let me see what I got here. Yeah, man. Alright, I'll start with this. Like this and like that and like this and like this and like that. Right like that. I never hesitate to put a homie on his back. Or to put a hater on his back. I can't remember what he says.
Is a gun-toting, drugs-dealing African Caribbean high on drugs and rap music. I was about to discover that the truth is very different and much more disturbing.
I mean, even now, even after what's happened, I don't go out unless there's more than about 5-6 people with me, at least. And at least know that I'm getting home safely. Yep, straight down.
You wouldn't normally associate gangs with the quiet suburbs of Surrey. But in the last year, there have been several stabbings and numerous robberies linked to youth gangs in the area.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to go deep in this one.
And 2 years ago, Philip Donovan's 18-year-old brother, Christopher, was murdered here.
I mean, even in nice suburbs like this, you always get violence.
Philip and Christopher were walking to a friend.
Let me double check this sound. So I want to see.
House in the early hours of the morning when a group of around 12 youths approached them. Most were 15 and 16 years old.
Didn't know anything about it, and the group just split into two, and we started walking through the group, and that's when I just felt a punch in my nose, and my whole nose had just come out of joint by this point, and there was just blood all over my shirt. My immediate reaction was to click it back in place, and when I'd done it, I just dropped to the floor. I don't know what I'd done. I must have stunned myself or something. But at this point, there was about 2 or 3 people on me, kicking me from different angles. And next thing I remember, I just woke up. I was facing the main road just here. And I saw my brother in the middle of the road. And just a car just came up on the hill and just hit him and dragged him about 10, 15 feet. So that was Christopher.
There you are. That's Christopher on the right. The older of the 2.
Fuckery.
What was he like?
He was a happy child, always smiling, always looking out for his brother.
Fuckery. This gang violence, man, has been going on for time, all over the country.
You know, you have to live with the anger of it, because it's just, you can't comprehend how anybody could do such a terrible thing to anybody, you know. So I guess you're just left with it, aren't you?
Mm.
You're left with it. Quite a few teenagers in the area had been bothered by this gang before.
But nobody reported them, did they?
And after Christopher died, they started saying, hey, I was attacked by that gang in the street. I was pushed around by that gang. I was shoved in a dustbin by that gang. But they never said anything before.
Fear.
They were scared. I asked them why. Why didn't you say something? Why didn't somebody stop this? And they said, you know, we were too scared, you know.
Stephen Andrews, then aged 20, was the oldest of the 3 youths convicted of Christopher's murder. The others were teenagers. Ryan Seymour, then aged 15, and another 15-year-old who can't be named for legal reasons.
Things out, I do what I gotta do. I don't care if I get caught. The DA, 'cause I ain't playing.
Christopher's parents knew very little about the gang, or why they targeted their son. So I went to visit the housing estate where the youths who killed Christopher lived. It turned out that the gang was called PTS, and that they were well known locally.
Hey there. Hello, baby.
Several of the residents I met knew Christopher's attackers.
I heard a few of the guys who actually committed that murder was from around here.
That was one of my mates, but Stephen Andrews.
Yeah.
That was terrible. There was 2 young ones had something to prove, and they was with an older one, and the older one was not even with them. He was across the road walking with the girls.
Yeah.
Right. The 2 younger ones had got something to prove. I suppose they'd been beaten up in their time, and they wanted to go and give something. They see 2 young boys doing nothing, and they walked over there and like started to fight with them.
Yeah.
Being like,
The reality was the 2 guys who got done. The one who got murdered, he was innocent. He was minding his own business though. He was just walking home.
Totally right. I make you right. It was totally out of order, but like I say, it's mainly the young ones because they've always got the same to prove.
PTS, they was.
PTS.
PTS.
And what was PTS stand for?
Pilling thugs.
Are you PTS?
Who's asking?
I'm asking. What do you think you're asking? I'm asking. You think I'm a ventriloquist?
It is.
The boy admitted to being a member of PTS, and that most of the youths who'd attacked Christopher had also been in the gang.
How long's PTS been around?
2.5 years.
How many of you guys are there PTS?
150.
150.
150.
And what sort of stuff do you generally get up to?
Smoking cannabis.
Yeah.
They do. I don't.
So it seems gang culture is a thing that's not just reserved for the black community, and it seems like it's been going on a long time. And I doubt we'd be able to blame drill. Now, some of you are gonna say, "Well, do you know what? Maybe they're not as extreme as the youths now today." That could be a point. I don't know what these lot get up to, man. But yeah, it's interesting still. Pillam, I don't know where that is. Sorry, Pillam, or something like that. Big up Zion. Big up Moroccan. Yeah, keep hitting the like button, family.
The boy told me that PTS members regularly got into fights with other youths to gain a reputation.
Weren't you guys aware that sort of like, you know, the sort of like violence could cause someone's death eventually?
Don't really think about it until it happens. And then you realise what you've done. And then, you know.
What would have happened if it would have been one of you lot?
I'd go around and kill him.
What up, what up, what up, gangsta?
I found out that one of the youths convicted of killing Christopher had been a member of WK, the largest gang in the area. Their territory is New Malden, a couple of miles down the...
New Malden, okay. That's
Yeah,
like near Mitcham, Tooting, them kind of areas. Wagwan.
Wagwan, brother.
Mm.
Big up, chap. Big up.
You good, yeah?
Yeah, man. Feel a bit tired, but I'm alright.
Yeah, so we're in New Malden with the Tugs.
Tugs, you know what I mean? It's the hard man at the ends, yeah, no homers.
Yeah.
the road. I headed for the housing estate where I was told most of the gang members lived. I found several in a nearby shopping parade with their leader and founder, 22-year-old Danny. Street name, Taba.
Yeah, these are few of them. There's 200 strong unit. You know what I mean?
That's almost frightening. Do you know what I mean? What makes you all walk in a crew? What makes you all drink beer? Do you know what I mean? I come up here and I see two big bottles of cider. Only for, you know what I mean? Could be more than that.
There's nothing for people of our age to really do unless there's music. That's the only thing that can bring people out of the life that we live. Because, like I'm saying, most of us, half of us ain't got qualifications and rare. And so when you're in that position, what are you going to do? You're either going to be making a music scene or end up in prison. Most of us have been in jail and that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So hold on, so tell me something. How do you guys make your money?
Which is robberies, whatever your thing is, whatever you get into, that's you, innit? Yeah. Some people go straight and get a job, fair play to them.
I see my mum shoplifting and all that, and my family, and then I just took it from there. And I've been doing that since I was 9 years old.
I need some more of you boys over here. How did this gang start?
I was in the police station, and just sitting there really, and then I just thought, WK, who cares?
What do you mean you're sitting in a police station?
Because I got arrested, and like, I was just pissed off. I've been in there for hours, and like, that was it. I just...
Yeah, man, exactly. Definitely.
Yeah, you did.
No, for real. Like, for real.
That ad-lib is killing me. Trust me. One of the toughest ad-libs. Yeah,
bro, it's listen. You know when you psychologically break this down, yeah. This is murky, you know. This is murky, bro. Like it seems quite foolish to a degree the way it's presented. Yeah, not how can I say it? The way it looks, you get me? Like very just mashed together. You know, like paper mache when you just get loads of newspaper and just, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem constructed of any constructive sense. Right, we're gonna do this and we're gonna make money together and we're gonna build this.
Yeah, no.
It was just a mishmash of everything and any negative you can throw in there.
But I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
That
is literally the truth for most gangs, right?
No, 100%.
No organization, no mission statement,
no business plan.
Not even a leadership most times.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
just chaos,
and it goes into whatever it goes into. In terms of whatever it goes into. Yeah, I didn't even know there's blocks like this in New Malden. And this look, that looks like fucking Aylesbury Estate, not Aylesbury, but you know what I mean? Like,
yep.
There's some mad estates. There's a mad estate in like, is it Roehampton? There's some.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've been there. No, I've been there. Right. So you know my old ex, yeah, bro. Her dad lives there, bro. Used to go and check him and that, and go down there and So
It
I've seen
reminds
them
me of-
ones proper.
No,
I was
it
like,
reminds me of-
raw. I was like, raw.
Exactly, it's massive, isn't it? It reminds me of like shrublands and those type of areas where you just
Yeah, bare brown and
you
yellow
don't
bricks.
know
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's very true. Very true. But yeah, it's definitely.
I remember the first time I went shrublands. It was like I turned the corner, and all of a sudden there's just that massive estate. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Who would put this here?
I'll be honest with you. You see, like when I see them kind of things, it's sad to say it, but I kind of feel like home. You know, like, it's sad to say. It's like, I feel comfortable. You know, like,
The truth is, though, estates can be kind of good for kids as well, in a way, because there's like a safety on the estate. There's a many eyes type of thing going on out there.
Yeah, correct.
Kids can just I'm just gonna run down to the park. Okay, you make sure you stay in the park, and then you can look out
or at least get blah 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 to run with you. Do you know, like one of them ones. You know what I mean? And like you said, with this kind of setup, what they've got there, where there's many windows facing the playgrounds and stuff, everyone's mom's watching you.
Yeah.
And if their mums ain't watching you, you're definitely going to be the old woman that wants to grass you up.
Yeah, wants to grass you out. Hey, what you doing? Well, not now, because they'll probably get beaten up.
Oh man.
Yeah, they just mind their own business now. You know. They've been watched London Tonight. They know what time it is.
Martin. Gladys this.
Yeah. Trisha Doodoo. Yeah. You know? But yeah.
Before WK come out, I must have been about 13 or 14 at the time. And then that was it. We started writing it everywhere.
Who cares? Who cares?
Like, it could have been WC, but obviously on a grass sense, you kept it a K just to...
WK began as a small group of teenagers writing graffiti. They've now progressed to street robbery and even more violent offences.
Yeah, there's been stabbings, people being sent away for stabbings down New Malden High Street. A few stabbings.
Gang members often get into fights because they're challenged to defend their reputation and their territory.
Two boys following me out behind me, and they went, "Oh, are you WK?" I went, "Yes." They tried jumping me, and knocked them both out.
Have any of your guys been stabbed? And
yeah, of course. Yeah,
very happy about that story, man. He's loving it. It's that youthful energy that you want to fight, or you want to like prove yourself. It's mad. Though,
I think it's the tribal testosterone.
Yeah.
You know,
a part of adolescence or whatever.
Yeah. I'd say that. Yeah, it's character building also. Like, I can't lie. Like, being able to have a scrap and walk away from it is a big lesson that I think a lot of youngsters don't get to learn.
Facts.
Nowadays, you know what I mean? Like, and that's and I say it again and again and again. I have met and have got currently friends that I had beef with, but because we have a mutual respect, because we stood up to each other, no matter who won the fight, I still got a respect for you. Because you threw down with me, innit? Like we both went at it. And then I've ended up becoming friends with them, like not even 6-8 months, maybe a year later on. Do you know what I mean? Like, and then now we're just forever friends. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
There's no breaking that bond, if you get what I'm saying to you. And again, it's like that.
Yeah.
Their boys have been stabbed in our crew a couple of times now. Just see the windows underneath the third balcony.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
And what, you jumped from there?
Yeah.
Why?
On the other side, because Keys had a shotgun to my head. I mean, they beat me till my head split, and then I jumped off the balcony and I broke my arm and leg. You know what I mean? And it could have easily been a death that night. I don't know what was going to happen. I had to get out of there.
Danny had a shotgun put to his head because one of his boys had seriously injured a rival gang member. They were following the rules of the streets, upping the stakes.
When I close up, then I'm going to stab you, son. I'll leave you bleeding on the floor with a punctured lung.
But even when your life's in danger, you don't...
Drill lyrics.
Uh-oh.
Drill lyrics.
Uh-oh.
Mad.
Uh-oh.
Big up Uncle Tony. Hey, do you know this lot?
Why is that funny? Big up Uncle T, man. For real, man. Big up Uncle T, man. Love and respect. I don't know why I found that funny.
I don't know why it was funny, man. But stop laughing. You're in trouble, bro. Hey. Posters. Hey, do you know what? It's mad, yeah?
You remember them posters, though, innit? With the flyers and thing. And...
remember posters?
I've still got some. I've still got some. Wrapped up in cling film. Trust me. Yeah. Just keeping them nice. For some reason.
Around my end, I think it was the lick, yeah, to go to like, you know, like the local shop that used to rent videos.
Yeah, I had them.
Right, you go to the shop. Yeah, we had a little shop that used to. What was our one? Minimax. Yeah.
Mine was Mr. Video.
Yeah, just off Cater Street. Just a normal corner shop, but they had
Clapham Common. Yeah, good.
Yeah, they used to like have old posters in it for like films that they were like advertising to rent and that. So yeah, man used to go to the boss man and get some little movie things, posters. That was my first start in posters, and then
did you used to get the covers? Sorry, for the videos. Have you had the VHS videos? Because I missed the video. Yeah, I used to get. I remember I used to get like the posters, like you said. Yeah, that they had promotional posters and that. Because I was cool. Like my mom was cool with the brother. Because we used to go there all the time and rent videos, innit?
Yeah.
And but you know, like the bits that slide into the covers of the VHS video.
Yeah.
But he used to give me them. He used to give me them, bro. Like I used to have like all the Nightmare on Elm Street ones. Like, bro, Critters, Munchies. Like I had all these mad little obscure Child's Play ones. Yeah, sick, bro.
Oh, that's sick. But it's like you wasn't shielded from horror back in the days. Like
no, I wasn't.
You would shield the youth now. You wouldn't want.
No, I wasn't.
Get out of the room. Come out of the room. You can't watch this.
All right. Let me think. All right, cool. Well, you got to remember there was a horror genre for kids back then.
How do you mean?
Like, Munchies from Outer Space, bro.
Okay.
That alone was like if you look up Critters, Munchies came out I think a year after that.
Okay.
But even I remember, let's say like, so when Critters first came out, if you remember, there was that American guy that used to do the film reviews in the morning on Good Morning Britain.
Oh,
you remember him?
Oh yeah,
the American guy.
Yeah, I know.
Bro, they were playing the. Yeah, he used to wear them V-neck jumpers and like cardigan and that. Yeah. Right. So anyway, right. They used to play clips from the horror films in the morning them times when he was doing his review. Like I see the critter shoot the dart from his back into the guy's neck, no hummus, yeah, and bite the brother on his arm. Clearly.
Yeah, but like I said the other day,
it's different. It's different.
Our cartoons had shotguns in them, bro. Beats.
Yeah. And in the parental guidance, if you remember, in a PG film, yeah, back in the day, you was allowed one fuck, or one bullshit, probably some titties. No, for real, bro. No, for real. Some titties and at least one shit. Yeah. No, for real, bro. I remember putting on a PG film and going, right, there's breasts. Man said shit. Man said fuck. Bro, I had to turn it off. No. So they definitely have changed because we was just normalized to the thing, but it didn't make us excessive, if that makes sense. The films didn't influence. I don't think the films influenced us like that. I don't think they did.
Big up Trill music, big up yourself for that. Come on.
I feel like our surroundings that we lived in had more of an impact than the films.
Trill music in the building, you know. How is it? You still over there or what? What's going on? Have you returned? Big at yourself regardless anyway. Yeah. Like even things like Dark Crystal, all the other things, they were very, very dark looking and very classification is definitely
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think things were more visceral back then.
classifications definitely changed, but it's like for you to have seen Nightmare on Elm Street wouldn't have been strange.
No, but
18.
All right. But some could argue that we'd already kind of seen his face already in Zelda from Terrorhawk's Rewind. So we'd already been conditioned to see that kind of vision.
Remember when they used to have wet play?
Yeah, 100.
At certain times a video will come out. Bro, it could be anything. RoboCop. No, like, these are youths. All kinds of mad films is getting put on at lunchtime and that.
To be fair, my uncle got me RoboCop as a surprise, as a present, because he's like, I know you love this, son. Boom. I got RoboCop. And I was watching RoboCop at like what? I was at 9.
They fucked up RoboCop. They fucked him up. Like, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Shot him on his balls.
Yeah.
But there was just a lot of violence in general acceptable for our generation to see. I
Yeah,
wonder
100%.
if it affected how that what effect has that had?
All right, so here's all right. I'm kind of all right, but okay. The kids from the 80s are us now as adults. Do we go around smashing everything up? No, we don't. Do we as adults go around smashing? No, we don't.
Not as adults, but as a youth, we were crazy. We were not. I don't even know, bro.
Do you know what? No, we were. But I also do feel like within that chaos that we was in, we always kind of secretly had like a little bit that goes, should I, shouldn't I?
You did.
No. I usually ignored it. I'll be honest with you. No, I usually ignored it, bro. No, because you already know I was out there. I was gallivanting, Jez. Come on. You lot stayed in the ends. I was out there in the countryside and fucking up shit out. You get me?
I really don't know. Like, I mean, I did, but something went right. Something went right with us, lot. Like, because some of us had good homes, some of us had good parents, some of us had
a great home.
I mean, and like something went right, bro. Because we were still up for fuckery. Like there was, like that's what I think the point I'm trying to get.
Yeah, it's true. No, it's true.
Like there's something in society that, regardless, the youths are gonna go on bad.
I think there's always going to be a rebellion in some sort of form, though, isn't it?
Is that what it is? Rebellion.
Yeah. Because I've always called myself the forever rebel, innit? Like I've just never liked the rules. I don't like it. I'm always going to try to bend some kind of, you know what I mean, in some sort of way. No, almost like just. It's not always going to be the clear cut way with me.
You weren't being specific of what you was trying to bend. You always, you know what I mean?
The rules. Sorry, the rules. The rules. I mean the rules. Yeah, the rules.
I'm trying to bend in any kind of way. I'm
tired. Leave me now. I'm tired. Old man stuff. Yeah. No, it was the rules. But yeah. I mean, I'm still like that now. It's terrible.
I used to go to a club in Rotherham when I was underage. What? Pause. Should we read the rest? Let me take it off the screen. Is it safe? Let me vet that. Okay, Randy writing about underage. I got to vet that. Okay, that's cool. I used to go to a club in Rotherham when I was underage called Formula One. They played Texan Chainsaw Massacre and Porn until they were caught and closed down. Excuse me? What? Excuse me? A club? What do you mean? What kind of...
What club was playing? Yeah.
What kind of club called Formula One? What kind of... Yo, Randy. Yo, Randy, what kind of club is this? What club do you mean?
Okay, you didn't say cinema.
He said club, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You clearly writ club, not even cinema.
What kind of club was this, bro? Yo, Randy.
No. Fuck you.
Yo, Randy, where are you? Oh, nightclub. A nightclub was playing Texan Chainsaw. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Why would they play that?
Why are they playing porn in the club? Yeah, why are they playing porn in the nightclub? That's weird, bro. No, that's actually yo. That's the. Hold on, wait a minute. Man's trying to. You know what?
Hey, what's
You
going
know,
on?
I know Randy used to wear marigolds back in the day. Not for much now.
Hey,
I know
Randy,
it. I know it.
Hey, Randy. No, appear for a minute, please. Appear on
And you
the
was
mic.
underage, bro.
Yeah, I don't. What?
Like what?
There's so many questions. And just jump on. Let's have a quick convo because I'd like to understand this. Just what clubs do. Yeah. Enough with the emojis, Randy, man. That's crazy. Jump on, please.
Let's have a chat. Let's sit down. Have a cuppa. Have a chat. Grab your beer, Randy.
Grab a beer, man.
Grab a beer, bro. Sit in your chair. Come on. We gotta hear about this. What is this? What is this?
Yo!
What is this?
I'm ready. Nah, Randy, please. Forward, man. Forward. Must be jumping on. Must be arranging to jump on right now. You're normally first on anyway, Randy. Where you at? Formula. What is
Formula One, you know. No, man used to. No. What year was this, Randy?
Hey, man is not Googling at all.
Point in the door.
Yeah. Man's
Like, what's going
VPN.
on?
I gotta go on VPN.
VPN to look it up.
Yeah, to search that up. Big up, Randy.
Big up, Jugs.
Well, go on, man.
Big up, Randy.
So yeah, I was in the sixth form, and we used to go out on Friday. Sometimes there was a special offer on Tuesday night, I seem to remember, and we'd go down to this club, and we'd just drink. You know what we were drinking? Bacardi and Black.
What's black? Blackcurrant.
Yeah, that's what we were drinking. It used to, and it was above. It was one of these clubs above something, like a shop or something, and it was only a small little place.
Was it above the Somali embassy? So, no,
I can't remember what it was above, but it was upstairs, and it was only a little one-room affair, and they had a DJ. But then they had these.
Wait, what?
I was 16, 17, yeah. I was 16, 17.
No, you weren't. You said you were 15.
No, I said underage. I mean under 18.
Oh, okay.
Which, you know, club to like 18 and over.
Where did I get 15 from?
I don't know. It's your sick mind.
Okay, carry on.
And yeah, so we used to go in there like a group of us, mainly guys, obviously, and we used to go down there Tuesday, Friday, Saturday night, and they'd be playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and suddenly porn had come on, and then back to some horror movie, and it was all kinds of nonsense.
What?
We were just getting pissed, and then we'd walk home. So we were just out for a cheap night. But yeah, it was funny. There was never many girls in there. We never pulled anything.
There was never many girls in the club.
Yeah.
Wow.
Many guys.
Yeah, as I remember. I mean, this is a long time ago.
Who ran the club?
You got to remember, this is 1984, 1985.
Who ran the club?
I don't know. We just went there, and it was cheap to gain like £1 or £2 or something.
Did you ever question why they've got horror movies and porn on while young boys are drinking?
No, it was just a cheap night out. We were just out to get drunk. It was a bit weird. It was very dark. It was black walls, you know. It was a very dark. You couldn't really tell what was going. You couldn't really see it.
Was it like a sexy club? Was there like sexy stuff?
Oh, no. It was dingy. The best description. It was dingy, and it was cheap. So we enjoyed a few nights out there. It was dingy and cheap. And
what did they get shut down for?
I think they caught them playing porn. I think I can't remember. This is a long time ago, Jess.
Was it illegal to play porn in the club? Was it an illegal thing they were doing to play porn in the club?
Yeah, of course. You're not meant to be playing porn and movies and stuff in your club.
Have to have a license for that, innit?
Yeah, so I mean, it was a little cheap club selling cheap booze. Yeah, it's probably seedy as well.
Sounded
Do you
very.
feel like, yeah, do you feel like that affected you in any way?
No, it was just a laugh. It was just you know when you're 16, 17, you go out and do shit, and you don't really worry about it, and then you don't really think about it. So yeah, we just got drunk. Yeah.
Did you ever tell like adults that this was going on in the club, like they were showing porn?
Of course not. What 16, 17? You're not telling. Who are you telling? Nobody. It was just as youths going out and having a good time, and then walking back home because we spent all our money. And it was a good few miles, but that sobered us up, so we sort of that was all right those days.
Yeah, well, that's a bizarre story, Rodney.
It is. I hadn't thought about it for years, actually. I don't know why.
Why would you want to party with horror on the screen?
And then porn. And then back to horror, and then porn. It's just like the mixture of the horror and the porn. It's just like what? What is this?
Adrenochrome.
Yeah, this multi-layered. Yeah, this multi-layered.
Thinking, what the fuck is going on here? But you just don't have a drink and go on with it.
Yeah, that's weird. That sounds weird.
Who discovered the club?
I don't know. One of my mates discovered the club, and then we all started going down. I don't know really. I can't really remember the backstory to all this. It was just like, yeah, we're going down Formula One. Come on, let's go.
Formula One, you know.
Wow.
Do you know why it was called Formula One?
I have no idea about anything about this club. I just went there I went there probably 5 to 10 times, I suppose.
Could you find it if you wanted to find it now?
Oh yeah, I know exactly where it was.
What about the owner? Are they still around?
I don't know anything about it apart from where it was and what we did. That's all I know.
Would you be willing to give a statement about what you know?
Maybe on the Patreon for the Patreons.
Because this sounds historic, man.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of people might have had some.
That's the type of place you want to dig up the patio.
Some good stories, yeah.
No,
some sad stories.
You want to turn the CSI light on in there?
No, you don't want to turn the CSI light on there. It was, it was just an adventure when you're 16, 17. You know how it goes, Jed. You know what you were doing when you were 16, 17.
Something in the walls.
Running amok.
Writing prison letters.
And I was kicking down. We used on the way home. You know those bollards, the like yellow and white bollards that signify which way to go on roundabouts and stuff.
Yeah.
We used to kick those down on the way home. I remember that bit.
Wow. You was basically in a porn gang.
There's no porn gang. We were just out for a good time on a night. That was it.
Yeah, it was some horror movies.
It was a cheap night out.
Then you go out and feel all aggressive and want to start kicking things down. I wonder what else you wanted to do. That's the horror movie sorted. What about the? You see what I'm saying? It's quite dangerous, yeah, to fill young boys up with alcohol, then expose them to violence and sex on the screen, then let them out on the road. Like that sounds like a bit of a fucking experiment.
Yeah, it's
bro, like
Clockwork Orange-ish.
Yeah, what in the MK Ultra was going on there?
Yeah. Think about it now. It does sound like that, but we never thought about it at the time, obviously.
Manchurian Candidate. Violence and sex. Come on, bro. Like
it's weird. It's weird.
Violence, sex, and alcohol. Demonic, man.
Right. Okay. Well, I've come on and said my piece. Let's go. Have a great stream. Trill Free Thought Thursday. It's good to chat. I'll be in the chat, and I may jump on later.
You call the police. You take revenge or take your chances.
Police came because of the incident, but I wouldn't report it to them. I wouldn't tell them what happened. They ain't really interested in it. They wouldn't have done nothing. And at the same time, if he'd have killed me, he'd have killed me. You know what I mean? I would have been dead.
What if they come back for you?
That's the chance I got to take, innit?
Danny started WK more than 8 years ago. The gang now has 2 generations of members. Many of the children living on the estate belong to the gang. The youngest recruit is only 10 years old. This 15-year-old has been a member of WK since he was 8. We can't show his face for legal reasons. Like most of the youths I met, he thinks of the gang as family.
I'm not never going to leave the gang because they're my people. Because we're part of a crew. There's loads of us. If one person is going to with the rest of them.
He said he'd been involved in many fights. Like most gang members with a reputation to defend, it takes very little provocation to start one.
Cuss my mum. That's beef. I don't know. There's a number of things, you know.
That's a great problem.
Looking at me.
Sounds so childish, isn't it?
It's bro, like sad, childish. It's just mad. This is crazy when you listen to it properly. 8 years old.
Recruiting, yeah. Who's recruiting 8-year-olds?
That's exactly my thoughts. It's 8 years old. What? Do you get recruited? Is it the fact that you're just around?
It's around, man.
And you just, you know, yeah, man.
Just about
looking at you. What? Like what?
In a bad way.
What? And that could create a big problem.
And of course, if they're looking at me, they're obviously thinking I'm a dickhead.
Is that serious?
I'm a frog. Of course it is. Imagine like someone thought that you was a prick. You would be offended over there, innit? That's confident.
He said he'd first been arrested by the police at the age of 9. Like most gang members, his crimes have got more frequent and more violent.
What's the worst thing you've been arrested for?
Attempted murder.
You got done for attempted murder? You was arrested for attempted murder?
Yeah.
How old are you now then?
About 13.
13? What happened there?
Someone got maliciously stabbed, innit?
Don't you think that someone's eventually going to be killed? Either by you guys or one of you guys is going to be killed?
Yeah, I would have thought so. That's the way what life runs.
Is it?
But that's the way I see life.
A few weeks after we filmed with the gang, I got news that made me return to the estate.
I got a call that there was a fight last night. People have been stabbed, and I've heard that they are in quite a bad state. The person who called me said one of the guys' intestines was hanging out, and he was running with them in his hands. So I'm coming now to find a couple of the gang members. We'll see if I can find a couple of the gang members and see if any of them will talk to me about what happened the other night.
I found Danny at home.
Shall we say, Tubbs? Yeah, Tab, but listen, man, I heard that something happened yesterday, man, and it's just madness. You get me? I mean, what's happening up there?
I don't really know nothing that happened, and that's it. I don't really know what went on, and that's it.
Yeah, but there's something's going on. You get me? You know what I mean?
I later found out that Danny wasn't involved in the incident. If he knew anything, he certainly wasn't going to talk about it. The incident involved a street fight between gangs of youths. Several people were stabbed and very seriously injured. A large number of youths, mainly aged between 15 and 17, have since been arrested by the police. The Home Office have no idea how many youths each year are seriously harmed by members of gangs. In local newspaper reports, I came across 15 cases of teenagers who'd been killed in group or gang-related incidents in the last 3 years. and many scores of cases in which youths had been seriously injured.
So they had no idea back then how many. This was clearly going on.
2003. Look.
Yeah. Clearly, like we've known of it. Like we know us, but it's and this is something that we've been saying. That we know that this has been going on. This is the fact that social media is allowed it to travel much faster across a greater span. Do you know what I mean? Someone in America can find out that someone got stabbed in Croydon at the touch of a link. Do you know what I mean? But we knew this was going on, right? It clearly was going on. This is being reported on. But they wasn't able to. Was they even trying to understand how many were getting hurt? Was it a pressing issue as far as they was concerned back then?
Well, I suppose so. When did they open up Trident? I suppose so, yeah. I think by then Trident was either just starting or was getting it underway.
In the last 6 months alone. According to the government, we don't have a serious gang problem in Britain. Yet when over 1,000 children were recently asked by the charity Crime Stoppers who they fear most, teenage gangs came top of the list. I was about to find out why youth gang violence is common, yet hidden from the authorities.
Just give me the lights and pass the job.
I visited 10 London boroughs and found youth gangs in all of them, each with their own territories and rivalries. In Greenwich, southeast London, I uncovered a pattern that's typical throughout Britain. The Ferrier is one of the largest housing estates in the borough. The youths who live here exist in the world that is hidden from most adults, one with its own codes and its own system of justice. 17-year-old Philip introduced me to the estate.
This bit here, this is Ferrier. Like the main bit is all the way down there. Like, you have to go all the way down there. Like, they don't have nothing on the Ferrier. Like, that's why everyone sprays graffiti on the walls, and that's why everyone like all steals cars and stuff like that.
Philip, you were just telling me that they don't have any sort of recreational facilities. What's this, AstroTurf?
Yeah, this is the only thing they got now. This only starts at 7 o'clock, yeah? Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. This finishes at 9, but 9 o'clock ain't really like time to go to sleep. After this, yeah, that's when people start doing like madness.
Philip told me there were several rival gangs in the Greenwich area, and the same in neighbouring boroughs. A friend of his had recently been attacked by a gang of around 30 youths who'd come to the estate, armed with machetes. He took me to meet Nikki.
Hi, Nikki there. Just got stabbed in the back of the leg, chopped by the knee. My head, 11 stitches, cracked arm. My friend got attacked worse than me. He got his arm literally like almost chopped off, yeah? He had like 11 stitches just back there, a chopper thrown at his leg, right inside of his leg. Yeah, and in a way, I'm lucky I come back just this.
17-year-old Nicky is not a gang member. The gang were after his friend, who'd had an argument with them a few days earlier. Although both Nicky and his friend could identify their attackers, no one's been prosecuted.
What did the police do?
I haven't seen the police. Police haven't seen me. Police haven't seen me.
Hold on. You got chopped in the head. You got chopped on. You've been stabbed. You've been chopped in the head. What happened? You just went to the hospital.
It's in the hospital.
There's been no police report.
No.
Why?
I told the police I don't want to get them involved. Like at the hospital, I said to the doctor, I don't want no police involved because I don't like police. I feel like that.
Is that the code of the streets? You're saying?
Yeah. Keep it rolling and that.
Nicky's mother is all too aware of that code of silence and what may happen if she breaks it.
If you go to the police and you disgrace him, I wouldn't have a house, I wouldn't have a son, I wouldn't have a daughter, I wouldn't have anything. That's the code of this estate and probably lots of other estates, not just this one. There's loads of estates like this. 9 o'clock, don't go out, not on this estate anyway. The kids have changed to have, it's like the Bronx. It is. That's how I feel. It used to be like a fight with your fists, but then it went to bottles, then it's gone to knives, it's got nunchucks, bars, bits of wood, guns now.
I blame Lucas for
Not
the
grasping
bottles.
to the police is just one of the unwritten laws for youths living on this estate. Backing up your mates is another.
But we always stick up for each other no matter what. It's all for one and one for all, isn't it, boys? Once one gets hurt, everyone else helps. If it's the other way around, it's the other way
They're
around.
going to do it to me, so I'm going to do it back to them, really. That's why I look here.
If someone stabs you, you shoot them. It's one worse, isn't it?
One better.
Yeah. Someone beats you up with a bat, you beat him up with something else, metal pole. There's one worse. You've always got to go one better than them, innit? And if like 5 of them beat you up, then 10 of you beat them up. Then it just shows that you can do worse.
There are several youth gangs on the Ferrier estate. They seldom fight with each other. It's youth from other areas who are the danger. This gang are a group of friends who grew up together. Like many, they formed a gang for protection. If anyone comes looking for trouble, they've got backup. But what counts as looking for trouble can be very little. Just looking at someone, known as screwing, can be enough to start a fight.
If someone screwed us in the street, they're looking at you like it's a mad way, yeah, then that's when everyone just starts reacting.
So what? Hold on. So you'd actually respond in a violent way, just because of the way someone looks at you.
Yeah, they wouldn't look at you like in a dirty way. They challenge you.
The standard.
It's like you got to live. Credibility for a dickhead, innit? Yeah.
The gangs around here can turn up in force without much fear of being caught. I heard about a large gang attack that happened at the youth centre just up the road from the estate.
It ain't healthy, I'm a paranoid, tell me the truth. I'm out the window with my AK ready to shoot. Ran out of engine on my mom, can't take the stress.
None of the youths I'd met were willing to talk about the incident for fear of reprisals. The centre's manager, Joy Chapman, was there on the night it happened.
Paul was hired by the mother for a 16-year-old girl. The party then became common knowledge, and when a group of Somalian boys came, we told them that they couldn't come in because it was invitation only. And they decided that I was being racist and they were going to try and come in. And I came back about 80 of them. I was trying to keep them out the front. They kept this on the head. They came with a knife. They had knives, they had weapons, poles. They trashed this room, threw about the stereo equipment. They were just awful. They came running through there. They attacked all the people right through here. They were just attacking people all the way up, trying to let the people in the front door that I was trying to keep out.
The building was wrecked and 2 people were slashed with knives. There were over 100 witnesses, but only Joy gave evidence to the police.
The girls and the adults that were here on the day of the assault were too scared for themselves and for their families to report it. So I reported it as the manager of the building. They found out where I lived, stoned my house, wrote graffiti outside my house, verbally abused my daughter and myself, my sons, and continue to do so. So I know from personal experience why people don't report stuff to the police and the council.
The youths who carried out the attack were Somalis, known locally as the Woolwich Boys, because Woolwich is their territory. Some youths I met in the street invited me to the youth club. No one I spoke to here admitted to being involved in the attack at Joy Centre. They told me they'd first formed the gang to protect themselves from racist attacks, but now they find themselves fighting with other gangs in the area. Many said they'd been beaten, several had been stabbed, and even shot at.
We can't go out this sort of the borough of Greenwich without getting into beef with other areas. We'd rather say, for example, Lewisham or Catford, though we can't move out the SE18 sort of Greenwich borough.
You can't move out of the borough?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, what sort of problems will you get into? You say Lewisham?
Say we'll get jumped or
by who?
By the people in that area, the black people in that area.
Gangs?
Gangs, yeah. Basically just gang thing. They think we're intimidating them.
What sort of gangs? Do you know the names of any of these gangs?
Like they call themselves Ghetto Boys and Broccoli Boys and stuff like that.
The Woolwich Boys have a fearsome reputation, partly because of the large numbers of youth they can call on to fight alongside them, if necessary.
We're all like that. We're like that. No one can. I can't say no one can't do us nothing. But when we're together, we're organised. We know what we're doing.
You've got actually a small army, quite a small army. About how many? About how many people would you say you've got collectively? Over 100 at least.
No, about 200-300. If we were to go to war, we'd go to war.
We'll stamp it up.
A couple of phone calls and everyone's united.
The Woolwich Boys have been fighting their rivals, the Ghetto Boys, for the last 5 years. Ghetto Boys' territory is in Lewisham. I met up with a group of them in a shopping centre off the High Street. The Ghetto Boys have several factions in the borough, totaling more than 100 members. Many are still at school. Reputation is everything to the gang.
Beef every day, beef every day, beef every day. Maybe there's gonna be beef today. No, today, tomorrow.
Don't matter where you're from, Lewisham, brother, Southwark, brother. Everything, pride is everything. You get me? That's what it's all about. Pride. That's why there's so much beef, because we think we're better than them. They think they're better than us. So we've got to prove to each other.
It's not even a beef thing, because we're the better crew. They're just hating on us. That's all. It's not even a beef. At one time, we're not even worrying about. On one time, these people, they've ridden up and down in these last 2 minutes about 10 times.
I'm not with them, please, man. I don't like them. If I got robbed or something, if I got stabbed up and everything, I wouldn't go to the police.
That's what I'm saying now, yeah. I have banged up so many brothers, yeah. I'm just bored. I'm bored now. I want something new. I want the next gang here to try and make them like dinosaurs.
The tit-for-tat war between the Ghetto Boys and the Woolwich Boys affects most of the youths in the area. Often there's no choice. Join them or risk becoming a victim. I went to meet a youth who says he's not a gang member. He got caught up in a feud between the two rival gangs in the area. He's received numerous death threats. They know where he lives, and his mother's terrified. She has 3 children to protect.
You've got to go through this every day.
Only when I'm in, I don't bother when I go out, to be honest with you. I don't knock when I'm out, because it don't bother me if someone breaks in when I'm not here. I just don't want to come in and want them.
Yo.
I leave them there, because I've got to be honest, at the end of the day, they're my kids that have been here in bed. If anyone comes through my front door, this is my house. You take your chances. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'd actually put it through someone's head, but I think I might pick it up and wave it about a bit if I thought I was threatened.
How long have you been boxing that? Since I was 9.
17-year-old Daryl's problems began because he has friends who are Ghetto Boys. They got into a fight with members of the Woolwich gang when he was with them. Since then, revenge attacks have escalated. They include 2 stabbings and a shooting. Daryl's a target and has nowhere to turn.
Now, it's at the worst point, because one of them got shot in his back in Plumstead. So they're thinking someone's shooting at them. So I think they're going to obviously try and get a gun. Once things are rolling, you can't reverse it. It just gets worse and worse, and you just have to try and cope with it. No one can sort out my problems except for myself. Like, my mum's tried her hardest to sort my problem, but she can't sort it out. It's only me that can sort it out.
You gotta love it, you gotta love it.
Daryl's mother has contacted everyone she can think of for help, including the police, the council, and her MP. Although her son's life is in danger, no one has come up with any solutions.
You know, not saying that it's all one kid's fault or it's all another group of kids' fault, because it isn't. It's just a collective thing between the ages of 16 and 19. They're killing each other, man. They're out there shooting and stabbing each other. Don't someone think that we should be sitting down and trying to work this out? But evidently not.
The only advice Fiona has been given is to send Daryl away until the council can rehouse them. The family's been on the emergency waiting list since last October.
That was yo. The way he skirted past the attack at the youth club was mad. That was mad. That was mad. He's skirted past it, and then here they are. I've spoken to them. Like, huh? That woman got terrorized. Their family got terrorized because it was an invite-only party, and the place got mashed up.
Yeah, back in the days, though,
you
couldn't just throw a party and tell people that were.
No, I remember, but it's just like raw. Her house got terrorized for it though.
Yeah, but that's what used to happen though. House party, man. That's why people don't hold. That's why people don't really hold house parties.
No. Jeds, no, brother. She said it was done. It was at the youth club that she held that was one of the kids' them's party that was an invite only for the party, right? At the youth club, it was held. They came along and was like, boom, we want to come in because there's a party. It's an invite only thing. They've not only mashed up the youth club, they've then gone to her house, found where she lives.
Oh no.
Yeah, and terrorized their kids. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not just that party and then he's upset about that night. No, you've gone for a whole. Like, we're gonna terrorize your life for this party. We wanted to dance, like.
Mad. Should just let them in.
Yeah. Well. Way. Yeah.
Whatever.
Should just charge them a little fee in it to get in, and you've been alright. I don't know, man.
The Metropolitan Police are currently conducting research into the nature and extent of youth gangs in London. This teenage gang from North London, known as the Wood Green Mob, were convicted of 17 robberies over a 4-month period. They punched, kicked, and even stabbed some of their victims. Most of the victims were children. Juveniles commit around half the street robberies in the capital, but the Met presently have no idea how many of these are by youth gang members. The Met accepts that there's a serious gang problem in a few inner-city areas, like Brixton, where these youths were caught on camera last year with a gun in their possession. I was curious to find out whether their research, like mine, revealed a far more widespread problem. Find out caught on this gang problem. The Met accepts that there's a serious gang problem in a few inner-city areas, like Brixton, where these youths were caught on camera last year with a gun in their possession. I was curious to find out whether their research, like mine, revealed a far more widespread problem. So have you identified that there's a problem with youth and gangs in London?
I think we need to be really careful about youth gangs in London. It is nothing like the American experience, and that's the starting point. The gangs that you get over here in London are not the same as the gangs that you get in some of the big American cities. They're not as organized, they're not as well entrenched, they're certainly not as violent. Crime in London is down, muggings are down, and there are fewer youth victims this year than there were last year.
And the number of youth who are reporting crime is also down.
Yep. But we don't know, and we can probably never know, whether that is a change in real crime or just a change in the extent to which they're reporting crime. I'm not suggesting it's not a serious problem. Please don't misunderstand that. But I do come back again to the fact that we need to be a bit careful about not having a moral panic about gangs. I mean, I remember the Mods and the Rockers. Gangs are not new in London, they're not new in the UK. But I don't at the moment see the need for a gang strategy in London. I don't think the problem is serious enough to start engaging with groups as groups. And I'll take some convincing of that yet.
But there are many hidden casualties of the territorial wars being fought in the streets of London between youth gangs from different neighbourhoods.
Hi, how you doing? I'm Ishmael from Channel 4.
Charlotte, pleased to meet you.
When Shola moved to Greenwich, she was expecting her sons to be safe at their new school. But both 15-year-old Jude and his younger brother John were continually bullied by the same group of boys. Both suffered serious violence.
You know, this was John, the first time he was punched in the eye with a swollen and red eye. And that was when he had his cheek cut and he had to be stitched.
How many stitches did he receive?
6. And these are the ones, I took quite a lot of them actually. It's my son.
This was Jude.
And he received these injuries at school?
Yes. And I was really, really scared for the lives of my boys. It was after that I wrote a letter to the school telling them to, look into the case. I didn't want my son to end up like Damilola Taylor. And that was why I finished this letter with the statement that I do not want to be called to this school to come and identify the body of my son.
No one was prosecuted for the attack in which Jude lost his front teeth. The police faced a wall of silence. 6 months later, he was punched in the head outside school one lunchtime by one of the same group of youths who'd been threatening him. Hours later, Jude died at home of a brain hemorrhage.
Ah, look, man.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Jude,
Mad.
Jude should have been taken out of the school, mum.
Action should have been taken.
I feel like in today's time, like when I was going to school, there was bare people's mums that would change their work arrangements and stop working or whatever if things start getting peak at school. I think my mum even stopped one time because, they were just onto her about giving me a key, so she had to stop and whatever, work for a bit, but she went back to work because money had to run, innit? But so you get smash up, you got to go to the school and you got to chat to the parents. You got to chat to the youths or go to their yard. This is the thing that used to be done back in our days. Now, obviously, teachers won't give you the DLs and parents don't want to roll up their sleeves and get involved, but you have to because it's your child's life in the land. Otherwise, don't send them to school. It's not a necessity, Don't have to,
Yeah. But them times it definitely wasn't. It definitely wasn't.
Fuck, man.
You could have kept him at home.
Listen,
You could have applied for another school even.
You're assaulted at school, you're taking him out and you're saying, listen, until this is properly investigated, I'm removing him from school.
Yeah, 100%. But I'm saying steps could have easily they could have. There's something could have happened in it. I'm just saying these were times when you could have done that in it. You could have moved to something. I mean, they could have applied. Like I said, you could have applied for another school while he's still in another school, and let them know the situation and what's going on. Do you know?
Yeah, schools and, even though, depending, but I couldn't really do that in my ends. If we moved school, that's that. You know what I mean? We know everybody.
No, for real. It's kind of the same pool of people, isn't it?
Where you going, isn't it?
Yeah. All right.
I mean, he went to my school. We got to run him out. Yeah. So you got to hear.
See, I was a
man.
And you know what I was gonna say? When I saw the photos before, the only thing I was about was he got cut on his cheek. But the other stuff I wasn't too taken aback from, because it's as men we have to, I've said it before, we have to get punched in the face.
You did. You said
every man has to get punched in the face. I don't care, innit? Every man has to get punched in the face. It's just it's a rite of passage. No, for real. Yeah. So I'm with you on that way. We have to teach the young ones how to defend ourselves. I mean,
getting in these type of situations.
I mean, so these are the times when I'm literally teaching my nephew, my oldest nephew, the lessons of hold this. You get me? Hold these beatings, bro. You're not gonna go up you're the first. You're the first boy child. You're the first. No. You're the first boy child, and our play fighting is gonna be a little bit rough. It's gonna be a little bit rough. Hold on.
You're saying the wrong thing, because it's all good teaching him to hold a bang. It's not even about holding the bang. It's about bringing back. It's about that survival instinct.
Correct. No. But this is what I was saying. Is that once, do you know what I mean? You let them know that, and you let them realize that all this time, when they become of an age where it's you have to pass down that knowledge, bro. Like my nephew didn't realize how strong he was until I told him, you've only been messing around and play fighting with me and your uncles. There isn't a child that can test you or hurt you. There isn't. And I never done that so that he could be a bully or not. It's just bro, you can't suffer the L and not take, you know what I mean? And not be a man about it.
sometimes, yeah, and you're probably saying this in your own way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, yeah, I think curling up in the ball dooms you to death quicker than punching back.
100%.
Fight back, man.
100%.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
four
yeah.
of them.
There you go.
Punch one of them. I don't even know. They might get so angry they don't even rush you properly. I don't know what it is, bro. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. No, I agree. But this is something I said to my daughter. I said, "Well, I know you can't fight. I know you can't fight, but you better swing. No, you better swing. Yeah,
Yeah.
get a sucker punch in there somewhere. Like you better in it because next time they're gonna think about. Oh, wow, do you know what? Remember,
With no penalty. She ain't gonna
yeah, like right.
She's gonna do literally fuck all. Like,
My girl's nose was bleeding for time after she got banged by her. Yeah, like we might not need to, like they'll think twice about doing that. Like that being shook should fuel your fire to fight back. What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that shookness will keep you alive. What are you talking about? Keep you nimble on your feet.
Yeah. Teach your youths diplomacy and fucking straight up animal fucking bug out. The bug out. You get me?
Yeah.
Bug out will save your life, man.
Yeah, 100.
Can't remember which comedian said it. Talking about, yeah, when you put the right face on, you do the little twitch. You talking to me? You talking to me?
Yeah.
that was Will Smith. That was Will Smith in Fresh Prince when he was teaching Ashley how to scare people into not wanting to fight. You talking to me?
Acting like I'm mad.
Back up! That's good though. You need that.
It's true though. It's true though.
You need to know, like, what? Are you dumb? Rah! Watch. Sometimes because
Longer the days of like, raw, I'll meet you here and we're gonna have a fight. Like longer the days of like when like longer the days of like, you used to arrange the fight and meet somewhere and then you just fight.
Mad.
Like longer the days gone of that.
They should be the what
Yeah. You're pushing each other.
Someone would escalate it, yeah, pushing. And what? There's a move from that, yeah, to what? Do you want to go?
They're hyping themselves up.
Everyone's psyching themselves up to throw the first.
Yeah.
We don't want to fight, but now it's on, innit? What? And what? Them pushes. I used to be brutal with them pushes, but my push was like the first punch. I'll put I'll through the chest.
You know what? I'll be honest. Yeah, like the pushing weren't really bruv, I'm more liable to just headbutt you from that point. I can't bother. Can't bother. Yeah, I can't bother. This is long. What are we talking for?
And what?
Yeah, you don't like me right now. I don't like you right now. Let's just settle it, man.
Yeah, why are we trying it? Yeah.
I mean, this is sad though, man. This is mad sad though, for real.
I swear. When my brethren is doing the and what, man, for too long. I'm pushing you into him. And it just starts.
Escalate the thing. Let's get over them. Come on, man. Start the thing, man. What?
Come on, man. Something. Dance you like to do.
Yeah. Big up, MA.
Big up you lot. Big up.
Yes, man. Well done.
Everyone's well in that. Yeah, this is Ishmael Blagrove, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Is it? Because I know he's got one called Bang Bang in the Manor. I don't know if this is it.
I don't know. It's labeled as Gang Wars.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's correct or what.
Okay.
Did we find out where was this? Because I was kind of in and out.
We went to Greenwich, and then I don't know where this is. I'll be honest with you. I can't remember where this is. I know we went to Greenwich. We went from Morden to Greenwich, New Morden to Greenwich, and Lewisham.
You did the wood green thing.
And then I went from Lewisham to this.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, man. Bang them in the head. went home, died. Now someone, they knocked out his teeth. Someone in that school's got a fucking punch. Nah, so someone in that school's got punched though. I don't know what they're doing.
Could have been a kick.
The
Could have
first
been a
incident,
kick.
they knocked out his teeth, innit?
Well, that's just.
And cut his face. And then, like you
Yeah.
said, I can't send my child to school after his teeth's been knocked out, bro.
Yeah, it's true.
I just like I'm not gonna lie, not blaming anyone, not pointing no fingers. I'm just saying
No,
for
I
me
agree.
personally,
I
my
agree.
youth gets knockout, and unless there's a set, unless we've got a set on our mantelpiece of other kids' little teeth, my child's not going back to school. You know what I mean?
No, I
though?
agree.
Like,
I agree.
Can we explain why you send your son back for what? Because they
It's a
said
boy. It's a boyman. It's a boyman. It's a boyman. It's a
How many
boyman. I can't lie.
teeth you get lick out his head?
I don't know.
He
but
got
it
what? He
sounded
got
like
his front one. He's got his front big one. That the main front. Like it's not good, bro. Like yeah, my son's not going back to the school.
that's for life.
Maybe a trophy or something. Like no.
Yeah, sounds like
They
something.
told me he has stopped.
Oh, what my mum would have done. My mum would have done
It's my son.
a warfare thing.
Look. See, lick out, man.
Look, let's just go over this case again quickly. I can't lie, bro. I did Butter Smith, boy. That thing did fucking fuck me up. I don't even
Same,
know
you know.
Could
Same,
you tell?
No, I was the same. That's why I was gonna quit.
The thing injured me. I had to eat a whole Chinese and everything.
Cause
I fucking I was zoning in and out, in and out. I don't even think you noticed. I was falling asleep, and then waking up and asking questions. But yeah, so what did
No, you was gone for a long time. No, you was gone for a long time. I didn't notice that earlier. I was like, bro, where's Jed's good?
That's a long one.
You try to come back and pause it and be like, yeah, well, yeah.
I was knockout, bro. I can't lie. I had to put asleep twice.
It's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
Looking at the coffee making machine, like, what should I? I might do still. I might grab a coffee. I can't lie. I might grab a coffee.
Stick a brew on it, that.
Expecting her sons to be safe at their new school. But both 15-year-old Jude and his younger brother John were continually bullied by the...
Sorry. This is what I missed. So they were both getting bullied. You know how proper...
Convincing of that yet.
But there are many hidden casualties of the territorial wars being fought in the streets of London between youth gangs from different neighborhoods.
Hi, how you doing? I'm Ishmael from Channel 4.
Charlotte, pleased to meet you.
When Shola moved to Greenwich, she was expecting her sons to be safe at their new school. But both 15-year-old Jude and his younger brother John were continually bullied by the same group of boys. Both suffered serious violence.
You know, this was John, the first time he was punched in the eye with a swollen and red eye. And that was when he had his cheek cut and he had to be stitched.
How many stitches did he receive?
6. And these are the ones, I took quite a lot of them actually. It's my son.
This was Jude. And he received these injuries at school.
Yes. And I was really, really scared for the lives of my boys. It was after that I wrote a letter to the school telling them to, you know, look into the case. I didn't want my son to end up like Damlola Taylor. And that was why I finished this letter with the statement that I do not want to be called to this school to come and identify the body of my son.
No one was prosecuted for the attack in which Jude lost his front teeth. The police faced a wall of silence. 6 months later, he was punched.
He said, "Look at how much papers. Look how much papers for incident for the incident. That's a big fault, bro. That's a lot of."
It's a real
in the head outside school one lunchtime by one of the same group of youths who'd been threatening him. Hours later, Jude died at home of a brain hemorrhage.
They told me he has stopped breathing. We were rushed to the hospital. They left John at home. And they took him into the emergency accident and emergency ward. And they started again battling with his life. They couldn't bring him back.
That's sad, man. That's sad.
Trust me.
Shola is still asking for an inquiry into why no one took the violence Jude suffered seriously enough. She still doesn't know why her son, a quiet, non-aggressive child, was targeted. I later found out after speaking to the ghetto boys.
Oh, the ghetto boys. Oh. The ghetto boys. Mad. That's...
Did they say what school he was at?
Huh?
Did they say what school he was at?
Nah, but the ghetto boys, he's got a green blazer.
Yeah, school Deptford Green. I don't know if there was a school there before that. These times, though.
Yeah, I don't know the green blazer ones. Habidash Asks was a girls' school, isn't it? Someone would know though. That's mad.
Who killed Jude was one of their members. Jude's home was in Woolwich, but the school he attended was in Lewisham, ghetto territory. A former pupil at that school explained why this would be enough to make Jude a target.
Because where Jude was from, like, he lived in Woolwich. That's why it all started, because where he was from. One boy was from like a certain gang from ghetto boys from Lewisham, and they, like, Woolwich and Lewisham never ever got along. They still don't do that.
The ghetto boys are always fighting with the Woolwich boys, and people get hurt, and it's just a non-stop thing. Like when you're in school, you'll come out the school gates and you'll hit the ghetto boy.
Minnie was one of the Woolwich boys. He was even talking about this today. To me, still, about how the Woolwich boys and the ghetto boys used to fight. That's coincidental. Shout out to him today about that.
The ghetto boys will be there to like look for people from Woolwich, and they'll just end up being a big fight.
Is it really that violent out there?
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Are you frightened that you might get stabbed or killed?
No, sometimes I do worry about what my family will think, like burying their grandson or their nephew, or even or my mum even burying me. I know it will be hard for them, but you just gotta keep an eye out, innit? You gotta keep an eye open.
You're only 15.
Well, that's what makes it so bad. The people at the age of 15 are looking to stab other people. You shouldn't be doing that. You should be getting on with each other. Enjoy your childhood while you can.
I was shocked that youth had to worry about being killed in the streets and the level of unreported violence. But London's not the only city with a youth gang problem. We spoke to over 30 gangs in 6 areas of the country. The picture that emerged was alarming. Dispatch's researchers spoke to members of 32 youth gangs in 6 areas: London, Surrey, Birmingham, Essex, Derby and Leicester. They ranged in size from 10 to over 100 members and were of every ethnicity. The majority of their members were aged 15 to 17.
Branston massive. Yeah. Bring it up to the Branston massive.
All were involved in some kind of criminal activity. Several of the gangs, like this 50-strong crew on the Bronston estate in Leicester, said they mostly committed low-level crimes, like vandalism, and the occasional arson.
This estate's been terrorised. We're going to start blowing cars up if we don't get no go-kart track.
The reason these youths gave for hanging around in groups and causing trouble was the same as for most of the gangs we spoke to.
No, there's nothing around Bronston. That's why people go out, yeah, nicking cars, yeah, lighting fires, having fights, whatever, yeah, drinking beer. What else can you do?
We've even got 10-year-olds on the beer. Yeah, man, we've got nothing. We've all got is one aerosol left in Bronston. This gets the fires cooking. This is what you want, man. Flammable shit. We want something, yeah, to do so we don't get in trouble, really.
Most gang members we spoke to around the country committed crimes after joining a gang. Half the crews, like these ghetto boys in London, carried out street robberies on a regular basis.
All these people on the streets here who I don't know, they're my food. They give me my paper, they're my payroll. They're like my JSA, they're my job seekers allowance. You get me? That's what they are.
However, it might not be apparent to the police that many prolific street robbers are members of large youth gangs.
Not apparent to the police.
What sort of things did your gang get up to?
Jacking people and robbing people.
They seldom go robbing in large groups, for reasons explained by this former gang member from Essex.
Depends, like 2s, 3s. Like the more of you there was, like you didn't get as much money, so we do it with less people.
Committing crimes in large numbers is also avoided because it attracts police attention. This gang from Peckham in London, known as the Moneymakers, became a target for the police after stealing thousands of pounds worth of goods by rushing into stores in large numbers. 13 gang members were caught and sentenced to prison. Members of only one of the gangs in our survey admitted that their gang was involved in organised drug dealing, although many individual members did admit to sometimes selling drugs. The common denominator between all of the gangs was violence.
Yeah, me them Indiana Jones escapes room, boy.
Man trying to get that last copy of Toy Story.
Yeah, blood.
Oh my god. Well, they should have done one of the artifacts in the way. You get me? One of the
You have to grab it back.
They should have done. At the stairs. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I promise you, my heart skipped a beat. Like, I promise you, bro. Yeah.
Ransack.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah. It's mad. When it started like this, I'm like, rah. I swear.
Hey, wait a minute.
This bit got me. I was like, where's this?
Oh, shit. From Peckham in London, known as the Moneymakers, became a target for the police after stealing thousands of pounds worth of goods by rushing into stores in large numbers.
This is they're not even from Peckham either.
A tactic known as steaming. 13 gang members were caught and sentenced to prison. Members of only one of the gangs in our survey admitted that their gang was involved in organised drug stealing, although many individual members did admit to sometimes selling drugs. The common denominator between all of the gangs was violence. All but one regularly got into fights. The violent crimes gang members admitted to in confidential questionnaires ranged from common assault to manslaughter. Almost 2/3 of the gangs had been involved in a stabbing, and 4 had members who had killed people. The majority of victims of the most serious violence were youth members of rival gangs in revenge attacks.
We don't like hurting people, but if one of our boys get hurt, then we hurt people.
Yeah.
That's it. Silent but violent.
Silent but violent. Have one of you boys ever been hurt before?
Yeah. One of our boys.
Nice. I just got jacked the other day. I just got robbed.
I've been slapped in my head. I've had people hit me by a car. I just got slapped today over an argument between this one. He boarded me up a second ago, you know. Facts, guy. You saw forgetting. So shameful.
9 of the gangs had members who'd been involved in a shooting. All of these were in the inner cities and had many teenage recruits. These 15-year-olds from Birmingham asked us not to reveal which gang they belonged to.
How long have you been involved in the gang?
A couple of years.
What, since you were 13?
Or something like that, yeah.
Have you ever held a van?
Yeah.
Are you concerned about your own safety?
I just know I'm not going to get killed.
So how are you so sure?
If it happens, you get me, but it's life, you get me? Simple as that. If you die, you die.
It's been dubbed the most notorious housing estate in London, Stonebridge in Harlesden. But even I was shocked by the scale of the violence I'd uncovered. The truth is that most gang members in Britain aren't gun-carrying organised criminals, but ordinary teenagers who developed a casual attitude towards violence and its consequences.
Well, it looks pretty serious to me.
Ben Bowling is a Home Office consultant.
What's that hairstyle? No, allow it.
Oh my days! Why didn't he finish the rest of it?
No, he should have just kept his hat on. No,
Nah, it's not. Hey, it look like the hat's still on me. What are you talking about? What is that? Now, why
This
did he do
brother,
that?
man, allow it.
Rewind that to that, man.
What in the Maasai? Where's the Maasai high top bun is going on there?
It's a bubble.
And its consequences.
I don't know why. Just didn't finish the
Yo, what? No.
It's too hench for it, sir. It's empty. You know that way it's empty. Like see these empty stands. No chance of a baby here. Like hey, he's Jamaican, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know when Jamaicans love to hold them to hair. I let it go, man.
Yo,
everyone's got that Jamaican friend, that Jamaican uncle or something. That just allow it now.
Just leave it, innit? Leave it.
Stop now, bro.
Leave it.
You just want to shake them, grab them by the shoulders and shake them. Stop. This is madness.
That's crazy, man.
Stop it.
I don't understand.
Stop this madness.
Stop it.
Hold on a second. Wait. Can we do some physics right now? How is that corner of his head holding that bun?
Stop it
right now, yeah. Nah, look. I promise you right. See this bit here? This bit here, you're talking about this bit here, right? I promise you, any money you can put your finger under it.
Yeah. Well.
Any money, it's not actually
word. You can see where the hair grows actually, and where it isn't. No. Look. He's got a whole like Nike tick going into under those plaits. What are you talking about? Where you started from? No, where you started from? Yeah. Look there. Swoosh.
Like, whoa.
Yeah, that's mad.
Yeah, that's crazy. And this is the reason why he ain't letting it go.
Yeah.
The back of his hair, he's got this big bush, and he's like, "Yo, I'm still growing hair, man. Fuck off." The front and the sides.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, and you can't decorate that hairstyle with that color. Allow it, man. That's mad. Like you're just bringing so much attention to yeah, it's mad.
These are young man.
It's mad. Yeah, man.
Man said,
big him up.
Man said Blackuma.
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 Jackuma. Jack.
Jack shit. You ain't got jack shit.
Fuck you though.
Have you ever held a gun?
Wild one.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about your own safety?
No, I'm not gonna get killed.
So are you so sure?
It happens, you get me, but it's life, you get me? Simple as that. If you die.
It's been dubbed the most notorious housing estate in London, Stonebridge and Harlesden. But even I was shocked by the scale of the violence I've uncovered. The truth is that most gang members in Britain aren't gun-carrying organised criminals, but ordinary teenagers who developed a casual attitude towards violence and its consequences. Ben Bowling is a Home Office consultant and expert on youth crime. I showed him our research and asked him to assess the findings.
I'm surprised.
What? Hey, Ismail is moving.
Yo!
Channel 4 dispatches.
Is that the best you could do?
This bit is.
Nah, come on. This is whoa.
Man's got shrubbery. Like, what in the abandoned?
Now think about
Don't go there at night.
Okay, I don't know what size screens, yeah, but I'm looking at this on my 32-inch right now, yeah, and I'm like, whoa.
Yo. What
is that?
The woods today is going on in the back of his
I think this was made it more authentic, innit? Some like animalistic thing that Channel 4 like. This is the guy we need.
Yeah, this is the guy.
Mad. No, this is what? No, Jez, this is yo.
I don't let Sniper see this because I know he's gonna get OCD. He just wants to trim it up, like shave it up.
Yeah. Just little shape, you know. Just something.
What did you ask for when they said you was gonna get your hair done? What did you? Come on, bro.
Did you walk in and go? I'm on Channel 4. Like I need something to stand out.
Yeah.
No. He gets his hair done in Mali, bro.
Can I have a mound? Yeah. He got this done at the market. The woman was selling plantain and green banana.
Mad.
Yeah, he went to go and pick up some Scotch bonnet, and the woman's like, "I could do your hair, you know." It looked like she didn't even have a comb to do this hair.
No.
She didn't even do this with comb. She does it naturally.
No.
Like,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. 100%.
Ishmael,
100%.
That's wild. You get me?
Yeah, I'm confused. Like, all of these, I don't know how you could walk away with this and look in the mirror and be like, yeah,
this is what I'm right. You probably said,
yeah. And you walked out and said, I'm going on TV like this. I'm going out on TV like this.
Yeah. Any Speaker's Corner clips you see him in, even outside of it, that's the Ishmael.
That's okay. It's unique to him. Okay, that's his thing. All right, say no more. Messy hair, say none.
It's his theme.
Is that to?
You don't know what to say.
Yeah. Wow. What do you call it? What do you call this? Do you call this a spiral? Lord of the Rings. I don't know. Like what we
spiral mound.
It looks like them step pyramids still.
Yeah, ziggurat.
Ziggurat.
Mound, is a mound.
It is.
Looking like a fertility statue. What is this, man? What's going on?
In the research by the anxiety that gangs cause among young people, the extent of the problem up and down the country, across a whole wide different group of age groups, or the levels of violence, I think in some cases are quite shocking. The levels of violence that are being admitted to by the young people, and also the injuries that are being sustained, and of course.
I just asked a question. Is there any Jamaicans willing to talk about the lady that sells the crabs? Because there's been some radio silence from you lot. I'm not sure why you've not spoken. Because I did put up a post. I did put up a post a couple of days ago in the community war. I'm not sure if you lot checked it out. It was kind of like I didn't get much response. I just was asking, inquiring if any making. I'm not hearing that. It's like mad silent. Cool, I'll come back another time.
I'm German today.
If anyone recognizes the sister, let me know, please. Like, let me know, innit? Let's talk to me. Like, I'm not judging. You know, like at the pill.
That's
like,
peak. That is peak. Yeah, that is a peak. That is a peak. Bit of footage.
We just want you to come home. Come home, man. Do you know what I mean? Wherever you are. Maybe worried about what we're going to say. We're family, man. We can go through this, but we need to talk about the Jamaican crab lady, the crab shack lady. We need to talk about her. It's not being discussed. Unique, fucking. Usually have a major Jamo mascot. Fucking hell, Kemo, yeah. Tony. What was that, Jed? Do you want to come on and discuss it? Huh? Kemo was talking about LOL and that. Mood Best as well, man. Mood Best. Do you want to go through your list of L's? Posted that up too. I ain't gonna start no trouble, but I think we need to clear the air as family. I mean, oh my god, man's getting some of that light skin backlash, bro. I B. Why didn't you warn me against putting up posts like that, bro? I'm getting mixed race backlash. It's crazy out here. With my post on Insta and on TikTok, yeah.
They're weak, man.
It's fucking soft, man.
They're weak, man.
This is the problem. This is why we can't progress. This is encouraging divisiveness. Like what? You can never ban me from telling a good old fucking light skin joke. Are you crazy?
Who gives a fuck, man?
That's a staple of black
Who
comedy.
gives a fuck?
I refuse to give that card away.
Blame Prince and them, man. You know what I mean? No, like, what we doing? No, what we doing? What? Allow it, man. Allow it.
You know what it is? What I realize is it's not as comfortable for light skinned people to make dark skin jokes. Even though I laugh my fucking head off. But it's just not as comfortable.
I just don't give a fuck.
It's not my fault. I don't care. You don't do
it. Yeah, but in my world, I'm allowed to do both. I'm sorry. It's like, what?
You are, but I'm just saying,
yeah, so
you have realized that the temperature it's just not as funny.
Yeah,
It's like, okay, yeah, what? You hating on the blacks? Yeah, you hating on the dark skins? Yeah. But I can't help you with that. I don't even agree. I think what I didn't like was light skin and dark skin actual beef or actual
do you
know what I mean? But
yeah, no, I agree.
Jokes, I love that, man. Love that.
Yeah, have it all day long. All day long.
Best jokes, man. Africa versus the Caribbean, Mary. You know what we do, man. This shit makes us love each other more, man. Fuck. Well,
it's culture, but it's culture against culture. It's not. It's just a comparison, isn't it? You lot do this, we lot do that.
We always do in the Olympics. We always do in the Olympics, man. And in the Olympics, the team could be based on whatever. South London versus East London. Whatever. We don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but you got to remember that people always find a grievance and beef in things now. It's just oversensitive now. It's just very super sensitive. I don't like it.
And like I could write in the caption just for banter.
Yeah, no one read that. No one read that though. No one read that.
What's wrong with you, like, man?
No one read that, bro. No one read that. Even if you said, you vocalized, I'm just joking. I'm just, no one would hear it.
I could have my mixed race girlfriend sitting on my lap at the time, and they'd be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe he's saying that in front of her. He's so abusive."
Yeah. We have documents of it now. Yeah, whatever. It's very, very, very weak.
Do you think that there is do you think that there's still a big complexion divide in amongst our folks? Do you think that's still as prominent as maybe once it was?
I don't think it is. I wouldn't like to think it is. I don't think it is. I haven't noticed it as much as all right, so here's the thing. I haven't noticed it as much as.
It's not as prominent, man.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I haven't noticed it as much as. But it definitely a thing. It's still there though. Yeah, it's still there though. No, it's still there.
It's still there.
But it's not as much as. It's not as much as.
I think over the years, even deliberately, we've been able to manufacture, that sentiment of you're meant to love both shades or all of the shades in it, to the extent that those without that kind of messaging, there still would be a wider divide. But I think parents and that have made an effort. Do you know what I mean?
Made
to
actually correct that. What I did notice was 2000. Let's just say 2008. Let's pick a middle-ish ground. 2008. I noticed blackfishing, basically. Women women from countries that made them seem possible, like as if they were mixed race, as if they were of black or African descendants somewhere in there. They actually kind of ain't. Like I'm saying, like, you're actually Iranian or you're actually but then I noticed them being favored and using black culture, black mannerisms, expressions, style, whatever you want to call it, and using that to simultaneously mock and
100%
disrespect and
also make that particular complexion the central complexion for blackness.
Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. So it was almost as if you were out blacking black people and then dissing them at the same time. Like actually you don't. And I remember there was this girl called there was these models and they used to have Face for Music in their name. They used to work for an agency called Face for Music. There was a chick called Glam or something. I wish I could remember this girl's name. Face for Music on Twitter, right? And I remember one day she put up a joke saying dark skinned girls that wear red lipstick look like a pair of Pradas.
Wow.
It's all right if you got a sly smile on your face. It's all right. Yeah,
It's a liberty. It's a liberty. It's a liberty, though. It's a liberty.
Yeah, but when I looked on her thing, I'm like, yo, this chick ain't even fucking black.
Mad.
If it was a light skinned chick saying this about a dark skinned chick, maybe there'd be an element of comedy to it. I mean, whatever they would be if they were claiming to be making a joke. But the fact is, this person felt comfortable to make that kind of joke because it was supposed to be a joke, but they're not even black.
But is that then down to the people that she's chilling with?
No, but it's not. It wasn't a white woman saying it. It's a light skinned chick that looks black, but she's not black because she's not even. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? She's Spanish or Spanish and something else, but like she just tries to make herself look black. Curls up her hair, does all sorts of shit, and now she's throwing shots at black women. And then all these black men are running under the comments laughing with her because they think she's hot, 'cause she's like a video model chick. Yo, I went at her so hard, bro. I went hard at her. Mac 10 and 40 cal. I went hard. Like, yo, sometimes these things just get on my nerves. I don't think people expect me to like
react.
Yeah, react and always have that social conscious side or whatever. But some things I just can't take. Not on my watch. I saw that and no one else was. And I was like, nah, are you dumb? Are you black? You hear me? Are you even black?
Bro, I write stuff and delete so much.
Yeah, you're like,
I do. I'm just like, I'm not even doing this here. I'm like, you don't, nah. The whole paragraph's gone.
I'll write out in Microsoft Word, blood, to make sure I don't lose it.
Grammarly and all that, yeah.
Yeah, because you know, if you make a mistake in your,
bro, they will break you. They will break you.
Nah, if you make a mistake in your thing, then you lost, innit?
Yeah.
Mistakes just can't, you know, you don't feel it, even if it's just one word. You know, that's my favorite spelling mistake. TGE instead of the. I don't know what the computer's doing, but it's always every time I look on something, it's TGE. Big flyers are put out there. You know, it's out there,
is a bitch. Bitch. That would change your words continuously, like without you even realizing. Just there writing.
You know what's funny? I think in the early days of Facebook, I think that would have been there were dickheads around being like, yeah, you can't spell whatever. I think that's over now, isn't it?
Nah, but still,
nah, they still will.
If I'm seeing an exchange between two people and I'm seeing spelling mistake in someone, I'm like, you failed now because it's just not smooth. You can't yeah, you know what I mean? No. If you're having an exchange, don't put a spelling mistake in there and then try and quickly correct it, put asterisks under the next message. No, man. No, it's too late.
Now I've got to read more.
Yeah. That's why I like WhatsApp, because you can delete the message. Like, delete for everyone.
Start again.
Everyone. Everyone. I get that shit wrong.
I got a few groups come in here. When I delete a message, I just feel like the heat is on me, man.
Yeah, like, what did you write? What did you write? What did you say? Yeah.
Don't be a pussy. Bro, say it with your chest, man.
That's the passive aggressive move. That's the passive aggressive move of choice now, isn't it? Wake up, open your messages, and you see deleted messages. Oh. Am I supposed to ask you now what you wrote? And fuck off, man. Get me? I ignore them. I ain't gonna ask you. What did you write? What was it? Because that's what you want me to do, innit, dickhead? You probably didn't write that. What did you write? It doesn't matter anyway. You don't care anyway. Fuck off.
Yeah, whatever. True. Cool.
Do one, love.
Who's that? Khan. Who's from Palestine?
Big up.
Khan?
Yes,
Big
Khan.
up,
Khan is
big up.
done. One. You looking for some smoke today, innit, Khan? What you saying? Man, I can just tell.
Can't stand.
Yeah, for a bit of smoke. So
What you
yesterday you
saying?
was getting a bit hangry.
What with Jupiter?
Was it with Jupiter?
Yeah, I just can't stand that passive aggressive white shit that white people do, man.
Nah, you were correct. You were correct, but also Jedi was correct in.
I don't
saying
understand. I want to
Yeah, but we knew what
understand.
she was doing.
Explain
Yeah,
it
but we
to
like
me,
that
please,
though.
black
That was cool.
people.
I know
can't
me and
stand that shit.
Me and MA, we enjoyed because basically what she's saying is
No. You was right to tell me
take
to
this
shut up. You was
opportunity.
right because it was a good conversation.
Yeah,
and it was
take
me
this
that was
opportunity to
getting
give us your stance.
nasty.
And
Yeah,
we know what
you
she's
were right.
about,
You
man.
were right.
That's why I was even handling her the way I was. Like, okay, so how is you don't understand? No, I kind of understand. Kinda. All right, let's break it down. What part don't you understand? Because this is fun now. Yeah, big up. She's a good sport for
Yeah,
providing.
it was good.
shit
It was
like
good.
that. I mean, after a while, it may get a bit. Reggie, on the other hand, is the one that.
I missed Reggie, man.
Because
I
Reggie
missed-
does the same thing, right? In his
Yeah, he
own
does,
way.
he does, of
But it's
course.
Yeah, he
worse.
does.
Yep.
Worse, man. Reggie, like
Is it,
Reggie.
he was on the panel yesterday. I missed it, man.
Ah, yeah,
Same
man.
different
Come back,
formula.
Reggie. We enjoyed it, man.
MA, when you see his hairline.
Oh, God.
Mad thing. Hey, yo, listen, yo.
Yeah, the reverse
Unfortunate.
cowgirl.
Unfortunate.
You should join me and just take it away. Just take it away. Leave it.
Leave it, innit? Leave
Yeah,
it.
leave it.
I think he was
Is that
half
the first time
expecting it
he's?
though, isn't it?
Is
He
that the
knew
first
someone
time
was
he
going to mention
returned
it.
in a while, or has he been on?
Yeah, he's been away for. He's been boycotted for a while.
Oh, was he on the hardcore boycott? Yeah.
Well, like I don't know. He just got one. He got roasted a little bit. For a couple of days. He had a lot of adversaries, but he enjoys it. He seems like he's enjoying it, but I feel like he just needed a holiday, so he disappeared.
Yeah.
I know he was
Sometimes
on
he
G
needs
Block.
that.
Yeah, he was on
Yeah.
G Block and whatever, but seems like he returned. And we was welcome to see him back, man.
Yeah,
One of our
man.
favorite antagonists.
Exactly.
That's right. That's right.
He's been there from day one. You got to rate Reggie, man.
So he took
stays
the summer off,
consistent.
basically, isn't it?
He's been consistently dumb, but nevertheless
Consistently dumb.
consistent.
Right, you're not gonna have to hold it down for 10 minutes. I need to shit. So
I need to breathe still.
Certain man was
The funny part of that was when he said 10 minutes. Like what?
come on, man. Come on, man. Why are you breathing? You breathing now?
I've got shit to do. Come on, I've got adulting.
I've never done a
Adulting.
10-minute shit, and I'm a big guy. I eat a lot.
No.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, man.
Yeah,
Don't
what?
start running out.
Take your phone in there. Just relax, man. Get me? It's the place to hide. I see when you got a wife and that's the place to hide, man.
It's true.
Boy, make sure you got some kind of separate place. You know what I mean?
Like a shed.
For the pair of you to go to, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why I say, like, just make sure whatever you've got as a partner, whatever, just have your own hobbies to go and do something and come away from each other to come back to have something to talk about. That's it.
Some of us have to resort to shitting to get away. You know what I mean? Get me?
What's everyone on today anyway?
Just been on TikTok for a bit, looking at some videos. They were showing Peckham hair and cosmetics, like under siege. Police is there all the time. The fight when the woman smashed the bottle.
Yeah, bro. You see?
Yeah, that was unexpected to say the least.
How did that
where
even
she got the bottle from? It's like she was contemplating that I got a drink in my bag.
She had the bottle as part of her
and
shopping.
I really want to drink this drink, but this bitch is getting on my nerves, Dread. And then she just walked over, smashed it, and when the girl just was on her toes.
Wow.
She was gone.
That was wild. I don't even understand how that, because the woman at the start of the clip that I saw, the woman with the megaphone, she said something like, who's black and ugly or something like that. The short woman told her she's black and ugly.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah,
That's
like fully
mad.
crazy.
but she was from Jamaica. She was actually
Both of them
Jamaican.
were. I think both of them.
I think one of them was like more English.
Yeah. But you know what I mean. You don't. You know, we're in England, man.
So this happened what, the other day?
Maybe yesterday, maybe.
TikTok's like live, bro. It happens like on the spot. People don't wait to post up their videos. It's like instant. That even yesterday they were saying that police was down at that Peckham store like twice in one day. Like people just being like rough with the guy or unruly with him. I don't know why he just keeps calling the police though. Maybe he's got some special privilege now after what happened. They can call the police and police are there in 2 seconds. Apparently. That was all over TikTok as well. What else? A lot of Palestine stuff, which I don't really like seeing it. You're scrolling and all of a sudden it's like dead children and it's like disturbing. Don't
Have
like
you
it when
lot?
they do
Have
that
you lot watched any
randomly.
more? Have you lot watched any more of the Piers Morgan interviews? The different ones, like he's got one with Ben
Some next guy.
Shapiro and a few Palestinians.
I've seen the one where Piers Morgan plays Mohammed Hijab's statement to Ben Shapiro, saying to him like, "You disgust me." He goes to him like that about Ben Shapiro, and Piers played it to him, and he was like, "Well, obviously, I do feel bad about Palestinian children dying." So, like, you know, he sort of like backed down off his point.
Yeah, Hijab's gonna. Yeah, he's gonna blow even more.
Everyone's going to be lining up at Speaker's Corner to have a piece of him now.
Yeah, they've got what do you call it? Sky News Australia reposted that video, the interview. Sorry. Yeah, he's
getting out there.
Yeah, man.
That's right. See what happens, innit?
See for real. There's everybody else to jump on as well. But me today, I'm supposed to be working from home, kind of not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna do some adulting.
Why is Jed's onto the mixed race people though? What's going on with that?
It's not onto him. It was a joke. Like, what we doing? Yeah, that's what we did. It's a joke. If you can't take the joke, stop listening. Go away.
Do you know what? Yeah, if the Ottoman Empire was stronger, we wouldn't even be in it. Palestine wouldn't be in this mess, bro.
I think the Ottomans tried their best. You know, they tried their best to hold on to Palestine. I think they really put a lot on the line for Palestine. I don't know why they went to that extent because I don't think the Palestinians really loved the Ottomans that much.
Yeah, but it would have still been stable, right?
Yeah, I think, you know, they say better the devil you know, innit, really? It's like you've gone from one overlord to another overlord and like he's made you a lot of promises and then like, you know, you thought, do you know it's like being in a relationship, innit? Like, you know, when you're in one relationship and then you go into another one, somehow you think it's going to be the same. Like there's a small part of your brain that's telling you, yeah, I know how this runs now. I'm more experienced now. I know how it goes, but you're dealing with a completely different person. And that's where you made your mistakes now, because even though you do have more experience and you do know what's going on, the fact that you've deluded yourself into thinking things run the same, you've put yourself in a position of insecurity where you're kind of like speculating based on false information. And I think that when people go from one, like they went out of the frying pan into the fire, but they didn't even see it coming because they thought they knew, innit? They were like, yeah, we know how to deal with thingy invaders. But you was just dealing with a different breed. You was dealing with a different race of people entirely. And you know, they come unstuck, really. To be honest with you, these things are normal, innit? This happens. Like when one empire expands, the other one contracts, and certain lands that's in the middle switches from one side to the other. It happens all the time. Like Palestine's one of them places, Jerusalem's one of them places, Cyprus is one of them places. It's like Is it part of Asia? Is it part of Africa? Is it part of Europe? And it just switches hands all the time. Do you know what I mean? And when you're the one losing, you're like, Muslims are losing it. They're really thing about it, like taking it to heart. Do you know what I mean? But we got to realize that it's normal. The same way how we're losing land on one side, we're expanding into another side. Do you get me? So it's just like, at the end of the day, people sometimes have to move, isn't it?
It's true. It's true, man.
I think Muslims have said in general, Al-Aqsa is the thing, the red line. They're saying if if we lose Al-Aqsa, then we're all on our toes. We're ready to move in.
Where's Al-Aqsa? Where's Al-Aqsa?
It's East Jerusalem, so it's like really close to Jordan. So there's no way like the thingies can really properly take it anyway.
How do you spell it?
East Jerusalem.
No,
Al-Aqsa.
Al-Aqsa.
AL space A XA. Al-Aqsa.
Okay. Okay. Oh, is it AQSA? There's another spelling.
Yeah, AQU. Yeah. Either way, Al-Aqsa. So that is the spot where they reckon Prophet Muhammad ascended to heaven from that spot. I think that's the significance of that particular place.
Okay, there's a mosque there. Let me see. Yeah, it's just outside Jerusalem. Okay.
But with the Gaza thing, I don't know what's going on with Gaza. I think it might just be more of a strategic thing because it's on the coastline. I don't know, like what the significance of Gaza is. Like, why not just evacuate all the people to safety, stick $1,000 in every man's pocket, and tell them, look, keep it moving? Like, why would you want to? Do you know what I mean? But I understand, like, no one like for us, it's easy to speak, innit? Because we're living in England, we're immigrants already. We've sort of broken that barrier. But with them, it's like it's our land. We've had it for thousands of years. Like for them to give up the land is like a huge thing. It's like they're condemning themselves to a life of slavery.
It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty straightforward. It would just be, again, a further encroachment, isn't it? It's just that.
Yeah.
Nothing more than that. They've you've seen the maps over the last 70 years or whatever. It's just that. Like, why? If that's the principle, then Hebron is going to end up like that too. Do you know what I mean?
What it is more to do with Arab nationalism and them thinking that they deserve to have their own country. The same way how it's the same argument what the Jews are coming with. Like, we deserve to have our own country. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the ideology. But as a Muslim, if you think about it, you're supposed to be able to move to and live in any Muslim lands. Do you get me? That's why Muslims fight so hard to not have their lands ruled by foreigners or of people other than Muslims. They want to live according to their laws. So even when you get a country like Turkey that runs it democratically or by a certain set of laws that is other than the law of God or Sharia law, a lot of Muslims take offense to that. They see it as it's a sellout thing, or it's like some sort of demonic possession. Like, they take it really hard because they're saying that, all right, as Muslims, we can move anywhere, right? Within Sharia countries, it should be a standardized thing. Like, if I'm living in Egypt or Iran or Turkey, I should be able to understand as a Muslim automatically what the laws are. It's not like I'm moving there and then they're springing it on me going, oh, by the way. No, as a Muslim, you know what the laws are, innit? So you're free to move. So it's like Europeans, innit, with their EU, they can move anywhere within the EU. They just realize that it's a white supremacist elitism that runs it. So they all conform to that. Do you get me? So it's like, for Muslims to have that, it has to all be a fact of what is Islam and what's outside of Islam, right? So nationalism and Islam don't really work together. They're not bedfellows. Like, they don't go together. So, like, when the English took over everything from the Ottomans, they imposed, English and French, I should say, they imposed nationalistic ideologies on people by giving them borders, by telling them, oh, you're separate from him, and this is the border, and you lot run this one, and here's a set of rules that you should run your country by, and these are the elections that you should hold. And they basically oversee the process of, yeah, we're easing you into democracy. Do Do you know what I mean? Like all this whole process basically is actually against Islam. So it's difficult for like, see, this whole Palestine thing is a religious argument, really. Like, but people switch from Arab nationalism to religion and back and forth, and they flip in between, or they flick in between them, and it's a bit weird because it's just confusing for other people. Like we was talking about this yesterday, and it's like where does the religion come into it, and where does like it doesn't, and it's confusing because in actual fact the religion shouldn't really come into it. Yeah, but the thing is, the whole problem is when the English took over these Muslim lands, they did it on the sly. So those people aren't even aware of we've lost our land. Like it's lost. Like they're not looking at that. Because if they did, they would all moved, when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, they would all moved to Muslim countries, but they didn't. They didn't realize because England was promising them autonomy, independence, nationalism. So they were thinking, okay, we can still stay here. But they didn't realize that, no, you've actually lost a war. You've actually lost a land. You've actually lost self-determination. You've actually lost independence. You've lost all these things. But English convinced them, no, we're giving you independence. Do you get me? So there was some sort of gaslighting involved. And this is why it's difficult for people to understand how we got to where we are today. Was a whole cloak and dagger deception ploy by the British, because they didn't really want to take responsibility for those lands. Because even now, if you look at it, it's like, oh, how did we get here? Oh, the Balfour Declaration. So why ain't the English then responsible for the outcome of that? It's like, no, they've washed their hands of it completely. If anything, do you know what I mean? It's weird. It's like where it doesn't make sense, but it's just how English run things. It's like they're very they're more they're more ahead of everyone else in terms of these kind of like ways of thinking. People are just very surface level thinking, basic level thinking. When English make a deal with them and they sign it on the line, they're thinking, yeah, we've got the signature now. The president or the prime minister signed it, stamped by the Queen. Okay, yes, so we've got it now. But then English starts making moves a different way, because this is all based on masonry. It's all based on the Masonic ideology of hedging their bets, of betting on both sides, of encouraging both sides to go to war with each other. So who really wins? The Masons win. So whether you go to war with each other or you make peace with each other, either way, they make money off both sides. They're providing arms for both sides. Really, do you get me? So the peace itself is the illusion. The fact is, they're on both sides of the table encouraging wars because they benefit from wars. And if you manage to avoid that trap and get along with each other, they still benefit. They still make money. So that's why this whole ideology that we're looking at now is very unstable, because it is based on the Masonic kind of dealings, how they deal with people. It's not based on traditional setups of how neighboring people deal with each other, or neighboring empires deal with each other, or treaties that are signed that carry on for thousands of years. Like, that's all out the window. That's the problem.
Sorry, I missed so much of that. I had a phone call, man.
It's all right, man. I'm just saying that because it's like a masonry type ideology that the British are using, they're usually on both sides of each deal that's made, right? So when they kind of like gave the land to one set of people and took it from the other set of people, the promises that they made to the other set of people, the Palestinians, they're still under the impression that they have those rights. But really you don't, because you lost your land, you went against the Ottomans then collapsed, then you was left flapping in the wind, thinking that the people you sided with, the English, was going to set you up with your own little thing. When they done the dirty on you, now you got no one to turn to. You're stuck in the middle. So when we look at it from a political point of view or a religious point of view, these people's argument or even from a nationalist point of view, their argument don't really hold no water. Really what it is with the Palestinians is a humanitarian disaster. That's what we need to focus on, is that there's, regardless of their politics, regardless of their religion, and regardless of their race, there's people that's being treated in a disgusting way that is abhorrent to everyone else that's watching. So we've been dehumanized by us having to watch it, by us having to be exposed to it. Now, the more sympathy you got for these people, the more it's going to hurt you. But even if you don't, it's still going to be a horrible tragedy. But rather than like that mattering and that being a cause for people to rally around and help these people, it's being flipped the other way. Because don't forget, we're dealing with master manipulators. You got someone like Benjamin Netanyahu now making a statement. Oh, this is make or break for Israel, and it's make or break for the world now. The whole of humanity is teetering on the brink of Third World War and end times prophecies. But that's not actually the case. The case is you've got innocent people, regardless of their political leaders or whatever they're affiliated to, innocent women and children, yeah, who even in an all-out war should be free from any kind of like, you know, fuckeries. In an all-out war, like if England and France or France and Germany went to war and every man had to take up arms and take to the streets and it was a serious war, women and children should still be safe.
Yeah.
That's the rules of engagement. We're not going to go around killing women and children. Do you get me? So even in the worst scenario of war, women and children should be all right. But when we're looking at this situation, they're targeting the women and children. This crazy. This is like unheard of. And I really feel that the whole world has kind of like allowed these people to think that they're special. Oh, we're God's chosen people and this is a special land and all this bullshit that we all know is bullshit. To them, it's like their identity now. And they're acting on that, which is crazy. Like, it's like, who's gaslighting who now? Who's the one under the illusion, really? Are these Jews under illusion that they think that they can get away with murder? Like, you got rabbis going, yeah, well, in the Bible, God said when it's war, you don't have to show them no quarter. You have to go all out and kill everybody. Women, children, cats, dogs, donkeys. Even got rabbis quoting Bible now saying it's all right to kill women and children. Like, that's 2023. Like, really? Is this this is crazy. This is like beyond narcissism. It's just nuts.
Which Arab nations have got nuclear weapons?
I don't know. I don't think any of them.
Is Iran classed as one?
Iran's not Arabs.
No.
So, like, based on yesterday's conversations, I'm saying, like, from my point of view, myself personally, the religion don't apply to this. In times prophecy don't apply to this. None of that shit that we was talking about really applies. It's just a humanitarian disaster that human beings are being treated like shit. And that should be upsetting everyone. And like Jedi said, not just in Palestine, it should be upsetting us across the board. Whenever human beings are treated like this, really, unless we dehumanize them, it does affect us. To even witness it, to even see it, it's affecting us. We're being degraded by actually having to see it. It's like me holding you there and making you watch someone grape someone in front of you. That's gonna, like, you're not doing nothing wrong, but by watching it, it's degrading you. But how people get out of it is by dehumanizing the other side. That's what they're doing. Like, so yesterday, Reggie is dehumanizing Arabs, let's say. Oh yeah. Or like Jupiter as well. Oh yeah, they're our enemy. End times prophecy. We're gonna go to war with these people. They're Satan. They're evil. Like, this whole mentality of bringing religion into it is the easiest shortcut way to dehumanize people. Standardly, and I think it's wrong. I just don't agree with it. I just don't bring religion into this situation. It's like, it doesn't apply to this, really. It doesn't. So religion's got nothing to do with this. If religion had anything to do with it, would copy the example of the Prophet Muhammad, who himself had to exodus, himself had to gather up his people and say, listen, we can't live here no more. On your toes, let's go. And they moved. So why can't these people do that? If it's unlivable and their children are dying, they should be able to leave there. That's not no holy. Gaza ain't no holy land. Why can't they live there? Why can't thing is on the border? Egypt's on the border. Why can't they just go to Egypt? Like, how many million of them is there? Like 2 million. Turkey the other day took 5 million Syrians in. Like, it's not that much. 2 million people. But they're used as a pawn. Internationally, these people have been used as a pawn. Nah, stay there. Die.
I got a question.
But we're just going to use
On
it
the,
as a stick to beat Israel with.
on the nuclear weapons thing, yeah, how come the Arab states kind of allowed Israel to become a nuclear power? And like years, like I'm just looking, it says that France agreed to supply reactor uranium and plutonium and stuff like that, processing power to Israel in 1959, and then he tried to stop it or something. But by the 1967 Six-Day War, Israel was able to assemble a rudimentary nuclear device. A test explosion may have been carried out in the Indian Ocean in September 1979 in cooperation with South Africa. Now, if I go to a nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East, saying steps towards the establishment of such a zone began in the 1960s, led to a joint declaration by Egypt and Iran in 1974, which resulted in a General Assembly resolution. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. So like within the same 20-year period, Israel have started their program and completed it to the extent that they have weapons. At the same time, the rest of the world or the powers that be stopped Middle Eastern countries from. I just wonder, because at the time, what were the relations like with the West between say Saudi Arabia and the West? I guess it would have been as firm as it is now, I guess. But that's just weird. That's strange to me because they're independent states. You never know what the West is going to be up to. So I would imagine, I can't see why they would have agreed that. Do you know what I mean? Or allowed that to happen. Meanwhile, Israel is the only nuclear power that is sanctioned in that region. It's weird. Obviously, I know why, but it's just on the side of the Arabs, I don't see
When you
why
look
they
at
would
it
have
from this
allowed.
point of view, Amir, yeah, in a
You know what I mean?
global family of nations, right, everyone brings something different to the table, right? And the whites or the Europeans or the Americans and the English, they are, and the French, they're the muscle, right? And sometimes countries use them to fight each other with. It's like whoever's close with the big boys, you get me, they get their way. But they're not going to really try to build up their own army and rival them lot. Do you get me? Because they don't really even need to do that. They've got enough natural resources. Arabs, like Africans as well, have got enough natural resources that they don't need to take anyone else's resources by force. Do you get me? Which is what Europeans do. So we all studied in school about the China thingy situation where, what was it, opium wars and that. Even going back to opium war days, we know that this is how they used to operate. They turn up, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, we want to do deals. We want to buy a team. We want to buy rice. You get me? Next thing you know, they've got all that entire military off your coast telling you, change your leader. And by the way, the new leader, it better be on our side. And see this opium thing, we're taking our cut. And that's just how they operate. And that's because, like, while the rest of the world was civilized and having peace and having good times for hundreds of years, these that were warring with each other. England and France had 100-year wars. Militarily, they advanced. Not just militarily in terms of developing weapons, but ideologically, strategically, everything. Do you get me? So they become much more warlike. Even though they are maybe genetically even programmed to even be that way. Yeah, slightly. Let's say they've got like many advantages when it comes to warfare, right? But globally today, they are the power. They hold the technology. They give it to who they want. They don't give it to who they want. Whoever they want, they keep them in the dark ages. By not giving them technology, by not giving them war weapons, right? So that's how they operate. That's just how it is. They're the muscle. And everyone else, it's like you're in a school playground and there's one school bully, right? One big boy who's genetically bigger than everyone else, right? Why am I going to go and put in that much effort to become him when he's already there? All I've got to do is manipulate him. Do you get me? And that's how everyone thinks. Everyone thinks if we give America and England their cut, they're providing the muscle, and basically the rest of us can be inside the rave raving, and then man have to stand at the door like security, like they're the muscle. And everyone's under this ideology. So when the muscle guy, the security guy, takes little backhanders or gets a couple of girls and runs them up to to the office and does these little fuckeries, people turn a blind eye to it because you've already put them in a position of power. The fact that they're going to abuse that power, you're looking at that as human nature. Obviously, he's going to do that. Do you get me? So that's the situation with the military impact of it, that these lot ain't got nothing. They ain't got no natural resources. They ain't got nothing to trade with. They ain't got no civilization. They've just got military might. America is a nation of corn growing farmers. They just produce corn. That's what they do. From one shore to the other shore, America is just farmers, small towns. All right, forget New York and the big cities, yeah, for a minute. Majority of America is small towns, and they're all farmers, and that's how they made their money. That's how they boosted themselves up. That's how they got rich. That's how they had a surplus of soldiers, and that's how they got their military might. That the whole world then called on them, said, "Oh, we need you to come and fight this war for us.
No.
We need you to come and fight Germany."
It's not how they got rich. It's not how they got their money up.
Go on, how is it then?
Slavery.
You know, bro.
Yeah, slavery and farming goes hand in hand. Who was killing the? Who was doing the crop thingy in?
I feel like their biggest commodity wasn't corn; it was humans.
Yeah, them two things goes hand in hand. It's like you can't have a factory without workers.
Nah, it weren't factories that got their money. It weren't corn. It was slaves.
Yeah, but why would they need slaves? Because they had job for them, innit? They had work for them. They needed the slaves.
Look, man, every country's got work to be done. Every country's got work to be done. They just got a slave force to do it for free. That's where the money came from.
It's exactly true, because otherwise, Khan, you're saying that the money came from, like, they weren't paid for their work, innit? So if they were paid for their work, they wouldn't have made the money that they made.
Facts.
As in the American government wouldn't have made the money they made.
No, I'm not denying the contribution of slavery to their wealth. I'm not denying that. That's not my point.
Yeah, but I'm saying we're not going to boost corn over the trading and buying of slaves. And
no, definitely not.
Slaves, they did other stuff.
Yeah.
Built stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, they did all kinds of stuff.
Mashing up quarries and that. Yeah, all of that.
Yeah, obviously.
But no,
if we took all those slaves and gave them to any other country, would it have benefited them and built them up as much?
Yeah,
of course.
Because it's a free workforce.
Yeah, but you need to have the work available.
They create work.
You've got people freely that is going to go and plant some stuff, dig some stuff up. Yeah, so even if you didn't have nothing there, they can create work because you've got a workforce.
I don't think that's 100% accurate, bro. Because
it is,
think about it this way: like,
you get them to build a railway, you get them to work.
But what was the railway for? To carry the goods, right?
Yeah, no, you might not have Listen, railways are built and then they're utilized. Railways are built to bring trade and work and business into dead parts of the country. Well, railways are built so that now we have an excuse to go to this spot over here and build a town, and now, do you know what I mean? There's a route now from here to there. We're going to build a station house and a hotel, and we're going to build, obviously, there. Now we're going to put a new house there, build a school. Right? Do you know what I mean? And this is how it's done. This is how it's not always like, oh, fertile land, let's build around this. Sometimes you just get a settlement. Let's get a spot and like, yo, let's build a town. Let's build houses. Let's put people out here. And they start exploring and whatever. So I just feel like as long as you've got hands and feet that will go to work for next to nothing, you're always going to be a winner.
Definitely. But my point wasn't that really. My point was that historically, or based on civilization, farming is what produces surplus crops to feed your army and the ability to have surplus people that you need to actually send to war eventually. It's the farming that does that. It's that without farming, you can't have that. Whether the workers are working for free, whether they've been imported from Africa, that's regardless. The fact is, all civilization and all warfare and all modern armies is based on farming.
No. It don't go the other way around. No, you're not gonna have a massive farm and no one to farm it. You're gonna have loads of people and realize you've got the ability to now farm a land, right? So it's not that the people come first, the slaves, the workforce are gonna come first. Then you're gonna put them to work. You're gonna get them sowing the seeds and reaping the seeds.
No, but you're making out like any land can be cultivated, but that's not the case.
Well,
There's countries that have got land that they can't cultivate.
Any land can be cultivated. Most land can be cultivated for something.
It can't be.
Most
not
land,
any land. Not any land can
most-
be cultivated. It's not true.
Most land can be cultivated for something, especially in a fertile place like America. Most land can be cultivated for something. It just depends on what land you've got in front of you. And all these crops you're talking about are not natural crops. They're man-made. The whole point of agriculture is you're sowing these seeds. You're creating these circumstances where these rows of these fucking plants are growing because they don't grow in nature.
But what these lot are growing is cash crops they can sell globally. So it's like what they did to the Irish. They made them grow potatoes because they could sell them to the Germans and whoever. It's a cash crop, isn't it? They're not growing it to feed their own people, like in a normal way of farming. They're growing for industry. So the corn that America produces, they've got so much corn that they have to turn it into fructose corn syrup because they don't even have enough use for that corn. And even if they've sold all the corn, there's still a surplus. And they're thinking, what can we do with the surplus corn? Because it's a cash crop. It's like cotton. When they were growing cotton, they weren't just growing it to make Levi's 501s for Americans, were they? They were selling it globally.
Oh, sorry.
What was that, Emma?
No, I was just watching a clip. No, I don't want to interrupt, man. It was just some funny shit. Sorry, man. Sorry, Khan.
No, it's cool. It's like obviously Jedi did actually make a really good point that slavery actually did make them rich as well, which is another thing, isn't it?
I'm saying, I'm challenging, and I'm saying slavery made them richer than corn did.
Yeah. I agree to that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying to you, traditionally or historically, it's farming that makes countries have a standing army that they can send to
Except for
to
the
war.
countries that got big of slavery. You know what I mean, there's a lot of places that got like some serious capital from the trading of humans. Serious. I don't even think we can underestimate what it is to have a free workforce worth millions, millions of people.
Yeah,
that's a lot of energy. That's a lot of manpower. That'll create you a fortune that could never run out.
Yeah, no one can deny that.
No time. 100 people working for free for me. We could build an empire like crazy.
I guess the question would be how much money was each slave making in a lifetime for the slave owner versus how much they would have been sold for at their peak physical ability, something like that.
Well, it'd be more than what they were worth because obviously they worked them to death, not giving a shit if they died. So the money that they're producing or the revenue they're generating is far in excess of what they were originally worth.
And then on top of that, MA, you got to remember, you're talking about first generation slaves that are sold. You're not talking about their kids.
Yeah. That's another good point.
Them kids that are born, they're just born into slavery free of charge.
Yeah, free.
So at least by the time you have a son and he starts working, your debt must be paid off. Because you've now provided that not your debt must be paid off, but that guy must have got back his return. Because now you've got a whole new fucking human working that you ain't paid for.
That's right.
It's interesting. And then you've also got
it's not interesting, it's disgusting.
And what are you feeding them? Swill. What are you clothing them?
Yeah, grits. Rags? You're feeding them grits.
Yeah, man, you're good, man.
Fuck
cheap as shit. Pit bulls will probably be more expensive to keep.
Oh yeah.
I'm thinking about the compensation as well, right? That the slave owners were given, that only got paid off in 2015.
Yeah, if they lost out as slaves when the reforms and that came.
Yeah, they were underwritten. They were underwritten by Lloyd's of London, man. The whole slavery thing was Lloyd's. They thingy that underwrit it. So even any Tom, Dick, and Harry could come and invest in slavery, and if they lost their money, they'll get their money back. That's how bad it was. It's like now me saying, "Oh, I want to invest in crypto. I'm gonna sell my house. I'm gonna buy crypto." And Jed comes along and goes, "You know what? If you invest in my coin and it flops, I'll give you your money back." That's how confident he is. That's how confident they were in this whole slavery trade. That if your mission flopped, they'll still reimburse you. That's crazy. Think about it. That's crazy because they're then enticing everyone to invest every penny they draw in every resource into this one endeavor because they know the returns on it is exponential. It's going to be like crazy returns. That's how lucrative slavery was. But that's what I'm saying. It couldn't have worked anywhere other than America. Not on that level. It couldn't have.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Because
like, if you think about it, looking in the Bible or looking at history, the last time when something like that happened was in Egypt. And even they had too many slaves and they didn't know what to do with them. And they started having to cull them and kill their children and moderate their numbers. And even like Moses was saying, listen, even with the slaves here, but you lot can't support us. At least allow us to leave and go and do something else because you can't feed us here. Do you get me? So there is a point when you've got too many slaves or you've got too much workforce. Do you get me? Because it's supply and demand, isn't it? Work is like that, isn't it? It's like, you know, you have to have the work for the workers and you still need to have enough workers so you can keep the cost of the workforce down so they're competing for the work, right? So if you've got too much workforce, right, then what happens? And you can't afford to put them to work. They're sitting around doing nothing. What are you going to do with workforce?
Think about how it probably unfolded in the new world. Yeah, so they didn't capture the entire nation now known as United States in one night, right? They would have captured small little settlements and whatever, and then they would have got to a point where they had enough ideas how to of what crops to grow and whatever to be like, okay, we need this many people to come and work on these things, right? And then as they've expanded even further,
but they didn't bring African slaves in from the beginning, MA.
Say again?
MA. They didn't bring the African slaves in from the get-go.
No, but I'm the point.
They slaved indigenous people. They brought in Irish slaves and all sorts of Europeans.
That's not the point. The point I'm making is that it's again supply and demand, right? Supply and demand on the basis that they were able to acquire more and more land as their weaponry improves, as as they were able to prove the efficiency of the operation, and they saw the profits rising. They're like, okay, this is the thing. Let's go further. Let's go further east. Further west, out to the west coast. Let's go further south into Mexico. Let's go right. So they've expanded their operation, and I'm saying that if they had, let's say they had 200,000 slaves. Let's just put that number out there, right? That were a mixture of indigenous and also indigenous American and African slaves, right? They expanded, right? They didn't start off with 2 million or whatever it is. They started off with a few, do you know what I mean? And they tried it out. They're like, okay, these guys are the right ones to have and whatever. Let's go get some more. And I'm saying, yeah, if they had the chance to expand, so say like it was Pangea, right? And they had the chance to expand into other parts of the world in the same 400-year process, in the same 400-year ambit, they would have done so. Yeah, because it's greed, isn't it? Greed is an untamable desire. They would have just done more and more and more. Yeah, the only thing that stopped them from doing more was the size of the land that they were working, right? And the numbers of Europeans they had to control that. I'm saying that. In addition to having to manage the colonial structures on the African continent as well.
It's interesting.
I'm saying if they had enough, yeah, go on.
No, go. You heard.
No, I'm saying if they had enough. I don't know what they. I don't know if they expanded their kind of administrative workforce in Europe to be able to handle that stuff. To me, it sounds like they were, a small majority, and I know they expanded it to the extent of the funders would be your normal housewife in Scotland or whatever, actually paying into this system, having their own slaves, and then maybe selling them on or whatever. But in terms of the ones who are actually running the slave plantations and stuff, it seemed like that wasn't an infinite number of people. Do you know what I mean? And maybe it was such a specific job that not anyone could just go and do it. When you think about it, 1400s, 1500s, they're doing India, they're doing Africa. Do you know what I mean? They're doing a lot, man. They're doing the Americas. You know what I mean? That's a lot of work.
I wonder how many black people died in the American Civil War between the North and the South. Because that was like at the end of slavery, innit?
Loads, isn't it? Loads. They recruited lots. Loads of them.
This is what I'm thinking, is that these wars kind of like a sly way of thinking, look, I've got some surplus people I need to get rid of. You got some surplus people. Let's just go to war, put all these people in the front, let them kill each other, and then we've just got rid of like a load of surplus dudes, innit? That if we don't do that, they're going to revolt and take over. So both like leaderships are sort of compelled to cull their workforce when the work runs out anyway. So I'm thinking a lot of these wars, even like a lot of these Muslim countries, they're complicit in this kind of like situation, and they're like happy to blame it on America, like, but really and truly, there's a lot of people dying.
This guy looks like he's got no innards, no organs in his body, bro. I don't know, man. Like, it's just something absent about this youth.
I know this guy. I've seen him. I think they accused him of something to do with he was speaking on black issues or something. He was saying some fuckeries, and some people I think pulled him up. I don't know. Is that it was a couple of weeks ago I seen his face. But you can't forget a face like that. Man looks like Rasputin. And then he looked like one Russian fucking witch doctor.
His hair looks like his weave, man.
Now I want to hear what he's got to say now.
Yeah, me too. My response to an Afrocentrist on black Egyptians. Okay. What's it got to do with him? Go on, Jedi. He's not ready. Yeah, I was going to ask the question, at what point did the numbers of white settler European Americans outnumber the number of enslaved Africans in America? Because there would have been a tipping point, innit?
I think there was a slave revolt, innit? Before, like, what, I forget the year. But there was a slave revolt, and they couldn't really keep the numbers down. Like, the slaves were basically winning. So some guy, I think was it Smith & Wesson, they come up with a 6-shooter pistol. And that was the only thing that swung it in their favor. Otherwise, basically, America would be a black country right now. Because the slaves were winning, innit? There was a mass slave revolt across the whole of America. I forgot what year it was.
Okay.
But it's in that I see it in that documentary. What's his name? Is it Mike Myers or something like that? That fat Canadian guy with the glasses. He was wearing a baseball cap. He's just quite fat and but he done documentary.
The Bowling for Columbine guy.
Yeah, he done Bowling for Columbine. He done Fahrenheit as well.
9/11.
Yeah, that one. He's done a couple of good ones, but in this particular one, he was talking about being able to go into Walmart and buy weapons and bullets and things like that. And he was talking about the history of the weaponry industry in America. He was saying that it all goes back to like when they had muskets, they couldn't put down the slave revolt because basically men were willing to die in it. They'll put their lives on the line. It's like they were just like running at the enemy, just like the front guys would just get gunned down, but by the time they would reload their weapons, because it took too long to reload the muskets, innit? So mans was onto them with like sticks and stones and whatever. They were still winning until the Smith & Wesson come with the 6-shooter. And so then one man could shoot 6 men, but not only that, he can reload it instantly. That's the reloading time speed. That's the factor. Really.
Does Gurdeep hate you or something?
Gurdeep loves sucking my anus, bro.
Whoa.
Come on, man. Allow him, man. Allow him. Gurdeep just wants to know what I had for dinner yesterday. It's fine.
What the fuck?
He's got no shame with it, so what can I do?
Gurdeep?
Even Bibi's shocked. Little nasty Bibi's shocked, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Metatron speaking, and for today's intro, I only have a sentence for you. Brace for impact. So, what is the premise of this case? About a year ago, I published a video titled, Were the Ancient Egyptians Black? The Truth. The video had excellent views, and I appreciate you noble ones for giving this video the success I believe it deserved. Your trust is not misplaced. A short time after its publication, the channel Kweli Mika, a channel entirely dedicated to Afrocentricity, responded with a debunking video. There are several factors that influence whether I decide to enter a debate pub.
Zulu, why are you bringing this shit to us, man? You trying to depress some black folks, yeah?
I'm trying to prove to y'all that, you're appropriating ancient Egyptian culture, yeah? They were white. They weren't black, yeah?
Holy shit. You came with this video, Zulu.
Oh, yes. I'm going to show you the truth. You're not Egyptian. The Egyptians are white.
Wow, Zulu.
Yeah.
Wow, Zulu.
And you're not Israelite either. They're all white.
Well, you know that obviously there's a big spin on this, so let's see where Zulu's going with this. Let's see where Zulu's going with this.
Big up, by the way. Shalom, by the way.
Yeah, big up, brother.
Oh, Hotep. Let me say Hotep.
Oh, wow.
This guy's getting brazen in his...
You never go full Hotep, bro.
Yeah, I just recently bought a book about the ancient Egyptian ancient Egyptian encyclopedia.
What?
So we know the Egyptians are black, so what are you playing at?
I don't know, bro. Well, we'll see. We'll see what this guy's to say.
What is the underlying benefit to whitewashing history? Like, why are these people kind of like? What is the motive? I don't get it. Like, if they were black, they were black. So what? Like, I don't see. Like, why is it affecting these lot? What's the point of like lying?
But it's
it's
about
land.
programming.
It's land ownership. It's land claim, innit? It's a claim
It's a
to
land
land.
claim, it's culture claim, but it's also the conditioning of the black mind to make them feel inferior, to not have examples of greatness in history. But the only example we are given is slavery and colonization and chucking spears.
And they play it.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm just making myself a tea. Do you mind?
Yeah, I agree with Zulu, man. It's a bit of a weird phenomenon. It's like look, if you talk to young people, anyone today, where do black people come from? They're going to say Africa.
Please get consent of their guardians before you do.
But it's like they've kind of created this delusion or this illusion that Africa
It's just
today,
for fun. Just for fun.
Africa today is the Africa that it's always been. Like the borders have always been the borders that these lot
I know
dictate.
she's not 13. I
It's
think I know
crazy. Weren't there a time without borders? Weren't there a time where people were freely moving?
Of course,
Like, why are we saying that everyone who's black came from Africa and should now, like, there's a big effort to return everyone to Africa. Like, all the Africans have to live in Africa, all the Jews have to live in Israel, all the Muslims have to live in the Muslim lands, but the rest of the world, these lot can
It's
run
not
free,
realistic.
run loose.
It's not realistic.
We've already debunked this out of Africa theory anyway, so I know where I'm from. I mean, from the planet, from this whole planet, this whole world. There's not one location. So
It's all political, man. It's all political, and there are certain aspects of that political matrix that I will use to my advantage. Definitely.
there's a saying: if you were to die in Asia, do you think the ground wouldn't accept you? The earth will accept you wherever you lay. The earth will accept you. Do you think the fruits in Asia won't digest in your stomach?
Mad.
Lad, you see where my family's buried in the cemetery up the road. I don't know about wanting to be in there, boy, because there's some nefarious spirits in that cemetery. I'm telling you.
Yeah, those are familiar spirits.
Yeah,
They reside in the grave sites.
Zulu, what will happen to a person if they was cremated rather than buried? How, like, on a scale, how wrong would that be for a person who believes in God to get cremated?
I don't think it's a grave sin or anything of the sort, but I think it's unnatural. I think you should just allow the earth to absorb.
What would happen when we're supposed to rise from our graves?
Well, God can reconstitute whatever's remained in any way. He's God. So in the resurrection, if he reconstitutes you from ash, he can do that. I don't think
you know what? You know, there's some ancient beliefs. Yeah? You know, there's two ancient beliefs by people that do the occult. One is if you die in a fire, you get sent to limbo, or you won't be able to resurrect. And the other is if you die by being hanged by a tree, it's a curse.
It's a curse.
You won't be able to resurrect, or your soul won't be at rest, or something, right? You wonder though, man.
I think it's folklore.
You know what I mean?
It's folklore.
Like, it makes me even think about the coffin. You know, we always talk about the coffin every now and again. It don't make sense, cuz.
Or a tomb. What about a tomb?
No, but a tomb is a coffin. That's exactly that's what it is.
Yeah, Jesus was buried in a tomb. Jesus was put in a tomb.
Yeah, I don't think he was. Honestly,
but he rose though. That's the whole point. That's the whole point, bro. He was put in a tomb and he rose.
Yeah, but it's culturally, like, people were put in tombs at some point. Obviously, before that,
he was a bigwig. They weren't culture.
No, but people had tombs back then, and it's like people were put in tombs back then. Like
even the Romans had tombs, innit?
Yeah.
No. Wait. Generals, rabbis, they got tombs, right? Prophets, they got tombs.
That's a good point.
Everyday folk, I'm sure they got buried, bro.
Well, you're right about that. No, you're right about that.
Right,
yeah. Definitely, if you got good status, yeah, you're right about that. I'll give you that. 100%.
Where does that begin? That's an interesting investigation, because I don't actually.
Well, probably comes from Kemet.
Yeah, of course it does.
It's a form of preservation,
before that,
right?
though, isn't it? It's got to be before that, though.
Well, I think the Sumerians did tombs and all that, potentially.
That seems like that is the biggest abomination to the existence of man in some respects.
Why would you call it an abomination?
Because I think it's spiritually retarded. Do you know what I mean?
What to have a tomb?
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to be eaten up by worms in the soil? Like,
what are we gonna do with the bodies and feed them to the wolves?
Yeah. You do though. You do.
Nah.
You do though. You course you do.
I don't.
No. Don't be silly. Don't be silly.
Man. I'm talking about me in it. This is my personal. No.
Yeah, but no. You want to ash to ash, dirt to dirt. You want to be. Come on.
Nah, bro. Not me,
bro. Your Bible says condition to think of worms as something disgusting.
I don't. Even if it says that, I still don't want it, man.
You don't want what the Bible recommends.
No, bro, I don't want to be eaten by worms, bro.
Think about it: ash to ash, dirt to dirt, yeah, or dust to dust.
I'd rather be mummified.
That's the opposite of being in a wooden box.
I'd rather be mummified.
I swear,
your elements. Because remember, when they say ash, I'm sure there's another word for ash that they actually use, but we have that element. Like you could say carbon.
Yeah.
Carbon.
Yes, carbon to carbon.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's telling you about the cycle, or like returning to the earth, like
becoming one with the
No, but
elements
ain't it,
again.
Jeds, ain't it your own bacteria, your own microbes that eat you, not just worms that come out the soil? Like
you
you're
rot, innit?
carrying the
You
bacteria
rot. You
inside
rot,
your
yeah.
gut right now
You're,
that eats you when you die.
You're an organism, so obviously when you die, you decay. You don't need to be eaten to decay.
What about the embalming fluid?
Yeah, that's now unnatural. Now that's some That's not dust to dust, ash to ash.
what's that? That's a
Yeah,
perversion
man.
now.
I don't
They're
really.
called
That's Kemet. That's Kemet.
I ain't trying to turn into worm shit, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
Why?
That's
You
what
are
the
so
dirt is.
childish, bro. That is
No,
childish.
How is it childish? What the hell?
That's so childish.
That's what the
Bro,
dirt is.
bro,
Worm shit.
Are the ancient? Hold on, Emma, are the
Bro,
ancient
it's worm
Egyptians?
shit.
Are the ancient Egyptians childish?
Soil, yeah, soil is shit.
Yeah.
No, Emma. Are the ancient Egyptians childish? Hold on. Are
That's
the
a
ancient
stupid
Egyptians
question,
childish?
bro. No, you are
I mean, don't give a
childish.
shit about no Egyptians.
So the ancient Egyptians are childish for not wanting to be
Ancient or
worm shit. Yeah?
otherwise.
Bro, are you ancient Egyptian?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You said you're not.
Well, we'll see. We'll see in the video. We'll see in the video. I might have white ancestry anyway, so I could be from the white side, somewhere down the line.
Man.
Yeah,
Whatever. That's childish, man. It's spiritually childish. Let me put it that way. Like you think that worms are something to be scared of or that they're disgusting or whatever. It's ridiculous, man.
Okay, bro.
Zulu.
Yes, bro.
Soil is worm shit.
Yeah, actually, I think it is.
It actually is. They eat vegetation and it
course.
produces
Shit, yeah, of course. Soil is worm shit.
Well,
shit,
thank God for technology.
Let's make it better. Soil is shit, as we all know. Soil
Well,
is shit.
I'm happy that knowledge shall increase because we'll be in cryo chambers anyway. So
cryo chambers.
Cryo chambers. Yeah. I'll be
Why
doing
would
that.
you want that? That's unnatural.
Where is it?
Because if
Where's
there's
the law on that in the
consciousness
Bible,
transference,
bro?
Yeah.
If there's soul transference or whatever, just preserve the body, and then later on they'll have
He's just got his what do you call it? He's just got his advocate hat on, man. Don't listen to him, man. This is dark
Kabbalah.
Zulu, evil Zulu. He's been practicing evil Zulu for a while, you know.
I think the Kabbalah is the thing.
He's getting more convincing. Yeah. It's just
evil Zulu.
I know when his voice changes when he goes in this mode. I know
if you
what
study
he's doing.
Kabbalah, which you have to be obviously initiated into, which
I've
I've been.
noticed as well. Still,
in Kabbalah, in Kabbalah, they teach you about.
If this carries on, he'll be getting pom soon, man. I'm telling you.
They teach you about soul transfer.
In Kabbalah, they teach you about the golem, right?
Yeah.
So there's forms of reconstituting, resurrection, bringing back reanimation. So I'd rather preserve the body. You know what I mean? For
Is that what Jesus said?
To be a golem or something?
Everlasting
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, bro.
What a dead argument.
I'm
You want to
just
be a
saying,
golem?
bro.
You want to be a zombie?
You know?
You want to be a zombie? That's what a golem is.
Well, I don't know. That's not the golems I've seen, so I don't. Anyway.
Zulu, did you know that in Kabbalah they're saying that more than one soul can live in a body, or they can be inhabited into, like you can soul transfer into someone's body who actually does have a soul already.
I don't even know why you like. It's possible. Like people are doing this shit. I don't even know why.
But they teach it. It's part of their teaching.
Yeah. Okay.
Zulu, this guy looks like
I'm saying too much.
You know. All right. You ready?
Okay.
Because Zulu's got some kind of plot twist ready for us. So here we go. Let's enjoy it. You don't send me nothing for no reason.
Publicly or not. Now, he qualified because he brings forth some decent points. He's clearly educated and he doesn't call me a racist. So, Quelimika, I commend you for that. With that being said, he does accuse me of this.
We're going to expose the lack of rigor and intellectual integrity in the research of the Metatron's video on ancient Egypt. So stop misleading people and do more research, please. I doubt that he did proper research for his video. Joke's on you, man. Joke's on you, Metatron.
Which I don't take lightly. At the end of the day, a public debate can be a great opportunity for systematic reflection, which is always welcome, and it can also be mutually constitutive. With that being said, this conversation will happen based on these parameters. Any point of agreement will have to be ontological, factual, and documented.
All right,
I would like to begin.
Ontological, please. for the dumb people in the back.
The philosophy of being is related
Yes,
to being.
the essence of being, like your ontology, what you made out of, your being.
Not what are you made out of. It's not what you're made out of. It's your being, your whole being. So your being in relation to other beings, your being in relation to the universe, and also what you're constituted of as well. But a being.
So I was kind of right.
Did you get that, Khan? Or is it just me?
So I was kind of right then, MA. Kind
What
of.
ontology?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what it is already?
No, I didn't know.
Okay,
It
I
says
found it.
two definitions relating to the branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. Two, showing the relations between the concepts and categories in a set. Okay, so that's number one, relating to the branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. Ontology is a branch of philosophy in the science of what is, of what kinds and structures of objects. In simple terms, ontology seeks the classification and explanation of entities.
It's like people would often question in the apologetic space, what is the ontology of God? Like, what is his nature? What is he? What is composed of? Some people have even proposed that he's made of water and spirit. I debated people like that. Absolute kooks.
Sure. Sure.
But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
I don't even know what this guy means by the argument has to be ontological. Does he mean that we have? I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah, he's a smart guy, man. You guys will see.
Who? This Metatron other guy. That's
He said, this conversation will happen based on these parameters. Any point of agreement will have to be ontological, factual, and documented. I would like.
So in that context, ontological, he wants the arguments about if the Egyptians are black to be ontological. So he wants it to be based on what, who, and why the Egyptians are the Egyptians. Is that, have I got that right?
Let's go with that. Because let's go.
I don't think he should have used that word, to be honest. I don't see how it makes sense with what he's saying.
Me neither.
All right, listen. I got a natural dictionary inside of me, you know. Pause. You can't
just pause that. You can't just pause that. You can't just pause. You have to laugh at that, James. You have to laugh at that.
Why can't I pause? Why can't I pause?
You have to laugh at that, though. That's even more. You have to laugh at that. You have to laugh.
Why can't I say I've got a natural dictionary inbuilt in my mind? Yeah,
that's a lava one, though. That's not a pause. That's a lava.
It's like a gyroscope, right? No, honestly,
even that sounds funny, man.
In language, it's like a gyroscope. Yeah, you know, a gyroscope self-corrects, self-writes, and I feel like
absolutely, yeah.
When it comes to English and words and grammar and meaning, I've got that. If it feels
matrix.
off, it's something's off.
Matrix. You got the matrix of meaning. Yeah, I know.
So even though I don't know what ontological is, I had to ask what the context was, because I don't know, didn't feel right.
Yeah, man.
Big up Beefy. He's not trying to bun lava on me and all that. What? Because I said I've got a natural. Wait, hey Beefy, if I say I've got a natural dictionary inside of me, is that pause?
Careful.
What do you mean?
You man are getting out of control with this, bro.
Beefy's just being silly.
I've got natural. You're a natural audiologist. You're a natural audiologist, I'll say.
Yeah, well, that's all right. Cool, man. All right, man.
Big up, Beefy.
Thank you.
Big up, Khan.
I take the L.
Big up, Beefy, man.
Big up, Bounce.
Big up, Zoo. Big up, MA. Big up, Jedi. Big up the chat and everyone in the building, all the Trill family. You don't know.
So what
Mash
you say?
like button.
You're aboard for this one, yeah?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I want to hear this. But the thing is, this about black Egyptians. We know that Europeans have been in Egypt since Alexander the Gay. So, like,
even before that, Beefy.
That's ancient. So,
yeah, the Egyptians were white. G. It is what it is.
Same as Jesus was white as well. So it's what it is, isn't it?
All of them. Israelites were white. Hold on. The Israelites were white. The Egyptians were white. Everyone was white.
The whole world was white.
All we did was just chuck spears in the jungle, bro.
Oh shit.
No, Zulu, be serious. Be serious. Be serious.
Be serious.
He's getting concerned. Emma's getting worried. Zulu, wake up, wake up.
What have they done
It's
to
the
Zulu?
truth. It's the
Zulu,
truth,
talk to
bro.
me.
It's the truth.
You're fucking
Come
around
back,
now.
man.
It's funny.
Big up.
Whoa.
Wow.
Big up, Axum.
Bigger accent.
That was very loud, Axel.
Oh,
That
sorry,
was
my
loud.
bad. It's not that often I'm loud, but yeah, you got
Whoa. Is it?
What's that supposed to be?
Yeah.
Right there, boy.
You know what that means.
Right
You know what that means.
No.
She's here for violence, man.
Nah.
It's not that often and she's loud. Mad. That's a shame, Axum. That's a shame.
Yeah, I'm personally a screamer. I make bear noise.
Whoa!
Why do you want
Wow.
Why are you screaming for?
Yeah,
Nah,
what are you
that's
screaming?
gamer.
What kind of activities
What are you
involved in,
screaming
bro?
for? What are you
Wow.
What
That's
would be
too much
making
info.
you scream?
It's that inner dictionary,
Screamer,
innit? That natural
He's not
dictionary,
even he
bro.
said he's a moaner or something. He must have just
What?
screamer. Whoa,
Screamer,
what
I like
are you
it.
screaming for?
Yeah, what are you screaming for real?
Only one reason. You guys know it already. You already know why he is.
Yes, yes, my pause and my love has been redeemed. Yes.
Oh, he's smiling. He's okay. I get it. That was a hilarious pause.
He's a screamer. He's a shouter.
He's a screamer, you know.
He's a screamer. He's a shouter.
I'd like to begin by saying that this is not a direct attack to him. However, when I do enter a debate, I fully enter a debate and I take it very seriously. So I didn't
What's
just
it all
watch
about?
his video response. I watched and analyzed every
Can we get through the video? Like
single video on his entire channel with my full team, including 2 linguists, 1 archaeologist, 1 Egyptologist, a published historian, and anthropologist PhD. I've also identified several rhetorical devices that he uses on his video response to me in order to be more persuasive. These do not constitute honest discourse. Hence, every time he uses one, I will point it out and call it out. Within his audience, he has people who are interested in historical truth. I have no quarrel with them whatsoever. But he also has people who are in utter rebellion against external factual reality and have attacked me personally, mostly based on me having white skin, as evidenced by the comments section of my original video. Regardless of all the attacks that I've received on my original video due to his response, I have not disabled the comment section because freedom of speech. But these are clear attempts at manipulation.
Look at the black zombies he's got.
Yeah, he's
Look at
right.
the
He's
black-
right. He's right, though, Jez. He's right.
Look at the black zombies he's got on the phone.
Look at all the hate he's received. Look at all the hate in the
Why
comments.
they all
he's
bald
received.
as well? Man?
Okay, so this guy is a white Egyptian, yeah? I see.
No, he's Italian. He's Italian.
He's Italian. Okay.
Yeah.
Meant to shut down valid criticism or opposing views. This is clearly out of his control, so I encourage my subscribers to not retaliate to that. Skin tone does not matter. Let's attack arguments only. And boy, am I in full assault mode today.
Sorry, pause. Just give me a please. Why are all of his, apart from one, his hand movements symmetrical, bro?
It's because his name is Metatron, so he's definitely aware of Kabbalah.
Ah, shit. Is his name Metatron? Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit. Okay. Yeah.
He's initiated.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
What does it do? Lack of intellectual rigor, honesty, video length, double standard, Cleopatra's point fiasco, a quick search on Wikipedia, the Greeks said they were black, statutes cannot be used to determine race, Kemet, true name of Egypt, the Tan argument, only black people can live in Egypt, Africans equal black, Nubians look, a cheap shot, and UNESCO debate. So this is his table of contents.
This is what we are disagreeing about. My point. Ancient Egypt was a multicultural and multi-ethnic civilization due to its geolocation connecting the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Europe. A strategic location on the crossroad of continents, flourishing around the Nile River, which was a cultural conduit. of civilization. Therefore, there is diversity on the skin of the Egyptians. Throughout time and location, the ethnic percentages will vary depending on era and region. According to the results of my research, the majority of ancient Egyptians would have had an olive skin, with a lower percentage of black individuals living mostly in the southern...
Pause. Olive skin.
Yeah, I told you guys about olive skin.
1 second. Olive come in 2 colors, green and black.
No, don't try that pseudo stuff,
no.
Uncle. Don't try
What do you mean pseudo? What is the olive skin? 1 second.
No, olive
There's black olives. There's black olives, man.
Stop.
Olive oil is not black. Come on, man.
Who said olive oil? That is olive oil. It said olive skin. Olive come in 2 colors.
The oil is yellow.
Olives,
it's the oil.
No, olives come in 2 skins.
Green. Yeah, but
Green
when you
and
say
black.
olive skin, it's because of the oil, not the olive. It's the oil. The oil is yellow, bro.
No, that's not no.
Olive, yellow, green.
That's
talking
exactly
about actual olives, bro.
Olives.
Yeah, and you can get olives that are that color as well.
Hmm?
Yeah, it's not just green and
man,
black
innit?
olives.
Crazy.
What color?
Go on.
What olives you get?
You
Go on,
can get yellow
tell us.
olives, bro.
Show us, son. I beg you.
Just type it in. I know this information is gonna burn you guys, but it is what it is. Like, I don't know what you want to say.
No, I don't understand. What's the issue? Like, people do have an olive tone skin, so
exactly.
What anyway?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we
Axel.
know.
Tell them, Axel.
You know, Axel.
yeah, of course we went through this fucking hell. For 30 minutes. Yeah, remember?
You turning into Team Mulatto right now.
Yeah, she's a real Egyptian. She's the real Egyptian.
I'm more than mulatto, man. Come on.
Mulatto. I'm more than mulatto, man.
I'm more mulatto.
You don't mean less. Wait. If you're more than mulatto, then what's less than mulatto? Black people.
Oh,
that's a
good point, Evan. That's a good point.
No.
And some white settlers and white ruling elite during the later periods. The ancient Egyptians were a multi-ethnic African civilization, and their ethnicity was inextricably tied to their geographic location. Your point, ancient Egypt was originally founded by one indigenous Black African culture, namely the Nakta culture from down South Africa, and the other Eurasian ethnic groups joined in later and constituted a minority. You in fact make fun of the Egypt was a multi-ethnic society argument, so to you, the ancient Egyptians were predominantly black. My goal is to defend objective reality. Your goal seems to want to rectify the current understanding of African history and culture. The two would not be necessarily mutually exclusive unless bias enters the picture. And talking about bias,
we're going to expose the lack of rigor and intellectual integrity in the research of the Metatron's video on ancient Egypt.
Be that as it may, I respect the fact you have the freedom to think that, but you need more than a constant...
Look at that. Man, I was rocking waves back in the days.
That's a helmet. That's not waves. That's a helmet.
That's hair, bro. That's waves. You can see the hairstyle today, bro. Black people.
It's a hat.
Waves.
It's a hat.
That's waves.
The Egyptians wore wigs. Don't forget they wore wigs. So that's not even curly hair. They wore wigs.
Repetition of this statement in order to foster such advances. So let's identify the issue. Intellectual rigor is the ability to make well-researched arguments that are supported by logic and evidence. Clearly, the presence of a strong bias will work against this objective. Do you concur? Now, I have nothing against an honest and critical introspection, but you're accusing me of lacking intellectual rigor. And then the content I produced on this topic was not based on carefully considered deep empirical studies based on consistent data analysis, which it was, but that it was rather a shoddy research born of a strong bias, which according to you I have. So this is an exercise in certainty, isn't it? So, bias being the key word here. Are you sure you want to use that one, Quelimika? Now, let me show the viewer why you are standing on very weak ground with this accusation of bias. Clearly, our audiences cannot read our minds, so how can they determine who is the biased one here? Well, let's discuss the consequences of admitting fault when it comes to the research of our videos. When it comes to my channel, I cover a wide range of topics, ancient Egypt being a very marginal one. If evidence is presented to counter my arguments, it would not hurt my channel nor my public image one bit if I had to admit fault due to new overwhelming evidence. I know that because I have admitted fault in the past. You, on the other hand, have an entire channel based on ancient Egypt being black. So during this debate, if you admit you were wrong, your entire channel will cease to exist. Differently from me, you have a lot at stake here. So given the stakes, who is more likely to be intellectually dishonest here? Me or you? Just as a matter of deductive logic, it is an absolute no-brainer to recognize the fact that repercussions may increase an individual's proclivity to certain types of bias. Are your eyes diverted away from factual truth because of a conflict of interest? On top of that, if one were to look at your channel banner, well, you did go out of your way to take the entirety of planet Earth and turn it around just so you could put Africa on top
You've
of
lost
Europe.
already, bro.
That doesn't exactly fill me with confidence when it comes to your supposed lack of bias.
Pause. Bias right there. Bias right there.
Who?
Yeah. Apparently, Earth is meant to be the other way around. Yeah. The way that these men have told us. He should know better than that if he's all about this kind of debate and bias shit, man.
So you're saying he's wrong?
He's making a claim against someone else that is founded upon something that isn't factual, as in the Earth isn't that. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not upside. That image is not upside down. If it's a globe, it's not upside down, is it?
Okay.
No, because he's using it as a beating stick. Pause. To discredit his opponent, innit?
I don't know, bro.
No, he is. That's what he's doing. What do you mean you don't know? That's what he just said. He said the fact that you've got an upside down Africa in your banner it discredits you, which is nonsense. Continue.
We don't know that for sure, though, MA. That's the thing.
No, he's making the claim that
I don't know what the
that
claim is,
image,
but I'm just saying, like, with the world being upside down or not, like, we don't really know. We can argue that.
that's neither here nor there, though. That's neither here nor there. What he is saying is the point is that he's saying it is upside down.
Not this guy, but his opponent, right?
No, him, this guy in the front of us now. He is making the claim that the other guy has an upside down image and that discredits him.
Oh, no, it doesn't, obviously.
That's the point.
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah. Play along.
Yeah, the world's a globe anyway, so it's not flat. It's bullshit.
Let's not go there. And continue.
Yeah. World's a globe.
Warrior. Jedaya.
Okay, Zulu, yeah?
Bro, I'm fine. Like, I'm the same like yesterday. Like, there's no difference between today and yesterday. Like, it's the same person.
Oh shit! You had the argument yesterday, yeah? The word is not flat.
Yeah, I made him. Yeah, I said some things yesterday I don't believe today. So it is what it is. You know.
Big up, Mosh.
The Israelites are white, Axel. So.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I am black. Okay, I get it now.
That shouldn't even be funny.
So there's that.
Shouldn't be funny.
So someone who cares about our history.
The expression our history is a massive red flag for me, as I have explained on this dedicated video. With this choice of words, you seem to be claiming ethnic exclusivity over the history and culture of an entire continent just based on the color of your skin. Now, on your video, you did not call me a racist, so I'll return the favor and give you the benefit of the doubt, also because reading negative intent in an otherwise ambiguous situation is not exactly, shall we say, my style. But if you are in fact going down that road, then let me say this. Egypt faces the Mediterranean. I am Mediterranean. My sea, my history too.
Metatron starts by saying that the question is a complicated one and multi-layered. His video claims to summarize a multi-centenary-old debate in what, 18 minutes? This here is already an issue.
The problem alluded to by Quelimika here is that since I admitted that Egypt and its ethnicity is a complex and multi-layered topic, then the fact that my video was only 18 minutes long is somehow an attack on my credibility. Having chosen this point of critique, surely if we were to look at his channel, all of his videos when dealing with complex topics would have to be extremely long, right? The African origins of humanity sounds like a pretty deep and multi-layered topic right there. Oh, 8 minutes and 20 seconds. African origins of astronomy, this one must be 1 hour long, right? 11 minutes 33. Was Ramses II black? 20 minutes topic? 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Are you sure you want to use that against me?
Right
3
now.
minutes?
Yeah. Go on, man.
He says he's on fire.
Yeah, man.
Shocking truth. This is the first deceptive indicator within your speech pattern. Called out. You have a clear double standard at play here. Therefore, I call this point of attack indefendable.
As you see here, Metatron goes to find a guy on Twitter that is claiming extreme stuff that do not at all represent the arguments for a black Egypt.
This one hasn't aged well, has it? You said that me pointing out a random guy believing that Cleopatra should be black was pointless because, I mean, nobody believes that. And then this happened. Well, you clearly didn't see that one coming. I did. You ridiculed me for bringing up this whole Cleopatra was black point.
Joke's on you, man.
Remember, noble ones, not everything that sounds persuasive constitutes a valid point of argument.
Yes, Egypt is in Africa. Thank you for acknowledging a fact.
On this point, we are in alignment.
A quick search on Wikipedia will help you know the scholars that have spoken for and against this hypothesis. A quick search on Wikipedia. It's not that hard.
Wikipedia, you know? This is a subtle conversation trick. Well, it's such an easy thing to do. Just look it up on Wikipedia, but you couldn't even do that. Well, first of all, it's a non-argument. I do not use Wikipedia, Quelimika. And to be honest, neither should you. At least if you want any academic value to your work. Also, could this be another case of double standards at play here? Let's see if he has ever mentioned Wikipedia negatively. On his video about the African origin of astronomy on minute 2, 37 seconds in, he absolutely seems to be agreeing with me on this point.
With online encyclopedia, Wikipedia fails to mention Nabtaplaya in its article on the history of astronomy. I wonder why.
Second deceptive indicator within your speech pattern. Mate, I'm using your own videos here. So based on your own words, it seems like we both agree that a quick search on Wikipedia isn't exactly the best thing to suggest to your intellectual opponent during a debate.
Is Metatron aware that the ancient Greeks unanimously called the ancient Egyptians black?
Is Metatron aware that the ancient Greeks unanimously called the ancient Egyptians black? Okay. Within this rhetorical question of yours, there are several presuppositions that I believe need to be addressed. And besides, within your entire debunking video, this is in fact your weakest point. How can I put it? You are, let's be generous, catastrophically mistaken here. Allow me to elaborate. There isn't only one verse that can completely debunk this point of yours. There is a whole cluster of passages, a veritable cornucopia, which I'll report here, one by one. Furthermore, your linguistic approach within the realm of translation contains significant methodological flaws, and just like the majority of Afrocentric scholars, you omit passages that contradict your statements. Any methodology needs to be pragmatic because the linguistic categories born from any analysis are clearly developed.
Huh?
That's good. I said that hurts. Not me, but there's gonna be some Afrocentric so-called scholars that's gonna hurt a lot, boy. That's definitely something that I've seen happen among the people. Then omission, cognitive bias in it, or using parts of passages that favor your argument and then ignoring the rest.
Yeah, confirmation bias. You mean
confirmation bias?
But that's most people. But that's most people though, and it's not African scholars. Most people, innit?
Maybe.
Well,
maybe.
It might be most people, but this guy's claiming it's not him, it's his opponent, which means, you know what I mean? Which is not a good look.
But I think, but I haven't heard him say whose scholars he's using for his information.
He's not
We haven't
using
even got into
Wikipedia
the
though.
info yet.
No, but who is he
Not
using
into
then?
any of the info.
It doesn't matter. I never said he's using. I said who is he using for his sources?
We'll see. We'll see what he
Beefy,
says
you
now.
sound like you're on 1.75, you know. Anyway, carry on.
Who's
Sorry.
peeing? Come on now.
Is someone peeing? What the hell?
Yeah, someone's peeing, man.
You lot proper know the sound of pee, innit? Fools. I'm in my kitchen.
In the kitchen.
You lot know the sound of pee, innit? Expert. Ask him over there.
Yeah, you put that quick accent.
Yeah,
Someone
that's just
like
urine.
dripping sound.
Yeah, that's urine. And Zulu's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Urine.
You're the only one dripping at him.
Oh, well,
Whoa. What did he say?
He said, you're the only one dripping.
I said, she's the only one dripping, thinking of cop.
You've gone too far. You've gone too far.
Oh, man.
Gone too far.
In line with the research questions, with a constant overlap between theory and empirical data. As the basic structure of our linguistic research and interpretation, what we did as a team is that first we established the genre and discourse of the text in question, also trying to sample for other ethnographic information. Then we tried to locate similar text with similar topics. Beginning with the systematic analysis of lexical resources and lexicosyntactic features of text, we moved through a systemic function data analysis of genre and text metafunction. In your linguistic section, you did none. Concurrently, when dealing with or using ancient Greek or even classical Latin vocabulary, you do not deal with absolutes. This is an absolute here. So let's address the word unanimously that you have chosen. Whenever we wish to use the words of the ancients, for example, the ancient Greeks, so we need to remember that in order to do it professionally, well, every written or spoken word produced in the ancient texts is a discursive event, and therefore needs to be placed in its correct cultural context, since language and culture are inherently intertwined. Moreover, the historical context needs to also be analyzed and integrated within the interpretation. With that in mind, let's now talk about the word Ethiopian in ancient Greek text. The original Greek word derives from the word I burn, plus the word face, so literally it means burnt face. It occasionally refers to the population south of Egypt, but in general it's an indicator of a specific phenotypic type, not a population. For example, to Pliny, the word Ethiopians indicates not only the populations living in the southern territories of the Roman province of Egypt, so in Africa Proconsularis, we are talking about the populations led by the famous Kandake Amanirenas in Nubia or Kingdom of...
Wow.
Do you see what he said there? He said the Roman province of Egypt, south of the Roman province of Egypt. When did it become a Roman province?
Do you not know about the story of the Romans
Cleopatra
going
time, right?
and conquering like Egypt? They literally conquered it.
I'm asking, that's not the question I asked. I said, when did it become a Roman province? When?
After Cleopatra.
Yeah, Cleopatra, yeah.
So he's only talking about a specific part, yeah? He's not talking about before Cleopatra, so he's only talking about after Cleopatra.
Yeah,
No, but he's
is...
giving you a brief history of the usage of the word.
No, I'm asking, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he said talking about the southern part of the Roman colony of it. So I'm asking, he's not talking about before Cleopatra. Everything he's talking about now, all this stuff is based on after Cleopatra.
No, not everything he's talking about. He's just giving you a location for who can be classified as Ethiopian. People below Egypt.
Is it based on, because there was obviously a lot more documentation when the Romans turned up, they documented everything, innit?
Right.
Is that why he's going using that as a...
That's confirmation bias.
But I mean, let's see what he has to say.
Southern territories of the Roman province of Egypt, so in Africa Proconsularis, we are talking about the populations led by the famous Kandake Amanirenas in Nubia or Kingdom of Meroe, but it also indicates the populations living in the southern borders of the Gaetuli, so we're talking about modern-day Niger. We therefore see, very important first indicator, that saying Ethiopians from an ancient Greek perspective is not the same as saying Ethiopians from a modern perspective. With this contextual detail in mind, let's read the ancients. This passage comes from Astronomica, written by Manilius, and is a Latin didactic poem about celestial phenomena. The Ethiopians stain the world and depict a race of men steeped in darkness, less sunburnt are the natives of India. The land of Egypt, flooded by the Nile, darkens bodies more mildly, owing to the inundation of its fields. It is a country nearer to us, and its moderate climate in parts a medium tone. Let's continue. From Ariane.
Yo.
That's silly though, because
Yeah,
whoever wrote that is dumb anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because whoever wrote that is implying that the land colors the people.
Yeah. And
so that means all the Romans they will now be black now, but they live in that area.
No, that's not true.
Exactly.
Between the 1st and 2nd century. The appearance of the inhabitants is also not very different in India and Ethiopia. The southern Indians are rather more like Ethiopians, as they are black to look on, and their hair is black, only they are not so snub-nosed or woolly-haired as the Ethiopians. The northern Indians are most like the Egyptians, physically. Unanimously? I'm not done. From Strabo, in its geography, between the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD. As for the people of India, those in the south are like the Ethiopians in color, although they are like the rest in respect to countenance and hair, for on account of the humidity of the air, their hair does not curl, whereas those in the north are like the Egyptians. Next one. Philostratus, nicknamed the Athenian, writes, for when he arrived at the confines of Ethiopia and Egypt, and the name of the place is Sikaminus, he came across a quantity of uncoined gold and linen. It was a marketplace to which the Ethiopians bring all the products of their country, and the Egyptians in their turn take them all away and bring to the same spot their own wares of equal value. Now the inhabitants of the marches being the bordering land between Egypt and Nubia, for context, are not yet fully black, but are half-breeds in matter of color. For they are partly not so black as the Ethiopians, yet partly more so than the Egyptians. So, according to an ancient Greek, the Egyptians are the light-skinned, the Ethiopians are the black-skinned, and these inhabitants of the marches are in between. Unanimously?
So he's not saying that. Is he saying that the Nubians are in between?
No, he's saying the Nubians are black, and the people that lived in between the Nubians and the Egyptians are the mixed.
No, the Ethiopians, not the Nubians.
Ethiopians.
The Nubians would be
The Ethiopians were black.
The Nubians are
Egyptians
Ethiopians.
are a light skin, and the betweeners are Nubians. Must be.
The Ethiopians and the Nubians are one and the same.
No, listen to this.
We know
are half-breeds in, for context, of them the same spot their own wares of equal value. Now the inhabitants of the marches being the bordering land between Egypt and Nubia, for context,
Right, okay.
Yeah,
are not yet fully black, but are half-breeds in matter of color. For they are partly not so black as the Ethiopians, yet partly more so than the Egyptians.
So they're saying that in between the masses, they look like they're a mix between the Ethiopians, but that still doesn't make sense.
No,
it does.
At least it's coming from a Greek.
The Egyptians are
historian,
still, if the Egyptians he's claiming are coloured, yeah, like they have a colour, they're lighter. If they bred with the Ethiopians, they come out as black as the Ethiopians.
No, not necessarily, because if you get an Arab, if you get someone with the Arab skin tone, like olive skin tone, mixed with a black person, you can see the child that they have isn't going to be the same complexion as the black person.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Honestly,
what about
it's a bit inconclusive, because then you could have breeding from the north. You could have breeding occurring from the north.
The Egyptians are yellow. The Egyptians are yellow. They're not black.
What about the question? Are they yellow or black?
Now, not then. I wouldn't say.
So Zulu, and that's the question. The Kosa, the Khoisan, are they black or what are they?
Yeah, but those Khoisan are mixed. The original Khoisan were black.
Okay. Oh my days.
Yeah, that's right. It hurts. I know it hurts, but it's the truth, bro. Deal with it.
Hurts who? Who's it hurting?
Who's it hurting? Well, you know, the Khoisan are not dark. They're very light in complexion.
Bro, we've gone through this. There's black Khoisan there. We've gone through this.
There's black. They're black.
Twa, there's black Twa, yeah. But I'm talking about the specific ones in Africa.
Nah,
Are they
the
black
Khoisan,
or...
we already know that who we call in the Khoisan are two tribes.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Twa, but they're two Twa people.
No, there's no Twa. It's the Khoi and the San. It's not
They're
Twa.
not. That's a derogatory term, mate.
Oh my gosh. Let's play the video.
Zulu Wars, go on.
So, according to an ancient Greek, the Egyptians are the light-skinned, the Ethiopians are the black-skinned, and these inhabitants of the marches are in between. Unanimously? I'm not done. This is another ancient Greek term, often found in period sources to describe skin tone, and it's one of the favorite of Afrocentric scholars. And it is used to assert the ancient Egyptians' phenotypic type as being black. And for example, they use the words of Herodotus. In reality, anyone who even has the most basic experience in translation of the classics in ancient Greek will tell you that this term is fundamentally polysemic. And it can mean both a black skin or a darker skin as a result of tanning. So, when translating Herodotus, how do we know which one it is? This is when the discussion enters the domain of discourse analysis. Let's have a look at the passage used by Homer in the Odyssey, where this specific term is used, so we can establish a pattern. Here is when Athena brings youth back to Ulysses. We read, Athena touched him with her golden wand. A well-washed cloak and a tunic she first of all cast about his breast, and she increased his stature and his youthful bloom. Once more he grew dark of skin, and his cheeks filled out, and a beard that was dark grew about his chin. Let's use Occam razors here. Do you think that in this case, this word is specifically meaning that...
Man is using Odysseus, fucking fairy tale. Like, come on now.
No, but he's trying to prove a point.
Well. He's
trying to prove a point.
Homer.
You
No,
know,
he's proving a point about the linguistic element to the argument at the moment.
Exactly. Thank you, mate. Because what he's trying to say is, you know those people that use the Herodotus ones. Oh, the Egyptians are dark. He's saying that same word is used in mythology, and it's not this to mean dark skin.
But he can't. He hasn't yet proven anyway. But maybe he's going to prove it in a minute. But he hasn't yet proven which meaning, which definition is being worked with in Herodotus.
Okay.
That's why
he's given two, right?
He'll use Occam's razor.
Razors here. Do you think that in this case, this word is specifically meaning that Athena changed Ulysses' ethnicity and turned him from a Greek into a Black African? Or should we read it within the cultural context of ancient Greece and understand it or interpret it as, no, he's returning a darker complexion, a youthful tan to a man who was now old, spent most of his time indoor, and therefore his skin had become whiter? Well, considering the fact that we know that the Greeks attributed a tan to youth and a very pale skin to old age, it's no-brainer. This is just one example of the relation between language use and the wider social-cultural structures which you do not seem to take into consideration, ever. As mentioned by Frank Snowden, often Afrocentric scholars tend to misinterpret color words in ancient Greek in order to push a specific interpretation of the text that supports their claims.
Just like Europeans before racism scarcely referred to themselves as white.
Also, as a little tangent here, this idea that before racism, Europeans did not use or identify themselves as white, well, that's demonstrably wrong again. From Lucianus, we read, if an Ethiopian who has never traveled saw people different from us, and he categorically stated in an assembly of Ethiopians that neither white men nor blonde men exist, and only black men exist, would his statement be accepted? Just so you know, the Greeks identify themselves as white, and they consider Germanic people in the north of Europe as blonde.
Therefore, the critical mind that aims to summarize the debate shall represent both sides.
What? They considered themselves as white, but the Northern Europeans as blonde. But that's hair color they're talking about.
No, well, obviously not. Obviously,
unless blonde means some. Sorry, go on.
Come on, man. You're doing the working out.
Unless blonde means something else as well.
Clearly.
But is blonde a derivative of blanc? Blanc, which is white. Blanc.
No, we did say blonde, didn't he?
Does blonde mean
Definitely said blonde.
Latin, sorry.
Sides of the arguments properly and without
Who's that
bias.
then?
Also, this idea of a conventional tan is a fairy tale and without bias, is a fairy tale and without bias, is a fairy tale.
This is either profound ignorance on a linguistic level or a deliberate misuse. I'll take either.
Also, when Diop and many others see and claim that the ancient Egyptian statues have African phenotypes, they start saying things like, well, statues cannot be used to determine race. Yet Metatron just used the statue to determine the race of Cleopatra, and they do the same with the Greeks.
Third deceptive indicator in your discourse, and this one is a full-on strawman fallacy. In other words, misquoting in an attempt to dominate the conversation. Not gonna happen. For reference, an intentionally misrepresented position is set up because it's easier to defeat than an opponent's real argument. This is a conversational trap, and we identified it immediately with the team, because I never said that statues could not be used. So this becomes a strawman, and you make it sound as if I ascribe to that belief. In other words, you're trying to put me in what is called a logical fallacy of relevance. Namely, you want me to try and defend a point of view that I don't even hold. Nice try. Now, if you did this on purpose, it's a debacle, but once again, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you misunderstood me. And on the topic of statues, of course, I believe that statues from all cultures and all civilization can offer something that can be gleaned from. But it really is a case-by-case situation. And even ignoring the strawman section, when you try to frame it and say, well, you see, people have double standards because when it's statues of the Greeks, you use them to say, see, they're white, but when it's statues from the Egyptians, you say, that is not enough. We don't just have statues from the Greeks. We have literary descriptions. We have iconography. We have representations. They called themselves white. I wish the Egyptians called themselves black. I know you think they did, but they didn't, as we'll see on the next section.
The land known as Kemet, that is ancient Egypt's real name, Kemet, that is ancient Egypt.
I have a plethora of problems with your fixation of the word Kemet, which is also a common trait among Afrocentrists. Now, I myself have used the word Kemet on occasion. It's not that the word is wrong, but fixating on it has zero linguistic standing. Let me elaborate. First and foremost, do you always use the correct and appropriate term for describing a nation? Do you say Japan? Wrong, it's Nihon. Do you say China? Wrong, it's Zhongguo. Do you say Germany? Wrong, it's Deutschland. Also, for reference, linguistically speaking, ancient Egyptian is an Afro-Asiatic language, and it does not have, for as much as we understand, Southern African origins. It's Kamito-Semitic. Geographically, Asia is physically connected to Africa, which is something that people seem to forget. Also, when you say Kemet, you're using the so-called E of convention used by Egyptologists when they don't know how to vocalize consonants. But the fact that archaeologists use it doesn't mean that that's the correct way to pronounce it. They're archaeologists, not linguists. To reconstruct ancient Egyptian, we need to vocalize it through Coptic and loanwords in Hebrew and in Greek, similarly to how classical Latin has been reconstructed, and throughout the transcription of cuneiform script of the Neo-Babylonian period and Assyrian. Also building with the similarities of the Saïti dialect, we know that linguistically speaking, the pronunciation Kemet has no academic linguistic dignity. It clearly comes from the Coptic pronunciation Kem and Kemi in the Boairic dialect. The long air in open syllable in that specific position helps us understand that most likely in classical Egyptian we have a U in that position. So if we really want to be precise, then the correct and most likely pronunciation in ancient Egyptian, specifically in classical Egyptian, is Kumat, Kumatu, nominative, Kumata, accusative, and Kumati, oblique genitive. Now let's discuss this hieroglyphic inscription that you present as evidence that Kemet or Kumat in fact meant land of the black, according to you.
So, Kemet, the black land or the land of the blacks? Does it apply to the people or to the land? probably the fertile soil, and also very likely by extension to the skin color of the originators of those words. Yes, you can translate it to the black land, and as scholars agree, it refers to the fertile soil. Diop found a place where Kemet was followed by a man and a woman sitting and 3 dots. So you take Kemet, which means the black, plus people. Literally, it means the black people.
We have Kemet followed by a man and a woman sitting with 3 dots. This is the determinative meaning humanity, but to you it must mean black people. First of all, the adjectival noun in plural form, Kemetiu, just means Egyptians. Kemet or Kumat just means black land, not the land of the black, as opposed to the red land of the desert. The thing is, though, that if this means black land, and this is people, why can it not be then black people? Well, this is an answer that you don't need an Egyptologist or a fully qualified linguist, you just need a first-year student to answer. Differently from English, in Egyptian, the adjective goes after the noun. It is in predicative form, not in attributive form. So in this language, it makes no sense to say first black and then men and women. If they wanted to say black people, they would write it the other way around. People black. And it just so happens that my language, Italian, functions the exact same way. In the majority of cases, the adjective follows the noun. It's after the noun, and it will make no sense to say, in fact, just like in English, black people. The ancient Egyptians would have said people black, but they don't. When you say this means black people, you're not doing linguistics. You're doing politics. We can both agree with the fact that when we look at artistic representation, men tend to have...
If it doesn't mean black people,
it's the black land.
People black. What was that? What? People black land. What does that mean?
No, he's saying the way they would have vocalized or pronounced it is you put the people first and then black.
Either way, was he say because he's trying to deny that it says black people? So was he trying to say it says then?
People,
it
people
says
of
black
the
land.
black
Even
land.
the guy in the video that he's playing says it says black land, but he's adding on where it could also mean black people, but it just means black land.
Yeah, black land, but then you've got the people. The first part
Basically, you're
second
saying that it
part
might
is
mean
man and
people
woman.
of the black land.
People of the black land.
Exactly. That's what the man and woman means. So it's like saying Egyptians, plural, the people.
Yeah, because a lot of the rest of the world, they even like take France. If you was to say a blue castle, you'd say Le Chateau Bleu, because you always
that's Castle Bleu. Exactly.
Yeah, it's only English that puts the description first.
It's the same with Hebrew.
When we translate it back, we have to swap.
Only English.
It's the same with Hebrew. We put the thing first.
Others. There's probably
you put the object of conversation first, and then the descriptor after. That's how the ancient languages worked.
Right.
Have in general a darker skin tone, and women tend to have a lighter skin tone. And of course, there are the occasional men that have more of a yellow skin tone, but in the majority of cases, we could say that those are eunuchs. So let's talk about this difference between men and women when it comes to skin tone in Egyptian art. My interpretation is the fact that it's possible that in general, the population had a bit of a lighter skin tone. They weren't white, but they had a lighter skin tone, and then this skin tone becomes darker because men tend to work the fields, whereas women don't. To you, specifically, this is a fantasy. The intellectually honest answer to this is that more evidence is required to be deemed conclusive. These are theories, since you are the one who said that it's important to evaluate and present both sides of the argument. Well, you didn't. Also, I find it interesting that you say that we, people that don't agree with Afrocentric ideas, are blind. Because, I mean, you're trying so hard to prove that the word olive skin does not represent and does not work and does not match the color that we see in iconography.
I'll let the people compare olive skin complexion with the skin complexion of the ancient Egyptian wall paintings and statues. They'll be the judge, provided that they have proper eyesight. So you probably have proper eyesight. So please judge properly with your eyes, not through blinkers. I would like to show you the coloration of Egyptian wall paintings and the actual coloration of olive skin that the Metatron is talking about.
And then you show this to prove that they don't match. But I mean, I went over it with the Photoshop color picker. They are the exact same. Are you blind? Do you understand? You just proved my point. Olive skin will match with some people and it will not match with others because some have an olive skin, some have a brown skin. That just proves that they are multi-ethnic. Also, let's look at this guy's skin, which you used on your video.
Having different skin doesn't make you, different tones doesn't make you multi-ethnic though.
I'll agree with what you're saying there, yeah. You got black people that light skin in it.
So
in a family.
Olive skin actually isn't one shade anyway.
Exactly.
I'd be described as having olive skin because if I stayed in the sun, I would be quite
No,
brown.
No, Jupiter, you're Nordic. You're Nordic. Stop it. Stop
Yeah,
it.
no, seriously, because I don't go
no,
pink.
but no.
When I go, look, I'm
You're
going to
Germanic.
explain.
You're
I'm going to
Germanic.
explain why I say that.
Well, let her say it. Let her say it. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
let her
Amongst
say
white
it.
people, anyway, that's what we say. Maybe black people have a different understanding. Amongst white people, to differentiate people that tan easily against, as opposed to those that are blonde or ginger or lighter that go bright pink when they go into the sun before they tan up. We say, so people that don't, we say they're olive skinned because they just naturally change colour without burning that bright lobster colour.
Oh, right.
Okay, fair enough. Why not?
Well, I disagree. I say the people that we call or identify as olive skin are Mediterraneans.
Exactly.
Yeah. And ever so often there's some English folk that seem to have that same complexion where you kind of think they're Spanish or something.
Yeah, there might be something to do with the Romans.
But then
that's what
I've met a few of them, and then they swear down that they're just full English, innit? But I'm like, right, you swear?
Yeah, they're not.
They're not Spanish or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is something that's been said for years, though. Like, you know, if you catch the sun without burning, like, yeah, you've got olive skin.
Yeah.
I think you got to have the olive skin without catching the sun to actually be certified.
Yeah, that's what I would
skinned.
Yeah,
so so you come to England and I can see you're Greek or something, innit? Where are you from?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I would
Well, a lot of Greek lads, if you look at a lot of Greeks who've been here generationally,
the Romans,
they go very pale. You know what I mean? They don't always keep their olive skin, do they? I don't know what you mean.
If you're talking about England, who's catching the sun in England anyway?
And a lot of Greeks can also have.
That's what I mean. But if you've got like 3 generations in, like the Cypriot Greeks that we've got, you know, you could even say they go a bit of like a grey colour. Do you know what I mean?
Wow, are you gonna take that?
But the mums and dads aren't. I'm not being offended. I genuinely don't mean it offensively. But the mums and dads, you can see they still have that more of an olivey skin than the kids.
Did you say grey?
Yeah. Grey.
Grey.
Actually, Gray, yeah, I see you.
Nah, that's like, you know, when you play Street Fighter and there's a character you can't select yet. That's that, bro.
Because
or like a jaundice, you know, like a jaundice.
Oh my
jaundice,
God.
you know.
But that's like but that's still.
Now we're getting racist.
No, you can tell that the Jew a bit of something in the skin, but it's not.
They still look different from an Englishman, whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it does go a bit grey, a bit green. I know what you mean. That little pasty, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pasty colour.
Pick up the Greeks, man.
Yeah, pick up the Greeks.
Huh? How can you say pick up the Greeks being Turk? I'm done. Khalas.
Oh, you want to divide up the whole world, don't you?
No.
You want to divide up the whole world into your friends and your enemies.
Yeah.
So you know where you stand.
Big up the Greeks is the Cypriot man, yeah?
You lot are warlike.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
I noticed them people from the Horn, they're quite warlike. Don't you lot agree?
I know, except for when it comes to themselves,
Yeah,
innit? They want to split up everyone, but when it comes to themselves, they got a finger in every pie.
Warlike people. Like Mood Best, how he was starting war on the Jamaicans.
That's right. Yep.
Ako yung best.
Yeah, so on Wikipedia,
Demonstrate.
I know you probably don't like Wikipedia, but it says the same as what I do.
Now, you know, we read Wikipedia all the time, yeah? I think the point that he was making is if you're going to try and do it an academic debunking of someone else's work, then you might want to maybe stay away from Wikipedia or at least show other sources. But for us, you know, we can pick through Wikipedia. We don't have to take it all as gospel. It's a handy tool, and I think it was invented to be a handy tool. And they do slip misinformation in there and omit things. But a lot of the time, when we're just looking for basic information, we use it like a dictionary.
Wikipedia can take you to real information, but not all the time. But if you use the references and that, the citations at the bottom, some of them will lead to nonsense, and others will lead to actual academic work.
Facts.
Yeah, but still,
we got no Reggies here today. Flipping
Oh,
out.
okay. They used the Fitzpatrick scale, so let me give you the link to that as well.
I thought Jed, I said Wikipedia, you know, like my man's got his own. Yeah, Wikipedia.
I said Wikipedia, like we're watching Rick and Morty or something.
I spoke to Rick yesterday, still on the phone.
Oh, bless him. Is he all right? Is he recovered yet?
He's all right.
Pick him up, man.
What are you saying like that?
Weird, isn't it?
I'm not gonna lie. He said if he was to ever see you, he'd move to you. I was trying to convince him.
Could imagine Jedi leaving, bro.
Yeah,
he's being ridiculous.
That's funny.
Big up, Shifter.
Rick, sorry, Khan, man.
He only hates me because I roasted his favorite auntie.
Do you know what? I don't hate anyone. Do you know the only thing I hate? I hate dumb motherfuckers. I hate when you give someone instructions and they just can't get that shit right. And you've told them 5 times. I hate stuff like
what
that.
is it
Stuff
today,
like that
Shifa? What's happened at work, at home?
Shifa, I'm
What
sure
is
you
it,
got sufficient amount of
No, I'm
people
just
on your
saying in general.
payroll to moan
I'm
to.
just saying in general, man.
They
in
get
general.
paid to listen to you, bro. Why are you coming here with your shit?
Look, people always get things there.
Man's got employees, bro. Come on to them.
It's true.
The current Egyptians have no relation whatsoever with ancient Egyptians. Let's compare his color on the Photoshop color picker with the color used in Egyptian paintings.
You cannot
Hold
do
on,
this.
wait. So, wait. Jedi, my brother.
This is from your
Hold on. You know that there was bare shades on that Donny there, right? On the uncle. The uncle had bare different colors on his face, man.
That's mad.
And he's going to the one.
Yo, Zulu, what you saying?
Yo,
this is what you're bringing us, yeah?
Yeah, man, I'm come to bring the truth.
Ice skin, which you used on your video to demonstrate that current Egyptians have no relation whatsoever with ancient Egyptians. Let's compare his color on the Photoshop color picker with the color used in Egyptian paintings.
His color, you know. Look how many colors he's got on his face, dickhead.
This is from your video.
Only black people in this world can live there and work outside without protecting their skin because they have high melanin content that is already protecting their skin from the UV rays. There is no way a Eurasian people can live in Egypt and walk around bare chest and be fine with it. No.
Look, an Asiatic person with no shirt on, under the sun. Also, do you realize you're talking to a Sicilian? Our farmers are Europeans and work the fields often without shirts on. This is ridiculous that only black people can survive this. And again, Sicily and Egypt have almost the same temperature. Egypt is a little hotter, I'll give you that, although it really depends on the day. Absolutely ridiculous statement. A Mediterranean is not like an Irishman.
That clearly depict African phenotypes.
You also seem to operate under the assumption that the word African just equals black. That's incorrect. And since you mentioned that I have a lack of intellectual rigor and integrity, I'm expecting precision here. Asserting an area's genetic continuity and ethnic base structure when it comes to a large continent like Africa is nonsensical. An African is a person born in Africa. Full stop. African does not equate black. You have loads of people, Berber populations, for example, that have been living in Africa for thousands of years, and they are not black, but they are still African. For example, the Carthaginians, we
Ask
Oh shit.
Wow.
No, why did you take it there?
No,
Like,
were
wow.
originally a Semitic people coming from the near Levant and then moving to the northern section of where
But he said
Tunisia is. Well, they are
Carthaginians.
Africans.
Excuse me, sorry.
Man said Carthaginians. Yeah, they're like Romans anyway. So, are we disagreeing? No.
You
Well, is
say
that your
I
people, them,
deceive
Maxim?
people when it comes to the.
No, man. I'm just saying Carthaginians are Romans anyways.
Well, is that what you're mixed with?
Shifa.
Mad.
Shifa. What type of
No.
nah. You know what? I'm gonna allow it for now. Continue.
I only asked
don't
the
allow it,
question,
man.
Maxim. I wasn't being rude. I was only asking.
But how can I be? I'm saying I'm Eritrean bad times to you lot, and you say I'm mixing. With what?
Not you personally, but maybe some ancestors.
No, we're not.
Are you doubling
Don't
back?
bite, Axum. Don't bite.
Yeah, all of you. Go ahead.
The looks of the Nubians, but by the looks of it, I'd say that you are the one who's deceiving people when it comes to what Nubians look like, since you systematically selected and showed only images when you see both Egyptians and Nubians mixing together. You specifically chose to give more importance to a picture that shows Egyptians and Nubians together, deciding to read it as they are all Egyptians, instead of the more probable, that's a native Egyptian and that's a Nubian who lives in Egypt. And since some of these images come from tomb TT40, which belonged specifically to one of the governors of Nubia, it should not be surprising that we are looking at a more integrated, multi-ethnic section of the Egyptian territory.
He also mentioned the importance of knowing what he means by black. So he then proceeds by showing a picture of actor Mahershala Ali. So Metatron seems to be playing into the blacks are only Niger-Congo people argument. Black Africans come in many shades.
This one is just a cheap shot and it has no bearing on the topic or discussion at hand. But since I don't like it when my words are being misconstrued, like this guy did, let me clarify. On the original video, when I showed the picture of this actor because I had just finished watching a movie with him, I was not doing that to supposedly indicate that, oh, that's a black person and that's it. Only people that are like from, I don't know, originally Congo would be black, and every other variety and all the different phenotypic types within Africa, well, those are not black. I never meant to say that. So it's another straw man. I was specifically responding to some academics, I can link in the video description, that are cowards. And when people ask them, so were the ancient Egyptian black or white? They say, well, they didn't have these words, black, white. They didn't have this, so they were neither. They weren't black, they weren't white. And they say, what do you mean by black? I'm not exactly clear. So that's why I gave that specific picture as a representation of only one, obviously, type of black person. I grew up in Sicily. I could see the coasts of Africa. So trying to tell me that I don't know what a black...
He's low-key begging it, man, I feel.
Sicily, awaiting wisdom.
Going in, man. He's going in, man.
Mulatto, all you man, come collect your guy, man.
Is he not speaking facts though? Come on.
He's got no, I don't know. I think his complexion mad. Bro.
Well, that picture, the picture there with the...
Wow.
Do you know where they were on the chariot? There was blatantly a different in skin tone to who was on the chariot to who was under the chariot. You can go back to that. But the Sicilians, they're Arabs anyway, aren't they? Aren't they something like 90% Arab?
Yeah.
Sicilian blood.
Yeah.
And a bit of Viking mixture. The Vikings ruled over Sicily, innit? The Nordics.
I thought the Moors ruled over Sicily.
First, yeah. They did that first. No, sorry. I think the Moors was after.
Well, the reason why the Sicilians...
the Moors were more like, sorry.
The reason why the Sicilians weren't pale is because they mixed with the Moors.
Yeah, and the Arabs.
Now, there was Muslims there before the Moors.
Muslims in Sicilia before.
The Moors are Muslim. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, there was still people there before the Moors.
No, the Moors went in there and brought Islam to Spain. They conquered Spain.
Not Spain. You're talking about Sicily, no?
Yeah, Spain, Rome, all these regions. The Moors were going in these regions.
No, the indigenous people of Sicily were Arab type people before the Vikings got there. Then they ruled over them and mixed with them, and then I think they had a little ruling elite of whites there as well. But the majority of the people are still Arab. But then the Moors came after and then converted everyone to Islam.
So they weren't Muslim when the Arabs went in there.
No, but they were still Arab though.
I remember seeing something saying that got a strong like Arab blood in them, the Sicilians, and even more so. I think the Sardinians. That's the boot. That's the football on the boot.
The Sardinians are like the original Anatolians.
Yeah, I've never heard of the Sicilians mixed with Arab. From what I know, they were mixed with Moors. So I don't know about this Arab DNA.
Yeah.
Well, the indigenous people
Arabs,
before the Moors got there, I'm saying.
The Sardinians are the original Romans. There's some say small, tiny people.
That could have been more from the time of Islam, Zulu. You never know. You know what I mean? After the Moors,
Islam's really coming quite late into the picture.
The question,
But I'm saying the Moors came in during that time. I'm saying they came in after Islam, isn't it? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Before and after.
That's the main reason why they're tanned and they have like curly hair.
No, I'm saying to you, they're people like that before.
No, but the Moors went in there and made them like that. They weren't.
No,
like
they
that
didn't.
Before. They weren't like that before. They were.
They were like that. They were Arabs before they were Muslim.
Oh my goodness! You can actually look at images of Sicilians before the Moors went in there. They were pale. Some of them were even blonde.
They're not pale now.
Maybe the Arab mixture came like more like the Ottoman Empire. You know, like maybe 1700s.
I would say Sicilians are not pale now.
Right, there was Arab people before Muslims.
Who were the Arab people? Please tell me.
How is he right? You fact check him, or you disagreeing for no reason?
Sorry, no, I agree with that.
Did you fact check that?
You've only got to look at the heritage of Jews to see that they're the same peoples, and a lot of Muslims actually have Jewish heritage, where they were.
No, but you said Arabs though.
This is a mess. You guys are just making shit up. This is a mess.
You said Arabs. Who were the Arabs back then?
They weren't identifying. Axum's right.
Axum,
you're right to the fact they weren't speaking Arabic or identifying themselves as Arab. You're right. But they were still of the same stock of those people that originated from those lands. And they conquered the Mediterranean before any blonde people got there and before any Muslims got there. Those people conquered the entire Mediterranean region.
Are you thinking of like the Philistines from back then or what?
Well, I'm saying before they started thinking of themselves as Muslim, I'm saying those people are still there.
Yeah, you're talking about random Middle Eastern people ending up in Sicily. Yeah.
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 I'm saying that they were the same
Arab
color.
Per se. So you're saying not Arab per se, right? So
yeah, they weren't identifying themselves as Arab or as Muslim,
because,
but they're the same people, just the earlier version of them.
Okay.
Arab identity, I don't think even goes back that far. For people to call themselves Arab, how far does that really go back? When you think about how people conquered not conquered, but inhabited the Mediterranean, it's like even saying the Sardinians were like the marker used to describe those people, and you can see that they're very much like Arabs.
I don't think at the time they would have
definitely not blonde.
It's sort of it's down to like the DNA marker, what they would sort of lump you in now as being of Arab descent. Like Khan said, I don't think they would like class themselves as Arabs.
No, they wouldn't have.
But nowadays, obviously, looking at the DNA or something, you'd say, oh, that's an Arab marker or something. You know what I mean? Well, I'm not too clued up on.
They would have been more like the Portuguese. The Portuguese and them, they're quite dark.
Yeah,
like the southern tip of Portugal as well. Very dark people. Like they're like original Anatolian hunter-gatherers. Don't know how they got out to as far as Portugal, but you know, they were there until the Romans came.
Yeah. So what
I'll
I don't know.
argue
That
with this
stopped some
guy
people talking.
that he's saying that the Greeks class themselves as white. I find that hard to believe. I find that hard to believe that they said, "Oh, we're white," but the Germans, oh, they're blondies.
Okay, but you showed you a reference, Con. You're just saying what you feel.
No, I'm just saying that the Greeks, as far as I know, were multi-ethnic. They were of different origins. Some of them were Anatolian. Some of them were from Central Asia. Some of them were like Romanians. Some of them were like Germans. There were Greeks that were blonde. Some Greeks were blonde. Some of their tribes.
Well, they classify themselves as white and blonde, and the
It's
African.
interesting that you say that, though, Khan, because isn't Anatolia where the blue eye is supposed to have originated?
Yeah.
Exactly. So before that, everyone would have been brown-eyed anyway.
Yeah. Or green-eyed.
So I think this guy's proved
Yeah,
the point. You know, the Egyptians were not black. He's proved it. I think we can all, you know, be cool with that now. Yeah.
I don't see the significance of it. Like, so what if they were black, or if they were a mixture, or if they were white, or if there was the Hyksos were white? Apparently, like, I don't see what does it matter. Like,
No,
for him as a white man, for him as an Italian, like, he just seems to want to argue against someone else's point.
No, Khan, the guy responded to his video, called him out. He's responding to that guy, and the guy made numerous claims about him and his intellectual honesty. So all he's doing is responding, and he's done it very well with evidence. He's debunked all of the claims. He's done a really good job. So, you know, these Afrocentrics need to, you know, relax with all their claims. So yeah,
I don't know how I feel about this half trolling, not trolling type of thing going on
you
right
said
now.
I'm trolling. You said I'm trolling.
No, I'm not. Like, I'm trying to get what you guys are doing. Confusing me.
Axum, am I known to troll? You know
No,
me.
Zulu, we're not doing this. Let's be like.
What do you mean?
No, please return back to Zulu. Be you.
What do you mean return? am I known for trolling? Hold on, Axum, am I known for trolling? Have I ever trolled?
Yes, you have, but that's not the case right now. I'm not like.
He's entering his final form as Schiffer. Remember that's the same birthday.
Wow! Just because we got the same birthday, Eme. Just because we got the same birthday.
Is that
it's happening, bro? In front of us, in the front eyes, man.
Zulu, can I ask a question?
Yes, brother.
In this kind of like sphere of academia, when they refer to ancient Egyptians, what's the kind of like the time frame for that? Because as far as I know, right, forgive me if I'm wrong, that even what would be ancient to us, like the ancient Egyptians basically, would be basically towards the end of the entire story of Egypt. Like, basically there's different times within Egyptian history or Kemetan history where they go back so much more further than what we're calling ancient, that to call it ancient is a bit, I think, like, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a bit misleading.
Well, like you said, there's many different dynasties, and there's different kingdoms: the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom. But even before
pre-dynastic.
Even before,
we don't know nothing about that though.
We have a little bit of information on the Nakada civilization before Narma, when it was just like states rather than like a kingdom. But even then, like, maybe you could say those people were black. But anything after the Middle Kingdom, you know, the New Kingdom, we're talking about a multitude of colors and ethnicities. It's a multicultural kingdom, and it's been like that for the longest time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm glad that we dealt with that now. The next topic. Why are you laughing, Axum? You think I'm trolling, don't you?
You think is that a W?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think so. What do you think, Emma? What do you think about the whole video? Give me your honest opinion.
Y'all. Yeah.
What do you think
I
about the
feel
whole
like,
video, Emma?
I went onto the video. I got it up on a tab, and he hasn't really provided any references, which is disappointing for that level of rigor he's talking about.
He quoted them in the video.
Nah, a couple. There weren't a lot.
I mean, it's a 35-minute video. It's not going to drown us with references.
He looks like the type of man that does drown people with references, and he didn't.
That's weird.
I'm sure we can find them. But I mean, with what he's shown us already, I mean, is it not compelling?
So what are you saying, Judah? Have you changed your mind about Middle East being black now? So
You're saying change my mind as if I've ever had a different position.
As if. Okay. Someone play along with him. I'm done. I'm going to drink some coffee.
What do you think? I'm not a liar. Do you think I'm a liar? Wow. I don't know where you got this from.
Beefy, you need to deal with your
Beefy
son.
Beefy will tell you Jesus was white. Beefy, isn't it Jesus was white? You've said you've made whole videos about this, isn't it, Beefy? Go and tell them. He will tell you.
Yeah, he believes Jesus. He believes Jesus is not even real, isn't it? Right?
No, he thinks he's white. He's done videos on me and Kemo exposing us, proving the truth.
Oh my God, that was so funny. That was hilarious.
Is it?
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Zulu, can I ask a question?
Yes, brother.
Considering the population size of the Hebrews and how long their history was, is it safe to assume that there was a degree of inbreeding or cousin marriages going on? Because a small group of people being genetically pure for so long would suggest they were inbred.
I think there was a lot of mixing amongst fellow cousin tribes, because remember there's 12 tribes. So if you're from the tribe of Benjamin, you might marry someone from the tribe of Judah, right?
We assume that these 12 tribes were genetically pure.
No, but they weren't genetically pure. This is the point I'm going to make. Even in the Bible, when you look at the Exodus story, they mixed with Egyptians. They mixed with the Canaanites. They mixed with all the Hamitic groups around them. So the Hebrews themselves are mutt. They're mixed. They're not one thing. They're not homogeneous, right?
All right.
So by that merit, you could even say the Israelites are Egyptian, which actually, when you read in the scriptures, they're referred to as Egyptians in Genesis. When they come back to the land,
I've heard this, yeah.
When they come back to the land of Canaan, they're referred to as Egyptians. And even historians, Greek and Roman historians, refer to them as Egyptians.
So interesting.
They're mixed.
But I said this yesterday, and everyone jumped on me like a ton of bricks.
I know, Khan. It's the Afrocentrics. They always do this. But I'm here now. Don't worry.
Well, it's good that someone's keeping it balanced, you know?
Of course. That's why I'm here. We have to deal with the lies, innit?
Yeah. Well, you get mixed up between geography, politics, history. All becomes one big soup, like a mess.
Yeah.
Alphabet spaghetti. It's all over the place.
Geography is the mother of history.
Exactly. People forget about that.
Yeah, go on, next one.
Yeah. So even though your skin tone is black, do you consider yourself as white now?
Why would I be white, Axon?
Because you're an Israelite, right? No?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, clearly I'm not. Clearly I'm not.
Oh, you're not an Israelite.
All right, he's being stupid.
I mean, I'm a Nubian. I don't know about you guys. The only black people.
See this, May? I felt it.
The only black people in ancient history are the Nubians. They were kind of insignificant, weren't Egyptians or anything.
Insignificant, yeah.
The Nubians were black. I can show you images of Nubians, African features.
No, you don't need to do that. I've seen them.
Yeah, big lips, woolly hair, African features. But all the Egyptians, they weren't black. Just deal with it. But yeah.
Egypt,
those people in Israel today are the real Israelites. I don't know where you guys are getting that from as well. They're the real Israelites, clearly. You look at the Kohen gene, most of the diaspora that left went to Europe.
So the Kohen genes show you that they're Africans, right?
No, the Kohen gene is high amongst the Ashkenazi and the Sephardim.
Yeah, so they are the real Israelites, right?
Yes. And the better Israel aren't really the real Israelites because they converted to Judaism. They're just converts.
Yeah. Okay. Family, listening, big up you lot. You know that
Where are
Zulu's
you going?
trolling.
Where are you
Just
going?
trolling. Don't take this information, what he says now.
Why are you doing this, Axel?
No.
Why are you doing it?
Zulu, I'm really keen on miseducation, yeah. We need to be just tell them the truth.
Show me where I've lied. I'm literally showing you. You can type in everything I'm saying. It will prove why I'm not lying. Why would I be lying? Show me where I've lied.
Whoa. You don't believe this, Zulu?
What I'm telling you what I'm telling you what the facts are. And you're telling me
No, you don't believe this. No, okay, it's official. Zulu's white. Khalas, I'm done.
Look, I never said I was white.
Yes, you are now. No, you're an Israelite.
Look at the chat. Look at the chat. Zulu is right.
No, you're probably right.
Look at the chat. Zulu's right.
No. So your DNA is Cohen, yeah? Yeah?
No, I'm a Nubian. I told you.
I said Nubian. Someone deal with this guy now.
Cool Cat said Axum's having a Hotep meltdown.
Hold on, Emma. Would you disagree that we're Nubians as Bantus? We're Nubians, right?
Who's we? Me and you are not the same, brother. Relax
Okay, what would you say you? Okay, hold on. Let's not say we then. What would you say you are? In the ancient context, what would you say you are?
I'm more interested to know how do you go from Israelite to Ndebele and then back to Israelite?
I did ask a question, Emma. You know.
Yeah, I don't care about your question. I'm asking you.
I don't care about your question then. You see, I'll answer your question. I asked you a question first. I will answer if you answer mine.
So Zulu, you say you're Bantu.
Oh.
So my question was, MA,
what would you,
if you're not Nubian, because you're saying you disagree with me that you're Nubian, what are you then in the ancient context?
Who, me? I don't know, bro. Come on, man. I'm a diaspora,
If you were
man.
If you were to guess.
I don't know. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. Man.
Okay.
I'm being honest. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
There's a lot in there, man.
So how are you Nubian?
Wait, Bibi, I'm gonna, yeah.
Beefy, am I wrong? Hold on, Beefy, am I wrong?
I said you're Israelite. Israelite can be Bantu.
No. Forget about the old Zulu. With what I'm saying
no,
now.
No, I can't. Sorry, I can't.
Hold on. Are you Israelite now? Are you saying I'm right? Are you saying I'm wrong? Are you an Israelite now? All of a sudden.
I'm a Bantu. I'm fully Bantu. I don't know about you.
So
You said you're Israelite.
I don't know about you. Right? We're Nubians.
No, you're Israelites. You're from Samaria, remember?
So now I was right, but before I was wrong. Like, what's going on?
No, I'm saying I'm African. You're from Samaria, which is Asia.
No, we're the same people, bro. We're the same people. So whatever
No,
doesn't even make sense.
No. You say you are something else. I'm going by what you say you are. When I said you are Bantu, you laugh at me. Bantu is not a group; it's a language group. No, it's made by German. Now you're saying you're Bantu. Like I don't know.
Are the Shona people Israelites? Yes or no?
They're not. They're Bantu.
Thank you. So what are they if they're not Israelites? Nubians, right?
They're Bantu. Bantu.
Okay, but what's Bantu in ancient Egypt? There's no Bantu word in ancient Egypt, bro.
There is.
Why is ancient Egypt the anchor for definitions, though?
It's older than Bantu is a recent term, anyway.
No, one second. That's a lie because the word Bantu is on the hieroglyphics for your own information.
Prove it. This is going to be.
Oh my God, yeah, Beef. You're gonna have to get that one up still.
Yeah, please.
I will. Don't worry. I will.
I'd love to see that.
Because from what I know, it's a language group.
There are some scholars.
It's not a language group.
There are some linguistic scholars. I know one of them as well that have attached things like Kikongo to the hieroglyphics and things like even
I speak hieroglyphics.
This is gonna sound stupid. It's gonna sound stupid to some, but even the kind of syntactic, I can never say that word, syntactic arrangement in Jamaican patois, I've linked that also to hieroglyphs, believe it or not. There's actually papers written on it, academic papers and that written on it still. I can get that. I'll share that with you lot as well.
Yeah, I'll find the thing and I'll send to you, Zulu. I will.
I mean, Beefy, you should be agreeing with me. I don't know why you're disagreeing with me.
No, Zulu, no. You see, you cannot be Sumerian and African at the same time. Which are you? You have to make a choice.
Sumerians are not African, bro. The Sumerians are not black. They're not black.
That's what I'm saying. But you say you're from Sumeria.
Yeah, I'm telling you what I'm saying now. Though. Forget what I said before. This is what I'm saying now.
I'm confused. Like,
And I'm
I don't
saying, do
even
you
say
agree with what
tomorrow.
I'm saying? Do you agree with what I'm saying now? That's the question.
I'm saying the Bantu people, we from like southern and part of Eastern Africa.
Yeah,
So we're
Nubian.
the Nubians,
Thank
yeah.
you. So I'm right. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Cool.
I
So we're
believe,
Nubians.
I believe black people came from white people. How about that?
There's some evidence to that. Yeah, for sure. There's some evidence to that. I think that's possible.
I'm gonna try this evil Zulu thing. You know, it sounds fun.
Why do you think I'm lying, Emmy? Why do you think I'm lying? I'm not. What guys? Oh
It
my.
sounds
Okay.
like fun, man. Yeah, I might have to do that as well.
Wow. So I can't be awake. I have to be asleep like the Afrocentrics, and I can't be awake. Wow. Wow. But yeah, man.
You're gonna turn Shakara into a road man with this kind of stuff, bro.
Bring Shaka, guys. Bring Shaka right here. Bring him. I'm ready. Let's go. Yeah. I know I've heard some people's dreams, but it is what it is. It is what it is. So, Beefy, the Egyptians were white, right? You agree with that as well, right?
Some were, yeah. The later ones, yeah. From Cleopatra, from Ptolemy onwards, they were white, yeah. That's
even before, but yeah, we agree with that, yeah.
No. Before, I'm saying there were white people coming into Egypt before then, but they were not in control.
Weren't the Hyksos before Ptolemy?
Yeah, the Hyksos were white,
Yes.
the Persians were white,
No,
the
the Hyksos were
Assyrians were
black.
white, and
The
they
Hyksos
all
were
came
Sumerian.
in and took over
Who said the
Egypt
Hyksos?
before.
The Hyksos were white.
Yes, the Hyksos were white, the Assyrians were
White
white.
coming from Asia. White coming from Asia.
Yes, they were tanned. They were tanned. They're still white, but they're tanned, right? And they came into Kemet or Egypt. They took over before Ptolemy. So
With the
don't go
olive
to the
skin.
Greek.
With the
You know
olive
it's a
skin.
silent P. It's Ptolemy.
Come on, please.
I mean, the Hyksos were there, but remember they got chucked out for a long time. Then they were there.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
the Hyksos was really well, but then they got chucked out.
Yeah, they got checked out, but it took a long time because they were superior to the Egyptians.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, they're not.
They were
checked out, but
because the way they just ran through and took over for a long time, and they were just shepherds. They weren't even like proper
no.
armies. So, but anyway.
Oh, Beefy.
Yeah.
I knew this girl called Ngozi. How do you correctly pronounce that in Bantu dialect?
Ngozi. The N is
so you
silent.
still say the N? You still say
It's a Zulu
silent.
word. It's not a Shona word. It's a Zulu word.
The N is silent. The N is silent. Ngozi.
Ngozi. It means
No,
king.
it's not.
It's Ngozi. What do you mean? No, it's not. I speak in the Bele.
It's not.
What do you mean?
Okay. The N is silent for now.
Ngozi. That's how
so
you
you're
say
pronouncing the N though.
But don't listen to him. He doesn't know. He doesn't speak in the Bele. He speaks Shona. It's Ngozi.
Is that Hebrew by any chance? Is the Bele Hebrew by any chance?
No, there's no connection between any of the Bantu languages and Hebrew. Absolutely no connection.
So you're not Hebrew now, Zulu.
It's an academic statement.
Well, what does the
Zulu, are you
evidence say?
Hebrew?
Beef? What does the
I'm asking,
evidence
are you-
suggest? Beefy, what does the evidence
Yeah?
suggest?
I'm saying like language actually, like when you talk about language, I saw some linguistic guy was talking. He's saying language goes back to the click language. That's how the first language is click language.
Yeah, Bantu is the
everything
first
else.
language. Yeah.
Second, I would say it's the first, or maybe the second or third.
Yeah, Hebrew comes from Bantu. It's the other way around.
So,
right?
Like remember, that language came from the south, down in the south, and went up all the way to Kemet.
Up the Nile. Yep.
Yeah.
Or down the Nile, which however you wanna. Yeah.
Down the Nile, yeah. Down the Nile.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? How did the East Africans and the West Africans develop different phenotypical appearances?
Admixture.
Well, it's evolution.
East Africa,
right?
not
Obviously, it's evolution. What happened was, people stopped climbing trees, the pre-hominids, and then they started to develop melanin because of the sun of the Sahara.
Obviously, when they lost their hair, they had to get melanin.
They had to get melanin, but some went to Europe and they lost melanin due to the lower sun rays. if you look at the equator, generally people in Africa in the middle of the equator seem to be darker than people above the equator. So
sorry,
can I ask a question though? How long does it take?
Where's the scientific
Evidence for this?
evidence to suggest this thing of
You
accumulative
change color.
melanin loss? Yeah,
it's well attested, MA. It's well attested.
No, where is the proof?
Can you show us something?
Yeah.
I mean, we can just look at any article or type in something now. We can look at an article or something.
So, what's he talking about?
I don't see how they could possibly know that.
Are you
Honestly.
talking about albinism? The process of losing melanin.
That's
how
not
long does it take?
albinism, though.
Because I mean, these guys have been in Egypt for over 1,000 times. They haven't changed color yet. They're still pale. They haven't gone black.
See, I've just typed in it. This is from the Smithsonian's Human Origins. Since strong sun exposure damages the body, the solution was to evolve skin that would permanently dark so as to protect against the sun's more damaging rays. Melanin, the skin's brown pigment, is a natural sunscreen that protects tropical peoples from many harmful effects of ultraviolet rays. So this is a product of evolution.
But the Neanderthals didn't have that, did they? They
didn't
stayed hairy.
They didn't need to, because where they were, there was
wait. But I thought the
you know what?
Africa.
Don't make sense, yeah. And this is an argument that probably will mash up some of my brothers in the Pan-African movement or whatever, yeah. But I just don't see the evidence. How like the evolutionary process of okay, so I'm white. This is 20, 30,000 years ago, 7,000, 5,000 years ago, or whatever, and I'm getting skin cancer. Yeah, but I'm having children.
Who's getting skin cancer?
I'm white, a white guy. I'm getting skin cancer. Yeah.
How are you? Well, you're not wearing clothes.
I've just migrated out of Africa, I've just migrated out of an area.
Oh,
in Africa,
are you Neanderthal?
I'm still in a hot climate, right? So I ain't reached where I'm gonna.
But you're hairy though. But you're hairy.
No, I wouldn't be hairy, would I?
What, Neanderthal?
Oh, hold on, you got a point. So the process you're saying the process would have been dark skin, light skin, and then hair, or dark skin, hair, and then light skin.
Yeah, so light skin, hair, and then no hair, dark skin.
Okay, as in like to go from Neanderthal to Mediterranean, European.
Yeah.
Let me rethink my point. I'll be back.
No, this is have you ever been to the Namibia desert?
The what desert?
I would say big continent. People don't do justice.
Thing is, though,
a lot of different complexions, the phenotypes in Africa. Yeah,
when we're talking about all this cancer talk, you got to remember people weren't living that long to even get cancer. They were dying of other causes, like they were getting chewed up.
You're
by...
born with cancer. Wait. Oh, everyone has got cancer. You just have to be activated. That's all it is. Everyone has got cancer.
Saying for the cause
of
the
things we have
from cancer,
activate the cancer.
Even in humans today, apart from leukemia, which is cancer of the blood, it takes a long time to die of cancer.
No, it doesn't. I know people who have been diagnosed with cancer too much they're dead.
From your birth.
It has to be activated. The cancer, everyone's got cancer in them. It has to be activated by the food we eat, the environment we're in can activate the cancer in us.
Okay, so everyone's got cancer.
Yeah, that's why now black people.
Black
people are getting cancer now because we're eating a lot of processed meat. So we're now getting a lot of cancer among black people.
Nitrates, dietary nitrates. You're right, actually.
Hold on, do you get skin cancer without being exposed to UV?
Yeah,
there's UV everywhere. The UV in England when the sun comes out.
Yeah, but very, very kind of muted UV, isn't it?
It's still UV, isn't it?
No, but it's certain levels of UV need to be present to act to affect the cells, right?
So
it's frequency, isn't it? It's a frequency of radiation.
Yeah, but that's only one type of cancer, isn't it, MA? The skin cancer.
Yeah, melanoma.
No, but that's what we're talking about. Because Beefy's talking about. I don't think Beefy's talking about skin cancer. I think he's talking about other cancers that cancers of the blood type of stuff that are dormant, or there's a dormant condition that awakens from poor nutrition. Basically, there's a dormant cancer-like condition or whatever. I don't know.
So,
Something
gene,
like
yeah. I mean, the thing about this key melanoma thing, like in America, there's America, Australia, South Africans, they even like in Egypt, parts of Arabia, it's killing people. It shows you they're not supposed to be there. That's why all these
And
Arabs
you
are
know
walking around
what?
with umbrellas in
If
the
it's
sun. Well, if you're there original, why are you walking around with an umbrella in the sun? It doesn't make sense.
you're
Because you
saying
know you
Arabs
don't
are
walk
getting
around with an umbrella. Yes,
Are you saying
yes,
Arabs are getting skin cancer? Yeah.
yes, but the Romans.
See, where's the adaptation there then?
You see what I mean? That's why they see you go to Arabia, they all got umbrellas. Walk around with umbrellas. Egypt, same thing. Egypt, Australia, South Africa, America. That melanoma thing is killing people. That's not me saying. That's them saying it.
I mean, I'm not saying that adaptation, skin color adaptation is not a real thing, because when you see the darkest of dark Africans in the hottest of hot suns and they're just strolling, yeah, like it makes sense, innit?
The thing is, though, yeah, if you're saying that the original people, if you're saying the blacker the person, the more original they are, then you can make the argument and say that people have got lighter over time. See what I mean? Because as they've moved away from Africa, they've got lighter. But in actual fact, that's not 100% the only mechanism, because there are people who are darker who descended from lighter people, and how they've done that is basically through selection. So sexual selection is a huge thing. So when you understand genetics and how the different mechanisms all work together, like you got genetic drift, where one tribe can become a completely different tribe, phenotypically look different just based on genetic mutations that occur within that tribe, right? That is genetic drift. Then there's adaptation to environment, and there's sexual selection, and there's all these different processes all working together. And what like Beefy said, the food that you eat as well, right? Environmental changes, that all kind of contributes to it as well. So it's really complicated, and it's not just a matter of, oh, let's take a black man, put him in the North Pole, and how long does it take for him to turn white? That's an oversimplistic way of looking at it.
But genetically, like drifting like that though takes ages to make a big difference like that, Con.
Well, this is the thing. What promotes or what provokes the mutations in people? Because there's times where, like Axum just said, there is no mutations and people just stay the same for ages. And then they move somewhere else, and something they do or something they eat or some different change provokes the mutation in them. So is it nature? It goes back to the nature or nurture argument. It's like we don't know which it is or why it happens. It's just a mutation.
When you talk about mutation and adaptation, mutating and adapting are two different things, yeah? So like when we adapt, we can adapt. So like if I live like in a cold climate, I can now adapt. I can withstand the cold a bit longer than normal. That's not mutation. That's adaptation.
No, but when you're
adaptation, one second,
people
just add something.
There's one people.
Adaptation is occurring on the epigenetic level. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. Should I?
It's just a different part of the DNA that's changing.
Yeah,
a genetic mutation is actually a change in the DNA.
It happens due to adaptation, though. You see what I'm saying? So if you are in an environment, your body will adapt to the environment, and doing that is caused by mutations in your genes for you to accept the environment you're in.
The environment. Okay. So hold on. So if that's a fact, sorry, does anyone have any numbers on how long it takes for
a specimen to change?
A point-to-point mutation? I don't know what point we would refer to.
I think it's random.
Millions. No, but let's say it's millions of years, but then some people haven't been around for millions of years. So how do they prove that?
It's not. You're right. It's a guessing game. It's a guessing game. We don't know.
Let's say it takes millions of years. It takes millions of years to adapt. That's what they say. It takes millions of years to adapt to or to mutate. So now some people haven't been around for millions of years. Some people haven't been around. Some people haven't been around those millions of years. So how are they doing all this?
Like you said, it's a guessing game. It's a guessing game. That's what
some people
playing.
go back 6,000 years. Yeah, some people go back 6,000 years. So they haven't.
I mean,
been
like you see Egypt, yeah. Egypt, right? It's in the desert. Yeah, let's not play about. It's in the
Sudan.
desert.
Remember, the original Egypt was actually not even the Egypt there. That's Alexandria, the Egypt now. Egypt originally was Sudan. The Sudan, and you go to Sudan. They're all dark people there.
If you look across the Sahel, yeah, you're mostly finding dark people there. Do you know what I mean? Like, would you say that if anyone's got any knowledge of kind of North Africa, like the northernmost coast of North Africa, is the climate decidedly different from that of the Sahel
region?
Yeah.
But when you say Sahel, you mean from Egypt all the way to
down,
to Gambia, Senegal, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You're saying that the
Uganda.
whole belt.
I've seen the people from Uganda, how dark they are.
No. You're talking about Sahel. No, sorry, Biffy. He's talking about Sahel region. Is that the belt from east
whole
coast
belt
to
all
all
the way?
west?
Yeah. So I'm saying, is the climate
different?
Does it vary that much?
Yeah, because you can get up to the mountains of Morocco, and it's
no. Forget the mountains. I'm talking about at the same at whatever sea level or whatever.
Sea level,
whatever level you want to pick. Like, would it be classed as uniform in the main across that whole region?
I would say, I'm guessing now, yeah, but I would say the temperature is the same. It's hot.
Yeah, that's why most of the people, most of the Pearl Berbers, they live in the mountains, Atlas Mountains, because it's cooler up there. They can't live where the heat is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then again,
if you're dead.
Oh, shut up, baby. Jump on the panel and chat to us instead of typing away like a fucking.
That's why they all live in mountains, Atlas Mountains, these mountains, but there's no one like in the Morocco desert living there, except for the Fulani people, the Black Berbers, they live there. But most other people, they live in the mountains, high mountains.
Right. So for an entire civilization of people, or obviously the argument is that it's mixed, right? That's what Metatron or whatever his name is was saying. But there have to have been significant numbers of darker skinned people in these in that civilization across the dynasties.
Yeah.
Because people are not living in mountains in that region. It's all like, you know what I mean, it's open.
Sea level. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Like we can look at the Nubians, right? And the Nile.
But even like if you go to Zimbabwe in summer, it goes up to 45 degrees. You know what I mean? That's hot.
Yeah, that's
there are parts of Eritrea that we have 45 degrees all year round. Yeah. So it all depends on where you are.
Is that why you haven't been back to Eritrea?
No. I really love
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No, but obviously I'm from the mountains, so.
Are you?
Literally.
I told you.
Oh my
God.
Okay.
What did I say, MA? What did I say? Everyone lives in the mountains if you have that complexion. They don't live sea level. Too hot.
No, but for real though, if you see the people on the coast, it's a big difference in the heat.
The coast is much cooler. That's why Cairo is by the coast. Alexandria was by the coast. It was there for a reason. They didn't go deep into.
Nah, but obviously in Cairo, it's warm during summertime. Trust me, it's
warm. But they get a sea breeze in it, right?
But that's Alexandria. I was about to speak to you in Arabic, But yeah, Alexandria. Yeah, it's more wind and stuff. You know what I mean? So it's not that warm.
Cooler. Yeah.
Cooler. But then again, if you go into the Sahara Desert, like
if you're dead.
We'll see. Yeah, it's hot.
But there are tribes who live in the Sahara Desert. The Fulani, certain Black Berber, they live there. That's their home.
Yeah.
They go to Namibia, go to the Khoisan, which people like calling Khoisan. They live in they don't live. They live in the desert.
Yeah.
Walk around shirtless, running around, no cars, nothing, running 2,000 miles a day, no sweating, nothing.
That's the thing that I clocked in Dakar is I didn't sweat.
But it's
Like,
natural environment.
By the time the sweat tries to form, it's gone. That's how hot it was, man. It's crazy.
Petro said the Sahel is in fact in the tropics. No. Sahel is not the tropics, bro.
But you see, I think some of the darkest people in Africa are from Uganda, which is right near the center in the
because they're close to the equator.
They are very, very dark.
Yeah. But they're also mixed up with the Nilotic tribes, right? So
Nilotic is Bantu. What's Nilotic? Nilotic means you live around the Nile, That's where the term came from. Nilotic,
yeah, but you're saying Bantu, Beefy Han. You keep saying Bantu, that is a language group, right?
It's not a language group.
It's not?
It's a people.
A people group coming from Cameroon, yes? Is that what you're
No. All over Southern, Eastern, and Western Africa.
Wait, where do they originate from according to the world?
The Great Lakes region. The Congo. Congo, the Great Lakes, that whole area, the Congo.
The Congo. So I've heard they come from the Cameroon
from
region,
Zambia,
right?
From Zambia, Uganda,
Burundi.
That was all once called the Congo. That was all once called the Congo.
Yeah.
So I mean, by now, these borders don't want to make it put differently, but this is what back we know it is as the native is that's Congo. That's where we come from.
Remember, Swahili is a Bantu language.
Which is Arabic.
It's a mixture.
No, but it's a Bantu language. It's a Bantu
mostly
language.
Bantu words. Yes.
Yeah, half of it is Arabic. I understand it.
Yeah, but
it's a third language.
Essence, what do you call it? The noun classes distinguish it as a Bantu language.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has like one of the most preserved amounts of noun classes amongst all African languages that kind of align it with Bantu.
Is that the reason why Pan-Africanists wanted to be the main language in Africa?
It's just a third language. It's a third language for me. It's like English and Swahili are the same thing. Just third languages.
To answer your question, I think it's because it's so widely used. It's used in Congo, it's used in Tanzania, Kenya, all these places, isn't it? Parts of Zambia.
But one thing, when people speak Swahili, I might not be able to say, but I can understand what they're saying. I can go to Gambia. I don't know. I can understand what people are saying. I can go to Uganda. I can understand what they're saying. I can go to Rwanda. People will be talking. I understand everything they're saying.
Yeah,
You're right. The same language, just different dialects.
You mean you're talking about Swahili, right? So you can use Swahili in East Africa and in East Africa and also in Congo.
It's a new dialect of Bantu language. It's just a new dialect that was being formulated. It's just same language.
Hakuna Matata. Yes, sorry.
Wow, she went there.
Yeah, but it's Swahili though.
But Hakuna is like Hakuna. It's a Bantu word which can be said in so many ways.
Okay, like teach us.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Hakuna means there's nothing. There's no worries.
No worries, exactly.
My language.
That's what I know. Yeah.
Yeah, Hakuna means just there's nothing. It means that in my language there's nothing. Yeah.
I see.
I was saying like in our language, everything is descriptive. There's no word without a meaning.
Right, and that's one of the things that Sniper said that stood out for me is the difference between
everything describes something.
Yeah, the difference between languages that are descriptive, that have meanings, and others that just have definitions.
But I'm trying to explain to Zulu, like even though every name in the Bible has a meaning, and in my language, the meanings make sense. Like Sarah, like his wife was called Sarah, but she stayed with him. Sarah means to stay with someone.
Ross, wow.
Abraham, Babarahama, father of all relatives. Rebecca, Babarahama, Abraham, father of all relatives. That's what it means in my language.
Yeah, but in Ethiopia, like,
then another word as well.
Abraham, the father, right?
America, Rebecca, she gave birth. Means you to give birth. Remember, Rebecca gave birth at the same time. Our story is about giving birth. Rebecca, in my language, called America, means to give birth.
Zulu, why you lurking? See,
It's a pseudo, but Moses means water reed, masheshe. But he found by the water. Water reed.
Moses means water.
Masheshe, no, masheshe, Moses. Moshe.
Oh, you mean like, but
water? Yeah, the water reeds. The water reeds you find by the riverbed. The reeds, water reeds. That's what.
Oh, the
reeds. Was found where?
Okay.
Yeah, where was Moses found? In the water.
Hold on, though. Hold on. One thing I do know, yeah, is that when you go into Lingala, for example, yeah, even the word Lingala is derived from Portuguese. You've got loads of Portuguese and French loan words in the syntax itself. Often it's an Africanized version of the thing, to such extent that it just sounds like it was the original. Do you know what I mean? Like it was the original thing when actually it wasn't. So I'm sure if you're from Zimbabwe, like you got Mozambique right there as well. What Portuguese have you got? This is not the subject I want to talk about, but by the way, it's about the biblical thing. So it could have happened in reverse. It could have been that the name Moses has infiltrated your language to mean something. Do you know what I mean?
No, as I said, in my language, masheshe just means water reed.
No, but I'm saying
Moshe.
Okay. All right, let me let you. I'll leave that there. Yeah.
But okay, ask people, what does Moses mean? Ask them, what does Moses mean?
What does Moses
they don't
mean?
know. Yeah. What does Abraham mean in the Hebrew? They don't know.
Okay.
There's words.
Okay.
They got no meaning for them.
I get you.
But in our language, there's meaning for these words. You know what I mean?
But no, it means father, though. Abraham. A boy. Abraham. A boy. Like in my language. Father.
Zulu saying you're lying, Beefy.
What does it mean? No, we know what they mean.
These Hebrew Israelites and that know what they are meanings.
So, okay, come on, Zulu, jump on, please. Teach us. Come and teach us. Come and teach us, please. I'm waiting. What does Abraham mean? I'm waiting. What does Rebecca mean? What does Sarah mean? Because every name has a meaning in my language, in my culture. Just don't name someone without a meaning. So the things like the names like John, Peter, they don't make sense to us. What does Peter mean? What does John mean? It doesn't mean something. Even my own name, my real name, there's meaning to it. You know what I mean? And Baba Ra. Wait.
Oh, we're not doing that, Beefy. Man said Ra.
Ra.
How do Muslims deal with the Amen, Ra situation?
Amen. We all know it's Amen. People just deny it, isn't it? That's what they pray to.
What do they say though? What's their argument? What do they say?
If you end your prayer with Amen, boy, who are you praying to?
What do they say though? What's their? Because I'm sure this has come up a few times, but I've never seen a conversation about it.
What do you mean, BP, about that? I mean, Sorry, Emma, I'm just trying to.
I'm saying if the Abrahamic faiths end their prayer with Amin, who are they praying to? What does Amin mean to them?
Yeah, but what does that mean? Do you know?
Huh? Amin is unknown, unseen.
You know, now I'm gonna Google.
That's why my culture. We talk about God, but if God is unseen, how can you talk about him?
In Arabic, this word means, "Oh God, respond positively." Oh, I can't say that
Well,
word.
That's made up. You can sound it.
That's made up.
You can tell that's made up, man.
Yeah,
that's made up straight away.
But there's no Allah in the Amin. Oh God, this. Come on, let's be real, man.
Okay. But in fact, it's probably not made up, and it is referring to God, but a God that they're not willing to
they're
claim.
unseen. Yeah, they're unknown.
Nah, so according to I'm reading. Amin is derived from the Hebrew amen, which means certainty, truth, and verily.
Made up, man.
Come on, man.
Still doing this
So,
and made up.
Action, tell us more about your Carthaginian cousins.
I gotta love you somehow, Shifa, but I don't know how. But
I like that.
don't know. I don't know.
Where was the original Carthage?
But for real though, why are you asking me on Carthaginians though?
Weren't Carthaginians black?
Yeah, they were. Hannibal Barca was black.
Yeah, but
Carthaginians. So what's the problem with them being your
conquered...
cousins then? What's the problem?
No, but wait. They were conquered by whom? For how long?
No.
Yeah, but that would be Romans, not Carthaginians.
No, they conquered Rome and afterwards Rome kicked them out. Remember, Carthage went as far as Rome at one point. Let's not get it twisted. Rome was part of Carthage.
Can someone let the Zulu in, please, Jedediah?
Did you say the Zulu? That's rude, man.
Nah, I said Zulu.
Let the Zulu. Nah, man.
Hey, Castablighty, jump on the panel, innit? Jump on the panel, Castablighty.
Petro, the day you jump on the panel, chat to me. I've been waiting for years, man. Years.
I spoke to this guy before. He's disappointed, man, when he jumps on panel.
Castablighty, jump on the panel.
When he's in the chat, he's got time to think of an answer, innit? When he's on panel,
if you want to type my name, yeah, put £5 in Jedediah's PayPal and you can type my name. Otherwise, bro, you know my rules. It doesn't say my name for free, bro. I don't live in your head for rent free. Block. So £5 the PayPal and you type my name. You type my name in the chat. Otherwise, allow me in it. We'll jump on the panel. Simple.
Hetero, where's all your jokes gone, bro? I used to be quite funny still.
Heterosapien. Now this guy is confused, bro. Are you calling yourself hetero and the sapien? Like you call yourself black? I'm confused. I'm confused, bro.
He's doing a disclaimer in his name, man. He's trying to say that he's not gay.
I'm not a gay monkey. I'm not a gay monkey. How does that make sense?
I'm not a gay monkey. That's
Alright, Beefy, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on, Shifa.
Yes, Shifa Don. Gonna youth. Yes.
Alright, Beefy, why'd you look like the guy from Get Rich or Die Trying, man?
What?
Huh?
Which guy, man?
The one that's the main guy, man. No, the bad guy, man. The main bad guy, like the big guy, 50 Cent, like the guy that he's beefing with in the end.
I don't know. Was maybe he got taken from my tribe by the Portuguese.
Did you watch that the other day, Shifa? Did you watch that the other day? Because I don't know who. I can't remember no one in that film.
I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it myself, so I can't tell you who he's talking about.
I've watched it a few times, man. How have you not watched that film, mate? That's actually a good film, you know. When the guy starts making crack and he says pure crystal.
No, you need to watch better movies. What are you saying, Shifa, anyway?
He's the gunner.
I'm just here with my son trying to terrorize my nan's house.
Okay, your son, man.
Yeah, don't big him up too much, man. These little kids, they turn into brats. I'm telling you, man.
Is someone? Can someone let the Zulu in, man? Please.
Only someone with a key. Who's in the chat?
You can let Zulu in all you want.
Is
I'm
Zelini in
not
the
letting
chat?
no man in my yard.
Is anyone in the chat? Zelini, MJ, key holders.
None of them are there, man. I ain't seen none of them today.
It's raining. Where's
Zulu,
everyone?
ask someone to open the door for you, wherever you are.
It's raining everywhere. What are you doing outside? In your yard, man. Turn a yard.
Then stay
I
in your.
got a feeling one day Jupiter's gonna have a key. You know, that's the way it's going right now.
End of
BB,
times
where
for
you
you,
from
yeah,
again?
mate.
You're Ugandan, isn't it?
End of times prophecy.
Nah.
Where you from?
When Jupiter gets a key, you know it's over, boy.
You're from where?
I'm from, like I say, I'm from Southern Africa. I'll say because I was
From the Gambia.
No, Southern
Zambia's not
Africa.
Southern.
Oh my
So
bad.
you talk about Mozambique, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, that area.
Can you decide on one?
No, but back then it was one kingdom until the borders were put up there.
You're what?
These borders are new. They're not the man-made borders. They call it Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. It was the Mutapa Empire one time, all of that region.
So you're from the Tampa Empire?
Mutapa.
Mutapa.
Mm.
Okay. So what happened? They got kicked out and the Zimbabweans moved in.
No, it's the same people. Oh my days.
How does that work then?
Zimbabwe, the new borders which were there because of the colonialists. But before those borders, there was one kingdom, that whole region.
So are you trying to say that Zimbabwe is not a real country?
It's not. To me, in my eyes, it's not.
Okay. I kind of get your point still. If you see it like that, it would make sense for you to make that statement. It would make sense. So what about, so obviously Mozambique, Zimbabwe, where else did you say?
Malawi, Zambia, parts of South Africa, Namibia.
Okay. So basically half of South Africa, basically.
Southern Africa.
That's
I would say
crazy.
Southern Africa.
Or Southern Africa. Yeah, that's crazy. I've never even looked at it like that. It's good to ask questions because now I know something new.
When the first Europeans, when they first came, but they couldn't go through Middle East because of the Arabs, so they had to go all the way around Africa to go to India. Then one of the first places to stop was Africa, Mozambique, and it was
are you
the
a
first
member
black
of the original kingdom? Are you like some kind of royalty then or something?
I don't say I'm royalty, just my family. I know my roots, so I'm some royalty. On my dad's side, yeah, I got some claim to some royalty there a little bit.
So technically, those countries should be your subjects then.
No, they're not subject. We're not subject. We're all one, bro. I am because we are. You know that saying?
Okay. So you're all kings then.
Yes. All gods out here, man.
I hear you.
It takes a village to raise a man. It takes a village to raise a child. You know what I mean?
Is Zulu gone then?
Huh?
No, you can't get
Zulu
in. How did he even get in then?
Yeah,
what is
so
No, yeah, like these borders. But if you go to we deal with tribal lands, innit? Where I'm from, innit?
Sorry, what just happened? Why is everyone going quiet?
I thought it was my
No, I
computer.
thought it was my signal. Beefy was halfway through talking. Really? Just went quiet, yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's dropped off. We need a video or something, man.
Yeah.
I'm just a Gambian.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What?
Yeah, you did with that
Someone
one.
said you were Gambian. I thought that song. What is it? The Island Boys. It's the Island Boy.
Oh my god.
Gambian.
This is why I don't hang around white people, you know. I can't.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa.
I'm serious, man.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Ah, man, I'm not doing it.
Why? Because you can't have a laugh. It's just a joke, lad. Calm
What are
down.
you saying? Black people can't laugh. What are you saying?
Sounds like it. You can't. So you don't hang around with white people?
Nah, I can't be doing it, man. I can't be hearing this shit. See? I can't do it, man.
Just on the island boy. Yeah.
Oh my god, man.
That was well worse than me.
Yeah, I saw that video. I was just like, no. Island boys, hold the hell. Yeah, you know who you are.
Oh, big time, man. Multi-millionaires, though, aren't they?
The boys.
I'm guessing so, anyway.
Yeah, kind of, maybe.
To top
Okay,
tier
so what's the
animal
topic?
specific. You give us one, Jupiter. Wagwan Zalini.
Okay, I'll give you one. Is it fair that a Christian can get arrested in Britain for praying silently in their head, yet a whole group of people can be outside
Yes, family.
and
Big
in
up,
the
big up,
street
big up,
and
big up.
pray, and nobody
say
does
that.
anything about it or
Jupiter,
say that there's
start
rules
again.
to be upheld?
No, Jupiter, start again.
Sorry, guys.
Start
Battery
again.
died.
Is it fair that a woman, specifically she was a woman, but it could be a man, was arrested for praying silently inside her head in Britain?
How can they prove that?
Well, exactly. Well,
that's just the dumbest thing ever. Like, you've got to prove that now.
yeah, but it's true. It
Yeah,
happened. Okay.
yeah, no, Duke, I think that's stupid, yeah, and I fully believe you. But you see, in this country, we have a thing called suspicion, so they can technically arrest you for anything, can it? Do you know what I mean? Like, whether they actually get to charge you and prosecute you, that's a whole other story. But the inconvenience of getting arrested, yeah, they can do that. But I want to know
But
what.
it's wrong, isn't it?
Of course,
right?
Of course, it's wrong, and it's dumb. How are you going to even try to enforce that or prove that?
Oh, Zalini, do you know about this story then?
Nah, what happened?
No, this sounds ridiculous.
I just heard.
Jupiter,
I just heard heathen singing like Island Boys. I just had to.
Oh, lad, it was I'm a Gambian.
Coming like Minority Report.
Gambian.
Right. So we had one woman that was praying silently in her head.
Yeah.
That was arrested. Yeah, we had a whole group of people that was praying.
How do we know
blocking
she's praying?
the road,
How do we know she's
making
praying?
a lot of noise and actually praying out loud, and no, it wasn't enforced. What is going on with this country?
Can we let's deal with the first one.
Here we go.
Oh, she was arrested specifically for doing what?
Yeah, let's do the first one.
She was praying over the road.
For doing what?
Hold on, Heathen. Hold on. Go on, Juke.
No, go on, Heathen can talk in now about it.
No, he can't.
Yeah, I think it was a while back, unless there's a fresh one.
Okay, go on.
She was praying over the road. I think she's been arrested 3 times, to be fair now. But she was praying over the road from an abortion clinic for the souls of the babies that were getting killed in there. But she never had a sign, or she was just stood on the corner, lad. Do you know what I mean? And obviously someone's asked her what she's doing.
So she had her eyes closed.
Yeah. Eyes closed, head down.
See, this is the thing. Yeah, we know society's heading in the F direction, innit? But like, this is just beyond ridiculous now, innit? You get me? Like, all right, cool. Even if she was doing that, yeah, and she was across the road from the fucking abortion clinic, so what, bro? So are you still not going to get an abortion? Like, I don't. What's she really stopping? What's he doing?
Exactly, lads. Like, she ain't screaming at no one or anything more.
If you was nah, let me allow it.
No, go on. No, fuck it.
Nah, especially now that you're here.
What's your offense?
What?
I'm sorry.
Especially now that you're here, I'm not saying that.
What did they charge her with? What was the charge?
Don't do that, man. If you wanted to say they should go back to using coat hangers, then say that, mate. Don't try to use me as a.
Let me try and find the story in the article.
What was the charge though of this woman? What was the charge?
Sorry, Jupiter, what are you saying?
There's a video of the arrest, like, isn't he? I haven't read the article. I've seen the video of it.
Yeah, but do you know what it is? You see in this PC time and error, it's
But
like
I want to know what was the charge? What was the charge with?
It's like whatever the masses.
Anyone can get arrested.
Wherever the masses is
anyone can get arrested.
PC, shut the hell up, man. You don't hear me talking, bro. Like, what's wrong? Like, what the fuck, bro? Nah, quickly. I was just gonna say, bro. In this PC day and age, bro, whatever the masses is leaning towards, fam, it seems like the police will be deemed to arrest you for. Do you get me? So even though they know that they shouldn't, or it's kind of the wrong thing for the sake of the public, bro. You get me? Or people that deem to be looking at what's going on, they'll arrest you, whether they know it's wrong or right. It's stupid, but
you know, if you're a religious person, so anyone that's on the panel that's religious, if you're, because what I was gonna say, let me just say what I was gonna say. In fact, no, let me not say that. I'm not gonna say it.
Bro, hey, man, you got one more.
I'm not doing it.
You got one more of them, bro.
I know. It's fine. I accept it. But if you're doing something, mind your own business, and someone comes along, and stands right next to you, closes their eyes, and it looks like they're praying or they're like mumbling under their breath, are you gonna move out the way?
I probably wouldn't. I don't care. That's me personally. I wouldn't give a shit. Like, if I believe in what I believe in, you mumbling whatever, it really gonna affect me, bro.
Because I know that there's people, like, especially like people that believe in judging that, like, they're not gonna hang around.
So the video is in the back. You want to watch it?
Oh, you put a video there? Yeah, let's watch it, man. It sounds like it's gonna be funny.
Yeah, I don't think Judge is there right now. Still, you're the only one that can run that.
I'm bringing up a topic, Mood Best. I haven't given my opinion on any of it. I bring topics up.
Don't be like that.
Stay silent.
Don't be like that.
No, but they're telling me they're telling me what I think when I haven't even expressed my view yet. I've asked you what your views are.
Can someone at least post a video in the chat so they can watch it? Because I'm watching it on the side, and this woman just looks.
I've put it in the back chat, in the private chat.
No, I know, but I'm saying to let the chat, because we can't play it yet because Jedi's not here, innit?
Oh, okay.
Unless can you see our screen?
Yeah, no, I'm on my phone. I'm not even on the computer. Like, man had to let me into the chat, into the panel, bro. Get me? Right. So yeah. Nah, but yeah, to summarize quickly, Jukes, even before I see it, you get me? If it's how you said, then yeah, it's stripping this, isn't it? But again, it's not surprising in 2023, to be quite honest. So yeah.
Okay,
I think it was disturbing the peace, man. Was she done for disturbing the peace?
Yeah, but how's she disturbing? But how's she disturbing the peace by not saying anything?
Exactly. Clown world, isn't it? Man.
People are too sensitive, man. You get me?
Is there any Muslims on the panel? There's not.
Oh shit.
Well, no, I'm just. Because I'm thinking, if you stood there and you like had some type of religious regalia on, and you stood outside a mosque, they're gonna move you on, man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll make you right, but I'd say, do you know, maybe if it was that, I don't know, I might have a bit more of a leniency towards what they're saying. But this is an abortion clinic, like, respectfully, like, this ain't no one's religion. You're going there because you want to get rid of kids. The person, it seems, that was praying for you is on the opposing side. So, do you know what I mean? I don't, like, what do you really want people, like, what do you want people to do?
It's just mad. The whole situation just sounds weird, man. Really, really weird.
Yeah, it's off key, man. It's off key, bro. It's off key.
What's Moroccan saying? Windy the Witch, she done a spell on a cup of tea. Turner racist running up and down Speaker's Corner like no.
Oh, you're saying you got Wendy put a spell on you, and now you're
I didn't know Wendy at the time that I went to Speaker's Corner. So let me tell you what my opinion is then, because everybody else here is assuming. I've had this conversation actually with Shani before. I don't think there's anything wrong with singular praying. What I do think is a problem is collective praying if you're obstructing and imposing. Because when it's one person, you're not imposing. But when it becomes collective, it becomes...
Yeah, do you know what? But it gets tricky though, Dukes, because let's just say, for instance, all right, let me give you an example. I don't know, something's going on there. There's an event, or let's just say where there's a couple people in the park, for instance, Hyde Park. Yeah, they're all having a fun day in the park. Then it turns into prayer time. Are you telling me that they shouldn't pray there because it may cause obstruction to somebody else?
If it's going to become collective, yes.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
My reasoning for that is that they have got mosques.
Yeah,
walk away. It's not like they're desperate to find somewhere. But if they was in the middle of, let's say, I don't know, let's just say that they were in the Shetlands or they were in the Lake District, then obviously collective prayer doesn't matter. They're not imposing, they're not blocking, they're not doing nothing. But when you've got a mosque just around the corner, there's no reason for it. It becomes political. And when it becomes political, it becomes antagonistic.
But again, that I believe that for some people, or to the most part, that's down to perception. Because if I'm with 100 Muslim people or my Muslim brethren and they want to pray, they decide to pray, and we might be somewhere, who am I or is anyone else to tell them that they shouldn't pray and they should walk 15-20 minutes to a mosque? Like, why? Because
I would say the same thing if it was a collection of Christians. That's
but so would I. Like, why should they have to go to a church for them to exercise their belief?
Because the park is for everybody, but the mosque
for
and
everybody.
The synagogues
So for Muslims,
and the churches are for
everyone.
those particular people and their beliefs.
No, but Dupe, see, that's the thing. In it being for everybody, you can't then determine or say it can't be for you, and you can do this and you can't.
No, it's for them. They can exercise it as a park, but they can't use it as a mosque.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily agree with that. And again, like I said, if they're going out, if people are going out their way, whatever religion they are, to cause an issue or to try and make a problem, that's a bit different. But if they just want to pray and they want to worship,
it's the same way. Hold on.
If they just want to pray and worship their creator, whether they're Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, whatever the hell they may be, but I feel that they should be entitled to. I don't understand.
Yeah, but go and do it in private then. Go and do it discreetly. Don't do it as a big collective.
You can't.
Like
No, but you can't tell.
Hold on, let me make my points. Okay, you keep talking. I won't say nothing.
Yeah, all right, cool. Hey, Jupa, listen, you've got this sort of air of like argumentativeness today. I don't want to argue with you. I'm not trying to. I'm simply trying to explain to you. You're saying stuff like it's for everybody and it should be inclusive. And then when I'm saying, well, then why shouldn't they be allowed to pray where they are? You're saying, well, because of X, Y, and Z. That don't make sense. That don't add up. Go on.
There's no point. You've just said it don't make sense. So any of my opinions, you're dismissing them.
Who said any of your opinions don't make sense? Who said any of your opinions? Who said any of your opinions? You made one opinion.
You're talking over me every time I make a comment.
Because you're wrong.
At the end of the day, you want to silence
Who said any of your opinions, Jupa? See, this is what I'm saying. You have a glass of Echo Fools and you start chatting shit, bro. Allow it, fam. No one's here to argue with you. No one's trying to argue. I'm having a conversation. You're saying stuff like it's inclusive and it's for everybody. I'm then giving you examples of it being for everyone, and you're getting upset and you get your knickers in a twist. Bruv, allow it, man. Allow it, bruv. If you can't handle the drink, cuz put it down, fam. Simple. Just chatting shit. What go on, you lot? What you lot saying, man?
Do you think someone can start doing juju in the middle of Hyde Park?
But people need to stop doing that, cuz like when people are trying to have a conversation with you and chat to you, I beg you just understand the energy of the room, innit? I've clocked the energy you had, Jupa, because you had it with other people before I jumped on the panel. Yeah, if you want to argue or you're in that vibe, bruv, just say that, innit? And just fuck it, just do it, just straight up. But don't try and act like you're trying to have a conversation, innit? It's just dead. It's just dead. yeah, and you're saying stuff. And when I'm trying to correct you on what you've clearly just said is wrong, because what I said 2 minutes ago, you're there getting an attitude in that. But allow it, fam. It's really not needed, especially on a Thursday after evening. It's not needed, man. Pick up yourself, DeMarco. Another fan. Salute. Anyway, what you lot saying anyway, man?
What I'm saying for me, yeah.
Yo, the other 4 people on the panel, walk on.
Pause, guys. Stop. Can I, one second, guys. Can I let me give my opinion. Can I give my opinion?
You go on, do your thing.
Prayer in public is simple. Like you can pray in public, yeah, but then don't get offended if someone starts coming and pissing around when you're praying. But it's public, isn't it? That's the only thing I was saying. Then why would you want to pray to God Almighty where people piss and shit? And I don't get it myself personally.
Yeah, but that's, see, do you know what it is? I hear that beef here, but this is the thing. It's not for certain people to get in it. If you get it, you get it. You're the one just worshipping to whoever in it. I'm not. It's not for anyone else to decide or to say, oh well, you shouldn't do that because if you want to go and pray in a piss-ridden alley, yeah, you get me. Then you should be allowed to do that. That's your business. But this whole, well, they shouldn't be allowed to do it, and because X, Y, and Z. It's just like, bruv, allow it, fam. Allow it. If you don't like them or you got something against them people, then just say that, innit? But stop trying to use all these dumb little bullshit
opinion,
excuses.
Like, if you want to pray in public, yeah, that's fine by you, innit? But don't get offended when person walks past and want to piss or they're drinking or they're smoking or whatever, but you're in public. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100. I fully agree with that still.
Well, remember, we're in the park with you, circle. You're trying to move so that we pray. Like, bro, we're here first. You are this circle. Why are you going to try to move? Because you're praying. No one forces you to pray there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then they wanted to keep us stop doing what we're doing so they can pray in public. Me, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you get me. I'm just, bruv. I just let people do what they want to do, man. You get me?
People can do whatever.
Trying to, people trying to restrict.
Don't be offended when someone starts doing something.
Yeah, like people
public,
trying to restrict people from doing X, Y, and Z. That's just long, fam. Like, let people live, man. If they want to do it and it goes left for them, then boy, so be it, innit? But get me? Start trying to restrict and police people's actions and all this, because it's long and it don't work, bro.
Yeah,
it don't work.
Big up, family.
Big up.
Yeah. No.
Is my mic low or something?
Sorry, now big up, chefs.
Big up, MA. They ain't on. They ain't at the cut, They're there. You say ups?
I'm dead there.
I'm there. I got beefy.
I mean, if people can play whatever they want to, bro. I don't think you can stop, but don't be offended when sometimes they come up in public as well, which you don't like. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, beefy. I think you got
in the park, we're told to move away, but we wanted to pray. Like, well, we're standing here for 2 hours before we can pray.
Beefy's having a conversation with 5 minutes ago, Zalini, you know? Mad thing. Are you having a conversation with 12 minutes past 7, Zalini? What on, Beefy, man? You gotta reload that, man. You gotta reload that. Yeah, nah. That's crazy. That's crazy.
When I was jumping on, I was listening at the same time, and I was like, hold up, who's Beefy talking to? Big old conversation, you know.
You know when like an old Jamaica auntie gets mad.
Yeah, they start
and they just start talking. Yeah.
Let me get Pringle in here, you know.
My grandma. Do you know what? I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I do have that inherited that from my grandma, man.
نحن أحفاد النبي كبروا الله أكبر كبروا مهما من إجرام صعد قلناها والأمر موحد نحن جندك يا محمد كبروا الله أكبر كبروا الله أكبر جيشنا الجيش.
I was just like in South Kent or something.
Yeah. And
big up,
the caption is what What contributions do these people make to British life?
So rude.
Big up. That's mad.
Yeah, no, it sounds crazy.
What happened to Jupiter? What, you ran her off?
Bruv, no one at Jupiter ran herself off, bruv. Like, Jupiter ran her fucking self off, bruv. She needs to learn how to conversate, bruv. That's what she needs to learn how to do, cuz.
Did you cuss her out?
Well, you was listening, you told me.
I wasn't, I was listening to Wu-Tang, man, in the background.
No, I didn't still. She just obviously was in the argumentative vibe, and you mix that with the Echo Falls, and it's a bit of a crazy concoction still. So, yeah.
Jupiter, come back, man. This is your story.
It's the Echo Falls for me.
Yeah, man, with your fucking pisshead fucking attitude, man. Entertaining that, bro.
What's the other one? What's the other one called? There's another one. Something Fort.
Foot or fort?
Yeah, it's got foot in there. Barefoot or something. Yeah, barefoot. Yeah.
Yo, jump on. Let me know what happened. Yeah, let me know, man. Jump back on.
Trying to preempt my thought process, you are.
Well, what's I'm curious about is that those two stories are not linked. So I don't know whether she's went and sought out. She's seen the white girl, and then which way has it gone? She's seen the white girl first, and then the Muslims, or the other way around.
Hello. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, mate.
We can hear you, Shifla.
Fucking hell, I was saying Chevelle about 1 million times. I thought you had a glass of Echo Falls, love. I thought it was my bloody microphone.
Beefy had an episode.
I wanted one question real quickly.
I don't like wine.
Can I get one question, Chevelle, real quickly before they go again? Chevelle, do you pray?
Go on.
Do you pray?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, that was my only question. I'm gonna go on mute.
I used to pray, but I don't anymore. I haven't done that in a long time, actually.
I'm gonna ask Jeds when he comes back.
He's here.
He's here now. Jupes, big up, Jupes.
Yeah.
Is he here?
Hello,
Jedi, do you pray?
No.
Okay.
Not in a conventional form. No, I don't think I do.
All right. So basically, I've got a mission.
I have conversations with myself, and I have conversations. I have thoughts, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I pray. Yeah.
Well, I've got a mission now. I need to pray in your yard, Chevelle's yard, and especially Beefy's yard. I need to do extra prayer in Beefy's yard.
Why?
Yeah, why?
I need to bring a whole sermon to Beefy's yard, man.
Why though? Why though? What is it?
Because you got a problem with prayer, man. He needs some prayer in his life. At least you lot have prayed before. Shoot.
Yeah. Do you know what's I won't say what stopped me from praying, but what I would say what changed a lot was when I began to find out what can I say? The fuckery behind Christianity. That's when I kind of lost a lot of those conventional things. I still have a relationship with the Most High, but yeah, as for praying, as Jedi would say, the conventional way. Now,
an example, Chefs,
No, but Chevelle Anderson, I agree with you because Christians literally contradict the Bible. Christians are literally praying in congregations and the Bible's telling you not to. Christians are literally praying to Jesus like he's God and he said he wasn't. Like,
but you
come
see,
on,
my
man.
issue
So we're not going to do the Christian thing, but
my issue is generally the book itself. It's the Bible itself. Obviously, you take what you want to take from it. I know there's good parts about it, but there's a lot of
so you don't believe in the
power
power
in the
of prayer?
And also, no, it's not to say that, but also the Bible was written by man, and yeah, there's a lot in that book, and in other religious books that were written by man. I just don't make it. Just
This is the power of the locks, speaking, bro.
Oh, shut up, MA. I've been feeling this for time. Yeah.
See? The power of the locks, man.
So when I came on Jedi, I put a video in that I was hoping that you'd show, and she got arrested. And I wanted people's opinions on.
Is it just me or is Jupiter breaking up? Is it my internet?
Nah, she's a bit choppy.
I thought it was just me, but yeah, it must be you.
Jupes, we couldn't
Can you
hear
not
you.
hear me?
Say it again, Jupiter, because you're a bit choppy, yeah.
No,
I
intermittently.
said when I came on. Can you not hear me? Oh God.
Yeah,
We can hear you
go
now.
on.
You might have a delay though.
Okay. I said,
Yeah, she got a delay.
so I can't go out and come in again.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, go on then.
So what religion are you, Shiva?
I'm an Israelite and I believe in the power of prayer, and everything I pray for happens. So I have to be careful what I pray for.
Hold on. What makes you think that
powerful.
is the? What makes you
I'm
think
gonna
that's
be
the
careful. I'm not powerful. I'm gonna be careful what I pray for.
I'm that powerful, bro. I'm telling you. Listen, I'm telling you. Like, you see, when I was younger, yeah. When I was young, I remember being a kid, yeah, and I prayed to the Lord. I prayed. I said, listen, all of these little guys around me, everyone's got new trainers and everyone's got new phones. Why am I always broke? And everyone's got. It seems like all my friends have got money. I prayed to the Lord. I said, you need to give me the answer, car. I can't have these motherfuckers running around with money in their pocket and I'm broke all the time. The Lord said you have to hustle. That's how they got it. And then I learned to hustle real fast. You
That's so
understand?
dumb.
Same way, like one day I said to the Lord, you know what? I got to get out of my hustling ways. I got to change my dirty ways. I said, Lord, I need a job. He said, I got the perfect job for you. Yeah, and that's how I'm telling you, man. Like, you got to pray. You got to
That's
pray.
funny. Does the Lord sound like a yardie?
The Lord is just like a
But
yardie.
do you know what? Yeah, I feel like, all right, I might not pray, but I have conversations. It's weird, isn't it? Obviously, I'm not hearing off the back, but I'd speak what it is that I need to speak, and in some way, somehow, whether it be through a person, whether it be through normally through people or through music, I get the answer. So I kind of just
See it there? The power. You
on my
see, you got the
knees.
power.
Okay, so do you think that there should be a boundary on where you can do that inside your head?
What?
Huh?
Boundary inside
really?
Wait, say that again and rephrase it maybe. A little bit confusing.
Do I think there should be a boundary when she's praying with inside her head? In other words, does she think that she should be allowed to do that even if she's sitting in a park, if she's sitting outside somewhere, if she's sitting in a swimming pool, in a library, I don't know, anywhere?
Yeah,
you should be able to.
It can be listen, it can be anywhere. Obviously, I'm not gonna look like a mad person, but for instance, say if I take a walk in the park and I'm admiring, the view or whatever, or I'm feeling a bit low, and I'm sitting there looking at, I can just be having a conversation like Lord,
I agree with you. So if you're even if it's not your faith, even if it's not your faith, if somebody is praying inside their head and you can't even tell, you shouldn't be arrested for it, should you?
That's not even a crime.
You won't know.
I don't understand.
You won't know whether or not they're praying in their head or not, though, Dupes. That's the thing. You won't even know.
Even if they are, it's not a crime. It's not a criminal offense.
It's not a crime anyway. Yeah, but either way, if they're praying in their head,
that's why I brought the video for people to watch.
What did they arrest her for, though? Like, what's the arrest?
Hold on, Jupiter, what are you saying? Do you think that people should or shouldn't be allowed to? I'd like to know your
individuals, as long as it's not a collective, I said.
So
what happened earlier is I came on to ask this question. No, but I asked for other people's opinion because I thought Jedi was here to show the video. Jedi was here. They said they couldn't show the video. None of them wanted to speak when I asked them an opinion. So I said, okay, then, seeing as there's nobody here, I'll give my opinion. This is my opinion. And he got in his feelings.
See, there you go. See, hold on, wait. There you go, lying again. I was the first person that replied to you. This is what I mean. The drink's making you forget already.
No, let her have her opinion. Look, Zelini, let her have her opinion.
Oh, Schiffer, shut the fuck up, man. Shut up, bro. Stay out the way, man. Stay out the way, bro.
Don't give my opinion now,
yeah? I asked me. I was the one that gave you. I was the only one.
Did I personally insult you, Zelini?
What are you talking about?
No one was insulting anyone.
What are you talking about?
He insulted me. He said
what
I was
are you talking about?
Is it true?
You
No,
said
no.
I was
Towards
drinking.
the,
Yeah, you did.
towards the end, maybe. Towards the end, maybe, Jupes, but not in the beginning.
No,
Jupa.
not in the beginning.
Wait, Schiffer, get out of the way, man. You're always in the fucking way, bro. Move. Jupa,
Not
have you not
always,
had a drink
bro.
today? Jupa, have you not had an alcoholic beverage today?
No.
You're a liar. You're a fucking liar. Well, go on.
Are you sitting in my front room?
I can hear it in your voice, love. You're right.
No, you can't. What are you talking about?
That's residual drunkenness.
I can hear it in your voice. Drinking, sipping on that rum.
If I drink,
Hear it
I
in
will
your
tell people
voice.
that I'm drinking. I don't deny it. If I'm drinking, I will say I've had a drink. So just be prepared.
Get me? But anyway, not to detract from what Jupa was saying.
Drinking Echo Food.
Wait, bro, wait. She asked the question. No one answered other than me. I then gave her an answer she didn't like, and then she proceeded to go into whatever she was saying. I can't. What do you want me to do? Like, be fucking catering to your
Lucky
fucking
he even
feelings?
spoke. He responded because I was listening to Wu-Tang in the background.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. So I'm the only one that responded. You want to chat shit?
Oh
Safe,
my
man.
God.
Big up yourself.
All I can see in my mind
Look at
is,
your energy, look at your energy, and
I
look at the
swear
way
I
you're
can see
speaking,
the
and the way
even
you're
in a
going.
news video right now.
Let's have a convo.
Like, I've been
Let's have a
drinking.
quick convo. That I think that the issue is I've got really good weed, and every time I smoke some, the full time. Say it again. I'm sitting right
You're
here,
trying,
man.
but it's not working. man.
Yo, I'm trying to defeat this
battling
weed.
that
It's
from
not
half
happening.
one, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You've been battling with
Weed
it
is
from half
cracking
one.
me up. And I keep wondering, why am I feeling so tired? It's the fucking zoo I just smoked. Man,
It must be Ami blood. I swear, I hate amnesia, man.
This is
Man said,
slapping me.
Ami banging weed, mad thing.
It's all
No,
on as
man,
well,
that shit
man. Winter's coming, so
Man, I can't, no, you know, I can't do nothing
Anyway.
on that weed.
So,
No, I
so
can't
Jukes,
do
the video
nothing.
you wanted me to play, but I feel like you've explained it well now. I think it's long us playing it. She's praying.
Yeah, I agree.
She gets arrested. I get it. I think the conversation's already underway.
Yeah, let's have the convo. Come on, man. I was ready to answer.
So, what was your question, Jupes?
is it right?
So I was asking, is it fair to arrest somebody when they're playing in their head and you can't actually prove it and it's not detrimental to anybody?
No.
So when would you think it would be fair? Or not at all?
I don't think arrest is even in the conversation.
Yeah, unless you enter someone's property or whatever. I just no. If you're outside, look, man. All right, let's put it this way: who agrees that it should be illegal to stand outside somewhere and pray in your head?
No one.
No one. Okay. So, how do you not feel about going to pick up your youths from school and they're Satanists outside with their heads bowed, standing off to the side, not in the way, but they just got their heads bowed in their cloaks. How are you not feeling?
Right. You gonna try and move them along?
Fucking weirdos. That's what I'd be like. Fucking weirdos. Look at them weirdos over there.
Yeah.
Do what you're doing, man. Do what you're doing.
That's what I was saying earlier on. I was like, yeah, if you're just somewhere, so you're at the
Just do
cash
what you're
point or
doing.
whatever, and there's some guy's mumbling to himself, and looks like he's praying and that. You're gonna try and move from me, man. Like, what are you doing? What about outside a mosque?
What about outside your yard? A man's just looking up at your window.
Well, that's
you know you're coming out.
No, you see,
yeah, with Baphomet round his head, round his neck, and
I
that.
would
Yeah.
then think that this person has issues. Like, you're not well. Like, that's what I would think. Like, yeah, it's probably
Yeah,
a
but
bad
for the spiritually inclined of us, yeah, there's an extra thing going on there.
I'm gonna say
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying, MA. There's something else going on there. Some type of George or you're mad.
But no one's
There you
telling me.
go.
You know?
Like, I'm giving you like scenarios, and no one's telling me what they're gonna do. Like, what are you not saying? Outside the nursery, actually, outside the youth nursery, there's 6 cloaked people. Yeah.
Oh my
You know what I
God.
mean?
I'm probably
With,
taking
like,
I'd be over, lad. I'd be over saying, what are you doing, lads?
Brother,
What are you doing here?
regardless of
What are you doing here?
okay, and they say we are.
Can we have one by one answers, please?
What are you doing here?
Everyone talking at the same
We're
time.
praying to our Lord Lucifer.
Yeah, I'm
Fuck off and go and do it down there. Get away from the school.
Well,
Innit?
it's not illegal. It's not illegal for me to be doing what I'm doing. So
regardless
can
of what
you
they're
leave us
doing.
alone?
Regardless of what they're doing, anybody with a cloak and a hood outside my child's nursery, there's going to be an issue. Fuck if you're praying or not. I don't care if you're praying or not. I don't care if you're praying or not. I don't care. There's going to be a problem.
So what if it was a monk?
I don't know. You're moving. Regardless, you got a cloak and a hood on. I don't know who you are.
Yeah, but you're at a Catholic school.
I don't care. Move. Yeah.
Hold on. Wait. No, Zellini. Wait. All right. Yeah, that's a good question.
Exactly. Yeah. Move.
All right. Cool.
The fact of the matter is that, for me, I think that everyone's got the right to pray discreetly and privately,
to Lucifer,
no matter what religion they are.
What to Lucifer?
When they make a show of it, which is
Yeah.
against all faiths, actually, if you're Abrahamic, you would know that you're not meant to be like
Satanists are
Pharisee.
not Abrahamic, so
No,
if a
but
Satanist
but
comes
what
with
if
a
they're
cloak
praying
and
to Lucifer?
wait, Jupiter, Satanist, is that all right? Outside your
To be
your
fair,
son
they
or
are
daughter,
Abrahamic, aren't they? Because they come with the Abrahamic faith, innit?
Stop. Jupiter, Satanists outside
Wait, if
your
someone's talking,
granddaughter's
please,
school.
like.
Jupiter.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything you said. There was too many people talking.
All right, I said a Satanist crew outside your grandchild's school. Is that all right?
If they're being discreet and they're singular, they can do what they like. It's not going to bother me, is it?
Whoa, cowboy.
What does bother you specifically?
So I think if they're an individual and they're discreet about it, you wouldn't really notice it that much, and it wouldn't become an obstruction.
Until
when
you
it
burst
becomes
into flames, yeah.
collective, so if there was a group of them doing it, then I would find that distressing.
Yeah, but Jupiter, what if one of the kids hears them praying and start asking questions, and then your kid starts praying to Lucifer? How you gonna feel about that?
Well, number one, I doubt they'll start praying to Lucifer. That's ridiculous. But if they did start asking questions, good. It opens up the topic where you can start talking about religion.
Are you against groups in general, like groups of kids standing outside the spa, you know, drinking their soft drinks, having a chat, having a break from gaming? There's 10 of them there. You have to like say, "Oi, lads, move out the way. Trying to get past you with my shopping."
Yeah,
Are you then
I would
going
be
to call the
against
police?
that. Yeah, I would
Are
be
you then
against
going to
that.
call the
Yeah,
police though?
yeah.
Are you going to call the police though?
Would I call the police? No. Why would I call the police?
I don't know, because you're sounding like a right Nazi at the minute, and that's the kind of thing a Nazi would do.
Slow
That's
down
unnecessary.
there. Slow down there, man.
But that's what Nazism is.
Slow down there, brother.
But that's what Nazism is.
You sound like a right Ottoman there, Jeeps.
That's what Nazism is, isn't it?
I can't.
So I don't understand why you lot get so offended that you turn to personal attacks instead of actually expressing your views in a way that can actually be sort of like elaborated upon, or other people can chip in. I don't know why you do this to try and shut down a conversation so often.
Jupiter.
I'm not shutting it down.
Jupiter.
But it is, because you don't think, if you think that I want to sit here and converse with people that are just going to throw names at me all the time.
No, it's not a name.
Like that, does it?
It's factual. This is what Nazis do, isn't it? They try to control social dynamics.
Nazi. I'm not a Nazi, and it's
but that's what Nazis
control.
do. Like they try to control
She didn't say
the public.
But hold on. Sorry, Jupes, hold on. But Khan, she never said that she'd call the police. She said, okay, yeah, I might have an issue with it, but she never said that she'll try and do anything about it.
Yeah.
So you can't really call her that and call it facts, bruv. Like, stop that, man. That's unnecessary.
To be fair,
you not misunderstand.
Most women would have a problem with 10 lads hanging around the shop.
Exactly.
Yeah. Most women would feel intimidated. Like, to be
Hey, Jupiter, what would you do? Yeah, what would you do, Jupiter, if you're at home?
Just 10 lads
and a Muslim with the biggest beard, yeah, standing outside your window. Doing nothing.
I'd probably say all right, because my neighbour across the road is a fucking Muslim with a big beard. So I don't
Is
know.
he a fucking Muslim? Is he?
Fucking Muslim.
There's no undertones here. There's no undertones here.
Hey, can I ask you that question? What would you do if you saw a Satanist standing outside of your yard, outside the window, looking directly in your eyes, praying to the demon? What?
Pointing at you.
Pointing at you.
Get the fuck out of my window.
That's what I'm thinking.
So do you want big up Uncle Hector? Big up Uncle Hector. They with the exorcism. Get the fuck out of my window. What the fuck are you doing here? This kind of demon.
Yeah.
Demon nonsense.
I ain't gonna be missing
Get your demon nonsense. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Idiot.
Idiot. You know, go Beelzebub me over here.
Jenna, you know where we come from now. Anything more thing now,
yeah, I said that, man. It's true, you know, in those scenarios, I remember the time we went to parents' evening. Me and my mum went parents' evening. We come back, say it's like.
But if someone's come outside someone's window,
it was very dark. Yeah, very dark, pitch black in the house, and somebody was trying to break into our balcony. Right. So we coming in the house and we can hear.
Exactly. Like, what's someone outside the window? Like, stop it, man.
Who are you talking to? Yo, Beefy, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, and then
Beefy, you got a delay, Beefy.
And basically, yeah, like I was
just embarrassing yourself.
Hey, my brother.
I told you, man. He's having a conversation with 10 minutes ago, Pan.
Time traveler Beefy, right? And then basically, she said, "Yo, who the fuck? Who is in my house? Who the fuck is in my house?" She telling some next gangster, like, and I feel like that's just the way that certain people approach, like, I don't know, the unknown or the untowards with just bare aggression. Where she was like, yeah, she was just like, who the fuck? I didn't really expect it to be like that. Who the fuck is? She didn't do the typical, oh my god, someone's trying to break into my house. She like ran towards it, like, rah, you dumb, this is my space. Move. Like,
I remember this story.
Yeah, defending it, of course.
That is what he's talking about.
Yeah,
But
I was talking about Mumsy,
because the reason why your mom is like that, which is what I am, because we know where we're coming from. You understand what I'm saying?
Hector, imagine you broke into your house and you find someone with all prayer mats out and doing some type of weird juju in your front room.
First of all, why are you going to break into your own house?
Yeah, but if you had a Christian break into your house and was praying, you'd tell him to get out.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Jupiter, how do you feel about this scene here? Allah.
So I've got mixed thoughts on this, if I'm truthful. Because on the one hand, I think, well, these people are praying, right? And prayer is not meant to be a bad thing. And I understand that there's emotion involved with it because there could be people that have died, right? And then on the other hand, I think, well, why have they chose to do it outside Downing Street? Obviously, it's political. Are they blocking and obstructing ordinary citizens? Yeah, they are. And why have they done this?
Is this deemed as a protest?
I would say yes. But I am torn because I am mindful that if it is, I'd rather them do this than actually run around threatening violence and chasing people with flags. However, if you put the sound up to this, you will hear what they're saying. And I don't agree what the person on the loudspeaker was saying. And I think he should be arrested, whoever it was.
Wait, Jupiter, I've got a question.
Tell us what's being said here.
He was saying from the thingy to the sea and all that.
Oh, from the
Yeah.
Jupiter, I got a question. Do you, as a Christian, believe that the prayers of a Muslim can work?
I believe anyone's prayers can work.
All right,
but you have to have enough faith.
Okay. Does anyone agree with that? Any other Christian on the panel?
Do you know what? Can I just say one thing here? Because I won't call myself a Christian, but we're praying to the same God according to them. So what I'm going to say is this. Like, I think prayer can work, but I think prayer is a very personal thing. I think what we're seeing here in these streets is not personal. And nothing against Muslims. I'm not knocking you guys, but maybe you should have all lined up side by side, because bending over behind the man that's bending over, I don't know.
All right. Let me go to the second question. Wait. Second question. Just quickly. So, those who say that they don't mind someone praying silently in front of them, in front of their house, whatever. What if the person's praying for your death? Does that make a difference?
Well, if they're doing that silently, I wouldn't know that, would I?
Exactly. Would I know?
So I wouldn't be offended.
No. You missed the
and
point.
And if people
though.
are praying discreetly, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be offended. What
Yeah, but
offends
hold on,
me
wait.
is when it's a large collective that are trying to impose their will.
Let me clarify something. You're focusing on the social aspect of the act of praying as opposed to the spiritual aspect. And I'm asking you, would you be bothered if you did know, or even if you don't know, but would you be more bothered that someone is praying for your death and standing in front of your door doing it?
Why would someone stand in front?
No, but just answer the question. Doesn't matter why.
Than the fucker standing in front of my door. If you want to pray for my death,
I mean, you're implying
exactly. Yeah. Okay. Exactly. You want to fucking pray for my death? Go over there and do it.
Jupiter, let me ask you a serious question. How do you feel about carol singers? Carol singers they come around. Are they a nuisance? So we should ban carol singing.
I don't think we should ban them.
Right, what about penny for the guy? Kids come around knocking.
They knock on the door and you don't believe in it. You just say, "I don't agree. I'm not a believer," and you shut the door.
All right. What about penny for the guy? Kids come knocking on the door, making a nuisance. Should I be able to call the police?
Penny for the guy, they don't knock on your door. That's that they stand by the thing.
Listen,
outside the station.
If a penny for the guy comes to my door, tell him, "Hey, get the fuck out of my front door. Go stand in the street."
All right. What about Jehovah's Witnesses then?
The same. If I'm not ready, it's the same.
Hold on, your door front
door. What about TV license? What about TV license? Can they knock on my door?
Listen. A front door is there for any visitor to knock. If they're not welcome, you tell them that you're not engaging and you shut the door. Now, if they don't leave, then that becomes an issue. But if they just go on and knock at the door next door, why would I be bothered? I find it a nuisance.
My neighbours.
I'm not going to ring up the police and go, "There's Jehovah's Witnesses, there's singers, there's..." Even if they start knocking on, right, and asking me about the Muslim faith, and I go, "I'm sorry, I don't believe in it." That's fine. They can knock on the door and tell me about their faith. I don't care. I'm not going to abuse them. I'm just going to say, "No, I don't have that belief."
By the way, we love Jehovah's Witnesses, man.
So I don't understand how you're equating the two things. It's not the same.
You're talking about what about carol singers?
Okay, go on. Sorry.
We love Jehovah's Witnesses. Carol singers, they can get the hell out of here. But Jehovah's Witnesses, come on, you know you love them too.
Yeah, but that's your personal preference, and everyone's allowed to have a personal preference.
If I was Jupiter and Hector and anyone else that thinks that all prayer can be effective, I'd be really concerned about everyone's prayers. Yeah, I'd be battling prayers every day. I'll be doing. I'm not that way inclined in it, but I think the question of someone standing outside your house, I feel like if you do think that it's effective, then I would be more concerned with their intent and the actual content of their prayer than them just standing there.
Yeah, but I think everybody's prayer can be effective, but I didn't say everybody's prayer is effective. I said you have to be a real, true believer.
I want to get back to this, yeah. Like, does anybody have an issue with this?
No.
Overall, I do. Yes, overall, I do. When you weigh it up, even though I'm torn and I can see both sides, yes, I think that this is political, and I think they're being deliberately obstructive.
And can I just say to MA quickly, if you pray for the downfall of Melchizedek, your prayers will just work against you, bro. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to
yeah, but I just asked the question, and you just was like, "Yeah, I just want to get back to."
Yeah.
Sorry, bro. Sorry. I apologize, but I definitely think that me personally, I wouldn't see a problem.
Do you find this offensive, Petra? They're outside down.
If it's stopping the traffic and stopping people getting to work, then I'm annoyed. Outside of that, I ain't bothered.
I don't have a problem with it, and I think it's a powerful.
Do you mind when protesters stop traffic?
100%. The only one I don't mind.
Did you mind when gangs stopped traffic?
Kind of, but the only ones I don't mind are the tree
huggers. So when Just Oil protesters stop traffic, I think it's wrong. Any protest that stops people from getting through, I do find it wrong. And I'll tell you something.
Okay.
I never
When
said wrong. I said annoying.
the protests say that Tommy Robinson didn't
because I
that,
don't know what's taking
people
place.
would always move away if there was somebody that attempted to come down like an emergency vehicle. You can see plenty of yellow vests, for example, footage where they would get up on the pavement to make sure that people could go
But
through
G-Pop,
their
one question
ambulance.
quickly.
Or,
What wrong based on what? When you say wrong, because I never said wrong. I just said I find it annoying if there's protesters in my way, other than the tree huggers, because they're hugging trees. I ain't walking into a damn tree, am I? So when you say wrong, what are you basing the wrong on? I'd like to understand that.
so I think look, I tried to explain this earlier. I don't have a problem with people praying per se, but I prefer it if it's individual prayer, right? When it starts to become a collective prayer, then what happens is you're imposing yourself on other people. And like I said, there are exceptions. If you was in the Lake District, there's no mosques, there's no churches, you all want to do a collective prayer, it's not a problem.
I have.
But if you're in the middle of a busy park
I do.
in London, and you've got a mosque or a church or a synagogue around the corner, then what you're doing is you're imposing your beliefs on everybody else.
So do you say the same about something like, you know, like Songs of Prayer that comes on a Sunday and it just blocks up the whole TV channel for however many hours? Would you have the same opinion?
No, because that's different. You can. That's different. You're not. You can choose to listen to
Why
that
are we
or
doing
not.
these? Why are we wasting time with these silly
We don't have
examples?
songs of
Schiffer. Come on, don't waste the mic time with this, man. Are we gonna? Is it the same as Songs of Praise? No. Songs of Praise ain't in your way. Songs of Praise ain't.
Oh, man loves the Songs of Praise now.
I know,
it's in
man.
my body way, man.
But, yeah, because you can go out and go for a walk. You don't have to watch TV. You can turn it on, listen to the radio.
My questions.
You can watch a video. You can do many things. So it's just a dumb. It's just dead. But like, okay. But I just wanted to know. Everyone is cool with this scene here. So
given the circumstances,
as we see only because of the circumstances, you say?
Yeah, like if it was a regular thing and it was creating some sort of antagonism towards Muslims, like why are these lot taking up the whole street every Sunday? Then yeah, I would say it's a negative. But they just happen to be there on a protest, and I think that's the lovely way of protesting.
And it was time
for
to.
me. For me, I don't want to do it
on a regular.
One at a time.
Let me answer now as well. For me, as a non-Muslim, it's not obviously I'm not going to do that, innit? I find it a powerful statement, and I think anyone that has a belief, whether it be political or spiritual, should have the ambition to kind of have such unity among your community. So I admire it. Actually, do I have a personal problem with it? No, because even when I see Speaker's Corner, I just admire it, bro, from afar. I don't feel threatened by it.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
You look like there's some rats running them streets, man.
Big up, everyone. Can I just jump in?
Big up.
Yeah, I personally don't agree with this particular one just because the prayer isn't supposed to obstruct other people or make difficult their day-to-day. Islamically, protesting is not an Islamic act, because if you look at the history of our prophet, and even when he was going through trials and tribulations, he wasn't protesting in markets. That's not an Islamic act. This is something that was adopted from other cultures, other systems.
Is this Islam?
Let me finish, please.
Yo, we don't need any interrupting. The sisters literally just come on, bro. Like, where is your ADHD when there's no one chatting on the Ross Club panel? But when people are chatting, so you are chatting. Schiffer, make sure you jump up when there's no one here. Because I really need someone like you. But please.
It sounded like Islam, though. I was asking.
Yeah. I'll finish really quick. You can go after.
Go on.
So I don't believe this particular one where they're blocking the streets because you're just causing harm to other people, that whatever. And protesting is not from Islam anyways. Just wanted to let Jupiter know, the collective prayer is in our religion. We're taught if you're praying a fard, you can pray anywhere on this earth. Like, as long as it's not bothering other people, it's not in the way of other people, it's not going to cause accidents, blah, 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 blah. We are allowed to pray anywhere on on this earth. The whole earth is a masjid for us.
My thing,
if the salah comes
is this a protest or is it?
Let her make a statement.
I'm assuming a fard came in, Maghrib Salah came in, and they all decided to pray. I think it would have been a better idea if maybe they prayed on a pavement, they found themselves a park just outside and off the road where people are driving their cars. That's my thing. Parks, I don't mind. You want to pray in the park, pray as a collective. Praying as a collective in Islam is just to increase brotherhood. So say, for example, me and Trillo, Ador comes in, I might say, yo, Trillo, let's quickly pray together. Because for us, we're getting more reward because we're praying together and we're increasing our brotherhood and sisterhood. That's the aim of praying together.
Yeah. But one or two people, look, let me explain this. One or two people in a park going off to pray, even a family, right? Imagine you're there with your family, husband, wife, couple of kids, right? Praying. That doesn't bother me because as long as they're being discreet, they're praying, they're doing what they're doing. What I'm talking about is congregational prayer, like this, or when you go somewhere like Hyde Park and they all sort of line up and they make it, they're acting like Pharisees, right? And they're making sure everybody sees them and they're doing a political stance. That I think is unfair. I wouldn't like it if it was Jewish people. I wouldn't like it if it was Christian people, especially if you're obstructing pavements or you're obstructing the flow of other people that may be atheists, maybe different religions. I think that when we're in a country where we've got
anyone in a park
cater for everybody,
Sorry.
the minute the collective actions imposes, it shouldn't be allowed. Having said
how are they
that,
obstructing you in a park? I'm a bit confused. The park
because
is
what
huge.
they would do, because in the Hyde Park they were rows and rows and rows of them, and they were obstructing people if they wanted to go through. People with dogs, they were moaning if someone. They were moaning if women were walking past with pushchairs and people with dogs at one stage. Because obviously when the men pray, they're not supposed to have women around them, apparently, and they're not supposed to have dogs go near them while they're praying.
No, you can.
And I think if you're going to be that particular, then you go to your mosque.
I think it's the same as someone doing a lesson, a sports activity, a collective sports activity. I think it's the same as having a picnic. If people want to do things as a group, they can do things as a group. Technically, it's a free country, right?
Yeah,
I
think
just
more likely
disagree
to
with
join
any
in.
space that can cause an accident. Like this is the middle of the road. People might be trying to get to places and do things. I disagree.
Sarah, I agree. So I just wanted to get everybody to give their opinion on how they felt about this prayer. Now, while we're watching this prayer, forgive me for the analogy, I want to turn these Muslims that are on a protest, that are praying in the middle of the street, I want to turn them into Satanists, right? And I want to see how everyone feels when these guys are all in black cloaks and they're worshipping, they're praying to Lucifer. The man on the tannoy, the voice on the tannoy is saying, "Hail Lucifer," or "Hail Satan." Yeah? Wait.
That's disturbing.
So instead of the azan and that, it'd be "Hail Satan, Hail Lucifer." Do you lot still uphold what you lot have said about people having their right to do this?
Yeah,
and no. Country, so I couldn't care less, to be honest. It's not an Islamic country. They could do what they want. It's not my country.
Trillo says Satanism is evil, though, in my opinion. And that's where it comes down to the subjective nature of your understanding of what the people are doing. Not everybody.
I would just go to a place where they don't do that. It's very simple. The world is a big place.
Not everyone thinks that Islamic prayer is a good thing. Some people think that Muslims are worshipping a false god. Some even think that they're worshipping Satan. So
I feel like on those same streets, if you allow men to walk around in thongs in pride parades, this country again, it's a free country.
Yeah, but I disagree with that as well, Sarah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a democratic country. You can't have it both ways. Technically, your laws allow this. So if you change your laws, then
for all.
Yeah, people can walk around. Men can walk around thongs and kiss each other.
Yeah, I agree with you. We need to make them change the laws. I agree with you.
Imagine it. And what if they were Satanists and they were in thongs and they were trannies? Now what?
She had no power. Like you could scream and shout and moan about it.
Did you know that one of the agendas is to ban religious expression in public places, and one of the
means that they're using, one of the Hegelian dialectics that they're using, is to introduce Satanists and stuff to any public meeting or anything that has prayers. Satanists are insisting that they get their chance to have their prayer to contest the whole religious expression thing. And what happens
ban
is
one, ban all.
people just end up saying, you know what, let's just stop
Ban
people
all.
praying here.
Yeah.
That makes
Let's
sense.
stop people. Let's stop people. So it's like one of the techniques they're using. They've been using for like a little while. That's why I keep asking that question, because once the Satanists come, all of a sudden Muslims and Christians agree that they don't want no one praying. All right, listen. Do you know what I mean? All right.
I would say in that case, just make hijrah, man. Go to a country where there are no Satanists, or the Satanists can't publicly do what they want to do. That's the asl. You're not so. Why are we fighting for a country that has nothing to do with your religion, that does not run itself based on the religion?
This is the never ending.
The earth is big. Stop limiting yourself and fighting for countries that aren't even yours.
This is the never ending spiral of fucking me against you in a multicultural society. It don't work, man.
Islam tells you just make hijrah. Go make hijrah. Go make hijrah to a place you can practice your religion.
And that's why I live in a mulatto society as a mulatto.
He's a mulatto.
Sarah, how would you feel? How would you feel if this was all Jewish people praying in a Muslim country directly after they've bombed Gaza?
To be honest with you, when you come into Muslim countries, you agree to their laws, and their laws are you can't publicly. That's what I just said. I said go to a country that aligns with your faith. In Muslim countries, they will tell you you can pray in your houses. That's their laws, bro. Just like you have your laws, they have their laws, right? Just like you have the freedom to practice and agree to your own laws. The people on those lands have agreed to their own laws.
He even believes that Islam has killed.
You can do it in your private houses and centers.
He even believes that Islam has killed more people than Satanists.
Well, considering Satanists were behind Hiroshima,
Satanists are atheists, so you wouldn't even know. Do they even? How do they publicly? And no one's really going around.
So if they change, so if I don't know what Muslim country you come from, but imagine, or even if you are Muslim, but if they change the law in Muslim countries to allow Jewish people to pray, do you think that would be nice of them to go and do this all prayer?
Jewish people can pray, they just can't do it publicly. You can pray in your house, you can pray in a center, you can pray.
Yeah, but let's just say the laws said that they could. Would you find that offensive?
The laws wouldn't.
But would you find it offensive if they changed that law?
Their law derives from Sharia.
I wouldn't care, to be honest. I wouldn't care.
So you wouldn't care? Okay.
Their aim is that they shouldn't be influencing the public. That's why they don't do it in public.
But do you know the solution to these cultural clashes? Do you know what the solution to these cultural clashes is?
And I promise you, a Satanist
would never clash? The only person's objective.
Why do you not feed into it, Khan? You're like the number one guy. Allow it, man.
Just one last point.
Man, I'm just being. I go ahead, sis. We listening, Queen.
What's the last point? Sorry, Jupiter. I'm from Ethiopia, and I promise you, Satanists could never walk up and down my streets. Orthodox Christians wouldn't allow it. Muslims wouldn't allow it. You could never.
In your countries, you are not tolerant, basically.
A Satanist could absolutely not walk up and down my country talking about they want to profess their Satanism. Just the people wouldn't accept it from an Orthodox Christian standpoint, from an Islamic standpoint. No.
Can a Hindu profess their religion?
It's an agreed thing amongst our people.
Can a Hindu?
No.
No, who can profess their? Who's allowed to?
The people of that land. That's just the culture. That's our culture. You can't come and change it.
I mean, no, it's not the people. I'm asking what religions are allowed.
I personally don't know legally of things that might prohibit them personally, but the people will not allow it. Our countries are run by the people.
A Christian can preach on the street?
There's Christians, right, in Ethiopia.
Yeah, they're ringing bells, isn't it? The church bells.
Can a Jewish rabbi, a Jewish person can preach on the street?
I've never seen a Jewish person preaching, but they do have events that they do publicly. Orthodox Christians do publicly, yes. There are. And as Muslims,
not pagans, share that.
So basically, if you're Abrahamic, you're good, basically, from what you think.
In Ethiopia,
Yeah, but even preaching, That's one step too far.
And you can do public dawah in Ethiopia, yeah?
No. Christians and Jews can't do no public dawah in Turkey. They can't.
No.
No.
Because Ethiopia is a Christian country, but the people, generally speaking, are tolerant of other people.
So how do you feel about the argument that the West, the British, are the most tolerant?
Whoa.
I wouldn't be objecting to that. Yeah, I agree.
But it's not my place to tell a British person what to do. It's not my country. Like
it's not the question.
Their basis is tolerance.
I'm not that invested.
British identity is based on tolerance. Ours is based on righteousness.
From time they're grooming children and teaching them things, like people don't have no power, man. You can chat all you want to chat in it. Even the liberals, bro. What power do you have? You can't even control what your child learns at school.
Who thinks that tolerance is a virtue on the panel?
No.
Is there a limit to tolerance? Or does that defeat tolerance in its whole? Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay.
I mean, but we have to speak about the elephant in the room. How do we bring about tolerance?
We have
speak about
tolerance.
Khan is just like
no, I'm saying realistically.
You know, so you're like a rat to this guy's pipe.
No, but I like it when he's being sensible. Like,
we have to speak about the solution. We have to speak about the solution, really. So, how do we bring about tolerance?
No,
you know my suggestion.
I think that's a question for yourself, lad, because I don't think you're very tolerant yourself, are you, Mulatto?
Mulatto, the question is, why is tolerance the answer?
I'll tell you, tolerance is the answer because it leads to peaceful coexistence. And to achieve tolerance, we must acknowledge that we have things in common. And if we don't have anything in common, we must intermix racially and ethnically until we do have commonalities. So that we're more likely to forgive each other.
Does anyone believe that tolerance and understanding are the same thing?
No.
Well, I never made that. I never made that equation. Yeah, I never made that.
Because you can understand something and not tolerate it, innit? Through understanding.
Tolerance and empathy.
Even that, I never made that equation, but I'll say that empathy may lead to tolerance. I will say that.
Okay, that's really
tolerance is probably it's probably highly connected to the Christians, isn't it? Because can you have tolerance without forgiveness? Do you know what I mean? Without forgiveness, can you have tolerance?
But can you have
I'm just give you an example. In my community down here,
I can't handle this.
Let me say this. Let me shout my community out. And my community.
Yo, you're breaking up real bad, Mulatto. You're breaking up really bad, bro. Okay. At one point, I did think that tolerance was a bit of a it's a bit cheap, a cheap kind of resolution for coexisting parties, isn't it? Because tolerance can wear thin. Tolerance doesn't automatically equate to understanding or empathy.
No, I get what you mean. It even like you lower your defense. I'd say you even lower your defenses, isn't it? With high tolerance. Yeah. It can be a weakness.
Even who would you say is more tolerant, the white British working class or the middle class?
Working class.
But that's not true.
The middle class don't have to deal with the problems that the working class have to do with integrating with each other.
And that's probably why they made you more tolerant.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But is that tolerance?
Experiments are done on the working class now, aren't they?
It is tolerance in a way because, well, does tolerance mean that, you know, like when you see a homeless person on the street and you walk past them, yeah? Or when you actually want to say, I don't know, maybe it's a bad analogy, but are we tolerating certain things in our society, but actually it's not tolerance, it's indifference or it's apathy?
Oh my days.
Anyone?
Think about it.
I don't know, because most people, if they've got a little bit of small change and they see somebody on the ground, will give it to them. Most people I know, anyway.
That's not true.
That's not true at all.
Yeah, they will.
Most
Even
people
if it's only fucking a quid.
There's thousands
If
of
you
people
haven't
that
got
walk
it, you
past.
won't give it.
No,
It
no.
might look like
Jupiter,
you're
do me a
being
favor. Jupiter, go
indifferent.
on the street. Go on the street this week. Sit down.
man.
Yeah, make yourself look rough or rougher. And see how many people walk past you. Most of them will.
MA, that's not tolerance. What tolerance is accepting that some people might want to be homeless. They might not want to live in houses and be like everyone else and pay taxes. They want
If
to
it
be
wasn't
free.
a money
What I'm
maker,
saying, hold on. What I'm saying is,
Why
if
you
you
say
see a
my name
homeless,
though?
because I
Why'd you say
want
my
to,
name though?
because you gave the example of a homeless person,
I didn't say
right?
no. I didn't say that that's tolerance. I questioned whether it's tolerance or not.
Well,
Yeah. But
how
off
you
your
treat
analogy
them.
there, Carl, that's where I would disagree about the middle class and the working class, because I would say the working class are more tolerant because they would ring the police. Yeah, say the neighbours having a party till all hours in the morning. I'd say the working class would be a lot more tolerant than the middle class. The middle class would probably ring the police and say it's annoying me, it's keeping me up. Possibly because they've got more boundaries, you've got more things that keep them comfortable, so that actually you have more walls, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but being lenient ain't being tolerant, is it? You're saying working class people are lenient. They don't mind watching alcoholics staggering home from the pub and things like that. They're lenient towards it. That's not
No, but it's
tolerance,
also
then, is
tolerance,
it?
isn't it? Like tolerance allowing people to be like each when people say each to their own, do you know what I mean?
yeah, live
You'll
and let
find
live.
something out mad, something about someone, and you'll hear people go each to their own, and you know what I mean? At the end of the day, let them be in. Do you get
Let
me?
me read
And
something.
I'd say you
Let me
hear
read
that a
something
lot
quickly.
more
Yeah?
grassroots than you do, say, middle class.
Let
Each
me
to their
read
own.
something quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Alcohol tolerance occurs when the amount of alcohol that is consumed does not change, but it results in less of an effect. But results in less of.
I think Saudi Arabia allowing.
Whoa. Alcohol tolerance occurs when the amount of alcohol that is
I
consumed
think
does
Saudi
not
Arabia is
change.
allowing it now.
Yo, what's with beef? Beef needs to sort out his shit, man. But results in less of an effect, or when higher amounts of alcohol are needed to produce the same effect. That indicates that tolerance really is about is only about thresholds of imposition, violence, whatever you want to call it, in whatever situation. Right? My question about whether it's a virtue, tolerance doesn't necessarily seem to be a virtue. It's kind of just a delay of sometimes the inevitable, which we do see in places like Palestine and Israel.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it can overflow. Yeah. Definitely, and it can also sort of go 360 and become maybe like oppressive. With like how much this LGBT stuff is now sort of turned around, and now they demand you to. Now through tolerance, they now have the upper hand and can demand that you call them certain names, address them in a certain way, or you know what I mean, and things like that. So yeah,
Tolerance only works if everyone's tolerant, and what we're seeing in front of our eyes is that not everybody is being tolerant.
I don't know where you got that from.
So LGBTQ, when they do a pride event, when they go on about their stuff, when they're showing, do you know what I mean? They get upset if we voice our disapproval of it. They're not tolerating our views.
Yeah, but we're still tolerating them.
Yeah, we're tolerating them.
You said
And
tolerance only works when everyone's tolerant.
it's always us tolerating the abnormalities. The abnormalities don't have to tolerate anything because
What's the normal
they're
though?
supposed to be
Normal
considered as the normal.
Is that include whiteness, by the way, in the normal?
No,
Is
of course it doesn't.
Oh,
because do you think that white people tolerate black people?
Yep.
Of course there's white people that tolerate black people. There's black people that tolerate white people.
White people that tolerate white people.
Aren't you encouraged to like assimilate and be more English and more British to be comfortable in this country?
Yeah, that goes anyway, doesn't it?
Why are you trying to be so different? Why do you look so different? That's a common thing. That's especially amongst
Come to the pub,
all right,
man.
I'm not
Come
saying
to
you
the
guys
pub.
are, but they push
Well, you
assimilation.
say it's the far right, but every other country around the world, including the one that you were talking about earlier, is not as tolerant. So I don't know if it's a far right view or it's
No, but they bring
or if
people
it's a
in.
view of tolerant people that they can see they're being taken advantage of.
Yeah, Jupiter, but they bring people on under the guise of it's a democratic country, free, liberal, you could do what you want. Then people get here and it's like, nah, you know what, you better change up real quick. Whereas the other countries you're talking about, to even get their visas, their residential visas, they tell you, listen, this is our country, this is our laws. Are you cool with that? You're cool? Yeah, cool. There's your residential visa. It's not hidden. They're not blindsided. Right? When they bring refugees here.
So what do you think the answer is then? Just not allowing anyone to come here?
Don't say one thing and then do the opposite. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so
When
what
we're
we
talking
should
about
do then is
liberalism and
say
then do
that
the very
actually we
opposite and
expect
control
you to
people.
come here and adhere to our laws and be tolerant.
Just be straight up in it. No, you can't be liberal
That
on
is
one
what we
side
say.
talking
We
about freedom
expect
of
you to
Yeah,
be
but Sarah,
tolerant.
to a certain degree, I think the British people are up. Will tell you that. Like
either be liberal
you've
or
just said
not.
that. That's what you've experienced. It's the government that don't represent us, that don't
Yeah, that's
sort
your
of
problem then, isn't it?
put that
They
out.
want you
You
to
know what I
clean it
mean?
up.
So on the ground level, it is expected, but at a governmental level, it's obviously bad optics. They see it as bad optics, don't they? And that's why they try and make sure that, like, round the world in Africa, they say, right, in Africa, you know, for you to be able to get this money, you have got to accept gays because it's a human right. You know what I mean? But you don't have to. You don't have to accept it.
Aren't clear,
You get me?
They claim liberalism pretty much is it's run like a secular liberal country, but then you see people amongst the civilians.
But it's not
want to claim
secular, is it?
otherwise.
It's a Christian country.
Let me ask
It's
a
not really a
question.
Christian country when they're teaching
But
evolution.
it is, Sarah, the flag itself is 3 Christian crosses.
Heathen. Let me ask
Sarah,
you,
the flag itself
a
is the
question.
flag of St. Patrick, the
They're
flag of
Christian by
St.
name.
Andrew,
They
and
don't
the flag of St.
practice.
George.
Heathen. They teach evolution as fact in this country, and they teach your stories in the Bible as fairy tales.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not arguing that.
Yeah. So it's a Christian country by name, but literally on the ground, they don't really practice their religion, do they? Let's be real.
Yeah.
And I come from an Orthodox Christian country. So when I compare the two, I'm like, I'm not sure about that, because I couldn't run around talking about evolution in Ethiopia with chess too much, because people will rebut that. Generally speaking, they'll be like, "No, we believe in the Creator," and so on and so forth. It's not accepted as much. It's taught as more of a theory. Oh yeah, Darwinism is a theory. We don't take it as fact. Whereas your children,
But doesn't that shut down creative thought?
Yeah, but you're going against your Bible though. So you're teaching as fact that which goes against your books.
No, they're not.
Well, evolution is part of your. Right, I don't know. Then maybe
explaining that there's another theory, and make it's only if you push it as
But they do though. It's part of your curriculum. They teach it as fact in science. They don't teach it as a theory. They don't say theory most of the time.
Science, they believe it's fact. Yes.
And then in RE, they teach your stories as fairy tales. They don't take it serious. They don't say it's a fact when they talk about Jesus' story. I've never heard that. I've never seen that in the teaching curriculums.
Yeah.
Well, I did. I don't know how much it's changed in schools now, because I will give it to you.
It's probably better in your time, to be fair.
They've changed it a lot. But when I went to school and I did an O-level in religious education and passed, by the way, I did it in Islamic studies and in Christian studies.
Yeah, I get it, but
I can't really remember school, but I went to a Church of England school, and I'm sure they sort of pushed Darwinism.
Can I ask but
I can't really remember. You know, I didn't really listen, to be fair, but
I think you can't. Like...
Even you are funny.
No, but I'm trying to think now of biology, but can't even remember doing that sort of like ape scale. Do you get me? You know, like the proper Darwin
I
thing.
remember being taught Darwinism. They said that this is the theory of evolution.
And they kind of leave that bit
they
out
don't.
now.
And they say that, you know, in the future we might be able to find a missing link, or in the future we might be able to find this, we might be able to find that. But at the moment, this is the standard theory. We believe. The language was we believe, not this is fact. What it means is that you have the mindset that you understand that this is what they think at the moment. Things might change in the future if they gain any more knowledge. But at the moment, this is what they believe, and this is what substantiates that belief. If you go to a proper school, that's how they're supposed to make, so that you can make your own mind up and that you can have enough thought to actually think outside the box and to be able to enter into discussions where situations might change and might change your view. I don't understand.
Most kids have that "we come from monkeys" picture embedded in their brains. So, you know what I mean. So
yeah, but why do they? For God's sake,
that's just your. I don't know, man.
But yeah, but we're all taught. We're all taught that that's the theory of evolution, and I don't think. Oh,
when you
I'm
teach it in a subject like
related from
science, which is generally used, which is generally seen as all facts, I don't think children they really differentiate whether it's a fact or a theory. They sort of just teach it as evolution. We come from this. It is what it is.
Yeah, but as you get older, you get taught analytical.
Yeah, but you've embedded that in a child's brain, so it's already embedded. And then you have to unteach something that's already been taught in a lot of things.
I don't know. I disagree. But then I think your peers and your parents also have a big
Whereas in a lot of more religious
into how a child's brain develops.
It's explicitly taught as a theory. It's taught as Darwin's theory. Darwin said he believes that.
Yes.
We don't say we believe that. We don't say, oh, we come from this. We say, oh, Darwin said this. He believes this. That's how it's taught to us. And not only that, in most classes, they will refute it as they're teaching you it.
Yeah, they'll mock it.
They'll be like, oh, yeah, this is what he believes, but, you know, we believe this. Even Christians, Orthodox Christians.
Yeah, but that's not being neutral then, is it?
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. You want to be neutral with something that goes against your teachings. But that's you. You can do that. You can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, but if you're a teacher, you're meant to go into a classroom, and you're not allowed to use these brains to. But this is what I don't like against the teaching staff at the moment, where you've got a lot of left-leaning people that are trying to push wokeism onto people instead of just onto their students. They're not much supposed to do that. They're not supposed to be churning out. The state have got themselves too involved in trying to decide what way people's minds are going to go. They should give you the fact, and they should allow. They should allow.
They've been doing that though with
what
other
an
cultures.
education
And
system is supposed to.
sorry,
You got no idea what an education system is supposed to produce, do you, Jupiter?
innit?
You got no idea.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
You believe, yeah, because you live in the UK, which is meant to be
Right.
secular, which is not, yeah. But anyway, which is meant to be secular, and an education system that is an amalgamated system full of different oh God, Ali Dawa.
The way you said that, oh God, I didn't know.
This cockhead, this crap. Who remembers this bastard? This cockhead.
Wow.
This
Whoa.
We're just stashing away the B word now.
No. Is this AI?
No, but why? What happened? What happened? Guys, you need to tell us the backstory. You can't just drop a video like this on us.
It's a dawa, boy.
No way is done that. No way.
Nah, did he just drop the B word like just casually in the video?
Who remembers this bastard, this cockhead, this crackhead who used the funding from his right-wing followers to fund his coke addiction?
You witnessed last week in Israel has everything to do with Islam.
Oh shit.
وما أنفقتم من شيء الرازقين.
We want to establish an amazing masjid for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the country of Norway. Click on the link and donate now for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Who remembers
Hit the paper.
this bastard, this...
What, can I not say hit the paper?
Hit the paper, man.
The thing is, yeah, I deliberately remind people that they can make contributions and donations, yeah, in the style that I do, because I don't want to ever be accused of saying, oh, I'm going to build a well, I'm going to build a da-da-da, blah, 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 and then nothing comes of it. I don't want to have to say that the only time I'm asking is for non-profit. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Because then you're stuck, and then it just looks like a grift, because we're still waiting for Cadets Well in Ghana that you was raising money for. We're still waiting for it.
So this
What,
is
it's
like
not being built. So where did the money go?
I don't know. I'm not saying it ain't been built. I'm just saying we still waiting for it. And I know Cadet's cousins, I know his family, and they were like they're not telling me that the well's been done. So I don't know what's going on.
That's weird because they're supposed to send pictures of like the process, but
I don't know, man. But anyway, not accusing anyone of anything, but
Rewind the tune.
I never want to come across like the Red Cross or like Oxfam. You know,
rewind
£2
the
a month. You too can.
Have you ever seen that kid from Liverpool, lad, Sam Walker?
No.
Haven't you seen that?
No.
He just goes over to countries and just builds wells. Fucking.
Anyway, Jess, what was you saying, bro? I swear you were saying something.
Who remembers this bastard, this cokehead, this crackhead who used the funding from his right-wing followers to fund his coke addiction?
You witnessed last week Israel has everything to do with Islam.
Who remembers this bastard, this cokehead, this crackhead who used the funding from his right-wing followers to fund his coke addiction?
You witnessed last week in Israel has everything to do with Islam. So Hamas, Hezbollah, and Taliban, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Al-Shabaab. You see all these groups who misinterpret the Quran.
This very clown who was crapping himself when I went to the vicinity of his house, and the reason I didn't go to his house is not because I'm scared of this punk, this coward bastard, is because of respect to his family. And he bugged out and went crazy, he doxing me and blah, blah, crying like a little boy, and didn't even come face to face with me. I had to track him down. And is now talking about Palestine and this, that, and this is what the Quran teaches. You scum bastard. We condemn the killing of any innocent people for that matter. Whoever it's done by. Israel, Hamas, America, Great Britain, whoever it is. I want to ask you a question, bastard. If your house, which I came to the vicinity of, if I came into your house and killed your kids and kicked you out, not kicked you out actually, I told you to go and live in your flipping shed, yeah? And every single day I was oppressing you, mocking you, belittling you, killing your family members one by one. You bastard. A simple question. What would you bastard do if that was the case? If your children were blown into pieces, your wife was killed, you were persecuted for 75 years, what would you do, you bastard? Answer my question. You have no damn sympathy for what those people are going through, who have been dropped, their land stolen, who have been killed. If you was in their situation, you would have been doing things that would be against every single international law. We are there for these innocent Palestinians who are being massacred. Nearly 400 children blown to pieces. You bastard. You have kids. If this happened to your kids, I would be the first one to come and defend you and your family. Yes, that you deem Islam says that we should kill them wherever we find them, yeah? I would be defending your kids with my own life so that doesn't happen, because that is oppression. And this is what Islam teaches.
All right. Pardon me because I got some food in my mouth. Just wanted to make this point though, yeah? If Ali Dawa would defend Tommy Robinson's kids with his life, why is he not making his way to Gaza right now? Answers on the postcard.
So even if he wanted to, how are you getting into Gaza?
I don't know, you know.
That's
I don't
suicide.
know the logistics.
You can't get
Egypt opened the border. Egypt opened the border.
I'm here. I'm seeing people walking barefoot. I'm walking on foot to go to Palestine to bring aid.
No, they can. My husband's and a couple of brothers have got actual trucks that can't even get into Gaza because the Israelis have said if it enters, there's a likelihood.
No, he said on foot. There's people carrying water
on foot. There are people going on foot, and maybe it's for the border. I don't know how they're doing. I've seen pictures of them putting bread under certain parts of the wall that they've broken, things like that. But you can't get trucks in there. You can't. Like Israel's not letting that happen.
But this is why I don't understand why the nations any nation aren't just pulling up at the port, giving out the border and stuff like that.
Let's talk about the way Gaza's set up. Gaza is a concentration camp. The way it's set up is.
Fuck if they're not allowed, you can't. Do you know what I mean? Enough of them are trying to. Enough of them are calling out this, calling out that. Put your money where your mouth is. Even Britain.
Nuclear weapons, heathen. Calm down, bro. They've got nuclear weapons. They're armed to the teeth. You can't get close to them. They'll sink your ship from mile
The
away.
UN are taking in aid. They said
Exactly.
today they're going to be taking
No,
in
they
aid.
voted against it. England voted against it.
The
So
most regular,
the way
the most regular route seems to be by sea, and that will even leave you in a prison.
But this is the thing, Khan. Who would blow the ship up?
Israel.
Israel said they're going to blow anything up that comes near that area. They've already blown
Well, you've
up
got
the
a front.
border.
You've got a front of threat like that, haven't you? You've got to front it.
Lined up,
You know what I mean?
You can't, man. They'll board your ship
Imagine if
with their
Syria should.
soldiers,
Sorry,
and you all get arrested. on
Sorry,
the spot.
Heathen.
It's happened
Who is the
before.
we? Who is the they, by the way? Who do
Their
you think
Turkish
is
people
going to
try
do
it,
that?
bruv. They all get arrested.
What do you mean? Who's
Which
the they?
countries are you talking about? Heathen, what countries are you talking about that should be doing this?
Surrounding countries.
Any country
No, wait,
who's
wait.
calling
You
out
know
the
that there are,
atrocity, saying
you know
that
that
it's a
there are,
humanitarian
you know that
crisis.
there are,
There's
no,
loads,
no,
right?
wait. You know
I
that there
watched
are
the
allies.
UN vote on it the other night. China should pull up with a load of ships and start
Yeah,
giving
but
out
America
water.
vetoed the whole thing, Heathen.
No, it weren't just America, lad. I was watching it live. Britain done
America's
it.
got a veto.
Malta
They got a
voted
veto.
against it.
Heathen. If
Yeah,
100
it got
countries
vetoed,
vote
yeah.
for it, he's not listening. If America's got one veto, 100 countries can vote for it. But if America vetoes it, it's vetoed. That's it, done.
Yeah.
I'm telling
Well,
you,
Khan,
trucks
did you
are
know?
lined up
Did you
and they
know where the
can't get them.
proposal come from? The proposal come from Russia, so it just turned into geopolitics at the same time.
Russia abstained from the vote, so I don't know how.
Khan, I watched the UN vote live. Like I watched it live. Like I seen it happen. It was a Russian Federation vote.
Humanitarian, they're committing crimes against humanity, and they're still allowed to do it. So fuck the UN. The UN can't do shit anyways. And they
But that's what I'm saying, Sarah.
They can't do anything.
Like,
They're a
America's got them.
Are Israel really going to bomb a fucking Chinese ship pulling into Gaza?
Yes, they do.
Are you really going to start that? I don't think they would.
I don't know why you're arguing, because it happens on a regular. Look up the Turkish flotilla. Look up the flotilla of Turkey, where they tried to send ships and they all got arrested. Their ships got taken off them by Israeli military.
Yeah, they're taking them off. They're confiscating. They're blocking. There's literally lines of trucks that have been there for 4 days that cannot move in. They've bombed the place. They've told them.
Yeah, the only way in's from the sea. That's what I'm saying, Sarah. Do you know what I mean? The only way in's through the port.
Even what you're talking about. Even what you're talking about is war, isn't it? Because if you're saying that people should go and force their way in, they're gonna have to enforce that procedure, and that's just like that's the traditional.
Lads, to sit right on the fence, Khan, what I would do is I would send Israel loads and loads and loads of leaflets saying, like, we're turning up at this time to give out water. And we're going to do it.
They warned
them.
them.
Can I get 1 second of your ear?
Come on, people.
Heathen.
Everybody
there is
knows.
not only there is not only a blockade stopping aid getting to Gaza, but even the Gazans can't go more than 6 miles out to sea. They'll get
Come on,
something.
we need you now. Be strong.
Be strong.
I'm telling you, I'm giving 3 strikes. Yeah, 3 strikes. I can't, man. It's late, man. And he's.
I got you, Sarah. Don't worry, I'm here, man. I'm here. Don't worry.
I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here.
I don't know what I've said. That like would take all your energy off you.
No, not you. Not you.
I'm sorry.
Have the aura, Heathen. You know what I mean? They know when the truth hits. When the truth comes in.
I get it now. I get it now.
You can't even say it. You know when the truth.
You see? 4 or 5 of them. It doesn't matter how many human. You know that aura.
Your voice explains a lot, Reggie. Sorry, man.
All right, Reggie, big up, man. I'm very excited to have you on the panel. Welcome.
What's good?
Yeah, man. It's good, man. It's good.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've broken the
James, I'll put another video in the back.
No, 1 second,
I want
man.
us to talk about in a little while, if possible.
I'm glad that we've broken the Reggie drought. So what do you think about what I said about Ali Dawa? Or what do you think about what Ali Dawa said, in fact? That's even better.
I can't remember his main point. I mean, I know
I can play it again for you. I don't mind playing it again.
Bastard was his name.
I think he's trying to say that.
Well, please don't, Reggie. I can't stand hearing bastard again.
Don't lie.
No, I know. Well, I know.
Yeah, his main point was he's a bastard.
Exactly.
Yeah. I know he doesn't get along with Tommy, but I mean, what is Tommy? You know, Tommy is naturally going to be on the side of Israel, so I don't know. I don't get it why he's particularly singled out Tommy in this instance. I don't know.
Can anyone find me the Tommy rant, please?
I think Tommy said something first.
Can anyone find that Tommy rant that he's playing?
Tommy supports Israel. He's not, you know, there's people that support Israel. I don't get the controversy.
It's on this video in the chats. Didn't you just pause it?
No, it's not. He just played a snippet of it. I don't know where to find it. I was looking for that first, and Ali Dawa come up straight away.
Wouldn't know. I think he's only. I think he's on Rumble now, isn't he?
Ali Dawa, Mohammed Hijab's relationships with online combatants or public combatants is somehow staged. I don't know what it is. There's something very strange about the relationship that Tommy Robinson and Ali Dawa and these characters have. It's very symbiotic. They feed off each other, they boost up each other's profiles, and they actually stir up public contention. I could see them being gatekeepers.
Yeah.
And along my journey, when I did, obviously, I did actually, you know, I can reveal, I did actually have I did have an insider in the police station that let me know that certain people were definitely intelligence based or intelligence had an interest in them, and that's a fact. I can't actually go into it. If we speak one-on-one, I could tell you, but yeah, that's a fact that some of these men are just not what they appear to be. Just
I can definitely
full on agents, but I'm not saying they're not either. A certain man have got security clearances and security protocols around them that are reserved for.
Look, there are a lot of Islamic channels that are exploiting the situation that is happening in Palestine. As we're aware, I think someone said some hundreds or thousands, maybe a few thousand, have died in Israel and Palestine compared to other places where, you know, it's just such a public event at the moment that every channel, Islamic Dawah channel, seems to be talking about it, but not doing much about it other than talking. We've seen that Egypt, the neighboring countries, they don't want to take a single refugee, and this is meant to be one
Egypt have opened the borders now.
The concern was really that much. Why are they not supporting?
Reggie, I've lived in Egypt. There's a lot of Palestinian refugees. Not only that, they were given certain benefits, scholarships, housing, a lot of things. So there are a lot of Palestinian refugees.
Genuinely, I think the excuse. Sorry.
Let me finish. And a refugee has to be able to get out before they become a refugee. And to get out of Gaza, if you try getting out of Gaza, you're getting bombed. We saw what happened. They told them to go towards the Egyptian border, and as soon as they started going towards the Egyptian border, they started bombing them. Let's stop pretending like people can walk in and out of Gaza like it's just a regular border. It's not. You try to get near that border, you are getting bombed under the guise of quote unquote Hamas are using you as human shields. Under that loophole they use.
You're getting bombed by who? You're getting bombed by who?
Bombed by Israel. It's been documented.
Israel, not Egypt. Okay. So this is the propaganda that you get. This is the propaganda that you get from a lot of the Islamists on these platforms.
So how do they get out?
Can't leave.
But BBC News verified.
One side says they can't leave. You can also find articles that will say that they can leave, but they don't want to leave because they won't be allowed to come back. That is the other narrative. So which one is it? Either they can come, they can go, and then they won't be allowed back, or they can't go at all. They're blocked, and they're in prison.
Israel carried out bombings that they later denied and blamed on Hamas, but the BBC have verified it was actually Israel bombing up the place. So I don't know what you're talking about.
There are some people that have said that we're going to stay, and there are some people that they've left. They were told, listen, go to the border, go to that area near the border of Egypt. As soon as the people started going to the border, they were bombed, and that was documented, right? Secondly, if you know about Gaza, you know you need the Israeli permission to get out and to get in. A Palestinian in America can't just bop up to Gaza and be like, I'm coming to Gaza now. It doesn't work like that. The law of return doesn't allow them to come in and out like that. There's 750,000 Palestinians that can't even come back into their country.
But what's Reggie's point?
I don't think you understand the politics of Gaza. It's a concentration camp with checkpoints to get in and out.
Just before they go, who do you think bombed the hospital?
How do you think they were able
BBC
to say,
already done that one.
Forget that. How do you think they were able to tell people that we're going to cut off electricity, fuel, food, How do you think they're able to cut those things off from the Gaza people? Because they've got checkpoints and they control it. So they can say things like,
controlling
we're going to
electricity,
fight these human animals and we're
controlling
going to cut off
electricity,
their
controlling
electricity,
electricity.
water, food, and fuel, because
Fact
the only
is,
way in
Reggie,
is through
even
them.
if you knew, can I just
Very
say,
simple.
Reggie, even if you don't agree with the politics or the religion,
Come on.
from a humanitarian point of view, you should at least be saying something. But you seem to be fixated on religion. You seem to be fixated on international politics. Yeah, I'm saying to you, based on what you were saying yesterday as well, seem to be fixated on the biblical point of view, rather than looking at it as a humanitarian disaster where innocent women and children are being killed.
It's not a humanitarian disaster. It's a war whereby there's two.
A war against who?
It's
There's
a
no
war.
two
It's a
sides to a
war
war.
on terror.
How?
It's a war
What
on
terror?
It's a jihad.
Hamas is the no, bro.
It's a jihad, a war on terror, and basically the people have the option. They have the option to leave or stay, and they're deciding to stay. And in the midst of
So
staying,
all the people decided, or some people?
some people decide to stay. Some people claim
Okay,
that they
and what
can't
about
get
the
out.
people that
So which
wanted to
one is
get
it?
out? How did they get out? I'm asking you, how did they get out? You
How
tell
did
me,
they
if there's a
get out?
checkpoint and the Israelis standing there and they're telling you, listen, we're cutting off your electricity, we're cutting off your food, we're cutting off your fuel, and you can't get out. And if you try to get out, we'll just bomb you and say, oh my God, there's Hamas hiding.
How do you know that? Can you bring evidence to that?
Bro, there's a it's documented. Have you not seen when the guy called them animals? The
They
first
can get
step
out
to
of
commit
Gaza. There's
genocide
no.
is the first step
No,
to
they can't
genocide
get out
is
of Gaza.
you
That's
treat people
ridiculous.
like inhuman. You treat people as non-humans. So when the general who's leading the army says we are going to fight the animals, he doesn't differentiate between Palestine and Hamas. He calls them animals. We're going to cut off their electricity, their fuel, their food. And they're surrounding
Yeah, but that happens in war.
and
When
it was
we were
originally
fighting Germany, we cut off all that.
From what I understand,
so
they're
it's
telling.
okay, yeah?
From what I
And then to
understand, the
refer to people
Israelis
as
are telling
animals.
them, the Palestinians to go to the south of
Mad,
Gaza.
bro.
That's what's
Thank
being
you. So
said.
they go through
Yeah, but that's
Egypt.
not get out. That's not getting out, though, is it?
Well, going through Egypt is not getting out.
No.
Egypt has refused
Wait.
to make.
Why
I
is shouting
said,
Jupiter, man?
from my understanding, the Israelis are recommending that Palestinians go to the south of Gaza, not out of Gaza, though.
Yeah, the south.
Go to
How
the
is
south
that
of
getting
Gaza.
out? How is that getting out?
So they can go to the south of Gaza. They can also go through Egypt. They can go to Egypt.
No, they can't
go through Egypt. Egypt said they don't
The
want
borders
them.
are blocked. People can't get in or out.
Okay. So the Islamic brothers from Egypt are denying them access. I wonder why you lot are
No,
not upset
Israel
about that.
is. They can't get. Nothing can get in.
What are you talking about? You just said that Egypt is denying them. Then you're going back to Israel.
Egypt
You
is
said
not. Israel is controlling the
is
border.
denying them.
If they block
That's
the trucks
what
to
it
get in, what makes you think they're going to let Hamas people, or Hamas or Palestinians get in and out? Come on, use your common sense.
What's the argument
bombed
here
the
anyway,
place.
though?
Like, what are we doing?
Everyone
the whole
knows
border's
Gaza's
bombed.
been Gaza for however long.
Where
Why
are
are
they
you
going
trying
to
to
go
make
through
out
the
like you don't
rubble?
know about Gaza now?
Anyway,
They bombed the border. So how are you going to go through the bombed border? Like, make it make sense.
Here we
You
go.
told the people to go there. They went there.
Here
You
we
bombed the
go.
border.
Here we go.
How does it work?
Here's an article because you know how it is with some of us. You know what I'm saying? We don't need to go this lip service that you lot do all the time. We'll just bring
man,
one
you
source.
have got a sickness in your
Academic
heart,
sources,
man.
Sickness. Here they go. When they're not able to substantiate what they're saying, they start claiming that you're sick. You know what I'm saying? Just bring
you're
it.
calling
Bring it
innocent
little.
women and children
when a general,
You're
when the
calling them
leader
terrorists,
of a
Reggie. You're saying that they're
when
jihadists. That's
when
what
the
you just
general
said.
of a military of a whole military of a country calls people animals, bro, like at that point, yeah, what's left? Like, you've referred to whole human beings, men, women, as children, as animals. At that point, it's just a go for genocide, man. It's a wrap.
Genocide.
It is a genocide. You're
So
just
there you
bombing
go, you
people
see?
indiscriminately. It's genocide.
Of course, it's
And
a
you're on the wrong
genocide.
side of history, bro. And you're gonna look back on this and feel very sad.
How can it not be a genocide?
There's the Egyptian side of the border. The Egyptians are basically denying entry.
Where does it say that? And first of all,
Not
who's
true.
this article? Go
It's
up.
not
What
true.
is this article from? Because we need to know. Because we know how they be lying about CNN were caught trying to fake a situation where they were getting bombed.
All the
Oh,
aid
here we
workers
go.
are
Bring
Hamas
your
on
source. Let us scrutinize
CNN is
your
not a
source.
source,
Just bring
man.
one source.
CNN is
Bring
not.
us one source, Sarah, because this is what you're good at. You don't bring any material, but you criticize whenever material evidence is shown.
Reggie, you obviously don't watch the
It's
news
probably going to go
even.
against him. Let's read it.
BBC's even reporting.
Let's read it.
I ain't got a clue, this guy.
What are you just ad-libbing, Mr. Khan?
No, but
read
you
it then.
obviously ain't got a
Read it.
clue,
Read it,
bro.
Reggie.
No, I'm
The BBC
allowing
is
you lot to
reporting
just
from all sides.
Israel's what?
The BBC is reporting from all sides. They're saying that all the aid is amassed on the thingy side of the border, the Egyptian side of the border, but the Israelis have got their own border that runs parallel to their border, which is the
that
border
article was
that got
just to
they
show that
bombed their
they're
own border. They bombed their own border.
They bombed their own border.
Yeah.
They bombed their side of the border so that people can't get out. And I know because we've got we've got trucks that charities that we
Yeah, they
work
did
with,
block it, but
where the
Egypt
trucks are
also
still there.
said-
And I know personally because the stuff that we donated is still there at the border. The trucks have been there for like 4 days.
Yeah, they
You know
did.
what?
They did.
You know what though?
Israel
I've heard two things.
did block it, but
they can't get in.
Egypt had already
there's
said
two-
they weren't going to let. They didn't want
There's two
anyone from
things, yeah.
Israel.
There's two things.
Yeah.
I did hear in one of the interviews that Piers Morgan did with I think it might be the Palestinian ambassador to the UK. I did hear him say, and I don't know whether it was a political move or not, there's no Hamas in Gaza. I did hear him say that. Yeah, and I don't know whether he's saying that to try to save the civilians that are there. But no Hamas in Gaza would mean that they've escaped, right? And the whole point of, I guess, the whole point of blocking the border is to stop them from escaping so they can wipe them out.
No, but the thing, MA, is the term Hamas
Make your
is
mind
a
up. You
tricky
see what I
term
mean? This
because
Tikia is just too much. This Tikia is just too rotten.
Anybody
Oh,
who's
God
resistant to
almighty.
the occupation is considered Hamas. So anybody who says, you know what, fuck these checkpoints, I'm going to go through, you're a terrorist, you're considered Hamas. It's a term that can't be clearly defined. When you're talking about 43% of the people in Gaza are children, like, make it make sense. When you're talking about, it's a loophole for them, because then what they can do is say, they're using them as human shields, so we get to bomb everybody. It's a loophole to get
I
out
agree.
of
They should say, but
following
take the
international
children.
laws. When it's a
I
country,
agree. They should say they
when it's
should take the children. Yeah.
all right, Jupiter, when it's a country that can use their intelligence to find little boys that are throwing rocks and raid their houses, are you telling me you can't use that same intelligence to
It's a
find
genocide.
Hamas? It's open. It's just genocide. It's a loophole to commit genocide.
It's
Because
logical as
Hamas
well.
can say,
like-
you know what?
I
Yeah,
don't think they want to kill everybody. I think that's
when the
What are they
IDF
going to do with them then, Jupes?
They want
What
the
are they
land
gonna
for
do with them?
themselves, man. We can't
it's
beat
just
around
clever.
the
It's a
bush.
clever
with
loophole
them.
they found.
I don't think they do want the land for themselves.
Don't be silly, man.
What do you mean? Of course they do.
Don't be
From the
Of course
silly,
they
man.
do. They've said that. What are you doing?
No,
They've
I
What are
already
you
said they
talking
want the
about?
land.
Well, that's what this is all about, Jupiter. How
It's not
can
a
you not even?
hidden.
Oh, she's
Let me
doing what she's
let me
doing,
play you
doing
lot
it.
a short. Let me play you lot a short clip because you lot are. But this is just a
Reggie, you
short
promise much, but you failed to deliver, bro. So.
No, I
Okay, go on,
always
read
deliver.
it. Joe. Read the
I'm the
thing.
delivery
Go
boy. Call
ahead.
me the delivery boy.
What have you got?
Oh my god.
This is a short one.
Go on.
I share the screen. But this is because you lot say that they're only children. Yeah.
Yeah, 43% of the population in
Hang on.
Gaza is children.
Where's
That's it.
Jeddah? This is a short one. This is actually just
Wait,
just to
Reggie.
prove a point.
Before you just, like implode, yeah. Did you hear what Sarah said? Yeah, she said
Sarah?
43% of
Under 16.
Oh, okay.
43% of the population in Gaza are children. So
Yeah,
I
I've
don't know if
heard
you're
that
trying
before.
to.
Yeah.
Okay, so is your video there? Is your video designed to disprove that?
No, it's not to disprove that. It's to contribute. But
And children
where's
are
this?
considered to be Hamas as well, by the way. 8-year-olds
No,
who throw rocks.
let's
Considered to be
hang
Hamas.
on. Let's
Israel.
play the short thing video. You know what I mean?
Jedi's not.
Yeah, any little kid that throws a
Oh,
rock
it's not
at the
emphasis.
Israelis is considered Hamas as well. So just note that as well. The Hamas
Huh?
thing is it's a tricky
yeah,
little word you want to use there. Anybody who
Hamas.
resists the concentration camp is Hamas, technically. Even though Hamas was created by Israel, but we're not even going to get into that.
Wow.
Yeah, we're not going to get into that because they didn't want the other party to win, but we'll get into that another time. They create their own opposition to give them reason to commit genocide, but it's cool. We know how
It's
politics
not
work.
genocide. It's not genocide.
It
Their
is genocide.
population
It's
is growing. Their
When you
population
have
is
the
growing.
ability to use your surveillance to find Hamas, but you choose to bomb hospitals and buildings to smithereens, and then you refer to the people as animals, that's genocide.
Sorry, Reggie. You said their population.
The population of
Reggie.
Palestine has
Hold on,
gone from 2 million
wait.
to almost 5 million.
In
What kind of genocide is that?
Sorry, hold on, wait. In what space of time?
What space of time?
Yes.
Do you know what genocide? What genocide
In what
entails?
space of time, bro? In
You
what
gotta
space of time?
ask. You gotta find out the
In
information
what space
yourself.
of
Don't be
time?
so lazy.
No. You're bringing the information. You don't know, innit?
Don't be so
Yeah,
lazy. I've told you
43%
the
are children.
population.
Yeah, Reggie.
The
43%
population is
are
going up.
children.
Sorry,
Forget
I'm
it.
trying to get an
It's
answer.
all
I'm trying to
children.
get an answer. Sorry, I'm trying to
Yeah,
get
a
an
lot
answer.
of those children, they were taught to
I'm
be
trying
killers,
to
aren't they?
get
Let's be
an
fair.
answer,
Exactly.
please.
Yeah, sure.
In what space
Like
of
the
time?
Israelis aren't. Israeli kids aren't. Yeah, we get
They're
it.
taught to blow. They're taught to
hold on a
blow
second.
themselves
I'm
up,
trying to
and
check
you're
that.
Go
talking
ahead,
about children. Children.
Reggie,
Yeah.
in what space of time has that population grown?
Go and check yourself. You're
Do
being
you know
lazy.
or not? Do you know or not? Yes or no?
I know.
I don't know. Why don't you
do
tell
know.
me?
Thank you,
We can
thank
check
you,
his little
Jupiter.
statement.
It takes a white
Let's
woman to
see.
get
The
you
population in
to
Gaza has grown.
Wow.
Let's see how much it's grown. You said
Go on, Reg.
5 million, yeah?
We're talking about Palestinian population. You're talking about
No,
Gaza
no.
now.
You said Gaza. I'm talking about Gaza. What are you
I'm
talking
talking
about?
about Palestine, Palestinians.
Okay,
You're talking about
we're talking
genocide
about
of
Gaza.
Gaza.
We're
Huh?
talking about Gaza, yeah. We're talking about the concentration camp called
Ah,
Gaza.
this is
Let's
weak.
talk about
This is
that.
weak. How can you be talking about the population of a particular era? We're talking about people.
Yeah.
We're talking about an area. What
Yeah.
kind of
Sorry, Reggie.
The area
Genocide.
that's under
Hold on, wait.
I thought you were an
Let me
academic.
help you. Yeah. Let's say white people or people that are classed as white or people who identify themselves as white. Yeah. Just
Yeah.
those. Let's say in South Africa, if white people were wiped out in South Africa, would you class that as genocide?
In South Africa?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Because there's still white people around the world.
I'm not asking you, Jupiter, am I?
Okay. The genocide, the deliberate killing of a large
Why
number
not?
of people
Why not?
from a
Why not? You
particular
said no.
nation
Don't
or
read it out
ethnic group.
now. You had an answer, so tell me why not.
I'm telling you, you're not listening.
No. You're giving a definition. You're not answering the question. Why not?
I am answering the question, but you're not listening.
No. What it is?
Why are you
don't-
asking a question
now
if you're not happy
Now
to
you need to.
answer?
Now you need to
Why,
read.
why,
Now you need
ask,
to read the
why don't you just
definition.
answer the question instead
Go
of
on.
asking questions?
I'm
If
asking
you're not
you
happy
for your.
to,
I'm asking you for your reasons, brother. What's your reason?
yeah, so you
said
can what?
no.
So that you can challenge every single
You
answer that I
said
give you.
no. So what's the reason?
This game is just played out,
You
brother.
said no. So
Can't
what's
be
the reason?
genocide because there's Palestinians all around the world.
Exactly.
So what is
How can that be
genocide then?
genocide?
According to you, Jupiter, what is genocide then?
That's not how genocide
It would be mass slaughter. Genocide is when
not
you
how
get rid
genocide
of the
works.
whole genetics
No.
out of the world.
No. Incorrect.
Was
What
Nazi
is it then?
Germany a genocide? Sorry, was Nazi Germany's cull of Jewish people a genocide? Yes or no?
An attempted genocide, but it didn't work, did it? There were still Jews.
Right. Okay. If they had got rid of all of them, would that be genocide?
If they got rid of all of them, yeah.
Genocide isn't getting rid of everyone.
You're thinking of ethnic
Right.
cleansing.
So
Yeah, it's not
how do
wiping
you?
everyone out.
Yeah, stupid, man.
It's ignorance. It's fine.
Look at the Armenian genocide as a comparison. Heathen says us. So I
No,
suppose
There's
it's
still
right. There
Armenians.
were
There's still
Armenians
Armenians.
left. Yeah.
There's still Armenians. Yeah, is that genocide?
Yeah, he's saying that. Yeah, you should use that. If you go by that, then yeah, okay.
So was the
I don't even know what.
Armenian a genocide then, Jupiter? I'm confused.
You lot are stupid, man.
Yeah, he's saying that's
You know
classed
what,
as
Reggie?
genocide, even though
Go
there's
find
Armenians
the
left.
The
definition.
funny thing is, yeah, the
So
funny
it
thing,
would
is,
be,
all
it
this,
would be classed as
and
all
genocide.
this lazy debating, yeah, just to prove a point that's not even there to prove. Like, what was the population before that you're saying it's a genocide? So, what was the population before? You lot should be answering these questions instead of asking silly questions. What was the population before that it's a genocide?
Bro.
You use that word genocide. What was the population before for Gaza?
Let's read genocide. Let's read it. Come on then.
No, what was the
It's all right.
population before?
Trillo's already done
Yeah,
it.
no
She's already
argument,
put it
man.
in the side.
So, what was the population before?
It's not about
I'm not gonna
numbers.
go-
It's not about numbers.
Not
If
about
I'm honest with you,
numbers.
it's not about. That's not what genocide is. Not based on numbers, bro. It's not maths.
So, how is it a genocide?
Because it's a mass killing of one group of people by another group of people. That's genocide.
So, whenever someone's at war, then there's genocide.
Genocide. No.
It can be, yeah.
It's not a
Well,
war.
You see how dumb? You see how?
No. Because you got the protocols of war, and then you've got war crimes. Now, genocide will fall under a war crime. It wouldn't be a typical aspect of modern day warfare where one ethnic group is just wiped out or one ethnic group is targeted. It would be you're going for militants, and then there's we call it collateral damage and whatnot, blah blah blah. right? But when it's consistent, so for instance, when the IDF are aiming their warheads at densely populated places where you know that majority of the casualties are going to be civilians, this is being called a war crime, and this is being considered by some.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a genocide, Jedi, unless they you there.
Hamas committing a genocide. Hamas committing a genocide.
No, but to leave Gaza, you need approval from Israel, so they don't have to.
Yeah, they are attempting genocide. Yeah, they are. If we're going to go over them
I wouldn't. No, because I feel
so killing innocent people is not a war crime.
Hold on.
Killing all those innocent Israelis is
No,
not a war crime.
hello. I'm talking, man. It's like you don't want the answer. Killing 400 people is not a genocide. Killing 500
but it's a war crime.
No, yeah, cool. But they're not even. You can't even really call it a war crime. You're just gonna have to call it terrorism because they're not even a military. They're not even a.
We call it resistance. Yeah, we call it resistance. People that are in a cage that are throwing homemade.
Wait, Sarah. Wait, because I'm not quite saying that. What I'm saying is, regardless of what they're doing, I think when we talk about war crimes, we talk about this is the words we use when we bring in militaries to task, when we bring in armies, air forces, navies, people with commanders, presidents, and whatnot behind them. Then we can say that look, this at a bureaucratic level, a decision has been made, and the person that would be responsible for the war crime would be the person that gives the instructions to go and do that. Now, in the state of Hamas, they're recognized as a terrorist group, so they can commit atrocities and they can commit genocide. But the war crimes aspect of it is going to be a little bit. They're not going to be tried like that because they're not going to be generals and
people under international law, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not going to go to the Hague.
So if we're going to say that take the literal meaning, which I accept, I didn't understand, which means that you've got to get rid of everybody from a group. It doesn't necessarily mean a nation or genetic.
Not everyone.
Doesn't have to be
That's
everyone.
not your aim. You're targeting because look, the clue. Sorry to interrupt you if I'm interrupting you, but obviously you have suicide, killing of yourself. You have homicide, killing of individuals, and you have genocide, killings of masses. Of a specific.
So we could say then that Hamas is also trying to genocide because they want all of the Jews out of the land.
No, that's not. Even wanting you out the land isn't genocide.
Yeah, but they're going to kill them if they don't go.
Jupiter, I hear you. I hear you. But the first thing you need to do, Jupiter, is define who Hamas is, because according to Israel, anybody who resists their occupation is considered Hamas.
It's not their occupation. Could I play this video, Jedi? What
anybody who resists the occupation, i.e., being caged up in a cage where you need to seek Israeli approval to get in and out, that is a cage. That's a prison.
It's not occupation.
It's open air prison. According to international, they refer to it as an open air prison. People don't have the right to get in and out. They don't have the right to bring things in and out of Gaza. It's literally a cage, and around the borders of the cage is Israeli militants. To get in, they need their permission.
A cage where people are blowing themselves up.
And then on top of that,
have you ever seen such a cage?
On top of that, be quiet. On top of that, when the president starts saying things that there are no civilians in Gaza, when the generals are referring to the people of Gaza indiscriminately, not saying Hamas are animals, but saying those people are animals, and we're going to cut off their food, fuel, electricity. When they bomb hospitals and they talk about, there was Hamas there, but they can't prove or show evidence of Hamas being there. This is a genocide.
The Islamic propaganda.
They didn't blow up the hospital, though, did they? It was a missile from their own side.
But according to the deleted tweets from the people in their government, they said it was them, and then they changed it up real quick.
Genocide is when you go from 200 and something thousand Jews in Morocco to 2,000 something in 2023. When you go from Syria having hundreds of thousands of Jews.
Were they killed?
Some of them were killed, some of them were raped, some of them were
genocide.
But at the end of the day, I know, because they don't think the narrative. They're not Arabic.
Let me interrupt, please. To correct you, right? Driving people off their land isn't genocide.
Okay, do you want to know how many of them got killed?
Replacing people.
Would that make you feel better?
I'm just not a competition. I'm just helping you, just in case you're confused. Because what you said was there was a number of people, now there's this many people. I'm saying unless those people were killed, We're not actually talking about genocide. Unless the population has been reduced by murder, we're not actually talking about genocide. I just wanted to say
ethnic cleansing. It could be ethnic cleansing, but it's not genocide.
Jews were slaughtered. Jews were what do you call it, from their home?
Yeah.
Yes, a mixture of everything from all those surrounding countries to the point that now their population's in almost in the hundreds and in the
And
thousands.
it weren't just a bomb that come out of nowhere and
Reggie,
they knew
do you think
nothing
the two
about it. It
parties
was actually
involved in
fucking
this
hand-to-hand
so-called war
combat,
are?
which is even worse.
Sorry. Do you think, Reggie? Do you think the
What war was in Morocco? Sorry, there's lies going on though. What hand-to-hand war in Morocco are you talking about, Jupiter?
War. It was one-sided. I'm talking about the fact that they were
Jupiter
killed.
just said it was hand-to-hand combat.
Oh.
I'm trying to understand what she's trying to tag on to your point, but she doesn't even know what you're talking about. She's just tracking.
No. What I'm saying is that if you get bombed, right? Imagine you're sitting in your home, you get a bomb, you're blown to smithereens. You never knew 2 minutes beforehand that was going to happen. At least that's it. You know, there weren't no suffering. But when you're flying in and gliding in, and then you've got rifles and bayonets and whatever you've got, and you suddenly you've got these people fleeing for their lives. They're well aware they've got to watch you killing your loved ones, and then they kill you. That's even worse.
No, we're not going to do even worse. No, we're not. We're not going to do even worse. We're going to say that they were both disgusting. You can't say it's even worse. Being shot in the back of the head while you're running.
But I think I'd rather have a bomb blow me up.
Hold on. Being shot in the back of your head while you're running. 1 minute you're raving and partying with your friends, laughing, then they're screaming and gunshots, and you're shot in the back of the head or in the front of the head or in your chest and you die. That's awful, terrible. Also is sleeping in your bed and hearing an explosion and seeing your family's bodies scattered all over the place and you bleeding out because it's not been a clean kill. You've not had a bullet
that
to
would
the
be
brain.
horrible. Yeah,
you've not had a bullet to the brain to grant you mercy. You actually have been dismembered in many different ways and eviscerated and burnt alive by the phosphorus that they're dropping. So, like, to be honest, we probably could speculate that being bombed is worse than being shot in the back of the head. Now, I made this.
Well, it's an opinion, isn't it?
Well, it's not really an opinion. It's actually what's more humane. Unless we got to be real.
No, I think it's a matter of an opinion.
Burning alive.
Hold on. We can do this together. We don't have to start getting ambiguous and it's a matter of opinion. Would you rather be shot and killed or be blown up? Because you're thinking of some instantaneous thing where the bomb hits you square on the forehead and you're out of here.
Yeah, if it's instantaneous, I'd rather be bombed.
Agony. There's actually a lot of pain and agony involved in bombing. I wish people took a look into what bombing.
Yeah, it's not a joke. It's not a joke.
It's not a joke. Yes, the impact.
Or being under rubble for days and slowly dying. That's mad.
Yeah, like you just assume everyone.
Yeah, but I said if it's direct, I'd prefer to be bombed. And plus, I'd prefer to be bombed under an official army, knowing that I'm going to get given time to move. Than to have somebody come in just out of the blue.
Do you think they're warning people?
Killing my babies and everything.
You think those people were given time to move?
Do you think they're warning Hamas to move as they're bombing them?
They gave they gave the people.
The people are going to be
24 hours.
And the people are shielding Hamas, yeah? The people are shielding Hamas. They told them.
You mean that we're going to give you 24 hours to leave this area, then we're bombing everything? And that's a fair thing to say.
A bit of like ethnic cleansing there, trying to clean out the place.
That's a fair thing to suggest to people.
Well, it's better than somebody paragliding in.
Get off the land.
This is why these lot trying to.
I'm a Nigerian man, of considerable fucking intellect, and there's no grouping us together, right?
Yeah,
I don't share. I'm not a Muslim. I don't share all Sarah's views. I just got common sense. Stop trying to
why did you
belittle my opinion? No, because you do this. You always yesterday you came on to these people.
We actually don't agree on a lot of things.
Stop trying to talk in generalizations. Like let's just deal with
the Sarah done some nasty tequila.
Listen, if I've said something, Reggie, just address me in it.
I missed it.
She did some very nasty tequila because when she in the midst of all this mental gymnastics, she decided that we're going to concentrate on the particular group in Gaza. When
that's where the war is, though.
When Muslims claim that the Palestinians are being genocided, when the actual population of Palestinians is actually going up, as a global population. However, what you'll find is that when I gave the example of the Jews, and the Jews actually their populations within their Morocco, within Egypt, within Syria, where it went from 200,000 to 1 or 2,000 now.
Brother,
You know what I'm saying? People
brother,
don't
we're
regard
dealing
that
with
as
Israel and Palestine. You did this all yesterday. Kept
Nah.
bringing in all different land masses. Like, what are we doing, brother?
What we are talking about, Reggie,
you think anyone's here to argue that Jews have been genocided around the world or whatever you want to? Because you love the word genocide, so we can use it. Because I think you feel left out by not being able to use it.
I didn't say.
Do you think? Let 1 second. Be patient, brother. Do you think anyone here is trying to argue that Jews have not suffered around the world? We're talking about Israel and Palestine, Gaza. Can we stay focused, please, bro?
We're talking about
Yeah,
Gaza.
but no, it wasn't me
Like,
that introduced the word genocide into the topic. It was
No, but I'm saying what's happening in Gaza, according to the definition of genocide.
Sorry, Sarah. I'll give you the mic. Yeah, the word genocide is not the issue. Yeah, what is the issue is you keep trying to escape from the landmass that we're talking about.
Nah, the landmass that I'm talking about is people being asked to leave that area because they want to bomb Hamas out of that area. Not that they're being genocide.
How
If they
do you
wanted
identify
if they wanted to kill them, if they wanted to wipe them out, they would be gone by now.
Reggie,
they have the
I hear
capacity
you.
to do that. They won't be
I hear
telling
you,
them to leave.
Reggie, how do they identify who's Hamas? So Gaza, people are blockaded in Gaza. They can't get in, they can't get out. So how are they supposed to
behind?
Hold on,
obviously.
Relax, GPR. How are they going to identify who is Hamas and who's a regular civilian and who's a person who's resisting the occupation? How is Israel supposed to tell who's who?
Well, they're telling you, listen, we're going to bomb that place because we want Hamas. If you don't want to get bombed, then you need to leave.
So my little apartment, I'm chilling in my apartment, and Israel wants to tell me that they're bombing Hamas, who allegedly, they have no evidence, they just word of mouth. There's Hamas apparently in my apartment block. I'm supposed to leave my home.
Yes,
where
if you want to live, yes.
I have to leave. Based on,
that's a sensible thing to do.
And again, this is what we call
and that's a better choice.
Imperial
mentality. In your bed.
No, that's what you call being robust.
It's a fascist mentality.
It's not a fascist mentality. It's robust. At the end of the day, if a neighboring country bombs Saudi Arabia, they would do the same. Any other place, they'll do the same.
Have just brought over their occupational imperial.
No, what's the fascist mentality? Is going in and killing innocent babies in their beds. All right, even if you hate the adults, you didn't have to kill innocent babies that couldn't even lift the gun.
What if Hamas
have not had any military training? Innocent kids in their beds.
Israel fascist
them, and then you got hold of the women. You raped some of them. You put them on the back of a truck and you paraded them. Don't tell me that's
Israel fascists. Israel
that's
fascists.
Disgusting.
By that measure, are Israel fascists.
That's it. That's even worse than bombing someone. So if Israeli soldiers went to where they bomb people, picked up any people that were there, put them on the back of the truck, and started driving around and shooting in the air with joy, and then the rest of the world started having protests and screaming in support, and then praying outside public buildings, and then saying, "Oh yeah, get the rest of them from the fucking land to the sea," and all the rest of it because they want them out of the country. You're telling me that's humane? Stop it.
Israel fascists.
There's innocents getting killed on both sides.
Wow. Are Israel fascists? You just called Hamas fascists. Are Israel fascists?
I would say so because any religion at its extremity, and they are extreme Islamics, are far right fascists. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not talking about Islamics. What's wrong with your brain? I said, are Israel fascists?
Well, Hamas are, yes. Yes.
I said, are Israel fascists?
They can't
you're asking the same question over and over again. She already answered it.
It's a spiritual.
Are Israel fascists? Yes or no?
Some parts of them will be, yeah, if they're extreme, yes.
So when Netanyahu is talking about this is our country, when he's clearly saying that Israel's only, even though they try to promote it as Palestinians can live here safely as well, he's openly said this country is our country. Even against black people, Netanyahu said this is not Eritrea or Sudan. This is our home. Leave our country. We know how.
Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence that you said that?
Yeah.
I'll be fine. I'll find it for you then. It's not a problem.
Yeah, make
we'll
it.
find out. Give
Please,
me a second.
please do. You make a lot of buzz statements or whatever you call it. Yeah, and then you never provide evidence. So it'll be nice for once. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's it. That's an inaccuracy to say that Mrs. Sarah never provides evidence. You're just lying, bro. Come on, man.
Come on, Jedi. Take the cape off for a few minutes, man. She's not actually provided any evidence since I've been here.
Unfortunately, just because I disagree with you doesn't mean I'm caping. Unfortunately, I'm capable of disagreeing with every one of you lot on the panel, as you well know. So don't even try it, bro.
She's not brought any evidence since I've been
giving
talking
my
to
opinion, and just at the moment, my opinion differs from yours, and it may I may be more in alignment with Sarah on this topic. Just take it for what it is. Like I'm a grown, mature being capable of making my own decisions.
So where's the evidence she's brought on this conversation?
Why are we waiting for that? What's the difference between? And I'm seriously asking.
I won't even say that she brought evidence for this conversation. I'm just saying you can't characterize her as someone that does not bring evidence, because that's literally the opposite of what Mrs. Sarah does. I'm just being honest.
She's made a lot of
What's the
statements.
difference between an antagonist and a protagonist?
One is the hero. One is the hero of the story, and one is the bad guy of the story.
Okay.
When he says hero, it's the story is centered around the protagonist. The antagonist is brought in or enters the fray to stir up the trajectory of the protagonist.
Story.
Yeah, to alter the trajectory of the story. Why? Okay, good. Okay, why did you ask that, Jupiter? With regards to
I just
Palestine
wondered it just come into my head, and I was too lazy to type
Okay,
it and
right.
find out.
So it's interesting you said that. Who's the protagonist and who's the antagonist in the story of
I don't know. That's why I asked.
Palestine?
Yeah, I've got
1947, 1946. Who's the protagonist and who's the antagonist?
Yeah, I've got a really good video on the Israel.
Hold on.
Anyway.
Hold on. You can do that in a minute.
Yeah,
Jupiter, who do you think the protagonist is in that scenario?
I don't know. I don't really understand it. He said one's the hero and one's the
No. I filled it in for you a little bit. Pause. I said the protagonist, is the main character of the story. In fact, it's the one that we follow. And the antagonist is the one that enters the fray to alter the story of the protagonist or to change the trajectory of that kind of, of the protagonist. So with that said, who do you think the protagonist is in the story of Palestine, Israel, beginning in 1947?
What the heck? What's this 1947? That beginning? What is this beginning from? Why is that the beginning of
If
what?
you don't know why I'm saying it, then you just don't know nothing about the story, then, innit?
I know about the story. Obviously, I know something about the story. If you've not, have you not been paying attention to the whole conversation since I've been
What
on
happened in
it?
So I would say Jesus is the main one, and Antichrist is the other.
What?
It's the religious war. That land belongs to the Jews. And if you're going to argue that it doesn't, then tell me when Palestine became Palestine. Because
Right.
before Britain owned that land, it was owned by Egypt. So who did Egypt nick it off?
I think before Palestine,
I asked
it
my
was
question, and I framed it from 1947. So I don't know what you're doing.
1947. So all this 1947, the significance is what? I mean, how does that?
Why don't you go and research it, Reggie? Go and research
No, I'm
it.
trying to understand because you're to keep emphasizing
Yeah.
1947.
I was trying to understand earlier as well, but you didn't want to answer, innit? So go and research it, man.
No, because you just brought up 1947.
Yeah,
and it's
I
like
know what I'm talking about, and I'm not even talking to you.
I
at
know
this
what I'm
point.
talking about, but everybody else clearly is going to know what you're talking about because you mentioned
I think
1947.
most people know. I think
'Cause
most
it's such
people
a-
know what I'm talking
'cause-
about. To be fair,
because that's such a defining year for the whole conflict. Like 1947.
So how did that
was
happen then? Bibi Nana is saying the Zionists had Palestinian passports. So I don't get that.
Palestinian passports for Palestine, which wasn't even created until 1988. They had
Yeah, it
passports
don't
for a
make
country
sense.
that wasn't even created. Come on,
So
man.
who were the Palestinian
Pure
people
lies.
before they were called Palestinians?
Palestine was created in 1988.
Yeah, so who were they before they got called Palestinians?
Well, these people that are very well versed in this history,
Well, they're saying they were Syrians, a mixture of Syrians and some other people, Jordanians and Syrians.
Okay, so then that's not their homeland, is it?
No.
You see how these people do tequila? That's what I'm saying.
Where's the tequila? We've
done this
all
yesterday.
agreed this. No. There's no tequila in this. No one's saying it's. See, the thing is, homeland or not, you don't just go and rip Irish travelers off their caravan site when they've been there for 30 years.
True. Yeah.
Right? Why? Because there's due process and there's human rights of settling and blah 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 blah.
Squatters'
And
rights.
these lot have been there for well over 100 years. So
They have squatters' rights. They've been given the
it's not squatters' rights. You can't say squatters' rights. The squatters in this case, if you're going to be honest, is the Jewish state. The Jewish state. If you're going to be honest, the so-called Palestinians or whatever they were called before the Jewish state was set up were there first. Out of the two groups of people, they were there first. Now they were living side by side with Jews, people that lived there from wherever that considered themselves to be Jewish, right? And they lived side by side, looked after each other's kids and everything. No,
the Jewish were there first. They were there in the first century.
That's the problem. There's selective history.
Muslims didn't even.
All right, well, one second. Selective. Prove it, Reggie. Prove it.
I've got this video. I've been waiting to play it. It tells you the breakdown of the history, not all this the people that just say
you didn't know this history yesterday.
I knew it, but
you wasn't armed with this information yesterday.
No, Reggie. I knew it, but people
wanted to directly. No, you was out directly, and we was discussing the history of the two people, and you had no input on this. So now you've gone and watched a little YouTube video. Now you're acting like we're suppressing information.
No, I watched it about.
You're disingenuous. You just watched it today or yesterday.
No.
Yeah, it's facts. I watched it. You didn't know yesterday. We asked you yesterday.
I didn't know.
No. You're now being dishonest. Yesterday you was asked point blank, and you did not know the historicity of the people on the land. You did not know, Reggie. Don't act like you did, and you was just holding back. You was asked multiple times. And the conversation, the whole subject was about the historicity, the history, the origin of the two people that are claiming this land. And we all came to the conclusion that they weren't the original people of that land. We all did. You was not anywhere to be seen telling us about, oh yeah, they was there from this year and this year. So don't try it, Reggie. Like, just admit, okay, you've done some research and now you come up with this. Cool. But
no,
my standpoint that you always was in possession of this information is disingenuous, man. Come on, man.
My stance was very clear that the Jewish people have the origin is hard to decipher because at the end of the day, people have, like who knows who was the first person to ever land on that particular land. But at the end of the day, we know that the Jewish people have a longer history, longer recordable history in that particular land and that particular region than the Palestinians. And that was my stance from the get-go. People wanted to start bringing all these other stuff before it was derailed by the likes of Motion, the likes of your boy Zulu as well, into some next kind of thing. And I just left it to go where they wanted it to go. But my stance, I knew this from time ago. And this is why whenever you talk to these jihadis and their sympathizers and people like Sarah, they always talk about 100 years as if the land only has a 100-year history, because that suits the narrative. They never want to go past 100 years. Because they know when you go beyond that time, there's no Palestine, there's no history of most of these people that they're saying are the people that meant to have the land. Because
was there a Nigeria before Nigeria?
Have you got that DRILL that you're looking for yet? Have you got a DRILL?
That goes on both sides, though, right, Reg?
No,
only on one side. So there's no history of these so-called Palestinians, but there's history of the Polish and the Ashkenazi.
See, you're selective now.
I'm selecting a group of people because I don't know if you noticed. I said that there was already Palestinians and Jews there.
Yeah. So but even if we accept that the Ashkenazis have got no claim.
Please, 1 second. I'm not saying. I've already stated that there was Ashkenazis and that they were Palestinians, so-called Palestinians, Jordanians, Syrians, and so-called Jewish people there already before the state of Israel was set in place. I've already stated that, right?
Yeah, but even look. I understand.
No, but right, Reggie, right? I stated that, right?
You did, yeah.
Right. So now I'm asking you specifically about the Ashkenazis and the Polish.
Ashkenazis and the Polish, just like we said yesterday, and again we'll say it again. A lot of them have ancestry that intertwined with Europe.
Yeah.
However, we know that there were Jewish people that never left that particular area and stayed in that area and are still part of the community in Israel today. But people are selective. They want to focus on Ashkenazi Jews.
This is weird. This is weird. Slow down. Breathe. No. Let me correct you.
I thought so.
No, this is weird because you're now going back to
confirmed that there Jews there already before the state of Israel was put in place. And I've just spent 5 minutes reiterating that. So why would you go back to that? I don't understand. I'm asking you about the Ashkenazis, yeah, and the Polish that came from Europe,
Russia,
namely Poland and Germany and Russia. These are the people I'm asking you about specifically. What is their claim to the land? Are you struggling, brother? Do you need somebody? Do you need a learning support agent or something?
No, so some of those people will claim that they have ancestors that migrated to Europe from the land of Israel. Some of them will claim that, some of them won't. Some of them will say that they converted. It just depends on the person.
Okay, well then some of the people in Palestine are going to claim to be the Philistines, the original Philistines that inhabited that land.
Yeah, but they'd have to have DNA to back that up.
Oh, DNA, you're gonna.
So both have so there you go. So basically, what you're saying is both of them can claim whatever. We're back to square one. You know what I mean? But what we do know,
Okay, so then we're not supporting one or the other. Then, so then we're going to deal with this conflict fairly, and we're going to say, okay, if we're not going to support one or the other, we're going to deal with it chronologically. This group of people were here living harmonious with this group of people. Now
they weren't living harmonious.
The Jews and the Jewish people and the Palestinian people were living in that area.
It's documented. There's photos. There's
they were under the colonial. And you're going to now try and sugarcoat colonialism because it was an Islamic colonial force. They were under the colonial.
I'm not speaking about the colonial. I'm
under the colonial rule of the Ottoman
I'm speaking about
Empire.
the conditions of the groups of people.
No. They were under the same oppressive colonial system.
Maybe they were. So like we may be under the oppressive regime of the Tories.
Not like you to sugarcoat
what I'm saying is, I'm not answering.
This is very disappointing.
Hold on, brother. I'm not speaking about the political rulership. I'm saying the Jewish and the Palestinian people. I'm not talking about the rulership. I'm not talking about the regime. I'm not questioning whose validity. I said, did those people live side by side in peace? Yeah, they weren't at war with each other before the instatement or the installing of the Zionist state. That's what I'm saying. Yes, we know they did, right?
No, we don't.
We know that. Yeah, but it's documented, brother. What's wrong with you,
brother? Just like in 1,000 years, it'll be documented that black people lived in harmony and were under
what happened to the Palestinian Jews?
We're living a nice. We're living a life.
Where are we going? Where are we going? Are you denying the documentation of the piece, or what is it you're trying to do? Because you're doing apples and oranges. As soon as I try to fix you on one point so we can come to some agreement and move forward, you keep just shuffling and making it. None of the shuffling you're doing is actually proving the point that you want to prove, which is what I want to get to. I want to get to the point where
you're trying to say.
You're wiggling. No, but 1 second. No. That's not going to work. Just let me just talk to Reggie for a second, please, and I promise I'll mute up. Reggie, you're bringing up whether black people have lived harmoniously with whoever. You didn't get to finish that point. I'm saying that's a diversion. What I am telling you is that the Palestinians and the Jewish people that were living on that land, were living harmoniously with each other, regardless of the regime that may or may not have been oppressive to both sides or one side. What I'm saying is that the relationship between the common man, they were neighbors and looked after each other's kids. This is the level of cohesiveness that they have. Not to say it's perfect. Nowhere is perfect. But I'm saying that it's a far cry from one group of people being annexed over to the north and another group. It definitely is not the open conflict that we see happening now.
Even the house.
I'm asking you what was the legitimacy, and what gave Winston Churchill the right, to assist these people to come over using the Balfour Agreement to take over that land and settle it and install a state design
it's
state.
The same, brother. You see, this is the same right that gave the same right that the Ottomans had to take over that land, and apparently, have the Jews under them living apparently homogenous, under their rulership. And when they lost the war, and just like it happens with colonial colonial empires, when you lose the war, someone else takes over and then puts
What?
does
Yeah, but
things
what
on
gave
their terms.
Winston Churchill
At the end of the
right
day, now
to
the
give
narrative
land?
and
Winston Churchill the right to give the land
He gave
to people
Didn't
from
win it.
Poland and Russia and Germany. I feel like
But what
until
gave
we,
those
you
Syrians,
got to be honest. We
Jordanians,
have
and
to
that the
be
right
honest
to
with what it's
pitch
not.
up and claim the
We like to
land?
speak about the land like it was uninhabited.
no,
Yeah,
the
but
land wasn't.
before it was inhabited, what gave those Syrians, those Jordans, and the others the
How
right
far
to
back we
pitch
want to
up
keep going?
and claim the land?
What gives you the right to be in England? You lot are invading fucking Romans and
Yeah, but they
and
came from
Saxons
Syria
and
and everywhere
Germanic
else.
tribes. You lot came and invaded, took
People
over land
settle
from
in
the
different
Celts and
places,
stuff.
right?
Like,
Yeah, but
how far right we
I
gonna keep going?
understand that,
How far?
Jedi.
No, but it's a stupid question. Nobody is
Jedi,
questioning
Jedi.
what
The
we are
Jews
saying
were
is
under
no. See, look,
Jedi.
what we're saying is in our lifetime and in some of the people's lifetime, they have seen, yeah, a white Englishman with no right over the land, yeah, sign agreements for large amounts of money to assist a whole group of people to migrate to a land that they weren't born on, because nobody that migrated from
He
Poland.
did have the right. He won the
Listen,
land off
listen.
the Egyptians.
You want to talk over me? Because if you do, then it's just like confusion that we want to support.
Okay.
I thought you were neutral,
Because
Jedi.
I don't want to be confusing, innit? I just want
Mezzo's in the back, by the way, guys.
You know what?
Sorry.
I'm talking too much. Let me mute up. Let me go.
No, Mezzo's in the back. Sorry.
Okay. I mean, that's all right. Sorry. Continue, you lot, man. Continue.
No, it's just surprising that one colonial force takes over another, and you lot are talking as if the old colonial thing had everybody living
Do
homogeneously.
you think that
They were
the
living
Christian-
under the same oppressive
Hmm.
Sharia law that a lot of people are running away from. Even Muslims are running away from it. And you think
Yeah,
that
I
Jews
hear
were going to be living some kind of
Do you
homogeneous
think
life?
that the Christian
Big up, everyone. Big up, big up.
Hold on. Reggie,
It's
do you think
mad.
the Christian Palestinians are living a better life under Zionist occupation than the Islamic one? So do you think Palestinian Christians are also in Gaza, that are also being slaughtered? Do you think they're happy in Gaza?
No.
Yeah.
What
You think they feel safe?
why there's a war going on? Of course not.
Because they're being wiped out. Because you think Zionists care about whether you're a Christian or Muslim Palestinian. They just want to wipe out all Palestinians, whether they're Christian or Muslim. They spit on them, they vilify them.
Yeah, but you could say the
torn
same
down
to the other side.
churches.
Hamas
People
just
that
want to
go
get rid
on
of all Jews.
pilgrimage.
even
Can
though
everyone
they're
hear me?
not all
People
Ashkenazi.
that go on pilgrimage
hear you,
get
Misa.
spat on, and that's documented on video by Zionists. That's number one. The other point, Reggie, is you're claiming that every Jew is in support of this political regime.
Have you got
There
that
are
evidence?
many Jews.
Okay, Reggie.
There are many
Reggie.
Jews against Zionism, Reggie. Not every Jew is a Zionist.
Reggie, what's the number? What's the figures for how many of them were there indigenous to the land? Go on, I'll do you have the
Indigenous?
figures?
I
Yeah.
don't
You
have the
said
figures, no.
majority
I
of
don't
them
have
are
the
indigenous to the land, right?
I didn't say the majority of them are. I didn't say that.
Okay, what's the
I said
statistics
some of them.
for you?
I said some of them.
I have the statistics.
And
right
now it's
here.
time for facts. Now let's go.
1872, they were 4% of the population. By
Okay.
1948, they became 33%. Yeah. So that's by 48. Now as we go into the 50s and 60s and 70s, it starts to increase drastically, right?
Okay.
So they only made up 4% of the population by let me just pull it up again. 1872. Yeah, 4% of the population.
What does that mean?
That means the overwhelming majority are not indigenous to the land. That means
that means that they were
In
that means that,
1872, not now.
that means that at that point they'd been colonized by the Ottoman Empire, and some of them have decided to get out of the country and left 4%.
The Russians. And the Polish.
That means the overwhelming majority are not indigenous to the land. What part of that do you not understand?
4%.
They make up 4% of the people that indigenously live there. They've been living there for centuries, under Ottoman rule, under the people prior to that. So
What do you mean
make up
4% of the
So
population?
why was it all right
in
for the Ottomans
1872,
to
the
take
population
over, but
of
it's not all right
Palestine
for
was
British people to win the land off Egypt?
There was
I don't
400,000
understand
people
what's
by
going
then.
on.
400,000 people, and they made up 4% of that population. By 1948, the population is 1.2 million. Yeah, and they made up 33%. And that's just before the establishment. So you can imagine when they
And it would be that 33% that all the Jews that are allowed to go back would have to use their DNA to prove that they've got some connection to the
No, they
land.
don't. What we do know.
Yeah, they do. You have to prove it. If you want to go back, you've got to prove that you're related.
And this is the problem.
Now you do.
This is the
Back
problem.
then, anyone
Jupiter.
could move.
This is the
Anyone
problem,
could move
Jupiter.
then,
When
or
you're
settle.
talking to these people, you have to be careful of the tequila because it goes in there. It's very slick.
It's not
These
tequila,
people,
Reggie. You
it
don't
was
know nothing
4%
about
at
the
that
culture.
point.
Mezzo,
It was
don't go for it.
4%.
Let him go.
It was 4% at that point until not just the Ashkenazi Jews that you lot like to highlight all the time.
It's not.
There were
Israelites.
there was also migration
Let's
of
see what the
people that were living in neighboring
The
Middle
vast
Eastern
majority
countries,
are Middle Easterns that
i.e.
left.
the Jews
Yes.
that had been living in Syria, i.e. the Jews that had been living in Morocco, that left those countries
Yes,
and
I
went
agree
back
with
to
you.
Israel because of the oppression by your brothers and sisters
No,
in
no, no,
Morocco
no, no, no.
and your brothers
How
and
did
sisters in Egypt
earlier? First of
and
all,
your brothers and sisters in
okay,
Syria,
we're not going to
and they
ramble
went
on.
back to
Are you going to
Israel
ramble
and
on?
they decided to build
Earlier,
up
you
Israel.
mentioned the Moroccan, right? The
Mic
Moroccan
drop.
Jews, right? How did they get to Morocco? Shall I remind you on how of the oppression they faced in Europe?
No,
Spain.
not in Europe.
On all across Europe, yeah, the anti-Semitism that was
Yeah,
rife
Jews
all
did
across
get
Europe.
oppressed in
They
Europe.
had to
Look,
they had
all
to
this
leave. And who was
Muslims did
protected?
it,
Who protected them?
Europeans did it. It's pathetic.
Who
The bottom
protected
line
them?
is you're
Who
looking at
protected them?
who owns that
They had
land.
to flee to Morocco out of the oppression they were
Either we're
facing
going to
from
agree.
your Christian brothers, Reggie. That's
Yeah,
why
but
they had to leave.
either we're going to agree, right, that
You
people
want to talk
can
about
pick
that?
up
That's
on
your
a piece
first
of
L.
land
Now
and
let's move on
suddenly
to the
claim
next
it,
L.
even if it belongs to someone else, right? In which case, if we're going to say that Palestinian people today can do that, then everybody else can fucking do it. That's the first thing. If you're not going to agree with that and you're going to say, no, it was won by wars and that's what their rights are, well, then
It was
say
a
the same
British
for
man.
British
The
people.
British
Because you
actually
can't uphold the Ottomans and then turn around and say that you're going to have a biased position on the British kingdom. So either you work it out, because I
the
can't stand
British
these
acknowledged
biases.
of a
The bottom
Palestine.
line
I
is
will show
that
you a
the
map.
Jewish have the most.
There's one in
they have
the
the religious
House of
text.
Parliament,
They
right?
have the oldest archaeology, and they have the oldest timelines to prove that they belonged on that land, that piece of land that's now called.
Oh, because is God the
Right?
landlord?
At some
Is
point
God
during
a landlord?
history, most of them
Is
got
God a
chased off.
landlord?
Whatever happened,
Is
but
God
there
a
were
landlord?
some indigenous people that
Is God the
stayed.
landlord?
You've stated, yeah.
Is God the
You've
landlord,
stated
you know?
4%.
Is God the
You
landlord?
stated 4%. Okay, landlord. You stated 4%. That 4% is what they, even if it's increased while they're living here, that 4% of genes is what they use to find out if anybody is related. That's why even into present today, there's Ethiopian Jews that have got the
That's
marker.
present day today.
They've got the
Was there,
marker for the
hold on, was
place.
there DNA
Don't
test?
use us. Don't use us,
Was there
please.
DNA test back in the day? Hold on, was there DNA test back in the day? Was there DNA test in 1872?
No, there wouldn't have been in 1872.
Exactly, then shut up then.
No, but they didn't
No,
get given
wait,
land in
family.
1872.
Mezzo, I really appreciate. I don't throw more petrol on this because let's keep it like, because I feel like my honest opinion is chaos, noise, shouting, insults is like kind of.
No, honestly, bro, I've had enough of them both lying.
Be searching for Mezzo. Mezzo, be searching
for hours. For hours. If you want to delay, I will
Mezzo,
bring
Mezzo,
every
listen,
single
this is
time.
their tactic. They
calm,
cause confusion. Mezzo, stop. They will cause confusion and throw things at you.
Both of them
What
are
you do is
clueless on the
bypass
content, by the way.
that and just drop your statistics. Right,
Mezzo,
you said, where was the
Can
DNA?
you
Let's
put
go
your
back to
surgical
that.
gloves on and expose it slowly? Then, if that's how you.
Yeah, where was the DNA? Go back to that point. Go on.
Yeah,
Oh, the DNA test. Go on. I'm waiting for the DNA test in
The
1872.
DNA test they used to settle
So
into
you have to
Palestine when
prove
they
a
initially
connection
came.
to get into. You have to prove a connection. Modern day now, you have to prove a connection to get into Israel. Okay.
Yeah.
Before that, you had to have rabbis authenticate that you were following the Jewish religion and that you could bring some kind of genealogy that would prove that you were related. And that didn't happen before the land was given to the Israelis. It happened afterwards.
Okay, so what's your point?
My point is that you're saying that 4% of the population is Jewish. That is what they use, the genetic markers from that 4% to prove that you've got some lineage that goes back there.
Well, and you know, the
When you're
majority of
arguing that the Ashkenazi Jews can't be able to go there, or there is a secondary way in, and that is
we
if
get
you
it, we
can
get it,
prove
we
that
get
you've
it.
converted, but it takes roughly about 7
We
years.
get it,
to convert to
but
be a Jew,
yeah, but
right?
what about the Palestinian? The majority of the Palestinians that can
His
literally
tequila has been
that can
been
prove
unraveled.
by
The tequila
DNA
has
that
been
they're
unraveled.
indigenous to that land.
Well, if
Huh?
they're
What do you
indigenous
say
to
to
the
them
land,
then?
that would be
Because if
different.
they both make the genetical argument, who wins then? Who wins?
Well, no,
When did
if
we
they've
start
got the
this genetical
same
argument?
markers, if they've got the same markers and they prove that they lived in that land heritage-wise,
Yeah, but
then yes, they've got an
yeah, but they
argument.
ignore
But a lot of
one.
these people
They
with
give you
Syrian
one, but they ignore one.
that they were not in existence beforehand. They've either
The
got to
right
admit
of
that they're
return.
Jews who've changed their faith,
The right of return does not extend to Palestinians.
In which case, they're killing their own people.
Hey, Malata, come on, man.
Wrong, man.
Come on, Malata, jump on.
But you know, Dupes,
The
the
right of
Levant, they
return-
didn't have these borders. There was no
People are getting
Jordan and
dappy.
Palestine. There wasn't. It was just one landmass. You do realize that, right? It was
The
just
right
one
of
got the
continent.
evidence yet? Have you got the evidence yet?
The right of return does
Obviously.
not extend to
Yeah, these are
Palestinians.
borders. So
by
I
the
don't know
way.
what you're trying to say, sis, because these borders are new. These borders are created yesterday.
Okay,
that
right.
landmass was
Let
all one.
me
Jordan,
start again.
Palestine, that was all
Let
one.
me explain.
One
There
people.
was a landmass that was floating on the sea. Okay, a group of people lived on there, and they were living there happily. Right. All of a sudden, people from a further away part of that landmass decided that they were going to wander over to where they were living, and they were going to kick them all out, and they were going to have a war to do it. Okay. Some people were resilient. They stayed through the war, and they managed to fucking live there, and they stayed there. But the majority of them spread. They ran. The majority of them spread across the rest of that mass. Okay. After a while, history comes along, another lot come along, and they take over the bloody place. Right? So we can say we got up to the Ottoman stage. The Ottomans were controlling it. Okay? Then another group of people come along and they said, we don't want you controlling it. We're going to have a war with you.
Ottomans did
and
not
they
change.
had a war, and they took over it, and it was Egypt.
No,
and then
they
another group of people come along and they
No,
said,
this is
actually,
wrong, man. I can't
we're
believe
going to have a
rambling
war
and rambling
with
and rambling.
Egypt. And
There's
through
some
having a
patience.
war with Egypt, they won their lands that they owned, that they got through war.
Just chatting shit.
And they decided,
Anyways,
actually, we're going to give it back to the very people that were there living peacefully in the very first place before anybody interrupted them. Oh, look, there's only 4% of the people whose genetics are left, probably 30%, because he said by 1940, 30 something or other, it was 30%. Anybody that wants to go back there and go back to the homeland who's a Jew, who can prove lineage and prove that they're actually following the faith, and if they can with DNA, they will go back. So they all go back, and people are saying, no, Ashkenazis can't go back because their skin's white. What the fuck is going on? Because
why did they choose that particular land?
If Ethiopians, who are darker than Arabs, by the way, if Ethiopians turn out to have the same lineage, which they do because they've done it by genetics, not just by them following the faith.
they got there recently.
And they actually had the marker.
They got there recently.
The priestly family line.
Why do you think they got there?
Yeah.
Hold on. Why did you?
If
No,
they can prove that they've got a marker,
For fuck's sake, are you gonna let anyone speak?
Why can't any white Ashkenazi?
Someone moderate
What's all
this. This woman's
Why
just
have we
rambling
got to
on.
go by skin color all the time? Why can't we stop all this bias?
Jedi, I beg you, moderate this. This is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, they should have stopped the bias when
She's
they were
just rambling on
sterilizing
for
our
10
women and
minutes.
stopping them from having children because they were intimidated because they had more right to the land. We know about that, but we move. Anyways, carry on. Rizzo.
How did the Ethiopians? When did the Ethiopians? When they allowed into Israel? When they allowed in? Do you know when they were allowed in? This was recent, by the way. During the creation, they were not allowed in. And the only reason they allowed them in is because they had to outdo the numbers of the Palestinians.
What do you mean allowed in?
They have a demographic threat by them, by the way.
They use
That's
them.
the one. The Israeli PM is the reason why they don't want a one-state solution is because they feel that eventually they'll get outnumbered by the Palestinians. Yeah, so that's why they started looking for other people. For example, the Ethiopian ones. They didn't arrive there at first. And do you know how they were treated at first?
Wait, Reggie, can I ask you a question? No, Reg. No, you're good, man. Reggie, how do you there, Reg?
I'm here.
Yeah. How do you feel about the Israeli government being on record sterilizing Ethiopian migrants? Forcibly,
Ethiopian Jews.
without their consent, sterilizing.
If that's the case, then we condemn the action of that particular governance. It's not
the Israeli government.
Yeah, of course.
Right, cool.
That's what they did, of course.
Yeah, that's disgusting, and that should be well sorted out because there's obviously something going on there, then, right? Because when it comes to the black Ashkenazis, right, the Ethiopian ones,
what?
Yeah, I can bring you the
Ashkenazis.
They've found that they've got the Y
That makes no
chromosome,
sense.
right? They've got the marker, the Y marker. Sorry, in their Y chromosome, they've got the marker that proves they're of the priestly lineage. So there could be something more sinister going on there. That's really bad.
Do you understand that when they arrive? Go on, Julie. Sorry, go ahead.
You know that marker, the coin gene that you're referring to, they found a higher percentage of the Koyin gene amongst the Igbo and the Lemba tribe. Did you know that?
The higher percentage of what? Sorry, I can't hear you.
That they had a higher percentage of the Koyin gene, and it was found amongst the Lemba tribe, the Falasha Jews, and the Igbo Jews. And this is why the Obadiah Alliance, they're sending converts around Africa so that they can try and bring them to Rabbinic Judaism into the land of Israel.
Yeah, I can believe that because there's an Igbo tribe as well that have got the priestly line. Yeah, straight.
Let me just double check who this is. I kind of guess, but let me see. Yo, Wakanda.
Wagwan.
Oh,
we're going slightly off topic, but if we can get back to Israel, Palestine.
So, like, I just want to make a point here. Like, guys, there is no Jewish DNA. That's just a fallacy right there. So I don't know why you guys think there is a Jewish DNA. The DNA that those people talk about is probably J2, J1, and E1B1B.
Okay,
those
can you prove
genes
that?
are I can. Like, so these genes are, hold on, let me finish the point, right? These genes are distributed throughout the Middle East, so there is no specific Jewish DNA. So
bro, you focus on reversing first.
What?
You focus on reversing. Someone's got a reversing sound in the background. You can't hear anything.
I think you can't hear anything. You're the only one, brother.
I don't know. So, but if you guys can hear me, can you prove there is a Jewish DNA? That's my question, actually.
It's not something I would use as evidence because we can just simply look at the culture and the tribal traditions throughout the dispersed. But
give me 2 minutes, I'll get the documentary.
If you are to use their argument against themselves, which they claim the Koyin gene, it actually makes their argument less valid because there's other peoples around the world that have a higher percentage.
No, I'm asking you, Zulu as a person, as an intellectual, as a rabbi. You are a rabbi, right? You're a Rhodesian rabbi, so right? As a rabbi,
he's as much a rabbi as he is a Christian.
Yeah, hold on. So like, do you believe? Now, don't deflect the question, right? Do you believe there is a Jewish DNA? Yes or no?
No.
So why are you making this argument based on that, saying like the Limba have it? You just said that a minute ago, so I don't know why you're switching.
I'm using their argument against them. Do you understand that? Because remember, someone said, "Oh, they have the DNA; they can show that they're related to this and that." I'm saying even if you were to use the argument, it still goes against their point. Because
so now, at this point, there is a consensus on this panel that there is no Jewish DNA, right? So even based on like the scholarship,
why did you group everyone together? I'm the only one that just said that. Why are you assuming?
Okay, right. So we agree that. Like, I think that's the modern scholarship agrees that there is no Jewish DNA. So we can move on to the next point. This identity is not based on DNA, right? So it's an ethnicity formed out of the Canaanites based on a religion, right? You agree with that?
Well, the Ashkenazi Jews themselves are converts to the religion of Judaism during the reign of King Bulan, the Turkic king. So we can actually find when they were converted in terms of the timeline and when they distributed themselves around Europe.
So
I appreciate the background. Hold on. I appreciate the background. I appreciate the background information, but like what I'm asking you, Zulu, is that what I'm saying is this whole Jewish identity, if it's not based on DNA, if it's not based on biology, or like it's some sort of like an ethnicity based on a specific phenotype or a specific DNA, right? Now we can agree that it's based on a culture. It's based on a religion, maybe. A religion being part of a culture, right? So if you agree, now most current scholars agree that these were Canaanite people to begin with, right? These Canaanite people, they started worshiping, like, it's like if there is a scarcity of resource, right? You have to build an in-group preference based on practicing certain things. Like, it's an in-group preference at that point, right? So they built this religion in order to fabricate or establish their own ethnicity, which we now know as the Jewish people, right?
Caleb, can I ask you a question?
So, yeah.
Who is the progenitor of the Canaanites?
I don't know.
Well, if you actually study the literature, the Canaanites are the descendants of Ham. Ham is supposed to be the father of Africa.
Let
me finish. So if you're saying that the Israelites are Canaanites, you're actually further proving that the white Ashkenazis today cannot be descendants of the Israelites because the Canaanites themselves come from Ham.
I do not subscribe to that Ham, Shem, and that
So then
thing.
where
Right?
you even
That's
getting
like a, hold on. That's
where
like
you
a
even getting it from?
those are like a myth, right? Like in order to create a nation, like Romans did it, the Greeks did it. People have this myth going on,
You're all
right?
over the
And then
place,
based
man.
on
You're
those
all,
myths, you establish a nation. So the biblical narrative is part of that myth. Like
if
even
we're
a
gonna talk
5-year-old,
about, if we're gonna
hold
talk
on,
about genealogies, if we're gonna talk about genealogies, we have to refer to the Hebrew texts. If we're talking about Jews or Israelites, there's no way
they create
around
their
it.
own myth. Like
You're
it's
not,
not
you're not,
supposed to
you're
be
not gonna
taken
call it myth.
literally.
You're not gonna call it myth when there's literally genealogy list.
These are eponymous ancestors, Zulu. You know this. I don't know why you're doing this, but I think you're better than this. You know these are eponymous ancestors, the 12 tribes and all that. Those are myth. It's not like unique to the Jewish people. The
Okay,
Romans did it.
go and tell that to the Biblical Archaeological Institute in Israel when they're literally excavating these locations and finding what's actually written in the Bible. You can actually go and do studies in biblical archaeology. Not the whole thing isn't a myth. They will dispute the supernatural events. They will dispute miracles and all that. But in the kingdom of Israel, ancient Israel, Judah, Judea, these locations existed. They had kings. They had tribes.
Exactly. I'm not denying that.
This is a reality.
I'm not denying. So I'm not denying that, Zulu. What I'm
This is
saying
what
is,
we're arguing about. We're arguing about who has. We're arguing
What
about
I'm
who
saying
has.
is, like, you have to distinguish.
We're
Hold on,
arguing
you have
about
to
who has
distinguish.
we're arguing about
The-
who has the claim to the land, right? So we have to refer to genealogy and bloodlines. Who was the first one there? Who was the original there? And we'll come to find that both parties were not the original. That's just the facts. The Palestinians and the present day Zionists are not the original people. That's just the fact.
So, like, according to you, who are the original people then?
They're dispersed. The ones that are scattered around the world that left the Levant, according to the scriptures, they left numerous points and times in history. Some during the Assyrian refuge, some during the Babylonian exile, and the final exile was when the Romans burnt the temple in 70 AD. The Jews,
So, okay, let me ask you this.
Have migrated out of the Levant into Africa. There's numerous occasions.
Okay. And how long ago was this? Like, exactly how long ago was this?
This is thousands of years ago.
Like how? Like, just give me a rough number. How long ago was that dispersal?
So the first dispersal would have been the Assyrian invasion of Israel when they scattered the 10 tribes. This is when.
That? Like, what century BC is that? Like the Assyrian invasion?
I think that's about 3,000. I'm giving you a rough number. I don't remember the exact number.
Okay, like let's just say like 3,000.
About 3,000 years ago, maybe a bit more than that. But
okay, within that 3,000 people, within that 3,000 time frame, right? You are saying those people left from Levant and populated West Africa. That's your argument.
They didn't populate West Africa themselves. They met people there. We have the Nok civilization in West Africa. That's the oldest civilization there. They mixed with the people there.
How long does it take for a phenotype to evolve? Because those people, all of them left. Is that what you're saying? And somehow like displaced. All of them are now found. Say if you just assume like the Igbo people, for example, or these people, right? Or the South African people or Zimbabwean people are these people, right? Within 3 years, you were telling me that they lost their phenotype. Hold on.
Why are you saying 3 years?
I'm saying like 3,000 years, right? Like within 3,000 years, they lost their phenotype, they lost their culture, they lost their language, they lost their religion. That's you basically essentially that's what you were saying. We were there 3,000 years ago, like we were there 3,000 years ago, but now we look completely different. Our phenotype is completely different. We don't speak a Semitic language. We speak a completely grammatically in every way possible. You cannot find any more people who are so separate from each other, the Igbos and any one Levantine person right now in the Levant.
Okay, well, so let me respond to that. There's 2 points I need to respond. The first point is you've made a presupposition that the original Israelites had a different phenotype to the modern day West Africans and Bantu peoples. That's an absolute lie. When you look at the documented reports on the anthropology of the ancient Israelites, it actually leans more to a Negroid phenotype. Yeah. It's funny.
Now you're trolling.
When I show you, you're not going to be laughing though.
So
You don't
there's
have
a video in
you
the
have zero
back.
you have zero references. Secondly, in regards to like language and different culture, explain to me how Christian missionaries are writing in their own reports when they're going into West Africa, meeting the Ashanti, meeting the Igbo, going to South Africa, meeting the Shona and the Zulu. They're reporting Hebrewisms. There's even a book called Hebrewisms of West Africa. They're coming to the conclusion that There's not much we have to teach them according to the Bible, because a lot of what they're doing is in the pages in the Bible. For example,
the first 5 books of
let me finish. This is important. For example, in the Igbo tribe, they call it Omanana, and it means the law, the thing that they do in the land. They circumcise on the 8th day. That's exactly what you find in the pages of Deuteronomy. God tells the Israelites to circumcise on the 8th day. When you compare the Torah, the law, and what Omanana is, according to the Igbos, you'll see that there's so many connections to the point where they've literally written books on the Hebrewisms of West Africa.
True.
I've got a Jewish encyclopedia, not conspiracy theory, nothing, mainstream Jewish encyclopedia. There's a whole chapter talking about the Igbo Jews and the Lemba Jews. Literally, this is Jews writing this. This is why I told you they're sending rabbinic missionaries to West Africa. As I'm speaking to you right now, they want to bring them back to the land of Israel, and they want them to join the greater Israel. This is why they're sending Jewish missionaries in Africa right now.
Okay,
Do you understand this?
Okay, hold on. Look, Zulu, just because one crazy Jewish guy goes to Africa and tries to convert the locals, it doesn't mean that, because imagine Christianity itself, the kind of Christianity you practice yourself, was introduced by missionaries in that part of Africa. We know this, probably 18th and 19th century. And most of Christianity, even evangelical Christianity, is strongly rooted on this Hebrew myth, right? Like the Bible, what you call the Bible, right? The Israelites, like the first 5 books is based on like God. But you cannot, people who are Christian are always pro what? Like especially evangelical Christians are pro-Jews, Israel, because the whole narrative is based on Israel, right? So if those people converted by white missionaries and therefore reflect the values of those white missionaries by putting on a pedestal the Jewish people, it's no surprise, right? It's no surprise. So, but like in order to establish that kind of connection between your people and the Canaanites or the Israelis or the Hebrews, your only evidence acceptable here should be your genotype as reflected on your phenotype. You can compare that from the people who live there back there, and linguistically their culture. Those cultures that everybody like, there are a lot of countries in Africa that circumcise. That doesn't mean that one culture practices here and another culture. It doesn't establish that. That's not just strong enough.
Okay, so let me ask you let me ask you a question, Caleb. If I'm making this up and I'm making all the connections to try and fit a narrative, why does even the state of Israel acknowledge Igbos and Lembas as Jews to the point where they
don't recognize at all?
Okay. Listen. This is
they do not recognize the Igbos as Israelis.
Listen. I know you think you're superior. You can just cut me off and just deny everything. But hear what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. They have an organization called Obadiah Alliance. There's also a famous Jew called I think his name is Ruddy. He actually goes around and he goes and does missionary work in Africa. He goes specifically to places that claim to be descendants of the Jews, of the Israelites. He goes to these locations. How can you respond? How can you
because I got the point. Like it's long. I know what you're talking about. The Obadiah, I know about that. So let me respond to that.
Okay, what is Obadiah? No, tell me. Since you know,
this is a Sephardic Jew who is a mulatto, by the way, of a part of white, a Jewish, white Jewish and black Jewish. I've heard the guy speak actually, right? So now he's trying to create his own power base within that dynamic, right? So he's trying to he established his own rabbinical or whatever little constituency or groups that he has. So what he's trying to do is try to include a larger mass of people from West Africa, like the Igbos, right? But this guy is a Sephardic Jew, a mulatto of a Sephardic Jew, the Sephardian, and they have a name for those mixed babies. Mulatto is basically for other people, but there is actually Luso-Africans. Yeah, the Luso-Africans, their history is well documented in history. When they went to that part of the world, they made babies with the slaves, right? So he is a product of that. And now he's saying, my other half of me must be included in this. So he's trying to, so this is not a work of the Israeli government. This is just a little sect, a fanatic. You understand? So I don't know why you're trying to impose or saying that, or why you're trying to say like this is a policy of the Israeli government. The Israeli government does not recognize Igbos, Limba, or anybody.
Okay, I'm gonna post a video in the chat. This is Rudy Roachman. He's doing this documentary called "We Were Never Lost." He's an Ashkenazi Jew. He's an Ashkenazi Jew who's literally going around Africa as we're speaking, recruiting these ancient Israelites to become rabbinic Jews to come to the land of Israel, as well as the Obadiah lands, as mentioned before. So for you to say this is completely made up, is completely showing your
That guy
your
is black, you know, right? Like the guy you were talking about, he's black, right? He's visible.
Rudy Roachman is white. He's
No,
not
no, no,
black.
no. The guy who's advocating with an.
So
what
you're
is it?
saying that the video in the back is wrong then, with the rabbi that says that there's genetic proof?
That's not the policy of the Israeli government.
This guy.
I'm not talking about the Israeli government. I'm talking about genetics.
There is no Jewish genetics. Are you low? Are you like a slow or something?
He's
Like,
not
go
going to
back
show
to
any evidence.
we established there is no.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is.
What is it then? Okay, tell me, Jupiter. What is the Jewish
There's
genetics?
markers from the indigenous people that will show that people, that even if their skin color has changed, no matter where they've gone around the world, whether their genetics actually match up.
Markers, like what you're referring to as Jupiter, is probably J2 or E1, B1B. Those are shared by a lot more people than just the Jewish people. That's what
But
I'm
there
trying
must
to tell
be
you.
other markers that are specific.
There must be is not an argument. Are you dumb?
Well, there must be, because we all know that
Like, if
Jewish
you know something,
people,
just say you know it and make it provide evidence. If not,
okay,
just
let me go.
don't put on the table.
So there's
Yeah,
a marker for there's a marker for the priestly families because they tell us so.
no, that's pseudoscience. Anyways, like, I don't think you're even qualified for this call. You're just because you're.
I don't think you're qualified. Have you done
because
genetics?
you're a Christian, you want to be
Have you done
pro-Israeli.
genetics? We're all talking from a layman's point of view, aren't we?
At least you can Google and just have a basic understanding. I'm
Well,
not
so
a
could
geneticist.
you. I've just got. I've
You don't
given
even know.
you a
So
video to look at that
your
you're
argument is
refusing
like,
to look
oh,
at.
there must be a marker. Go find it
Well, there
and
must
come back
be a
to the
marker
table.
because they're saying there is.
I've literally posted 3 videos in the private chat.
Go find it, and when you're ready, and
Yeah,
bring
you
it.
go find it.
That's your
You're
claim,
saying,
not mine.
You're saying, go and find me the proof where it shows that there's no genetics that can prove that certain peoples came from the piece of land now known as Israel.
Jupiter, I think we discussed
No,
it.
because
Like,
what you're
if you
stating is that those people
think
in Israel have got no genetics. That's what you're stating.
no, I'm not saying they have no genetics.
So what you're saying is that everybody that now lives on the land of Israel came from somewhere else. Is that what you're saying?
No. You misunderstand.
Oh, so there is genetic markers from people that lived in what is now known as Israel.
Being Israeli, being Jewish is an ethnicity. Ethnicity
No.
is not based. No.
Are there markers from people that stay on the land that is now known as Israel? Is there anybody
I can tell you what I can tell you what they all have in common, right? What they all have in common is culture to begin with.
Forget the culture because we're talking about genetics. Let's stay on the genetics.
Like I said, I made that very clear. Rabbi Zulu agreed with me that
is there a genetics that can prove to us that people actually came from that part of the world?
There is.
He doesn't know.
So is it possible that people that came from that part of the world?
That DNA that you're referring to, I called it by name, right? It's J2, probably J1, and E1, B1B. Those things are not specifically for Israeli people. It includes people in Africa. It includes people.
No, of course not. But if you've got that genetic marker and you practice the Jewish faith,
say for example, I can be E1. I can be J1. No, hold on. Most likely, if I do my DNA, it probably
why would you find anything wrong with that?
Okay, hold on. Let me just give you a clear example, right? So let's just simplify this. Let's slow down. If I do my DNA, I never did. It would be probably E1, B1B, and J2 probably would be there, or J1 would be there. Am I Israeli?
Okay, so you would have a claim to go back.
No, because that DNA pretty much includes like hundreds of millions of people in Africa.
Yeah, of course.
In North
Africa.
They need to
narrow it down
so are you saying all those people? Are you saying the entire North Africa, the entire Horn of Africa is qualified?
Only the people that actually practice the faith and can prove a lineage.
That's a stretch. So that
No,
cannot
it's
be
not. No, it's not,
because
why would
like
people that are Christian and that want to go back there if they don't practice
if you're
the same
trying to use
faith?
it if you're trying to use it as a criteria for
That is the
migration, it
criteria
has
they literally use that you say that they don't use.
no, they don't use criteria for migration.
Yeah, they do
Not
use
at all.
criteria.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Not to my knowledge, really. You don't have to do your
Yeah, they do.
DNA to
Okay,
prove
hold
that
there.
you're Jewish. No.
As soon as you keep saying that I should go and Google things because you don't know how to Google, I'll go get it. Hold on.
He hasn't posted a single source in the private chat. I've literally posted numerous videos.
But that's beside the point, Zulu. Like what I'm saying is, like, why are you fixated on these people, my guy?
Listen, do you know what we're talking about today? We're talking about Israel and Palestine. If you just come in here to just chat shit, then I don't understand. We're not talking about people trying to claim. We're not talking about me trying to identity crisis or whatever, like you always trying to do. We're actually having a conversation on a serious matter. So if you've got anything to contribute to Israel and Palestine, then please don't come here with that bullshit. So I'll smoke you anytime. I'll smoke you
What I'm
anytime.
saying is,
no
Zulu,
intellectual
my
basis.
broski,
All you do is chat
broski.
shit and troll.
Broski,
I know what
like
you're about.
if it wasn't for Ashkenazi IQ, Israel would be a third world country right now, right? So them taking over that place is actually a good thing, isn't it?
If it wasn't for the Rothschilds and the British Empire giving them that land, then maybe it wouldn't be where it is now. Yeah, because you forget that part, don't you? You forget that it's the Rothschilds of the British Empire that gave
British
them that
Empire
land.
gave a lot of people different spaces. They gave
Yeah,
Pakistan.
and they took a lot of stuff too, right?
They gave the Muslims. They gave the Muslims Pakistan, but look at Pakistan; it's falling behind. They gave.
It would have been like Zimbabwe and South Africa. Like, look what happened after white people left. It became to a shithole.
Disgusted how obsessed you are. It's so disgusted. Like,
so we actually need
sometimes
that.
Sometimes I forget you're a Christian. You know that, Reggie. Sometimes I actually forget you're a Christian.
That's okay. I forget that you're a rabbi.
Do you know how sad that is?
I forget that you're a rabbi.
You're supposed to resemble Christ, but like I genuinely forget you're a Christian sometimes.
Well, you're supposed to be apparently a Christian, but today you're calling yourself a rabbi. I mean, you make up your mind.
I mean, says the guy that's got Israel Zindabad on his profile. I noticed how you've taken the emoji off the flag. I guess you've taken to heed what I mentioned about the Star of Revelation. You've taken the emoji off, haven't you? Well done, my brother.
Wait a minute, Reggie, my Christian brother, big up, my brother.
You recognize that the Star of Revelation, that Israeli flag, is a satanic symbol. You recognize that, yeah? Well done, brother.
No, I recognize that there are millions and millions of Christians dying at the hand of jihad. 17 of the most oppressive countries to be a Christian are Islamic, but yet I noticed that the so-called Christians that we have on this platform never seem to talk about it. They always seem to talk about Zionism. They seem to talk about the Rothschilds. They seem to talk about all these other things, but they always try and skate over that. You know what I mean?
It's anti-Semitism. Like, I don't know why black people. Yes, I don't know how black people adapted this anti-Semitism. I think it's because there is a hierarchy, right? So because they cannot fight like the bigger powers, they're trying to reflect that on there. You see this trend of like Asian hate. They just pick on other people. They can, like a monkey knows which tree to climb kind of thing, innit?
Monkey, yeah. You just couldn't help yourself, could you?
No, I'm saying like it's just I don't know how you guys turned anti-Semitic all of a sudden.
Yeah. Well, you're anti-Bantu. We've heard you say that all we do is Chuck Spears, that we're uneducated, that we deserve to be
clearly educated. You're more educated than I am, to be honest.
We've heard your stance, so you can't call anyone anti anything. Because you're
this whole idea of trying to steal their identity.
Zulu, what have you done to highlight the plight of your Christian brothers that are under the oppression of Islam in many countries?
If you knew anything about the scriptures, you would know that these things were prophesied, that Christians would be persecuted, you'd be hated for my namesake.
You're happy that you're going.
So whether it's in the West, whether it's in Islamic countries, we will be persecuted because Christ said so. So you should be rejoicing, saying that, wow, it's proving the scripture, right?
So we should be rejoicing that our brothers are being oppressed by your Islamic what I call it.
Yeah, but like I said, you would have anticipated this if you knew the scriptures. You would know that this was going to happen anyway.
Brother,
I don't think Christians aren't being persecuted in the West, because they are.
Brother, you see what they do? Just to sugarcoat it, you compare it with the West as if it's comparable. Oh my goodness, the thing people do to try and excuse the people that they're in bed with. It's mad.
Wait, isn't Zulu a Christian? No, like is
He was meant. He but the Bible says, "By the fruits you shall know them." But he
and your
he
fruits,
said-
and your fruit,
you
your
know
fruits
the
are
wolf in sheep's clothing.
your fruits are fresh,
You know what I'm
aren't
saying?
they? Aren't they? Aren't they?
The tequila. I've seen it so many times on here. There was another brother that was like that as well.
You're the one that said God had to become a degenerate.
He's cut from the same
that.
cloth. There was
Don't
another
forget that.
brother that used to wear dreadlocks and call himself a Christian, and then the next day call himself a Muslim. This same guy, the Zulu, used to hang on the same platform with him, Kiki, and that guy came out the closet as a Muslim later on. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be surprised if
I have
Zulus
no idea who you're talking about. I have no idea.
Let me ask you guys a question. If you're both Christians, right? Do you guys believe God is all powerful, right, and all good, right? You guys believe that?
Yeah, Caleb, you're kind of topic now.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to deal with that, would you, Reggie? Because you don't defend Christianity. So even if he came to you with Christian, you wouldn't be able to deal with that.
No, I'm saying like, but do you guys agree with those two premises? Like, do you believe God is all powerful and all good?
This Semitic Caucasian batty boy in a second, but you couldn't defend Christianity because all you want to talk about is Islam.
I don't need to defend.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Defend.
Let's do a little test. You and Caleb have an interaction. You defend the Bible. Go on, everyone. Let's see how Reggie defends.
I'm not here to defend.
Hold on. Go ahead, Caleb. Ask him the question again. Go on.
No. I want Zulu to answer this. I don't know why Zulu's running from this.
Zulu's a rabbi today. You said I'm a rabbi, right?
Okay,
You said I'm a rabbi.
it's a very simple question.
Ask the Christian Reggie.
It's a simple question.
Reggie, the question. Let's see if Reggie can defend the Bible. Go ahead, Caleb. Ask him the question.
I'm not here to defend. I was here to talk about Israel-Palestine conflict, brother.
Yeah,
I'm asking the question like Christians, please agree amongst yourself and answer this question. Is God all powerful and all good?
Yeah, Reggie, I'd like to hear your opinion.
Yeah, Reggie, go on.
Well, I'm not derailing from the topic that I came to discuss.
Answer the question, man.
Yeah, I can talk about that one if you want to talk about that one. This is derailment.
Answer the question,
Completely
man.
derailment.
Why can't you defend the Bible, bro? Are you that weak?
It's not about defending. It's not about defending the Bible. The Bible doesn't need defending like that. Like,
he's asking your question, though. Answer the question.
He can ask the question. It doesn't mean I have to answer it. That's up to him.
You're selective.
You
Yeah? You only want to talk about Islam. You don't want to talk about Christ. You don't want to praise God. You don't want to prove the Bible. You just want to talk about Islam. That's all you want to do. That's all you want to do. That's in your heart.
There's a time and place for everything.
Reggie, you disgust me.
There's a time and place.
Why are you on Reggie like that? Why you hate him with passion though? Like, I mean,
because
he can
I'm
have his own
Christian, that's
opinion.
why he hates me. It's always been the same. Whenever a Christian comes on, you see the ammunition.
I hear the passion in his voice.
Yeah, because this wolf in sheep's clothing wants to say, I'm not a Christian when I'm here day in, day out, defending the Bible, giving glory to Yeshua, and all you want to do is talk about Islam. That's all you want to do. You're an absolute joke. You're a hypocrite. And
he can though, like he can.
No place in the body of Christ. You have no place in the body of Christ.
Islam is actually the worst form of religion, right? Like it's just exactly. So he has every right to prosecute that religion and how it infected our African sisters.
This is why the Muslims. Why do you think the Muslims love Zulu here? Because of
yes, no, yeah.
You know what I mean? When the non Christians like you like this, then you know there's something going wrong. Like when the Muslims.
This is a diversion, though. You're not even talking about Palestine. You're now talking about Muslims and Zulu. So you could have spent that energy to answer the question about your faith, but instead you chose it to talk about Muslims and Zulu. So I feel like Zulu is actually onto something still.
Yeah, Zulu is just obviously we wanted to.
Let's get back to Palestine and Israel.
That was the thing. That was what we were talking about.
Go for it then. Go for it. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, like as already been discussed, you know what I'm saying? The land has passed through so many hands, but it has a longer history with the Jews. And I actually had a video in the back to be able to of someone that has like a clear timeline of events, but I don't know what's happened. Obviously, the video wasn't. Maybe we didn't want to play it or something. But the evidence is there of timeline. So all this hearsay,
and I think it's important people look at that timeline. To be fair,
Jupiter
came back with her evidence, I guess.
Who's Jupiter?
I've already dropped stuff in the back.
No, I've got a video. But
she came with a Jewish DNA.
I've got a video that talks about the timeline and.
I'm not Jewish. I don't consider myself Jewish.
No, I'm saying like with the evidence of a
I've
Jewish
got
DNA.
I've got a great grandmother who's Jewish
I
and a
see
great grandfather
some
who's Jewish.
Hamas clown has
I
called for a
don't think
day of
that's
jihad
it.
on Friday. Of course, Friday, because it's after prayers. That's when they do it. They launched the jihad from the mosques because it has everything to do with Islam. What you witnessed last week in Israel has everything to do with Islam. So fuck Hamas, fuck Hezbollah, fuck the Taliban, fuck Al Qaeda, fuck ISIS, fuck Al Shabaab. You see all these groups who misinterpret the Quran. They don't misinterpret it. Every one of those jihadi groups follow the words and the teachings and the actions and the life of the false prophet Mo. Because the false prophet Muhammad raped and pillaged just as his followers did in Israel.
100%.
Every move they make is sanctioned by him, or they wouldn't make it. Do you know what they get for doing, in their belief system? Do you know what they get for pillaging and raping those women in Israel? They get to go to heaven. That's your fucking God. That's what Allah.
I just want to say that these are not the views of the channel. Do you know what I mean? We're playing a piece to be discussed. We're playing it for fair use, for what do we call it? Commentary. Yeah, just for commentary and news. So please don't think I ain't putting this out there. I don't want YouTube deleting my video because they say I'm playing some anti, some homo, some what do you call it? Islamophobic. There you go.
Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. God is great, is he? That's what God wants, is it? God wants innocent women dragged naked and spat on. Is that what your God wants? Acts of cowardice. That's what it is. Known worldwide as fucking cowards. Don't fight like men, you fight like bitches and cowards. So, this Friday, I've seen stay at home, don't leave your home. Fuck that. Go out. Do everything as normal. Do not live in fear from some jihadi scumbags. I hope they get blown to fucking pieces. Every last one of them.
Mad.
What Friday is he talking about? Last Friday?
I believe this tomorrow. Maybe he's talking about.
I think I know.
No,
recently,
there was a call to jihad about last Friday. Yeah.
Well, it's become normal anyway. So.
Is it? Okay.
It's another Friday, isn't it, on Europe? But
But like a question here though, like if I was a melanated person, right, who would I have more animosity towards? The people who cut off my ancestors' balls, or the Jewish people who have not done anything to me?
Sorry, this is a distraction. So yeah, Reggie, you'd agree that's a distraction from what you want to talk about, right?
So I'd like to respond to that video.
Sorry, Reggie, that's a distraction from what you want to talk about,
right? It's closer to the topic than it was previously, but yeah, it's a bit of a sand.
No, seriously, like if you like, we should have a political agenda.
Like Palestine and Israel, he doesn't want to deviate from the subject. So what you're talking about is something that's deviating from the subject, Caleb.
All right.
Yeah. So Reggie, I'd like you to lead. Or Jupiter, you had something to say just now, didn't you?
Yeah, so I'd like to respond to that video. So
Okay, cool.
All of those terrorist groups, I don't care if they get blown to smithereens, they've caused, the actual groups themselves have caused lots of stuff, hate and everything to other people. So whatever happens to them, they decided to go into some kind of fight. If they get killed, I'm not going to feel sorry for them. They decided to take the road of violence. But when it comes to ordinary Muslims, I don't think that they do all believe the same thing. I think that some people think that they do, but I don't think that they do. And if you're going to go to the, if you're going to say, okay, well, this is what their book tells them is going to happen, well, then you have to go to Revelations, and the Bible tells you that the same thing is going to happen as well. If you're a Christian or a Muslim and you believe in your scriptures, then there's a good reason to believe that we might even be in the last days of Revelations and the end days of the Quran.
I think
so.
You are on your last days, Jupiter, because you're old. But like, I don't know.
What Tommy was alluding to was a concern, and he was raising a concern, and he has his way of expressing himself. But he's raising concerns based on a consistency to which many of us have seen of this thing that we identify and know of as jihad. Now, it's the same type of jihad that the Prophet committed that 1,000 whatever years ago, that we are now experiencing in different parts of societies, wherever his followers are. We're seeing it evidently in Israel, when many people are shouting Allahu Akbar before beheading, blowing up people, etc.
Yeah, but it tells you in the Bible, doesn't it, Reggie, that in the last days they will behead people.
Yeah, it does. And
it does tell you that, and it tells you that you know, all this is going to happen around the time of the Antichrist coming.
And we saw, and what he's alluding to probably, I think, is, you know, last Friday there was another stabbing in France and Belgium, which obviously people just, you know, glossed
It's
over
sad because
it's become normal now.
People are using their religions to allow this to happen. Yeah.
So I don't know. Tommy, he sounded very passionate when he was speaking, but these are the realities of what people, ordinary people in this country, are now having to, becoming the norm. This is what we're getting used to. It's haram to kill women and children, but it wasn't haram when they were killing Jewish innocent Israelis in Israel 2 weeks ago. You lot were on the streets celebrating in London and Manchester.
Yeah, I think that was pretty heartless.
I'm saying.
And the thing is, that's heartless, but it's also heartless the other way.
Yeah, it's mad.
And what they're doing is they're actually polarizing people and getting people to glorify and to think that it's okay for innocent people to die.
Ain't both sides doing that though, Jupiter?
I just said that.
Really, what's it got to do with every?
Yeah, but I
Tom,
just
Dick,
said
and
that.
Harry?
Yeah.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, what's it got to do with every Tom, Dick, and Harry? Everyone's got something to say about this, but yet humanitarianism and, you know, caring about women and children has gone out the window. Everyone's taken up a stance on it. You've got 70-year-old pensioners knifing up little 4-year-old kids in America, going, "You Muslims must die." Like, what's it got? Like, even if you did believe that, why would you carry out a killing like that? Like,
yeah.
It's
And
got
then
nothing
you
to
get
do with you. There's soldiers,
Hamas
there's
saying
paid
kill the Jews and
professionals.
beheading babies. Yeah,
There's
it's
paid
disgusting.
professionals, soldiers, there's military, there's fucking millions of pounds worth of fucking arms in the world. Why do innocent people why do civilians need to take up arms or take to the streets or make videos calling each other bastards and crackheads, and like all this is all not unnecessary.
Well,
It's got nothing to do.
Maybe you can help us.
To do with innocent people being murdered.
I will say this, Khan, as somebody that lives in Britain and as somebody that's not Islamic.
You're talking about me now?
Who's that?
I don't know who that is. Someone's off mute.
Look at it. Why can't you just hold it? Why can't you just... So you're making off like you've got no reason, bro. Oh, DJ, I move, man. He's touching me, bro.
What is it, Jets?
DJ,
I don't know who it is. I don't know what's going on.
He's the only one off mute.
long nose.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't know. There's a plethora of Muslims.
Hold on, there's someone having a fight. They're saying, "Don't touch me, man." I don't know who that is.
It's a video, isn't it? Probably playing in the background.
Did I know that we can hear that?
Shut up, you heard, man. Acting up.
Anyway.
Jedi, we can hear you.
You just hold it. Why can't you just...
Okay. Interesting. So, yeah. What were you
like
saying?
I'm seeing a concerted effort on all sides to encourage every Tom, Dick, and Harry to have something to say about this, to take to the streets, to protest, to do all this nonsense. But why? I don't get it. Like, there's military out there. These governments have spent millions of pounds in weaponry. Why do they need Tommy Robinson and Ali Dawah encouraging people to go at each other and come out on the streets of London and have it out? Like, what? Why? It's just so.
Because if you believe that there's an orchestration going on, and that
it's
the
obvious.
means of them playing out the orchestration because some of them actually believe it to be true, whereas others just go along with their orders. The bottom line is that they're trying to get the population down to fit the scriptures, and a third of people must die. And you can only do that by making people hate each other. The bottom line is that if people, this is why I keep saying that I find that this particular war fascinating. It's not because I'm fascinated by people dying. No, it's fascinating because the scriptures are coming alive by themselves, and it would appear to be orchestrated. Oh God!
Here we go again.
Right, that's not Jedi, is it?
Is that coming through Jedi's microphone?
Yeah, it's coming on and off. What the fuck?
Come, I bought a sweatbox. I bought a sweatbox. Come to me. I'm not going to fight you in public. I'll fight you in the gym.
Hector.
I hope it's not another jihadist attack where people are shouting.
I don't know. I just don't like the sound of it. No, it's not Hector.
Is Hector at home? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check.
Oh my God, this don't sound good, you know. Can't anyone ring him?
It's a video. I think it's a video. Jedi. Jeds.
It was all a dream.
Yeah. Anyway, carry on, you lot.
Mama.
Yeah.
Sorry, you lot. My bad.
Can we play this Israel video
Jupiter
now?
was worried, man. Jupiter was worried for you, bro.
Is
it?
Yeah.
This video on Israel that will highlight.
I said Hector's on crud, bro.
Huh? How do you work out from that it's Jedi fighting and that it was Jedi that I was worried about? All I could hear was a load of women screaming.
Uncle Hector's got his willy out.
That's what women do. Women watch. That's all they do. They scream. When it kicks up,
Yeah, it was the women I was worried about. They sounded all traumatized.
Yeah, but I heard that Uncle Hector voice though. I did. He's got his willy out or something.
Is he okay? Is he okay? What they do? My nephew, is he okay? I know, man. Uncle Hector ain't having it. But yeah, sorry, man. Sorry. Sometimes the microphone don't pick that kind of stuff up.
Cool Cat said they heard Zelini emotion beating up Hector.
Yeah. I heard Zelini as well. I heard him as well.
Jokes.
Hector and Zelini.
Imagine if Motion ever got his hands on Hector, boy.
Can we play this?
Right.
Can we play this video now? But yeah.
Oh, this one that's on there? This one?
No, not this one. Not this one. I don't know what this one.
Yeah, 1 second. Let's play it.
English Defence League reunion. Which city shall we hit?
And let me. And with that, I just want to say, you lot need to start trusting in me, man. He never left this shit alone, bro. Not like what everyone's always said about this guy about being a grifter in the sense of he just picks up whatever hustle is current. It's look, you just were shaking Muslims' hands and talking nonsense on Young Spray's thing. Now you want to call back the EDL reunion. Which town should we go to? Go to London, bro. You know where you need to go. Go and have it. I don't know what you're trying to prove. Go and have it.
Run out of coke money.
Yeah. So you're bringing up this instigator to the white working class again now. Yeah, you're gonna start fucking arranging little mini wars for them to get nicked and in trouble with while you sun it up in the Costa del Sol. Fuckeries. Actually, fuckeries. If I was
It's
white,
back in Britain at the moment. He was in the news yesterday.
yeah, because he's trying to get a court. He's trying
He
to get
appealed it, yeah, the court
yeah.
case.
They turned him down. Say he's a bully.
Yeah, they said he's a bully. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Tommy's taking center stage in this.
He wants to, innit? I mean, he wants to.
English Defence League reunion. Which city shall we hit? Put your comments underneath. We're coming back with a bang. Just when you thought you got rid of us.
Oh, is it? I thought it was over. I thought you're not in that no more. Man, it's back. What do you think about that, Dupes? You gassed?
I want to hear what he's saying.
What do you mean you want to hear what he's saying?
I want to hear all of it, and then I'll tell you what I think of it.
He's just said EDL reunion.
English Defence
to do
League
what, though?
reunion. Which city shall we hit? Put your comments.
Don't play games, Dupes, man. You know what they do when they hit cities? They march and they, you know what it is, Dupes, man. When we play,
Yeah, but EGL is a reunion, right? But be sensible.
What?
EGL, he's saying an EGL reunion.
Yeah.
How old do you think most of those people are going to be?
Old enough to hit the
Like
nine.
it matters.
Old enough. They'll be out there. There's always been old boys in that crew, but there's always had young ones as well. Old enough. When they came down to defend the statues in central London, that was a couple years ago.
Yeah, that was DFLA.
Yeah, but yeah, they'll all be down. They'll all be down. All of them will be down.
Yeah, I don't get it. What is the? He's not even actually giving much detail. What is the
Reggie,
purpose
just
of
remember to
reunion?
stay at home.
Yeah, I
Don't
want to
come out
know
your house.
exactly what he's saying before I make a
Reg,
comment.
don't get twisted.
All
Don't
he's-
not start thinking you're involved and turn up with them.
All he's saying is that he wants to reunite and come back together. That's what I'm getting from this video.
And he said, "What city should we hit first? We're coming back with a bang."
Well, we'll see it. We'll believe it when we see it. You know, they're not even
Yeah,
that.
let's see
They
what
were
he
never
said.
even that significant anyway. Regardless, even at their height, they weren't even that.
I
big
don't
anyway.
think he's got that many followers left at the moment, to be fair.
I don't know, you know.
The world's moved on, brother. Like you know,
Yeah,
everyone
it
brings
has.
this guy
So,
back into
so
some.
that's why I'm waiting to hear what he says.
He's dead food. Yeah, but Muslims seem to love him for some reason. Every time, like you don't hear from
Yeah,
him,
they keep him alive. Yeah.
they keep him alive. He's living rent free. Like goodness me. So, I haven't forgot that he's even doing anything until now.
Defence.
You know, I never actually
I
listened to
think
this guy.
Muslims done the right thing, bruv, keeping one eye on him. Because
I never
ain't
even
gone
heard
away.
of this guy until I got into like Speaker's Corner and started listening to some like Respect and some of the Islamic channels. I don't even know who he was.
Jupiter knew who he was.
Huh?
I knew he
Jupiter
was
knew who
before
he
that. I didn't. I was never EGL.
True.
So
I don't know who he was.
I think it's just. I think the video is just a prank. It's a bit of a joke.
When
I
people
don't think
started
he's
telling me
serious.
that,
I
oh,
think it's
he goes against black people and black people should be weird. I was like, whoa, I've never actually heard him mention or go into racialized politics concerning black people directly. Anyway, at that point,
I don't think that he would do it. I mean, that's why I wanted to watch it. I don't think he would do a serious call out.
Yeah, I think it's
Not
a
at
bit
the
of a joke
moment.
thing.
It's pointless. That would escalate things, and I don't think he would want to get the blame for escalating
I think I
things.
saw a video of someone asking him, like, what's this we've heard about an ETL reunion? And he was like, oh, it's the first I've heard of it. And he started laughing. As far as I remember, I see something like that. So for him to put this out now, I think he's just mocking it. He's just having a laugh with it.
I think maybe if I was to read between the lines, maybe going along with the other video, maybe he's trying to say because the Muslims are out protesting, it's their time to start like countering it.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
But I don't
Obviously,
know,
it's going to be anti-Muslim, obviously.
because otherwise I don't see what's the purpose of this timing with the whole thing. What a world we live in.
Are we sure that's definitely him and not an AI though as well?
You're funny.
Yeah, I am beautiful because I'll tell you for why.
No, that face cannot be duplicated.
It wouldn't make sense
That's
for
him.
him to do that right now.
No,
It
that is
wouldn't
him.
make
That is him.
sense.
No, there's no way you can duplicate that. That is him. But I think he's doing it for a laugh, though. I don't think he's
Oh,
serious.
okay. Because
But
to be serious, yeah,
no, it don't seem serious to me.
Of course he's serious. What do you mean he's not serious? Because what? Because he's smiling.
No, because Jupiter
Play it.
said
Can you
that
play it all,
it's just
Jedi?
run out of
Let's
legs.
see.
There's no.
Khan, are you scared of
really?
Khan,
He's
Khan,
sort
as
of
a
begging
Muslim,
it. He's begging it in a way. He's like,
Khan,
yeah,
as
I
a
wish
Muslim,
there was one.
Khan, as a Muslim, are you scared of Tommy?
Yeah, I am. And I'm scared for innocent children that get shanked up by old men. And I'm scared for old men who get run over by guys in white transit vans outside mosques. So yeah, I am scared.
Hang on. You said boys that get shanked up by old men?
Yeah. Do you not hear this?
Yeah,
2
what
days
about the
ago?
white
Was it
people
4
who are
days
scared,
ago? Some
Khan, though, when
70-year-old
people
guy stabbed up a 5-year-old.
start cheering
In
people
America.
being beheaded? It's funny how you only see
Children
things
have spent time with
that one way as well. You see,
You're saying
people are
this in
always
America, but
accusing
they're
me of being
watching.
biased,
You're
but
saying
they
this in
don't seem to
America, but they're
understand their
watching
own
the same
biases.
news that we're watching. They're
Well,
under the same influences that we're under.
Brother Khan, with your analogy, are you scared of? You think that people should be concerned about Muhammad, seeing as a lot of people have also died as a result of his words as well?
Exactly.
What? Which Muhammad? Muhammad Hijab?
I don't play silly buggers.
What are you on about? You're talking about 2,000-year-old religion.
Yeah, I'm saying people have died as a consequence of what he has said and what his ideology. Just like you are insinuating that people have died because of Tommy's rhetoric.
Brother, you seem to be objecting to the fact that Muslims are allowed to live in the UK. In actual fact, working class people, rank and file like you don't get to make those decisions. So for you to object to it, it seems a little bit like stupid.
You're jumping
The
around.
fact is,
If
if you didn't let 1 minute, bro, if you didn't
man.
let Muslims come into this country, you wouldn't be able to make deals with Muslim countries at the highest level. You wouldn't be able
How
to
many
justify it.
football fanatics are there in this country? Actual fanatics. The
You're-
ones that go and love all
I'm
the
not a
fighting and
football
that.
guy.
No,
I'm
it's
not-
not everybody.
I'm not a football guy.
Right, it's a niche.
So
It's a niche.
Tommy Robinson
Right?
has never sold.
But there
any-
are Muslims, fanatical Muslims, fucking worldwide.
I've seen the niche, yeah. I've seen the niche on the streets of London, and that niche is massive. I've seen that niche pouring out of Waterloo Station. I've seen that niche.
So would you say that there's more of them than there is
taking up
Muslims?
the whole of Parliament Square?
Would you say
I've
there's
seen
more
that-
of them
I'm
than there is
taking-
Muslims?
I've seen that niche flanking
Oh,
the side
man.
of Trafalgar Square. I've seen it. Like it's not like the niche is a lot. Like just saying. Remember, we're in
Yeah,
England.
but
Isn't
Jedi,
it, yeah?
it's not a threat because, as Rasbeck said, he won the Battle of Trafalgar.
Only because Jedi turned up.
A Jedi came and done the Exodus.
Anyway, why are you mentioning the R word? We don't mention the R word around here.
Don't be like that. You lot being silly, man. Don't empower silly. If you got something to say what you want to say. It's not. Don't mention the R word. Say what you want to say, man.
What I'm saying is that there's people scared on all sides, and when we have a government that are very weak, who don't understand that actually they should be, for example, right? I don't think it's right if there. But I don't want to shut down freedom of speech, right? But I do believe that there is hate speech, and I know a lot of people don't like me saying that, but I do. I think there is a limit to what you do, right? And when the Palestinians want to protest, I think they've got a right to protest as long as it's peaceful. And I think that with every protest, people should be taking into consideration what they're protesting for and be mindful of certain stuff. Now, I think it was very provocative to go and do protests immediately after the news came of what happened in Israel. Not because I'm sympathetic to one side over the other, because some kids died, some women died, there were still hostages, right? And people cheering it, that's disgusting. People shouting out death to Jews, that's disgusting. And I think that our government should have enforced stopping that, right?
It wasn't only that, though, Jibs. But
equally, Equally, hold on. Equally, I also think that people running into their protests with a Jewish flag, an Israeli flag, running into them, deliberately going to the protests that they're having was provocative as well. I do think that. I think that only flags when something like this, which is off our shores and involving two other, groups of people, the only flag that should have been allowed to be raised just temporarily should have been the British flag. That's it.
They've imported all these problems into the UK, and they've got everybody, even the Scottish lady that is from Scotland, who's never been to Palestine. Even she, as soon as they take their shahada, that's it. They suddenly become an expert on Palestine and what's going on in the Middle East. And it's very weird, all these converts. You get what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is, even what we saw over the last few weeks, it's not just that, Khan's talking about a person in America that got. How many people have been killed because of this ideology of jihad? And how many people, even just last 2-3 weeks, France, two people killed, one person
Yeah,
killed.
so Silverback, can you explain that comment? Because you're saying that's my problem. I only see colour and religion and ignore pro-truth. So what is the pro-truth?
That innocent women and children are being killed by a military machine backed by America and England.
Yes, that's possible. That's possible, but how do you stop it? Does that make protesting and saying that you hold on?
It's not for us to speak about stopping it. It's not up to us to stop it. All we got to do is make sure that we speak up on the humanitarian side of it. There's no point us arguing about politics because we don't write the politics. There's no point us talking about shit that. But every Tom, Dick and Harry's got this point of view, whereas if they take to the streets, they can make a change. You can't change nothing. The whole country could come out to the streets. Nothing's going to change.
Okay.
Protesting.
So you don't agree with the Palestinian protests then, because they can't
make if they're making their voice heard, if they're saying, "Listen,
see, this is what I'm
we're
saying.
drawing attention to innocent women and children being killed,"
but you can't make a change.
It's being supported by the country's government.
But you can't make a change.
No, but they're protesting innocent people being killed.
They can't make a change. You've just said
they're
individuals
protesting
can't make a
innocent people
change.
being killed. We can't say that for the other side because the other side.
Right. So you can only say it to one side. Okay.
The other side are putting
you're biased
fake
then.
News.
So you are biased.
Listen, I do not believe that the West Bank or Gaza is any threat to people in Israel. I don't. I think it's all fake.
Even though they killed people.
Listen, their plan.
I'll tell you what, Khan. Why don't you get a passport and go and live over there and prove it?
You're not allowed to go in there. I believe that is in their doctrine, it's in their belief system, it's in their governmental policies to genocide these people. They believe that if these people who've got an original claim to the land are gone, right? They don't care really about Muslims, Christians.
How is it genocide, you donut?
It's a genocide.
How is it genocide?
It's a genocide.
How?
Because they want them gone. They're not prepared to let them.
How is it genocide? What do you mean they want them gone?
They're not prepared to let them mix.
Show the numbers to prove that it's a genocide.
They've sectioned them into a tiny little square, and now they're bombing the square.
What? It's a genocide. It's a genocide. You said it's a genocide.
They're not letting them leave. They're killing them. It's a human meat grinder.
It's a war. Of course they're killing them.
But
It's a war because there's no other side to fight against.
Hamas started this.
They didn't start it.
Extreme Islamists started
this.
No, they didn't start it.
Yes, they did.
No, they never.
Palestinian population has been growing.
No one's ever.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask a question. Okay, for Gaza, because Hamas is controlling Gaza. But there's people dying on the West Bank, and they're not controlled by Hamas. They're controlled by the PLO, more of a secular agency. So what's the right of them getting massacred right now? It's two-sided. It doesn't make sense.
Either they're getting massacred or they're getting
wait. No. But I'm not saying genocided on the West Bank, because I think 100 people died yesterday on the West Bank.
You're throwing all these buzzwords. You're saying that they're being
but here's the thing though. So what right do they have to kill people in the West Bank when they're protesting?
The same right that your Hamas brothers have to kill people. You know what I'm saying?
No, they're not my brothers.
Exactly. If you're gonna moan about one side, you have to say the other side are wrong too. And
No, I'm
what
saying,
what
what
I'm
did the West
saying
Bank
is-
do? No, I never said that. I said, what did the West Bank do to deserve 100 people dying on
What
the
did
other
the
side?
innocent Israelis do to deserve being beheaded?
It depends. Beheaded, I'm not too sure on those claims, but do you consider illegal settlers as civilians?
Oh, you're going
Okay,
to
so
illegal settlers again. You took
so it's all right to murder illegal immigrants, yeah?
I never said that.
Illegal settlers.
Illegal
They
settlers.
kick people out of their
Well,
homes.
that's what they are. They're migrants to another country, according
No,
to
it's
you.
not.
So you admit they're migrants?
Okay,
not
well,
illegal
according to
settlers.
you, I
The
just
state
said
of
I put
Israel.
that on at the end, according to you.
So wait, let's.
At the end,
go on.
so all these people that have come into our country, should we
Yeah.
murder them?
No.
If they were
What if?
kicking you out of your
Wait,
houses, then maybe,
hold
yeah.
on. Khan. What if those people come up from the shore, running on the beach, come to your house, Droops, take you out of your house, and then you're homeless, and then you come back and might have killed a few of them
Well,
in
some have
in
been
your
doing
house.
that through government procedure.
Wait.
So what we've
bullshit.
got
That's
is illegal
bullshit.
immigrants in 5-star
That's
hotels.
bullshit. Don't even ever try that.
Meanwhile, 13-year-old
You're
boys are being
embarrassing,
forced to live in
Jupiter.
caravans when they're
Wait,
taken
so
into
you don't want
care.
illegal immigrants entering your country and taking your home, but you allow it for, like, not allow it, but you would look the other way if it happened in Israel.
Israel
mean, would
is
I look the other way?
Israel is in their rightful land, and Palestinians are in their place where they belong.
So
which
in
is
your
un-
rightful land, are you allowed to kill your minorities? Are you allowed to kill women and children just because you don't want them mixing in with your population?
You kill if you're in war. You have a right
That's
to kill.
genocide, bro.
Yeah, but
Not
what are you
genocide.
talking about? If they're trying to kill them, how come they're employing them?
Employing who? I don't know. You make up these weird
So
things that you can't
people
back.
in Gaza are being employed by Israelis. They
So
get
what?
allowed through to go and work.
Some
Israel.
They're not allowed to
black
leave
slaves
Gaza.
were-
Where are they working? Nuh-uh.
Just because there's some slight
They
minority that
wouldn't
work
be
with them.
giving them water. They wouldn't have given them electricity if they were trying to kill them.
It's a death camp. They're keeping them alive, aren't they?
So why
For
is
what
it that
purpose?
they're wait? So why is it that
So
the
they can bomb
Israelis?
them like they're doing now.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well,
So why
they
do you
are
think? Wait.
ridiculous.
So why do you think they turn their water off as soon as this whole
But
madness happened?
that's after they went to war.
But
before
that's
that,
not, it's not a
War with
war. It's not a war.
civilians.
Well, here's granted.
50%
They are
of the place is under 18.
granted they are fighting Hamas. No one's there's a conflict going on there. We're not ignoring that. There is a conflict going on. But to turn off water, electricity, and gas for the whole everyone, 2.1 million people in one area, just it's collective punishment.
But that's what happens
It's
in
collective
war.
No, it
punishment.
ain't, no, Jupiter.
It
Because
doesn't.
even
It doesn't.
Russia didn't do that to Ukraine.
And the UN condemned it and said, Russia, what are you doing? Turn it back
Exactly.
on, because this is going against human rights. So when
Exactly.
when the switch is flipped, it's all right. Yeah, it's a little, But if Russia was bombing
But
Ukraine,
Hamas, did they give warnings to people to get out?
did they give warnings? I
Yeah,
don't
did
think
they
they
give
don't
warnings?
have the luxury, because if they was to warn people, they would get
Oh,
eradicated.
they don't have the luxury, so it's all
They
right
don't-
for
they don't have the
terrorists just
luxury.
to go in and kill people randomly.
They don't
Because
have
at
the
the end of
luxury.
the day, you believe
What do
that
you mean
you're
they
on
don't
the
have the
side
luxury?
of
You're not
They
making
Gaza.
don't.
sense.
Gaza.
Wait.
So at the end of the day, you don't care if they kill innocent people.
Wait. Here's the thing, though. You're acting like these people have an army. It's not really an army.
You
Can
said
we
that.
agree
Well, they
on
do.
that?
They have
Godzilla.
they have the Muslim world behind them.
No, they
They said
don't.
that.
They do
You
because we've
just
seen
spit
enough
out this
people all
random
over the world
drivel.
They don't,
coming out
because
in
This
support of them.
random bollocks you spit out,
wait,
Jupiter.
can't
You even
chill.
know that's not true.
Well, you do
You
know,
even
like,
know that's not true yourself.
so Saudi Arabia condemned Hamas. I think UAE condemned Hamas. What was it? Qatar condemned Hamas. So these big Arab countries, they condemned Hamas. So for you to justify, say, hey, they are backing them, maybe, who knows? Because apparently Qatar funds their money. Maybe some Arab country are funding their money, but they will go out and say they're not with us. Why? Because they're scared of Zionists. Because they know if any Arab country says, yeah, we gave them the money, we all know what's happening. Look what's happening with Iran. They're
Godzilla,
itching.
should they not be more fearful of
Wait,
Allah?
be quiet while I'm still
Should they not
speaking.
be more fearful
Wait,
of
hold on,
Allah?
I'm not
Why are they
finished yet.
fearful of the Zionists? Isn't
Hold
Allah
on,
more
hold on,
powerful than that?
hold on, one second. I'm not finished yet. For them to come out and publicly say, yes, we did fund them, you do know they're going to get leveled or sanctions or something. Something's going to happen to them.
Okay, stop Zilla. What's the answer?
What's the answer?
The answer is stop killing innocent women and children. And I don't care
Yeah,
whose
all right.
war it
They
is.
stop
I
killing
don't care
innocent
whose
women and
land it
children.
is.
Then
I
what?
don't
Then
care
what?
whose army it is, and I don't care who were the first people to live
Yeah.
there in the time
So
of
okay,
Jesus.
they
I don't give a
shouldn't
flying
kill.
fuck.
Dismantle
Stop
Hamas.
Hold on,
killing.
Khan.
Stop killing women and
So
children.
Israel should stop killing innocent and children. What about Hamas? Have they got to stop?
Have Hamas bombed hospitals? Have Hamas bombed borders where they've told
Yes.
people to go?
Okay, so they're not. So Israel are not allowed to bomb hospitals, but they can go in and kill innocent civilians.
No, it's not.
yeah?
No, wait. Hold on. You can't bomb hospitals in any
How does that
war.
make
It's
sense?
not a Palestinian-Israeli thing. You can't bomb a hospital in Ukraine or Russia. They haven't done that to each other. Or in World War II, they weren't bombing hospitals. Hospitals are sacred places. It supersedes mosque, churches,
What are you on
schools.
about?
You're not allowed to bomb
What are you on about? Are you telling me hospitals never got crumbled in the Second World War
Only
in Britain?
accidentally, not
only
on
accidentally. They
purpose,
didn't do it on purpose.
not
Well,
targeted.
I'm sure
Who's going to target a hospital?
No one really targets that is like breaking like so many laws within
Yes,
itself.
we know that. So when
But-
Hamas set off a fucking rocket and it accidentally fucking flopped and went and killed the hospital next door,
It never
why are
happened.
we
You're
blaming
lying.
Israel?
That never happened.
You're lying. That never happened. Even the BBC
It
said
did
that's
because
lies.
that's what they're saying in
Well,
the
I
papers.
go by
and
the
there's
BBC. I
recordings,
don't know
isn't there?
what news thingy you go
Come
by.
on, Jukes.
Maybe
You know a bit better
pro-Israel.
than the papers. Okay, Joe Biden said that yes, I guess the other team has done it, even though there's teams. I'm guessing what team he's on.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
it
sure.
doesn't really matter to me which side done it, but it matters to you because at
No,
the end
but
of
you
the
said-
day, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
people got killed. Innocent people got killed. But what I can't stand coming out of your mouths
Yeah.
is that Israel shouldn't kill anyone. Oh, but it's all right for the terrorists to fly in and do it.
No, I never said that.
Every
You're
country,
strawmanning me.
every country's literally got terrorists. Every country's literally got these same problems
Here
that
we
Israel's
go.
got. But no
Yes,
one's
but if
going
our
and ethnically
terrorists,
cleansing.
if our
No one's going and ethnically cleansing and genociding people and bombing up innocent women and children. No one's doing
How
that.
is it genocide, you
Every
clown?
single country's got wars going on.
How is
Every
it
single
genocide?
country.
You
What do
just
you
said
mean?
making
Because
all
they
these-
want to
you're making
eradicate
all these
them.
claims without substantiating.
They want them
Why?
gone. They're not.
You say
They
that you
want
don't.
them gone.
We all
How is
know
it
like that.
genocide?
We all know that the Israeli party right now, the Likud party, however you pronounce it, they got these right-wing extremist people in their party.
There are
Ben
5 million
Gvir,
Palestinians. There are
Ben-
5
Yeah,
million
but
Palestinians.
Islam is right wing if you go
Oh
to
no,
the extreme
but
end,
right,
which
here's the
Hamas
thing.
is.
Here's the thing, but you know the people that he's got on his party say we don't want to share this land with Arabs. We need to
Yeah, but
liquidate them.
Hamas,
and
Hezbollah,
Palestinians
all
don't
of
want to
those
share the land
people
with
that
Israel.
Tommy
What's your
called
point?
out, they're also right wing, by the way.
Palestinians don't want to share the land
But
with Israel either.
Hamas
It's not
doesn't
genocide.
represent the
Palestinians
whole
let the Jews move
No,
there.
they don't. They don't want to share the land with Israel. They
What do you
don't.
mean they do? Of course they do. They
No,
always
they
have
don't.
done.
I just
No,
They
they don't.
welcome them with
No, they
open
refused
arms
it. They
when
got
you
offered
lot were
deals. They
killing
got
them.
offered 80% of the land and refused it.
What are you on about?
They
Talking
do not want to share
About
the
that in the past, they've tried to come to negotiations and they've always refused.
That's
I
bollocks.
wonder
You're
why.
And the
talking the
few
most
times
amount
that
of
they've
bollocks.
managed to get to a stage where they
Just
might do a
make up
peace
these
deal,
make
there's
up these
always been
points,
an
man.
assassination.
It's just waffle. It's not even worth talking to both of you. Just
No,
talking
it's fine.
rubbish. We're
It's fine.
talking
No, it's
about
the
a
truth.
basic thing of killing innocent people. A basic thing of genocide. And you can't even agree on that. You've got to come. What
Yeah,
about
no
this? What about
one's
terrorists?
saying
What about
stop
bombs?
this
What
war
about
or
this?
whatever. But the thing is, like, if you're gonna have a war, if you want to liquidate these Hamas militant people,
I'd like
fine.
to stop the
Wait,
war, but what's the answer?
No,
How do you
but
stop
obviously
it?
Israel doesn't want to stop the war. Israel wants to kill the Hamas people that
I
inflicted
don't
this
believe.
damage
Yeah,
on
they
them.
want to kill
And
Hamas. They don't want to kill the
no one's
Palestinians.
disagreeing on that. No one is disagreeing on that. But to not have a ground operation and to discriminately bomb everyone, it's a slight problem. It's just a
They
slight
haven't.
problem.
They haven't bombed
Yeah,
everyone.
but you know
Baba.
what the problem is?
They have. They
Zilla?
bombed the fucking border.
When you
They
do,
where
haven't
they
when you
bombed
told them
do,
to
everyone.
go.
when you do
The
a
clown.
barbaric
One at a
act,
time. One at a
right?
time.
You don't get the right to dictate how someone responds, and you don't get the right after you've responded to dictate the response of what you've been responded to. Hamas went and did something barbaric. They don't get the right to turn around and tell people how they can react. And once
What
that
barbaric things
reaction's
have they done?
done, you don't get the right to say that the other side are wrong for reacting. And this is why war is a downward spiral, and this is why it's sad.
But you said they've done some pretty like outrageous things, right? I'm guessing you're gonna go along with the grape, the kidnapping, the slaughtering of babies.
Yes,
I presume.
yes, those things are awful.
So, and you read all of that on the news. I'm presuming.
The fact is, the fact is, Jupiter, all these Islamists
This is not an
sympathizers.
Islamist thing.
It is 100%. All you Islamists, as soon as you take your shahada, you start to become experts
this
in,
like 10
in
minutes
Middle
ago.
Eastern affairs. The fact of the matter is, brother, all of your sources
trying to
that
make
you lot
a
are getting your information from
It
are
didn't bang the
Islamic
first
dawah,
time.
Islamic dawah propaganda channels.
Yeah.
I've been asking repetitively from all of you,
Yeah.
where is the proof that it's a genocide? But you still use these buzzwords to sort of to try and garner some sort of sympathy. Palestinian population is growing, even in the Gaza region. We asked Sarah to provide evidence. People have witnessed it today. Again, she's gone off without providing evidence, and people have been,
Yeah, when you say it's growing, like
retracting,
it's also
diverting, saying
growing.
she would not provide
It's
evidence.
also growing outside of the country,
All
right?
these other jihadists have come on. They've not provided evidence. They
Yeah.
just keep on using the word genocide to try and make the situation, make Israel look bad, and not provide any evidence. There's no evidence that's a genocide. If Israel wanted to wipe them off the map with all their artillery, they could have done so easily. They're giving them warnings, gave them the opportunity to limit the amount of casualties by moving to other areas. Their own brothers don't want to take them up because they don't want to get blown up as well. They don't want to.
And they've turned the water back on.
They've turned the water, electricity back on, despite all these lies and
Wait,
propaganda.
water or just electricity? I guess you just
there's no
added
electricity,
something there.
there's no light. They can't get in there in a prison, but yet in the prison they can access weapons and bombs and all kinds of artillery
They
to
sneak
cause
'em in.
harm.
Things get snuck in.
What kind of prison is that?
Wait,
Where
are you acting like
strap yourself up?
prisons in England have
And they say, "Oh, it's
people
only
with
children."
iPhone 15.
It's only the children. You let the children in.
So there's someone in the
you-
audience who says there's
let Jude speak.
Palestinians that live in Israel and are fine to live there. Lol, these donuts. Well, I said earlier, yeah, there's people that go there to work, and these people didn't believe me.
No, there are people
and
that
shows you that they don't want to genocide Palestinians because otherwise they wouldn't let them go and live in their
There are
country.
people that live in Palestine, Gaza, or the West Bank that travel to, the Tel Aviv
Yeah,
or
so
Jerusalem.
if they were going to genocide, wouldn't they start with the ones that are in their own ground?
No one denied this, but they'll treat him like a third-class citizen, not even a second-class citizen. They'll treat him like a third-class citizen.
Well, that's a different argument.
Yeah, we're treated as third-class citizens. Brother, how are Christians treated in Somalia?
How are they
Third-class
treated in
citizens as well,
Somalia?
Jews as well, second-class, third-class citizens.
How are they treated in Somalia? There's churches in Somalia, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, how are Christians treated? Are they treated as first-class citizens in your country?
Of course, yeah.
Ah, liar! You see the lies.
There's churches. There's churches in Somalia, like there's
You do lie and tequila.
It's not their land, Mezab. I've explained this to you. It's the Jewish land.
It's a Jewish land.
Of course.
Is it? But how did they obtain it? Through money, or through godly divine intervention?
Well, they were there first.
They weren't there first. They had to migrate there after.
No, that was after they were dispersed. But they were there first, and there were some people that stayed there.
Oh, I'm not denying that. There are some that stayed there in Jerusalem.
Right, there you go. So it was there
There are some that stayed there, but after.
Listen, Jews were around in the 1st century. Muslims didn't come around till the 7th.
You're acting like I'm denying these stuff.
Well, if you know your history, you know that they had that land first.
1 second. So prior to the Zionist movement, how many Jews were in Israel?
Yeah, but not all Jews are Zionists.
Prior to the Zionist movement, I never said all Jews are Zionists. Just listen to me, please. Prior to the Zionist movement, how many Jews were there? So I'm talking about
I don't know. I'd have to
late
go and look.
1800s.
I don't know. I'd have to go and look. I know that Mesu came on and said that there was 4% of.
But never provided any evidence, as usual.
In 1872, I think he said.
He said there was like 4% without any evidence.
And then he said by 1937 it had increased to 30%.
1937, yeah, of course, because what was happening around Europe?
Well, yeah, there was Second World War.
It makes sense. What was
it was just after the first, and it was So
yeah, the Third Reich were going around saying, "Hey, look, these people are this and that," and then they got scared, and then the Zionist movement made a deal with the Nazis to migrate 50,000 of them.
When there was 4% there, that was under the Ottoman rule, which we know was an oppressive
Okay, let me ask you
Christians
this
and
then,
Jews.
Stopzilla. What's your heritage, by the way? What's your heritage?
Me?
I know you're probably British. What's your heritage?
I'm Nigerian.
No, you're not
Right, you're
Nigerian.
Nigerian.
You're Somalian.
Imagine tomorrow we've got the fascists in this country,
Yeah.
ordained by the government, turn around and they say what they're going to kill all Nigerians.
Yeah.
And would you go back to your homeland or would you stay here and fight to the death?
I mean, I will stay here and fight the Nigerians because I'm not Nigerian, right?
But would you understand? You just said you're Nigerian.
No, I'm Somalian. I was just joking.
Right, so you're Somalian.
Yeah.
So if they said that they're going to kill all Somalians,
Yeah.
Would you go back to your homeland?
Would I go back to my homeland?
Of course he wouldn't. Somalia's killing each other as well.
I would have to do a heads on
Imagine
toes
that
on
they're
that
not
one.
killing each other.
Yeah.
Would you go back to your homeland?
Would I go back to my homeland?
If you knew that staying here,
Yeah.
you were likely to be put in gas chambers, would you stay here or would you go over to a homeland?
Why would they put us in gas chamber for what?
Well, because they've decided to. Because they've decided that you're
For what
evil
reason?
and you've got an evil seed.
Because we're evil. Did we get kicked out of
This is
109?
only a
Wait.
theory, it's not truth, by the way.
Did the Somalians get kicked out of 109 countries? Because if they did, then yeah, I would say that maybe there's something wrong with us.
Okay, so you say maybe there's something wrong with us. I better stay here and get killed. I agree with everybody. There's an evil seed.
I'm just saying. I mean,
Yeah.
in that
You're not being
rhetorical-
truthful. You're
in
not
that-
being
wait,
truthful.
let me
You're
answer.
not being truthful.
I didn't even finish. In that rhetorical, of course I would run. I would go anywhere just to get away from here.
Exactly. So at the end of the day,
Yeah.
you can't blame them for going back, can you?
But which ones went back though? Which
Various ones.
no
People
which,
that practice the religion.
No, which
and
ones?
people
There's-
that
there's
could prove a
Zionists.
lineage.
The Zionists.
What?
Not just
I'm talking
Zionists. Not
about
everybody that
Jewish.
went back as a Zionist. You
So in 1933, when the Germans were getting tired of those people, or making stories about these people.
This is the weird thing. This is what I mean about this.
Wait, hold on. No,
Their own Quran says that the
Wait,
the
hold on. Let
Jewish
me
are the
finish.
people
Let
of
me
Israel.
finish.
He knows this. I don't know why it's going
Let
on
me
like
finish.
this.
Let me finish. There was a world Jewry blockade or boycott on Germany, right? The Zionist Jews undermined it and struck a deal with the Nazis. So, what's wrong with that story right there?
What's wrong with it is it belonged to the Jewish in the beginning. And the British owned that land and they could give it to who they wanted and they wanted to give it to the people that was originally there.
I
They
think you
thought it
just
was going to
missed my whole
solve a
point.
problem and stop people being killed.
You just missed the whole point.
Unfortunately, it didn't solve a problem because we had mad Palestinians who didn't want 80% of the country. They wanted 100% of it because they were greedy, even though they were of Syrian heritage and Jordanian heritage and thought that they should have 100% of the country that they rocked up and fucking occupied years ago before. But if we go to the indigenous people, it's the 4% that increased to the 30% and their ancestors. And their ancestors were displaced all across the world and they went back. But
most of the
somehow, the
Ashkenazis
greedy
were-
Palestinians have said they're the victims now. They cornered themselves into this position. They were offered 80% of the land and didn't take it.
What year was that? I don't know, but you're just gonna have to. I'll do my research on
I
that.
don't know the actual year. You can go and look for it. I'm not
is
sitting
good.
here
You-
quoting
this is
you.
the thing, you
Oh,
know.
so you just say 80%. But did you know what the deals included in? Like, okay, sure, 80%, but what was in the 80% deal? Because
Oh, I don't know.
clearly
You
they
don't-
must
go
have
look it
rejected
up.
it
Go and
for a
have a look.
reason.
We'll look at it.
No, but you're saying 80%. You must know it.
No, I don't know it off by heart. I don't know all the intricacies.
So it's just like me saying, "Oh, I just rejected this deal," and then someone would ask me, "So what was the deal that you rejected?" Let me, grasp the deal. What were you offered? 80% sounds good. So why would you reject it?
Right, okay, let me go and have a look.
That could be another.
I'll see if I can find you anything because you can't use Google again. Okay, I'm fed up with these people who can't
No,
use Google.
don't use Wikipedia because Hasbara.
What?
No, never mind. It's a Hebrew word.
It's
Yeah,
mad,
it's
you
a
know.
terrorist organisation. Deaf to them all.
Hasbara. No, it's not. It does. It's
I thought you
what?
said Hezbollah.
No, not Hasbara.
Look, this is the wider issue is jihad.
I don't
The same jihad
cancerous ideology that is plaguing Somalia is the same one that has reared its head under Hamas in Israel and so-called Palestine. You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying that Hamas and ISIS are the same?
Hamas,
Boko
ISIS,
Haram, or
Boko Haram,
all of
all
them.
under the same demonic entity that has come from the religion of
But
Islam.
here's the thing, though, that you do know that Hamas and ISIS, they publicly said that like they would kill each other. They don't like each other's ideology. They're different.
Oh,
So
Hamas and what?
That great.
Hamas
So we're going to have
and
that
ISIS.
war on our lands as well now.
It's two sides of the same coin. The two sides of the
No, because they oppose each other's ideology.
Yeah, when have they been killing each other? They oppose each other until they see a kuffar.
I don't
then
know.
they unite.
It's just like when do you see ISIS going attacking Israel? The only time is ISIS attacked Israel, ISIS apologized to Israel.
ISIS, why would they attack Israel when they've got their brothers Hamas
By
to do it
accident,
for them?
and they apologized.
No, they didn't apologize.
Yes,
Don't
they
be
did.
silly.
It's on the news. It was on the news. They
Don't
apologized.
be silly. Don't be
The
silly.
IDF commander said ISIS attacked us, and then they apologized.
Oh, here we go again. Go and show us the DeLille, please. Again, this
Yeah,
nonsense.
can you bring it? Because
All
this
right,
is
Hey,
live.
can anyone share their screen? Because I want everyone to see, not just us. I can't. Every time
Just put this DeLille in the back chat. I'll share it if you want.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, thank you. That's all I'm asking.
This apology that apparently ISIS gave to Israel. Oh my goodness. The things that you lot come up with sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, here we go. But I want you to read it because I don't know, maybe your comprehension skills are a little bit lacking, but I want you to read it out loud for everyone. And I gotta go as well in like 2 minutes. Let me mute myself.
ISIS fighters attacked Israel Defense Forces unit, then apologized, claims former commander. So this former commander, by the way, who no longer works for ISIS for some reason. What the
So
heck?
it's just an opinion. It's not even.
It's someone's opinion. So how could ISIS apologize? And then
So you're saying it's someone's opinion when it's the defense ministry?
He's not defense.
It's not. It says
he's a
X.
former one.
Former. So what was he before that then? At one point.
Apparently, he was the former.
So if you're a former football player and you play football, it's true enough. Now you're a former football player, but you were a football player. So this guy, defense ministry. So his title is
He's
big.
lost credibility, brother. He's no longer part of the.
What in your eyes?
Organization.
Did he lose in your eyes?
He's no longer part of the organization. He could have sold out for all we know. We don't
Was
even
it
know
in your eyes? Did he lose credibility in your eyes?
Again, brother, this is not a credible source, brother. Someone that has left the organization now claiming that they've apologized. Brother, you need to get something stronger.
Okay. What would you want me to get?
Well, a formal apology from the ISIS leaders.
Like what? And then you're going to ask me, no, we want a written... This is his statement.
Brother, you said that ISIS apologized. You didn't say that some former person... This is not ISIS apology. This is someone's account that ISIS apologized.
So, okay, if it was just a random Israeli on the street, then yeah, fair enough. If I was to share something like that, it's stupid. But this was the former defense ministry. That's a big title. That's not really a...
Brother, not a man thing. Again, why would he need to say it if they've apologized? Why wouldn't they just have the statement there of them apologizing?
Exactly. Why would he even say that? Like that's no repercussion. No, this guy was lying. We condemn his whatever he said is bullshit.
So we should anyway.
So yeah, as my other guy would say here, checkmate.
The levels of IQ here, man, they just go worse, especially the nighttime. It gets lower and lower. Anyway, let's deal with another false claim. Jewish virtual library. Total profit.
So in 1993, Mr. Arafat signed the Oslo Accords with Israel and committed to negotiating an end to the conflict based on a two-state solution. Hamas, which opposed the deal, launched a series of suicide bombings in Israel. It's Hamas that's been stopping all of this all the time, every time.
Hamas did want a two-state solution at one point and it was rejected. So Israelis never want a two-state solution. That means they have to treat them equally. Ugh, no, fuck that. Kill them. That's the modus operandi.
Yeah,
This source is dead.
It doesn't make sense.
Now it doesn't make sense. That's crazy, isn't it?
No, the one that the guy posted about the population.
No, nothing makes sense to you. It's either
Who wrote this thing? This doesn't
that
make
person
sense.
has no credibility, or this post doesn't make sense. I'm guessing this is subjective, narrow from YouTube, but I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe the Zionist money is. I don't know what it is.
What do you mean? I just know, right, that if it was me and someone come into my house and fucking killed half of my fucking family, and then raped some of the women and then put them on the back of a truck and drove them
That's
around,
propaganda.
and all around the world,
Propaganda.
little groups of people sparked up cheering for it, I'd be furious.
Propaganda. No one has been raped.
And in my anger, to be honest, I think that they've been quite good, because in my anger, I'd probably go out and kill the fucking lot of them. You can't get to dictate how people react when you have started it.
I agree. So 75 years ago, when you chased 2/3 of the civilian away from their country, 2/3 people ran away.
What, like the Ottoman Empire did?
Well, no, I'm talking about Nakba in 1948 when they attacked people.
Yeah,
at
but
dead
this
of
is what
night.
I'm saying. It always
So wait,
seems
let me
one-sided,
finish,
yeah?
please. Let me finish, please. So when they attacked people at the dead of night, 2/3 of people ran away. There's millions of people ran to Jordan, Egypt, wherever, here, there. So when you think these people are just going to forget about the atrocities that their commanders even admitted that they rape people, kill people, burn people alive, they attacked them at night. And what gave them the right? Because Israel at that time wasn't even a country. They were literally a paramilitary group, terrorist group actually, because they had 3 terrorist groups. They had the Lehigh, the Haganah, and the Irgun. 3 terrorist cell organizations. They were killing British soldiers, King David bombing, kidnapping UN soldiers and killing them. There was even one UN soldier. He was the commander at that time. He was overseeing between them two, Israel and Palestine. He condemned Israel, and then they killed him in Jerusalem. They executed them, mafia style, because these people move like mafias. They're like mafias. So let's not even go about what happened in America with these people. And they were getting their weapons from America in the late 1900s. I'm guessing, 1930s to 1948. So these people were preparing for mass exodus and slaughter. They were going to slaughter them. And for you to say, oh, no, they didn't. They started this bullcrap. And then when these people react like this, everyone's going to go crazy? No. This reaction was meant to happen, sadly, which no one wants this reaction to happen. Sad but true.
Of course it is, because they all believe they're reenacting the fucking scriptures.
But then here's
and
the
at
thing.
the end of the day, everybody thinks that I'm sitting here saying that I want one side over the other. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference to me, Stopzilla. Listen, if the Hamas terrorist group were to win, yeah,
they will never win.
You would have other Islamic terrorist groups try it elsewhere, etc., 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 and we'd end up with all this fucking jihad all over the place. If they lose, then they've fucking fulfilled the scriptures, because a peace deal is going to be signed, and they're still going to fucking agree to some kind of Islamic states. At the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, there is no winning for me.
But that's subjective. That's subjective on your end.
Yeah, from my angle.
Jupiter,
so when people sit here and say I'm taking one side over the other, no. I think
but you say that you're saying that, but it's like similar to the argument about the British Empire and colonization. There's always a starting point to the violence, yeah. There's always a starting point to the violence as far back.
Yeah, but there's no point telling people let's go and look at the beginning.
Hold on. What do you think the exchange rate is between the violence that Israel, the IDF and Israeli military forces have exacted on Palestinians versus what Hamas has done to Israelis?
I would imagine everyone Israeli for 10 Palestinians, roughly.
About 21. Everyone Israeli for about 21, right? Do you not have any sympathy? Do you not have any understanding for the need for retaliation, and do you not have any
No, I don't. I don't. I don't
Comment.
understand it.
Hold on. You don't, but you just said that you did for Israel.
I don't
You said you did
understand.
for
Look, I
Israel.
don't
You said
understand.
you did
Look,
for
I
Israel. You just said that you did
understand.
for Israel.
That,
No.
listen,
You're not going to
listen
do
to what
this.
I
You just
actually
said that you
say,
did for
AM.
Israel. You just said that you did for Israel. You said if
Listen
that
to
was
what
me.
I
No.
actually
You said
said.
if that was me, you said if
killed a
that
lot of
was you, yeah, and you had people being raped and grannies dragged out of their
Yes.
houses and that, then you would go and do the same thing. That's what you said, right? For the Israelis. Did you not say that just now?
2 minutes ago.
Don't lie
Yes.
to me right now. Right, thank you.
Yes.
Would you not? So does it not apply to also to
Yes.
10?
But I've
Sorry, does it
already
not
said
apply
to you in this
21-fold
situation.
to the Palestinians?
Yeah, in this situation, Hamas were the attackers. They don't get to dictate what the response is from Israel.
We understand that.
Equally, Israel doesn't get to dictate how Hamas reacts to that, which is what I've already said. War is a downward spiral.
So, Droops,
There are no winners.
One
So when you
question,
say there's 20 Palestinians that get killed to one Israeli, all I think is those poor 21 people.
Out of the two parties, who was
I
the
don't
power?
think, we should go and kill some more and even it up.
Out of the two parties across the last 75 years, which one has had the power to stop the violence, in your opinion?
Who's had the power?
Out of the two
Palestine.
parties over the 75 years, which two parties have had the power to stop the violence?
None of them. None of them.
I'm asking Jupiter. I don't know why you keep
Well,
coming in
but
for
clearly
Jupiter.
it's none of them.
It's not the first time you did. Shush,
Well,
man.
the ones that have offered more has been the Israelis. They've even offered a two-state solution.
So while they're killing 21 times as much civilians, yeah, they're also offering the most peace. Is that what you're saying?
They could have killed 20. They could have
Shut
killed
up,
10.
shut
Shut
up,
up,
man.
Not you,
You're
not you.
qualified. Shut up, man. Shut up, man.
Yeah,
Jupiter,
shut up.
does that
Yeah,
make
but
any
they could
sense
have
to you?
killed them all.
Jupiter, does that make any sense to you?
No.
Yes.
It makes
Yeah,
sense
one
to you that
second,
they're
hold on.
offering the most peace, but they're killing the most people.
Yes.
that's a contradiction, I think.
Yes,
if I'm not.
there's no point in
No,
it.
they are. They
It's
actually make
liars,
sense.
liars,
Actually,
man.
it does make sense. Because if you
It's
think of
liars,
it,
man.
if they wanted to, they could have done a lot more than that. They could have made it
Listen,
one.
they're lucky to even be there in the first place. They're only there because of the British. What are you talking about?
They're lucky.
No,
Of
they're
course they're
there
lucky.
because of their heritage.
No, they're
No,
there.
they're not
because
there. They're not there because of their
Balfour wanted
heritage.
them
They're
out.
there because they had the wealth and the power to be able to to strike a deal with the West. That's why they're there. It's not because of.
So how did they get that wealth? How did they get that wealth?
It's called
Through their own
Zionist.
means. That's beside the point.
You see what I mean? You said they're lucky.
We
No,
know
they're
about,
not lucky.
We know about
This
Zion.
is the thing with you.
Sorry, we know about the
This is the thing with
we know
you.
about
This
the
is the thing. This is the
the
thing.
Austrian
This is the
German
thing. This is
bankers.
the thing.
We
This
know
is the
about
thing. This is the
Bretton
thing. This
Woods,
is
and
the
we know
thing.
about
This is
the
the
Federal
thing.
Exchange.
This
and we
is
know
the
about
thing
all
with
these
you
things.
basket cases. The fact of the matter is, you lot always think it's luck. Some people are just
No,
more
no one
intelligent
said it's luck.
and more
Nobody
strategic
said it's
than
luck,
others.
you dickhead.
No one
That's
said
why
it.
you don't
No, you
listen.
did try to say they're
But
lucky.
Every
But
time
you
I
said they were
talk to you, you
lucky.
just get
in your
dumber
head.
and dumber, bro.
No one
You
said it
said
was
they were
luck.
lucky.
You
No one
think
said it was
luck
luck.
can buy you land?
You
No
said they were
one. You
lucky.
need money.
Now
You
you're
need
lying.
money. You need
No,
money.
I said they are lucky. I didn't say they were lucky.
Yeah, so you said they are lucky.
He said they were
Yeah,
lucky,
they
but he
are
didn't say they
lucky.
needed luck.
Okay.
Exactly.
Because they went to the Ottoman Empire, Theodore Herzl and his gang of friends, they went to
So
the
in
Ottoman Empire.
1949, the newly created State of Israel signed a series of truces with Arab countries that had declared war on it. Under the 1949 agreements, the Gaza Strip was under Egypt's control. In October 1956, a few months after the Egyptian president nationalised the Suez Canal, which started the fucking that was all to do with the First World War, walkway, cutting off Israel from shipping. So
What
Egypt
Israel? There
tried
was no
to cut
Israel.
off
Sorry.
Israel.
Not Israel prior then.
Shipping. Israel invaded the Sinai Peninsula and the Gaza Strip.
I think
In
she's
November
talking
that
about
year, the United Nations called for Britain, France, and Israel to withdraw their
1968.
troops from Egypt.
Was that that? What year
Egypt were being steered by the British these times.
Okay. 1956. That's what happened. In January
What does that mean to you?
1957.
You know, she's just reading and she doesn't understand what she's reading.
I know.
Of
What does
course,
that mean,
I'm only
Jupiter?
reading. I'm only reading the timeline, of course.
Okay,
If you want to
go
go
on,
into it deeper, you want to go into it deeper? Go and get me some
Well,
material.
I don't
We're
like the
going
way
to
you
it
said that,
deeper.
Jupiter. Pause, man.
No, you
No, go
can't.
and get the material. And we're going to it
It's an
deeper.
alpha, you
So
can't even do them.
let's go into October 1956, Egypt and thingy. Go and get the material then.
Are you talking about the 6-Day War or?
So in January 1957, Israel withdrew from
madness.
Egyptian land, except from the Gaza Strip and the area of the Gulf of Aqaba, arguing that the Gaza Strip never belonged to Egypt. Well, it didn't really, did it? In June 1967, during the Six-Day War, Israel gained control of the Gaza Strip and the Sinai Peninsula. On Yom Kippur, in October 1973, invading forces from Egypt and Syria, again, another two countries invading, tried to persuade Israel to negotiate better terms for the Arab country. Nearly 2,700 Israeli soldiers died in the 19-day war, and thousands were injured out of a population of about 3 million at the time.
What is that? Are you talking about the 6-Day War? That one? Oh.
Yep.
Yeah,
On March
wait,
26,
hold on,
1979.
Pause. Can we pause right there, just on that one? You do know at that time that Israel attacked an American ship and tried to force flag it on the Egyptians.
That's useful
No.
information, but how does that go inside with? How does that
Useful,
go?
useful. But now that just goes to show that this state, they're a bunch of liars. They've been lying ever since back then. And
Well, yeah, but like setting off your own bomb and it landing on your own hospital and you blame the other
no,
side.
I'm talking about they attacked an American.
Oh, what you mean? A bit like beheading babies and then denying it?
Yeah, lies. That's lies. That's all.
You just try to divert her. She was answering a point, and you diverted.
No.
So on March the 26th, 1979, Egypt and Israel signed a peace treaty at the White House, which led to Israel's complete withdrawal from the Sinai Peninsula. The two countries agreed on the framework of an agreement to allow for self-rule for Palestinians living in occupied territories. 3 years later, President Reagan expressed his support for the full autonomy with some Jordanian supervision, but Israel rejected the plan. In December 1987, Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza started the first intifada against Israel. Muslim Brotherhood members founded Hamas. Oh.
No, it wasn't.
In 1993, Mr. Arafat signed the Oslo Accords with Israel. He committed to negotiating an end to the conflict based on a two-state solution. Hamas, which opposed the deal, launched a series of suicide bombings in Israel. In 1997.
Wait. Hold on. Pause. Hamas was created by, even Israelis would admit this. Right? Yeah, we kind of fucked up on that one. They created them just to counteract Arafat because Arafat was more of a secular Muslim guy, but they needed like some crazy Muslim people to counteract that. So I don't know. And then
there's plenty of other crazy Muslim guys to counteract.
Yeah.
New
York Times, so
yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
what they do. In
1997, two suicide bomb attacks.
Are you ready to unlock a world of exclusive content, behind-the-scenes access, and become part of something truly illuminating? Look no further than the Trilluminati Patreon page. Welcome to the Trilluminati Patreon page, where the extraordinary meets the exclusive. As a patron, you'll be the first to see our latest videos, artwork, and projects before anyone else. But that's not all. Early access, exclusive Q&A sessions, personalized shout-outs, and even one-on-one chats with our team. It's like having a backstage pass to our creative world. Plus, you'll be part of a vibrant community of fellow Trilluminati members where you can exchange ideas, collaborate on projects, and make lasting connections. Don't miss out on this opportunity to be part of something extraordinary. Join the Trilluminati Patreon page today and start your journey towards unlocking your full creative potential. Trilluminati Patreon. Trilluminate your passion. Unlock your potential.
That's right. Yeah, man. Hit that PayPal. Hit the Cash App. Well, not even Cash App. PayPal. Slap the like button. Hopefully, we got over 100 likes. If we don't, it's disappointing. And yeah, man.
Kobe, there's been great conversation going on the whole day, man. I want to see the PayPal at least get a little love. Let me pay for the StreamYard or pay for something that I'm doing. You know what I mean? Show some love, family. Reach into your pockets, contribute to the channel, and make sure you get yourself a ticket for November the 5th, Speakonomics. We're going to be down there, West London. We've got a banging panel. It's looking to be dope. We've got 2 comedians, singer, everything's going on, man. Food, drink. What more could you want? Good debate, good company. So yeah, get yourself down there, man, and keep supporting the network. You know what I mean? For everything that we do over here, support it, because it's more than just a little online live stream. It's actually a community, and I'm trying to expand it and make it edutainment for you guys. So yeah, man. Anyway, you lot can show love, man. It's been 9 hours, almost 10 hours of back to back, just like, and I think sometimes we don't do ourselves a service. We do ourselves a disservice by just letting it just carry on without putting any breaks in it and reminding people to show gratitude. So sorry to do that in the middle of you talking, Dupes, but please, if you want to carry on what you're saying.
I can't remember where I was up to. I was reading something, so
Sorry.
it don't matter.
My bad. Sorry.
But the fact of the matter is, all I'm saying is that it's hard because both sides don't want peace, in my opinion. I think both sides are flexing. Both sides pretend. Both sides are going by their religious scriptures. I think when people say this is all just about land, it's rubbish. That actually there's more to it than that. And at the end of the day, people like me, there is no winning in this, because this is going to affect the rest of the world, in my opinion. You know?
Yeah, it's true, yo. It's true. Like, most of them don't seem like they want peace, and yeah, we're just gonna have to keep on. Like, I don't know how much it affects other people. I mean, it seems to only affect people as much as we let it. Like, there's some communities that seem to be more invested than others for some weird reasons. If it's they got some sort of link to it, but for
Well, you've not really shown any non-biasness at all.
Nah,
You're biased, bro. So you can't be pointing out other people's bias and say for some weird reason, you, a Christian, is supporting a state that does not support Christianity, is not a ally of Christianity. They ill-treat Africans, ill-treat black people. So your support of Israel is just as baffling as a black Christian support of Palestine.
No, I'm supporting their right to stand up against jihad. So any nation or any individual or group or people that stand out against an ideology like jihad, I would support their right to stand up and fight against it, because we know that it's an expansionist.
What about your right to fight against oppression of your homeland?
My homeland? Oh, you're talking about the Palestinians?
Do you support?
Yeah, but Reggie, can I ask you something?
Do you support the right to defend against oppression on your own land?
I don't know where that applies. Are we going back to the Palestinians?
On your land of residence, the land where your forefathers, or at least your mother, your father, your grandparents were born. Do you have the right to fight to defend your freedom?
Well, they have freedom.
I don't want the answer. I don't want the answer.
So, Reggie, you're Christian, right?
You're delaying.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, fuck's sake. You're delaying to answer because it's not straightforward. All right, I am against oppression of all forms. You're not even saying that. You're the one that's actually biased, and it's so easy to prove your bias time and time again. So I don't think it's even worth you bringing it up in an argument. Like,
no. If you're talking about, like, it depends what form of oppression. Not every form of oppression requires someone to pick up arms and to be going into to kill people.
You support people's right to fight against oppression, is what I asked you 5 times.
It depends in what way. Yeah, I don't support people's right to.
It depends on what way they fight. The Jewish people fight against jihad, or is it by any means necessary?
No, it depends on the. I don't think it's any means necessary. I wouldn't support them killing children unless the children are like some of these jihadis, you know, are strapping themselves up with bombs or a weapon or carrying weapons. You know, just because they're children doesn't mean that they can't cause significant harm. If they're strapping their children up with guns and bombs, then of course they have the right to kill them or their women, which we know that they're capable of doing.
Okay. Cactus.
Hi, big ups. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Salam alaikum.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh God.
Yeah. So obviously I was compelled to jump on because I just feel like Jupiter and this idiot man, like, genuinely have this bias that they just cannot shake. And it's just like, are you actually human? Is your heart genuinely rotting inside your chests? What's going on?
So that's wrong of you to think that, because for me, I don't think there's any benefit for somebody like me, no matter what side wins. And what I mean by that is I can see that these scriptures are being orchestrated. I keep explaining this to people. This is what I was going to ask Reggie. When I said I want to ask him, if he really is Christian, then he must understand what's written in the scriptures in Revelations. And if he fully understands that, which is exactly the same what's in the Muslim faith as well, by the way, Shani. If he really understands that, then he knows that it's not good for Christians right now.
Yeah,
He knows
if he really was a Christian, he'd speak about Christian topics. If he really was a Christian, he'd defend Christianity against people that were slagging it off earlier on. If he really was a Christian, he'd have a heart and recognize that these people are people and innocent people, and this current quotation war conflict is between Zionists and
jihadists.
Called jihadists, yeah, fine.
Yeah,
freedom fighters, whatever you want to call them.
You call them freedom fighters, jihadists.
You can call it. Well, the point is the fight is for the freedom of the people, right? So they could rightly be called freedom fighters, yeah.
You see, and the thing is, the reason why that most Christians probably would side with the Zionists is because in the scriptures it tells you that in the end days, the Muslims are going to be looking for all the Jews and all the Christians. That's what but it actually says that in the Bible. It doesn't just say in Muslim texts. This is why when Tommy Robinson sits there and says, oh, it's just extreme Muslims. Actually, no, it's not. Extreme Christians must know this. They must know that's what it says.
What about us? About Christians following chasing Jews or chasing Muslims?
What they say is the peace deal will be, if you go and read it all, the scriptures, and in order, what's supposed to happen is that there's going to be a peace deal, but the person that comes forward who's going to bring the peace is going to be, well, before the peace deal, there's going to be fighting. Okay, but they're gonna also have around that time a false prophet who says that he wants to bring about a united religion. Some people say that that's the Pope because he's actually made those agreements. I've been through this 100 times before. Then they say that there's going to be wars and minor wars, and then there's going to be beheadings, this, that, and the other, and then there's going to be a peace deal. When that peace deal comes, it's going to be through someone who's charismatic, but he's going to be the Antichrist. But the Antichrist is going to be accepted by the Jews and Muslims alike. And there is also going to be a culling of other Jewish and Christians. It says that in the scriptures. It tells you that they go after Jewish and Christians to try and convert them to Islam. And that halfway through that, the Antichrist comes. He says he can bring peace. The Jews bow down to him. They put him on the third temple. That third temple they're building is not for a Jewish man. If you don't understand the scriptures, I don't know why everyone keeps arguing, because that's specifically, it tells you that.
Yeah, I'm not arguing the scriptures or what's there, to be honest with you. I'm just looking at this humanitarian crisis.
See a lot of that
and I heard Reggie say,
so that's why I'm not invested.
Humanitarian crisis.
It's a complete humanitarian crisis.
It's a
Do you not see these people as humans? Do you see them as humans?
Yeah, but how do you solve
Reggie,
it?
sorry,
How would you
Jupiter, one
solve it?
second. Jupiter, 1 second. Reggie, are these people humans?
Of course, they're humans.
Are they going through a current crisis of not having any water, food, electricity?
Yeah, of course.
Are they being stopped? They're being stopped from leaving a place, and have they
They're
been
not
stopped
being
from
stopped
leaving a
from
place for
leaving. Come on,
hundreds
listen.
of years? I mean, sorry, or tens of years.
They've been allowed to leave. They can leave if they wanted to leave. They just haven't got the appetite to leave. They don't want to
Right.
leave.
Okay. So you're telling me,
They can't though, really, because
there's parents.
bombed.
There's parents of children. Right. So 1 second. You're saying that these people are okay to leave, but they don't want to leave. Now,
They don't want to leave because they've
said
expressed.
earlier on. Okay, 1 second. You also said earlier on that the Scottish First Minister has said that he'd open up the borders for the refugees once they're. Yeah. So he said he'd open up the borders.
Oh, great.
He would open up Scotland, which is fantastic because he cares about humans. Once they were allowed to leave. Why are they not just allowed to come here right now? Why are they not here just now? They don't have to. Sorry. Wait a second. 1 second.
Scotland, but they're going to
1
travel
second. 1
down from
second.
Scotland into
Let's just
England.
deal with Reggie for 1 second, Jupiter. I will come to you in a second. So, Reggie, you're saying these people are not allowed to leave. I'm saying to you that you're telling me that these people are wanting to stay where they're seeing their family members killed and their children killed and their children being traumatized and shell shocked. They want their children to go through this because of what reason? They just don't want to leave.
They don't want to leave because they claim that if they leave, they will not be allowed to come back, and that's their premise.
Right. So
That's only some of them, though.
Either they decide to stay because they can't come back. They would rather lose their lives or the potential of losing family lives than not being able to come back to a country. It doesn't make any sense, Reggie.
They're nationalists. They think Israel's bluffing. They believe that Israel's not going to be.
So bluffing. How could they think that a country is bluffing when they can see the damage that's being done by a country? What are you talking about, Reggie? Do you actually listen to what you're talking about? The words that come out your mouth. Do you actually listen to them? Do you actually think about what it is that you say before you say it?
Evidence that suggests that there's at least 2 points to which they can leave the country, right? So they
can leave. So these 2 million people can leave, but they choose to stay. They choose to be killed. They choose to end their own lives. They choose to have the lives of their children ended.
Of course,
because they don't want to not be able to get back into the country.
Again, it is disputed whether they can leave or not. There are sources that say that they can.
Where's the dispute? Where's the dispute? Right, wait a second. But you just said the First Minister of Scotland has said that he would. He's allowed to. He's allowed to open the borders. The First Minister of Scotland has said he is ready for the refugees to come. They can come here.
No,
They're
that's not
allowed
what
to
he
come.
said.
Scotland.
That's what
Yes,
he said.
He said. I watched it live. He said that they're welcome. The refugees are going to set up, and they're going to set up, and they want others. Oh my God! Stop cutting me! Stop cutting me! Stop cutting me! He's saying he wants others to help build a plan where refugees can come to the country, and Scotland will be the first to open their arms up to them, right? So he's saying that they will, and this is when they're able to leave. When they're able to leave. So if they could leave right now, why were they not just be in Scotland already? Why are there not planes and whatever being sent to them? Why is food not being able to get in there? You had Mrs. Sarah just on earlier on talking about how she personally, her family has contributed to aid, and the aid can't get there. Is actually sitting outside. It's not allowed in. So if things are not allowed in to help these people, how are the people allowed out?
They can get
Richie,
out.
you don't even listen to the shit that comes
through Egypt. They can go through the border.
Right, UN are flying over there, so they're going to take the aid in. That's the first thing. The second thing is, Reggie, you're wrong. They can't come out because Egypt has said they're not going to give them safe passage, and at the moment they're trying to give talks to see if they can make a safe passageway. That's the first thing. The second thing is that some of the way out was bombed by Israel on the Egyptian side. At the moment, what the Israelis are saying is to go from one end of the country to the other end of the country to be safe. The water was turned off, but it has been put back on. They've delayed going in and doing the land invasion. They're going to do it a different way, but it does look like land invasion is imminent within the next couple of days.
Right. Can I also say, Jupiter, are you aware? You keep referring to the fact that this hospital was a self-attack, like an accidental self-attack, right? But are you aware of what the tweets were? Have you seen the tweets by the Minister of Defense in Israel? The Israeli Minister of Defense, I'm sure he was.
Yeah, but
so basically, when this happened, the Israeli Minister of Defense, when this happened, the Israeli Minister of Defense, he posted on Twitter, and I wish I could just show you it right now. Maybe tomorrow we can get it up or whatever, but I just don't have it right now. He posted saying, I should have got it and then I could read it verbatim. But basically, he said that yes, he was excited at the fact that they had bombed the hospital. He said, "We have bombed the hospital where Hamas have been hiding."
Oh God, that's disgusting.
And then he deleted it, and then it was put out that the Hamas has actually had a failed bomb hit the hospital. So they did hit the hospital.
Propaganda again at its finest.
How is it? But this is the thing. One second, Reggie. There is proof and evidence of his tweet. He tweeted it from his account. How is that Islamic propaganda?
A tweet is not evidence of the fact that
No, it's not. It just means that he's not fully intelligent and he's gone along with what was the narrative at the time.
He's the Minister of Defense.
Exactly. There we go.
He's the Minister of Defense who claimed onus of the bomb attack, right? He claimed onus of the attack on the hospital.
I think the fact that he celebrated it is a bit more disgusting than the actual fact that he might have fucked up. But all of the evidence.
The Minister of the Minister of Defense made a mistake and said that they did it when they didn't do it. How does that happen?
Humans do make mistakes, but I would tell you this: that so far they've been looking into it, and they say the shrapnel is not from Israeli sort of like artillery; it's definitely from Hamas artillery. They're saying that the crater doesn't scientifically go with what would have happened if it had come from Israel's side. They're saying that they've got footage of it going up in the air and then bombing the hospital. You can actually see where it was launched from, and they're saying that that's not Israel.
The footage is also dated, and some of the footage is from August 2000.
There's tape recordings between sort of like military units and stuff. So there does seem to be a lot of evidence to discredit that minister, and it would look like that minister is a buffoon. And to actually put out something like, I find that quite disgusting, because if that minister was correct, whether it turns out to be correct or not, putting out a congratulatory tweet about death is just as bad as all of these people that were freaking cheering, all of those little babies that were slaughtered, and the women that were taken at a concert, and all the men that were dragged off as hostages, and the people that were shot to death. So I would say that he needs to get out of his position straight away. They should fucking remove him after the war. They're not going to do it now because they're in the middle of a war. But straight after, they should remove him.
Because he went and leaked that they did it, and then they had to make a big elaborate backtrack.
Only a clown would say that. Look, Aurora's right. The comments that she's just wrote there is right, actually. If they want people to get emotional like this and people to get stirred up and to go at each other, these are exactly the stupid kind of things they do.
What's so interesting is, like, I watched the BBC, and the BBC did this whole little report thing, and they had their little cameras, and they did a little circle. They circled things. They showed pictures, and they're like, "We're seeing from here. We did this." You must have saw the same thing, right?
No, I don't
it
watch
was
BBC. So
okay. So maybe something similar where they did the analysis of how it was actually Hamas's failed attempt at a missile launch, right?
yeah,
I mean, we all saw that the Twin Towers fell down, right? We all saw that they fell down, and they fell down like a demolition block. They also somehow broke and melted. The steel melted under the pressure of under the temperature of airplane fuel, which isn't even hot enough to melt steel. We all saw that.
You
But
see all this Islamic propaganda that we listen to all
sorry,
the time. This is a
is
stain.
this is it ever? But is it
Funny.
But this is the thing.
Let's go along with the fact.
So the point is, if you
It's all-
believe, do you no 1 second? Do you believe that 9/11 happened exactly like they said it
It's
was?
all
First of all, I
it's
think
all
that's
staged.
important.
It's all
1
staged.
second, I think it's. Oh, Rosie, shut up.
It's all
I thought
staged
it
when
was
it's
Jupiter now.
jihadist attack. But if it's Christchurch, then there's no controversy, is there? It has to be a far right person. But
Yeah,
when
that's
it's
the
Are you
problem.
actually bringing up? Sorry, Christchurch was. Sorry, right. Explain Christchurch, please, very quickly.
no, I'm saying that
You're,
once it's a Islamic person that has killed and murdered loads of people, you don't always say that it's staged or it's some sort of conspiracy behind it. But when it's something like an Islamic
right.
attack on Muslims, then oh no, it's real. It has to
That's
be
not
like
true. You're trying to say
yes,
that that's not true. You're trying to say 1 second. You're trying to say that right now
propaganda
is
is
this is what I'm doing, right? Okay, but I've just told you that the Israeli Minister of Defense tweeted claiming that they did it. He tweeted.
yeah, one
So
person.
explain
Yeah,
that.
for me,
But
Shani,
he's the
right?
Minister of Defense. Are you not? Are you actually dumb? Are you
Okay,
actually
can
dumb?
I reply you?
I
Can
think
I reply you, please? For me, that would fit into the fact that I believe it's all orchestrated. So
By who?
I'm sitting here, and when I'm watching it all, I think a lot of it is orchestrated. But I'm mindful that that's disrespectful to all the people that have been killed. If it's not, if you understand what I mean. But my own personal belief, I'm sitting here thinking, either they're orchestrating the end of times to make people afraid to kill each other, or B, it is actually the end of times fulfilling itself. You can't help but notice how it's all leveling up, even down to building the third temple, even down to them looking for red heifers, even down to them every minuscule part of the revelations and what's written in the Quran and the Hadiths. All of it, they are trying to make sure that it all fits, that everything goes right. Either that or it is happening on its own. And so when I look at it, I don't look at it through the eyes of, right, let's take it down to basics. This is just this, that, and the other. I look at it as in these two factions of religious zealots are fighting each other, but they both know where they're going at the end of days anyway. And I don't get a say in it. I'm not going to benefit from it. And there is no winners. That's the way I look at it. There is no winners for the ordinary person.
Yeah. Can I just? I just want to say something else to Jupiter, right? You know, last month, IDF was actually going into the homes, barging into the homes of the Palestinians. They do this all the time. They do lots of different things, but one of the things they did quite recently that was brought to my attention was that they went into the homes of Palestinians, and they got 5 women, and they made them strip in front of their families.
That's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, and they're keeping in mind that these women
that's
they made strip
outrageous. I'd be fuming about
are
that.
most likely Muslim
Is
women.
Jedi still there?
Even if they weren't Muslim women,
Is he
they've done something.
It doesn't matter whether they're Muslim or not. They're women.
Well, this is the point is.
See, this is I feel was outraged about that as I did seeing that woman being paraded on the back of a truck. A woman's chastity,
and this is the thing,
and dignity, right? Is It's sacred, and I can't understand how these people just don't understand this.
Well, exactly. The point is, the reason why I say it's about being a Muslim is the point is they do understand it. And who did this was actually female IDF. Yeah,
Oh, for God's sake,
there were
that's even
female
worse.
army officers, right? And these same female army officers, not the exact same ones, but I'm talking about the female army officers of this army, have also been seen videoing themselves dancing in their underwear and pretending their guns are poles and doing pole dancing and strip teasers and all that lot. Like this is how they value and see themselves, and then they do something like that.
Yeah,
to
but that's nothing. I mean,
modest
if they want to do
women.
that, look, if they want to do that to their own credibility, that's up to them. I'm not going to
Yeah,
use
but my
that
point
as
is,
justification.
no,
for
my
buying
point
in
is that these women. I'm saying
I
the
can
fact
understand
is,
the outrage if people are being strip searched and humiliated like that. But what
but
I
there's a
will
point as to
also
why I
echo,
mentioned that. The point why I
Shani,
mentioned that. Can I just quickly tell you why
yeah.
I mentioned that is because you said about women's bodies and the fact that, like, obviously it should be valued. It's these women didn't value their own bodies, in my opinion, and then they didn't think that these Muslim women had bodies to be valued. Hence why they made them
But
strip
they
in
do.
front
They
of their
value their
families.
bodies, but in a different way. So they're looking at themselves
Yeah,
as
well, I'm
sexualized.
under the modest opinion of modesty. Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about. I'm talking about
yeah.
under opinion of modesty. That's really why I brought up the women strip dancing and whatever. But apart from that, I don't really care. Do that if you want to. But it was the point that these are the same officers. This is the same army that's doing this on one side and then dehumanizing women on the other side that are victims of their.
They probably don't see them as
Yeah,
women.
of the army. Sorry, my brain is so like fried right now. But the point
Unfortunately,
is,
people that are going to war are trained not to see people as people.
yeah, and exactly.
But
And
I'm
then
not trying to downplay what happened to those women because I think that's disgusting.
But you know what? Listening to you today, or listening to you on this topic, it feels like you do have this really strong bias, and you just don't really. You're like, kind of like.
I think everybody has biases.
Pro-Israel. No, I mean, I would say in this situation, you might say I had a bias because majority of these people were Muslim, but that's not actually the case. Well, you know what? Be quiet, Reggie, because it's not the case. Because I cared about Israel and things were going on in Israel before they even was Muslim, before they even picked up the Quran, and I have evidence on my Facebook of that because I care about the humans. Because I care about humans, and I care about humans that face oppression.
You cared about the humans.
If you care about humans, then you would have called out the people that were screaming with excitement that people got injured in Israel.
Yep.
Sorry, well, I didn't see that, and you mentioned that today. I didn't see
the
any of
11,000
that.
babies
One thing
that
that I have
died
been doing,
in Yemen
you keep
as well.
talking about this
11,000 babies have died in Yemen.
and Yemen, something that I scream about
From
all the
Sunni-
time
Sunni-
amongst.
Sunni-
This is the thing.
Sunni
This is the thing.
Muslims.
First of all,
More
I'm not
than
even
any
gonna.
Jewish,
You can't
more
trigger
than any
me.
Jewish sword.
You can't
or-
trigger me
or
because you don't know me. First
more
of
than
all,
any Sunni
so you can't.
Jewish
What
sword.
you're trying to do, Reggie, is you're trying to trigger me
I'm
about
trying to give you
what
the
I
facts.
think my
I'm trying to give you the
outrages
facts.
regarding
Can I ask you
regarding
something,
atrocities in the
why
world.
does
Can I
Reggie
finish talking?
upset you so
1
much?
second. He's
I know why
he's
I
not
upset
triggering
you.
me. He's not upset. I'm not upset
But
by
you
him. I'm
seem
trying
to
to
be
speak, and you're
more
cutting
angry
me
with
off
him than me.
because he's disgusting. That's why. Because he is disgusting, and he's disgusting on many topics. It's not even just this one. He's an embarrassment. He is a whore for attention. That's all he is. He's a whore for attention. He's not been around here for months. You've
So
not
how
been
can
around here
that's
for
a
months. This
contradiction,
one
isn't it?
thing. Listen,
for
listen.
attention
But this is.
hasn't been around
Well,
for
let me
months.
finish. Yes, listen. And this is why. It's because something like this comes where you can be anti-Muslim and you, the whore for attention, goes, actually, you know what? I did boycott them for all this time because they were being nasty to me. But they're talking about Muslims now. So I want to
Who
join
told you
there
they're
and
being
be
nasty?
anti-Muslim.
You funny girl.
Listen, because everyone's always nasty to you. Everyone's always nasty to you. You get cussed
So
out
do
constantly.
you think that
He's a whore, yeah, I do.
I want to ask Shani this. So do you think me or Reggie, right, if we knew you as a Muslim person, that if for example they wanted to chuck you out the country. We know you personally, just imagine, right? We know you personally. You think we're going to stand there and say, yeah, take every Muslim out of this country, even innocent people? Do you think we would stand there for that?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I can tell you
I honestly do. But this is the thing, I'm just saying, sometimes your rhetoric doesn't sound like you would be.
Every Muslim being drove out of the country.
Nah.
Oh, really, Reggie? Absolute bullshit. If Jupiter said yes, you would have said yes. That's the thing. And that's why you're a whore. And that's why you're a whore. And that is why Jupiter, he is a whore.
What I would agree with is harsher penalties for those that are calling for Hamas, those that are against British people, whether they're white, black, or anything. Because at the end of the day,
it doesn't make sense to me. Like, why are Muslims against British people? Why are Muslims against British people?
I want to get on to this point as well. The reason why I don't like what the Scottish Prime Minister has done by saying that he wants to bring all these people into Scotland is because I know that they won't stay in Scotland. If they stay in Scotland, fine. They won't. What they'll do is they'll make their way down to to London, and then they're going to amalgamate in London. And with their mindset and the hatred that they've got, they're going to start attacking Jews.
Yeah.
And I don't want that.
Sorry, and the hatred that they've got. There's Jews, but there's, sorry. I lived in Scotland. I grew up there, and there's a massive Jewish community there. So why would they come all the way down to London to start bashing the Jews? Why don't they just bash the Jews?
Oh, they probably will in Scotland as well. But what they will do is they will come down to London because they will want to do something, a big display. That's why.
Intimidate.
So you're talking about these everyday normal Palestinian people that get let into get refuge. Sorry, 1 second. So these people that get refuge.
We'll give it 3 years, right? I've been around.
So these people that get refuge.
We'll give it 3 years, Shani, and if in 3 years it hasn't all kicked off into this kind of stuff, I will come back and I'll say, do you know what, Shani?
You know what? You know what's so interesting? Wait a second. So do the Ukrainians hate the Russians?
Yeah, a lot of them
Are
Ukrainians refugees here? And how many attacks have you seen the Ukrainians
I didn't agree with
on
the
the Russians
Ukrainians
happened?
coming in.
Right,
You
but they're
must
here.
not- you must not have understood
But
where I
Jupiter,
stand.
one second. Listen to me. But they're here, and are they out bashing the Russians that live here? There's loads of Russians that live here.
Ideology. They don't have the same jihad ideology as the Palestinians. So there's a different.
The Palestinians have a jihad. Right? Can you explain what jihad is first of all, and the jihad ideology as well,
It's a holy
Reggie?
war.
You use this. No, Jupiter. I'm not talking to you.
Islamic superiority that puts.
So Islamic superiority, yeah.
Yep, that puts Jews.
If it wasn't for Shani and these dupes and Reg, I would have locked this off a long time ago, man. Because it's going on forever. But you lot are just making this conversation good. Can't tear myself away. I can't bring myself to press the shing button.
You know what? You might be doing us all a favor by pressing the shing button because it is late. But
if only you could
you're
jump on
definitely
earlier.
doing Shani a favor.
Don't shing on me. Don't shing on me, though. You know what's so funny? I was just thinking yesterday. I hate you.